Chapter 1. The Aimless Traveler's Desire to Return Home. Break it down, break it down. Wave after wave. Yuan exclaimed with fervor as he gazed at the screen before him, deftly maneuvering his hero, the Shadow Reaper Kayn, as he dismantled the enemy's base with precision strikes. His Kayn donned the Odyssey skin, a crimson figure of Rayast, taunting the adversaries as he stealthily attacked the towers. Such delectable suffering is about to unfold. Just the thought of it sends shivers of excitement through me. Beside him, a teammate was controlling the ocean plague, Gangplank, methodically assaulting the exposed base. With their combined efforts, the enemy's base health dwindled perilously low. At that moment, the opponents, who had been lured away to the ancient dragon, rushed back, but alas, their return was too late. As Yuan's jubilant cheers echoed, the enemy's base erupted in a spectacular explosion of fireworks. "Whoa, we are the champions!" He couldn't contain his elation, letting out a joyful shout. Post-game, his Kayn achieved a commendable score of 1457, rightfully earning the title of MVP, while the opposing mid laner, a likely substitute, the Fishman, boasted an impressive record of 2,432, delightfully clinching the SVP title. One could imagine the anguish of the opposing substitute, and the mere thought of it caused Yuan to tremble with delight. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. How exhilarating! To think we could turn this around. Yuan reveled in his triumphant comeback, feeling considerably lighter, and he bestowed a thumbs up to all his teammates. Moreover, with this victory, he was just one match away from the promotion playoffs, on the brink of ascending to the Diamond rank. After years of playing League of Legends, he was merely a step away from Diamond. He clicked to start the next game, and while waiting, he opened a sports app on his phone to browse the game forum for any intriguing posts. Participate in the poll. Which T2 skin do you believe has the best voice lines? Yuan read a voting thread. In League of Legends, skins are categorized by tiers. T1 skins are typically either limited or ultimate, while T2 skins modify the hero's animations and feature entirely new voice lines. Without a doubt, it's the voice lines of Kayn's Odyssey skin. This is a no-brainer, Yuan scoffed. "A million warriors, heed my command. Your Majesty Kayn, King of Kings. The great will, igniting the eternal star. They will sing my name for 1,000 years. Witness the mighty wheel rolling forth, the pinnacle of unclean creations." His voice resonated with fervor as he recited the impassioned and somewhat dramatic lines. As an adept Kayn player, his favorite skin was undoubtedly Odyssey. Not only was it visually striking, but the voice lines were undeniably cool. Just recalling them made his blood surge with excitement. He promptly selected the Odyssey Kayn option, intending to cast his vote. However, he soon realized, I must select 3 to vote. After some thought, he found the Dragon Master Lee Sin among the options. A proficient jungler, aside from Kayn, he had played the Blind Monk extensively, and he was quite fond of the Dragon Master skin. Now for the last one. Yuan scrolled through the options, feeling less than satisfied, primarily because he had little recollection of the other T2 skins in the poll. At last, he spotted a familiar name, Nightbringer Yasuo. Yasuo's Nightbringer skin is quite good too. I'll choose this one, he decided, casting his vote and curious about the current voting results. As he reached for the water on the table, he inadvertently knocked over the cup. Yuan flailed, attempting to catch the flowing water. The liquid cascaded down the table leg, directly streaming into the computer's main unit, and soon after, a surge of violent electricity erupted. In the next instant, a blinding explosion illuminated Yuan's vision. In his final moments of consciousness, he lamented, "Damn, with such explosive power, you call this a computer? This is a bomb disguised as a computer." His awareness faded into chaos, quickly engulfed by a blur. In the Douluo Continent, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, in the Fasnuo province, at the edge of Notting City, lies the village of Lu. This small village, belonging to Notting City, boasts a population of merely over 200 households. Compared to other villages under the jurisdiction of Notting City, Lu village's population is slightly lower, but this is due to its remarkable purity. Every villager shares the same surname, Lu. In contrast, neighboring villages accommodate a greater number of outsiders as residents. while Lu village remains staunchly conservative, with its inhabitants tracing their lineage to a common ancestor, a soul master of the soul sect level. Their ancestral martial soul is the scythe. The village consists predominantly of farmland, as the grains and vegetables produced here supply Notting City. Due to their scythe martial soul, which provides an additional advantage in eliminating weeds that absorb nutrients from crops, Lu village enjoys exceptionally bountiful harvests. This phenomenon ensures that even though the majority of the village's yield must be sent to Notting City, Lu village can still maintain a comfortable standard of living. At this moment, outside an unassuming wooden house in the village, a small boy sat quietly on the ground, observing his hard-working parents in the distance, and sighed for reasons unknown. "Brother," a sweet, childish voice called from behind him. Lu Yuan turned to see his adorable sister, and he scooped her into his arms. "Ching Ching, come here, brother will hold you." Lu Ching was quite attached to her brother, nestling comfortably in his embrace and giggling blissfully. Lu Yuan held his sister, feeling a twinge of worry. Having traversed into this world for over 5 years, he had come to understand its intricacies. Or rather, he didn't need to delve deeply. The myriad of news over the years had confirmed that he had crossed into a world known as Douluo Continent, a realm from a novel. Here, magic and martial arts do not exist, nor does cultivation, only a phenomenon surpassing common sense. The martial souls and soul masters prevail. In this world, soul masters, comprising merely 10 of the continent's total population, dominate the 90 of ordinary people, creating a stark power disparity between rulers and the common folk. For Lu Yuan, being thrust into such a world was far from ideal. In comparison to this backward fantasy realm, he longed for his previous life, one filled with computers, air conditioning, and mobile phones, where even the lowliest citizens could lead a relatively happy existence. Yet, having crossed over, he found himself powerless to return, only hoping for a system to guide him. Thus, from the moment he became aware, he had continuously called upon the name of the system, only to find. To this day, no peculiar voice had echoed in his mind. And even more distressingly, Lu Yuan learned that Lu village was located on the outskirts of Notting City, with the renowned Holy Soul village as its neighbor. He also discovered that there was a blacksmith named Tang Hao in the Holy Soul village. Though he couldn't fathom why the legendary figure, who had slain the Pope of the Spirit Hall, dared to use his true name in a small village devoid of Spirit Hall personnel. The mere mention of that name sent shivers down his spine, for this man was the father of the even more illustrious "I see you have a path to death," Tang San. Chapter 2. Of course, the soul awakening will be conducted by Brother Tao. Fortunately, Lu Yuan and Tang San were not from the same village, and thus had little intersection. It was likely that they would not cross paths in the future after all. Although he was a transmigrator, it seemed he had not brought along any golden finger system. Moreover, according to his father, Lu Qing, Lu Yuan's ancestors for 3 generations had been ordinary people devoid of soul power, unable to cultivate. In such circumstances, not only was it improbable for him to awaken a formidable martial soul, but even achieving a first-level soul power post-awakening seemed a daunting task. Sigh. Lu Yuan sighed heavily at the thought. Heaven granted him the opportunity to traverse to another world, yet denied him a golden finger, which left him quite disheartened. This world, characterized by its low productivity and lack of entertainment, was already burdensome enough for a modern individual. Now, fate also decreed that Lu Yuan would lead a life akin to his parents, toiling endlessly as a farmer, leading a life of mediocrity, which was even harder to accept. Unaware of the reasons behind Lu Yuan's sigh, Lu Qing sensed her brother's discontent and began to pat his forehead with her tiny hands, giggling, "Brother, brother." Lu Yuan affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, revealing a resigned smile. In this world, he was fortunate to have both parents and a lovely sister, not the kind of sibling relationship like Tang San and Xiao Wu, but a genuine blood bond that brought him warmth. Well, even if I cannot become a soul master, I refuse to believe that with my intellect, I cannot achieve something remarkable in this world, Lu Yuan resolved internally. Even if he could not become an exceedingly powerful title de law, he would strive to become an outstanding merchant through his own efforts. With his insights and foresight from the modern world, he might very well thrive as a successful merchant in this feudal-like society. Yuan, Ching, Mommy and Daddy are back. Just as Lu Yuan was playing with his sister, their parents returned from the fields, smiling as they approached. Lu Yuan smiled as he held his sister's hand, making their way towards their parents. As the days passed, one day, Lu Yuan encountered a familiar figure at home. Upon seeing the elderly man, Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing, and his mother, Mana, hurried forward to greet him, exclaiming, "Uncle Heir, what brings you here?" The elder, Lu Wu, was Lu Qing's second uncle, and thus Lu Yuan's great-grandfather. He was the oldest elder remaining in Lu family village and concurrently served as the village chief. Given that the entire village comprised members of the Lu family, such a visit was hardly surprising. Lu Wu was remarkably affable, treating the villagers with kindness, and even more so toward Lu Yuan's family. Leaning on his cane, he limped slightly due to an injury sustained on the battlefield many years ago when he was conscripted by the Tiando Empire's border troops. Lu Yuan quickly brought his sister, who stood nearby, before Lu Wu, flashing a smile. "Hello, great-grandfather." "Ah, Xiao Yuan is such a good boy," Lu Wu said, his eyes crinkling with joy as he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Qingqing. He then produced 2 candies from his pocket. "Here you go. Good children, take some candy from great-grandfather." "Thank you, great-grandfather." Lu Yuan politely accepted the sweets and expressed his gratitude. Then, Lu Wu turned his attention to Lu Qing and Mana, smiling as he declared, "I have come today because tomorrow marks this year's awakening ceremony." He glanced at Lu Yuan and continued, "Xiao Yuan is just the right age for awakening this year." Lu Qing immediately offered a wry smile. "Uncle, I think it might be better to skip it. Our village hasn't had anyone awaken their soul power in years." "Skip it? Nonsense." Lu Wu huffed, his brows knitting in irritation. "You must remember that our ancestors were once esteemed soul masters. That was ages ago. Our ancestors lived over 200 years ago," Lu Qing stated bluntly, devoid of social grace. "You insolent brat," Lu Wu exclaimed, his temper flaring as he raised his cane, seemingly ready to strike. Hey, uncle, please." Lu Qing quickly begged for mercy, prompting Lu Wu to huff in annoyance and lower his cane. "Regardless, tomorrow, Xiao Yuan will accompany great-grandfather." "What do you say, Xiao Yuan?" Lu Wu asked kindly. "Of course, great-grandfather." Lu Yuan nodded eagerly. In truth, he was not particularly hopeful, as he had no system and his family background was not impressive. He presumed that tomorrow would merely be a formality. The following day, Lu Wu arrived bright and early to escort Lu Yuan. Under Lu Wu's guidance, Lu Yuan followed him to the central Soul Hall of Lu family village. This so-called Soul Hall was merely a larger wooden hut, yet it underscored the importance placed on the solemn duty of soul awakening. This was enough to earn Lu Yuan's respect for the Soul Hall. Despite its role as a notorious antagonist in Douluo, its operations were notably principled. Although Lu family village had a smaller population than other villages, it was home to a considerable number of children. This year, 6 children were set to undergo their soul awakening, all gathered under Lu Wu's leadership. Lu Wu took the annual ritual seriously, being a man who valued family honor. Even though the village had not produced a soul master in decades, he firmly believed that one day, with the ancestors' blessings, a soul master would emerge from their ranks once again. The presence of a soul master would provide some security for the future generations of Lu family village, preventing them from being looked down upon. Finally, after all 5 children in Lu Wu had gathered, a young man appeared before Lu Yuan and the others. He appeared to be in his 20s, with striking features, sharp eyebrows, and a handsome visage. Dressed in a white uniform, he wore a black cloak, and emblazoned on his chest was a soul character the size of a fist. This was the standard attire of the Soul Hall staff. On his left chest was a badge depicting 3 crossed long swords, symbolizing his rank as a great soul master, while the swords represented his status as a battle soul master. Instantly, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up had arrived. Their familiar old friend, Su Yintao. Just as every little spider has its own Uncle Ben, every tale in Douluo inevitably features the same character. He was the battle soul master, Su Yintao, who, despite having a soul that could be described as a lone wolf, would often disparage the souls of others while maintaining a facade of aloof pride. Lu Yuan greeted Su Yuntao with a gentle smile. Noticing Lu Yuan's gaze, Su Yuntao paused momentarily, but upon realizing he was merely a child, he said nothing further. Greetings, esteemed Battle Soul Master. I must trouble you this time. Great-grandfather Lu Wu respectfully bowed to Su Yuntao. Indeed, Su Yuntao's demeanor exuded a hint of pride as he offered a curt nod in return. I have little time, let us commence at once. Lu Wu pressed his lips together and announced, very well. Children, this esteemed Battle Soul Master hails from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your own soul. Be sure to cooperate fully with the Master during the awakening process. I look forward to seeing one of you become a Soul Master. You have yet to lose hope. Brother Tao glanced at him helplessly and said, if it were any other village, it would be fine. But in your Lu family village, the martial souls predominantly consist of scythe martial souls, making it exceedingly rare to find a child capable of cultivation. Lu Wu felt somewhat disheartened, yet he replied, I believe that one day, our Lu family village will once again see the emergence of a soul master. With that, he leaned on his cane and exited the wooden hut, leaving Brother Tao alone with the 6 children before him. As an enforcer for the spirit hall, assisting ordinary people in awakening their martial souls was a duty that Brother Tao had long grown accustomed to. Children, stand in a line, he instructed. Lu Yuan promptly took the lead, guiding the 5 other children into formation. Then, Su Yutao smiled at the children and introduced himself. I am Su Yutao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I shall be your guide. Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid. No matter what happens. Lu Yuan thought to himself, all right, Brother Tao, I have known your name for quite some time. As he spoke, Su Yutao opened his satchel on the nearby table and retrieved 2 items, 6 spherical black stones and a shimmering blue crystal ball. Su Yutao arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation and gestured for the children to step forward. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly glimmered with intensity. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other children, he declared, Lone Wolf, manifest. Lu Yuan could not help but internally scoff. All right, single dog. A faint azure light radiated from the center of his brow, ascending upward and intertwining with his hair. Su Yuntao's originally black hair transformed to gray in an instant, rapidly lengthening as the same colored hair sprouted on his exposed arms. Simultaneously, his physique seemed to swell, exuding a powerful muscular presence. So handsome, Lu Yuan thought, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Yutao immediately noticed Lu Yuan's expression, which was markedly different from that of the other children. He cast a quick glance at him before returning his attention to the group. Who wishes to go first? He inquired. The children appeared somewhat timid. Lu Yuan observed that the others had stepped back slightly, leading him to reluctantly step forward. Brother Tao, I'll go first. Su Yutao was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yuan's address, momentarily at a loss for words. Once he regained his composure, he regarded Lu Yuan with a peculiar expression and said, Very well, you may go first. As Lu Yuan approached, Su Yunhao swiftly clapped his hands, infusing 6 faint green lights into the black stones on the ground. Instantly, a layer of golden radiance emanated from the stones, forming a pale golden barrier that enveloped Lu Yuan. He felt as though he was cocooned in a warm and comforting world, a sensation beyond description. Suddenly, however, Lu Yuan sensed something within him shatter under the influence of that warm energy, causing all warmth to abruptly shift into an inexplicable sensation that coursed throughout his body. A savage energy began to wreak havoc, surging and rolling within him like a tide of darkness. Guide. It seemed that something was missing, preventing the power within Lu Yuan from manifesting. At last, unable to endure any longer, Lu Yuan stepped forward, his left eye igniting with a blue luminescence while his right eye burned with a blood-red glow. He shouted, Heaven's decree, supreme authority. In that instant, Su Yutao felt an overwhelming force permeate the surroundings, an indescribable power that demanded submission. The next moment, a colossal scythe materialized in Lu Yuan's hand. What a magnificent scythe it was! A blend of blue, purple, and gold, the blade shimmered in a translucent violet hue, while a golden orb resembling an eye spun upon the handle. It radiated savagery, audacity, and shadows, evoking a desire to submit. Chapter 3. The Death Star Scythe. The colossal scythe-like weapon. Although it is said that the soul weapons passed down through generations in Lu family village are all scythes, Su Yuntao, who has overseen the southwestern village of Notting City for quite some time, has naturally witnessed numerous awakenings of the scythe soul weapons among the villagers of Lu family village. None of these scythes, however, bore the grandeur, exquisite design, and aura of slaughter that Lu Yuan's current scythe exuded. Even without testing his soul power, Su Yuntao was confident that Lu Yuan's soul power was undoubtedly formidable. If a weapon of such formidable appearance, radiating an aura that commands submission, were to be a soulless waste, then those other unremarkable soul weapons would stand no chance of possessing any soul power at all. Lu Yuan blinked, gazing incredulously at the massive scythe in his hands. Despite its considerable size and seemingly heavy build, it felt almost weightless in his grip. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter, compared to the soul weapon itself. It was hardly a cause for astonishment. Could it be Kayn's darkened scythe? Lu Yuan mused internally, but he quickly dismissed the thought. No. This is not the darkened scythe of the Shadow Isles. Rather, it is the Death Star scythe, Lu Yuan firmly concluded in his mind. The appearance of this scythe differed greatly from the darkened scythe depicted in Kayn's original skin. At the very least, the artwork portrayed the darkened scythe as ancient, lacking the technological aesthetic that this one possessed. This scythe belonged to Kayn's Odyssey skin, a weapon forged by the essence of the Death Star, capable of annihilating star systems and consuming cosmic energy. It is worth noting that while both Odyssey Kayn and Shadow Isles Kayn share a skin, their respective universes are entirely dissimilar. Kayn's backstory is still rooted within the fantastical realm of the Douluo Continent, replete with ascendants, celestial beings, demigods, and deities. However, compared to the vastness of the Odyssey universe, which traverses countless star systems governed by the Damatian regime, Kayn's world is rather limited. After all, the Rune world is confined to a single planet, while the Odyssey universe spans across numerous galaxies, embodying an empire of immeasurable expanse that stretches across a significant portion of the cosmos. Though Lu Yuan had minimal knowledge of the Odyssey lore in his past life, he understood that within the Odyssey narrative, the Death Star scythe, which Laius had wielded, was significantly more powerful than the darkened scythe. However, Lu Yuan felt a sense of confusion. It appeared that he had awakened the Death Star scythe's soul weapon only after being guided by Su Yuntao's soul power. Yet he sensed that the primary catalyst lay in the words he had involuntarily uttered: Heaven's mandate, supreme authority. This phrase was a line from Kayn's Odyssey skin's unique voice pack, rather dramatic, and one that Lu Yuan had particularly enjoyed in his past life. Yet, it was not a phrase he had consciously chosen to speak. It felt instinctual. Could it be? At that moment, Lu Yuan's thoughts crystallized. Just then, Su Yuntao approached swiftly, standing before him, inquiring, "What is this soul weapon of yours?" "It is called the Death Star Scythe," Lu Yuan replied candidly. "The Death Star Scythe?" Su Yuntao stammered, the mere name sounding immensely powerful. Observing Lu Yuan, a child of approximately 6 years, Su Yuntao doubted that a child of such tender age would exaggerate the name of their soul weapon for show. After all, it was challenging to ascertain how many characters a child of that age could recognize. Thus, Su Yuntao leaned towards the belief that Lu Yuan's soul weapon bore a name of its own, akin to the top-tier soul weapons such as the Haotian Hammer, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. Excitement surged within Su Yuntao. "Come, child. By the way, what is your name?" "Lu Yuan," he replied. "Very well, little Yuan, come and test your soul power. First, recall your soul weapon." Su Yuntao began to gesture to Lu Yuan on how to retract his soul weapon, but before he could finish, the enormous scythe in Lu Yuan's hand vanished instantly. He coughed lightly. "Now, please place your hand on the blue crystal ball I am holding." Lu Yuan obediently extended his small right hand, contrasting sharply with Su Yuntao's larger wolf-like paw as they positioned themselves above the crystal ball. In an instant, the blue crystal ball erupted with a radiant glow, dazzling blue light spreading from a single point, transforming the crystal into a resplendent gemstone that shimmered like a blue star, blindingly bright and difficult to gaze upon directly. Even Su Yuntao found himself shedding a few tears from the intensity of the light, a phenomenon he had never witnessed before. Could it be? Is this the manifestation of innate full soul power? Su Yuntao could not help but exclaim. Yet, should the manifestation of innate full soul power merely radiate a blue light aura? Despite his considerable experience with soul weapon awakenings in the Douluo fanworks, including encounters with divine soul weapons, sacred soul weapons, and world-destroying soul weapons, Su Yuntao was just an ordinary attendant of the soul awakening ceremony at the Spirit Hall. He rarely encountered even a single soul master with soul power each year. Thus, he was uncertain, clinging to the belief that the most one could achieve during a soul weapon awakening was innate full soul power. Suspecting that this display was merely a combination of innate full soul power and a particularly potent soul weapon. Could there truly exist a soul weapon that exceeds level 10 soul power from the outset? At this thought, Su Yuntao couldn't help but chuckle, hearing his musing. Lu Yuan internally scoffed, apologies, but this world indeed has what you refer to as a soul weapon exceeding level 10 soul power, and it resides within your spirit hall. He was, of course, referring to the former pope of the spirit hall and the daughter of the current pope. Very well, innate full soul power soul weapon. The Death Star Scythe, possessed by Lu Yuan of Lu Family Village in Nanning City. This must be reported to the higher-ups. Su Yuntao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Instantly, Lu Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. Indeed, he had awakened an innate full soul power soul weapon, unlike Tang San's universally recognized useless soul weapon, the blue silver grass. His scythe was evidently a formidable weapon of combat. Naturally, Su Yuntao would need to report this to the Spirit Hall, as this was the very reason the Spirit Hall diligently conducted soul awakening ceremonies across the continent. They sought to recruit talented soul masters from outside the major soul sects and families to bolster their strength. This was precisely why the Spirit Hall could overshadow sects like Haotian and Blue Lightning Tyrant, becoming the most powerful force on the Douluo Continent. In light of this, Lu Yuan began to contemplate deeply, faced with the dilemma of whether to join the Spirit Hall once Su Yuntao reported his awakening. Chapter 4. Tao Ge. The diligent worker. To be candid, Lu Yuan does not harbor any aversion towards the Spirit Hall. After perusing numerous fan novels about Douluo in his previous life, he regards the Spirit Hall as one of the few guiding lights in the realm of Douluo Continent. Most importantly, the Spirit Hall is not as tyrannical as many imagine. They do not forcibly recruit individuals. The original text cites that the steward of the Spirit Hall, Matthew, remarked that there is no justification for the Spirit Hall to poach from academies. Thus, Lu Yuan perceives the Spirit Hall as a remarkably upright and free organization for soul masters. They not only assist commoners in awakening their martial spirits but also implement measures for soul master registration and subsidies, ensuring that those from humble beginnings do not resort to desperate measures for wealth. Even Ning Fingxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, acknowledges that the Spirit Hall has contributed to a relatively peaceful Douluo Continent over the decades. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall issues wanted notices for soul masters who commit senseless killings, thereby preventing wanton acts of violence. This aspect is indeed commendable. While their treatment of high-level spirit beasts, such as Xiao Wu and Yin, may seem stringent, Lu Yuan finds their actions quite reasonable, as spirit beasts and humans are inherently different species. The saying different races harbor different hearts rings true. While the conflict between humans and spirit beasts has not escalated to the point of extermination, the relationship is far from harmonious. For humanity to maintain its superiority, the hunting of spirit beasts is an unavoidable aspect of the natural order. Moreover, the Spirit Hall does not neglect the protection of spirit beasts. In fact, it has issued bans against their wanton slaughter. According to the original text, to hunt spirit beasts, a soul master must first undergo power assessment at the Spirit Hall and possess relevant documentation before they are granted permission to enter the spirit beast forest. Otherwise, those seeking spirit bones would indiscriminately hunt spirit beasts. If such unregulated hunting were to occur, given the vast disparity in power between humans and spirit beasts in the Douluo world, spirit beasts would have long been reduced to mere remnants of their kind, with only a handful of those under 10,000 years remaining. Regarding the Spirit Hall's intention to unify the Douluo Continent and instigate war, it can be viewed as a matter that bears more significance for the future than the present. While unification may indeed cost many lives, it is but a necessary pain. Once unity is achieved, the people of Douluo Continent would be citizens of a single nation, significantly diminishing the likelihood of war. Unlike the current situation where two empires are at odds, resulting in frequent conflicts along the borders, the casualties extend beyond soul masters to ordinary individuals like Lu Yuan's grandfather. Even in the fantastical realm of Douluo, where soul masters possess extraordinary combat capabilities, ordinary people still participate in warfare. Moreover, ordinary individuals are often more susceptible to sacrifice on the battlefield compared to soul masters. Thus, for the greater cause of peace, Lu Yuan does not perceive unification as a heinous act. Although war itself is abominable, if it is waged for love and peace, it becomes inevitable. Consequently, Lu Yuan does not resent the idea of joining the Spirit Hall and becoming a dedicated soul master. So why does he not join? Upon joining the Spirit Hall and becoming a designated soul master, he believes that with the Death Star Demon Scythe in hand, he would not be outmatched by anyone. He is confident that he would ascend to the status of revered figures like Hulaina and Xieyu, earning the Spirit Hall's recognition. With the formidable power and resources of the Spirit Hall at his back, Lu Yuan is certain he will ultimately achieve divinity. Moreover, Attaining divinity would not mark the pinnacle of his accomplishments. 4. The Death Star Demon Scythe possesses the potential to empower Kayn to overthrow the Dalmatian government and establish his own empire within the Odyssey universe. In comparison, the gods of the Douluo world would merely be akin to planetary lords, dwarfed by the might of the Dalmatian government that conquers countless star seas. Lu Yuan senses that the arrival of the Death Star Demon Scythe has sparked some audacious thoughts within him. At this moment, Su Yuntao remains oblivious to Lu Yuan's musings, yet he is exhilarated to have discovered such a naturally gifted individual with full soul power. He is certain that reporting this to his superiors will garner the bishop's favor. Thus, filled with enthusiasm, he instructs, "Xiao Yuan, please wait here for a moment. Now, you children, gather around." Thanks to Lu Yuan, Su Yutao now approaches the previously mundane and tedious martial spirit awakening ceremony with renewed interest and a gentler demeanor. He beckons one of the remaining 5 children from Lu family village. "Come here, child. What is your name?" He unexpectedly inquires about each child's name. I am Lu Ping," the boy timidly replies. Subsequently, under Su Yuntao's guidance, his martial spirit, a scythe, manifests in his palm. However, the scythe appears diminutive compared to Lu Yuan's Death Star Demon Scythe. Yet, Su Yuntao remains undeterred, kindly suggesting, "Now, let us test your soul power. Who knows? You may possess power worth cultivating." Unfortunately, Su Yuntao soon expresses disappointment. "What a pity. You lack soul power and cannot become a soul master. Please step aside." He then turns his attention to the remaining 4 children, still harboring some hope. However, regrettably, the same scene unfolds repeatedly. After Lu Yuan's awakening, the subsequent 5 children also manifest their martial spirits, all of which are scythe type, except for one child whose spirit, like Lu Yuan's, has undergone mutation, transforming from a regular scythe into a rusted one. Yet, all their soul powers are non-existent. As Su Yuntao continues to exert his energy, he appears fatigued, most notably. Among these 6 children, only Lu Yuan stands as the fortunate one with a martial spirit that not only exhibits a positive mutation but also possesses innate full soul power. Indeed, it is somewhat naive of me to expect otherwise. Su Yuntao suddenly smacks his forehead, muttering to himself, "What was I thinking?" In the past, encountering even one child with 1 or 2 levels of soul power in 10 villages was considered fortunate. How could it be that several children with soul power appear in one village this year? Well, this trip has yielded some results, he muses, turning to Lu Yuan, who has been observing him, and smiles. "Child, come with me." Lu Yuan, being quite obedient, approaches. Su Yuntao takes his hand and strides toward the door, his face aglow with joy. As the door swings open, Lu Wu greets Su Yuntao with a look of apprehension. "Mr. Su, how did it go? Are there any children in our village with the potential to become soul masters this year?" "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Su Yu now beams, even changing his address. "Congratulations, Village Chief Lu. Your village has produced an exceptional talent this year." "Is it this child, Xiao Yuan?" Lu Wu's eyes gleam with excitement as he looks at Lu Yuan. "Indeed, this child's martial spirit has mutated. Although it remains a scythe, it has transformed into an extraordinarily powerful one, which I refer to as the Death Star Demon Scythe. Moreover, this child is endowed with innate full soul power," Su Yuntao exclaims with delight. "His future is boundless." Instantly, tears shimmer in Lu Wu's eyes, and his previously steady frame begins to tremble with joy, his aged face radiating elation as he repeatedly murmurs, "Blessings from our ancestors. Blessings from our ancestors. Blessings from our ancestors." "Well, I will report this matter to the higher-ups at the Spirit Hall," Su Yuntao says with a smile, handing Lu Yuan's small hand to Lu Wu. "Next, I must head to the neighboring Holy Spirit Village to assist the children there in awakening their spirits. Farewell for now." Lu Wooden, filled with joy, embraced Lu Yuan and expressed his gratitude to the departing Su Yutao, saying, "Thank you. Thank you, esteemed sir." Chapter 5. The unchanging handsome guy. At this moment, Lu Wu faced Lu Yuan, his kindly, aged visage breaking into a smile that revealed nearly toothless gums. "Good. What a good child." As a traveler from another world, Lu Yuan had always displayed a maturity beyond his peers in the village. Lu Wu had always held a fondness for him, and upon learning that Lu Yuan had awakened his martial soul, his joy was magnified. However, he did not forget the other 5 children who had come to awaken their martial souls. He called them over, kindly producing a few candies. "Do not be disheartened. Even if you do not become soul masters, you are all good children." The young ones, hardly comprehending the weight of his words, were blissfully unaware of the implications of not becoming soul masters, especially in a village devoid of any such figures. In a city teeming with soul masters, They might have felt the pressure of their failure, but here, in this rural hamlet, the children delightedly forgot their disappointment upon receiving the sweets. Following Lu Wu's lead, they returned home, where their parents toiled in the fields, backs turned to the sun, fervently hoping for a bountiful harvest this year. They aspired to provide sufficient grain to the officials of Notting City while retaining a little extra for sale, hoping to earn a few copper soul coins. Unbeknownst to them, the awakening ceremony held little significance, for it had been over a decade since a soul master had graced their village. Their simple, agrarian mindset led them to believe that their son would also follow the same path. Upon seeing Lu Wu return with Lu Yuan, Lu Qing simply sheathed his scythe, smiling as he remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, uncle." Then, he turned his gaze to Lu Yuan and suddenly paused. Lu Yuan found his father's reaction bewildering. "Not hard work. Of course, it's not hard work," Lu Wu exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy. "I have fantastic news to share with you both." "What news?" Lu Qing's eyes brightened with excitement. "Has the tax on the fields been reduced this year?" He embraced his wife, brimming with anticipation. "Far better than that." "Ha ha." Lu Wu laughed heartily. Today, during the awakening ceremony, the officials from the Martial Soul Hall declared that this child possesses the talent to become a soul master. "What?" Mana's face turned to one of disbelief. "Your son can become a soul master," Lu Wu reiterated with fervor. In that instant, the couple's excitement surged, their expressions mirroring that of ancient rural parents learning of their child's scholarly achievements. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan perceived a faint sound of weeping emanating from within the house. It was his little sister, Qingqing. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the source of the noise. "Brother, brother." A girl not yet 4 years old was crying inconsolably on the ground, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. Upon entering the room, Lu Yuan found his sister, Lu Qingqing, weeping and calling for him. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and warmth. Ever since he had come of age, he had taken on the responsibility of caring for her while their parents worked the fields, leading to a deep bond between the siblings. Thus, when Lu Yuan was taken away by Lu Wu for the awakening ceremony, Qingqing had spent the entire morning in search of her brother, resulting in her tears. Warmed by the affection yet feeling a touch of helplessness, he hurried to comfort her. I'm here. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Qingqing opened her tear-filled eyes, ready to cease her crying. However, in the next moment, she wailed even louder, "Brother, brother." "Huh?" Lu Yuan was taken aback, but he reassured her. I'm right here. Yet, the little girl continued to cry, "Brother, brother." At only 3 years old, her emotional response was understandable, but Lu Yuan, based on past experiences, expected her to stop crying upon seeing him. Just then, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of his reflection in a nearby water jar and was momentarily stunned. He stepped closer to the water's surface, astonished by the image staring back at him. Having traversed into this world from a humble farming background, Lu Yuan's appearance had always been rather ordinary, with only a hint of childlike charm. Yet, the reflection before him revealed a countenance of exquisite features. While still recognizable as Lu Yuan, his visage had become markedly more refined. His previously sun-kissed skin now gleamed with a fairness akin to that of a Caucasian. Could this transformation be a result of his martial soul awakening? He pondered. No wonder Lu Qing had been momentarily taken aback. It was as if he could not recognize such a handsome child as his own son. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing, sensitive to changes in appearance, felt a profound disconnect with her brother's newly polished visage, struggling to accept that this was the sibling she had always adored. In the midst of his surprise, Lu Yuan felt a pang of helplessness. "Well, it seems that after becoming handsome, my sister no longer recognizes me." "What?" Mana looked at Lu Wu in disbelief. After sharing the good news with Lu Qing and Mana, Lu Wu was invited to stay for dinner, where they planned to celebrate Lu Yuan's potential as a soul master. In a gesture of goodwill, Lu Qing even sacrificed one of their few remaining livestock for the occasion. However, Lu Wu soon delivered another piece of news. Since Xiao Yuan possesses the talent to become a soul master, we must send him to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City for his studies. Mana, clearly distressed at the thought of her 6-year-old son leaving, felt tears welling in her eyes. "Uncle, can we not send Xiao Yuan away?" "You foolish woman. Sending Xiao Yuan to the academy is a noble endeavor. Otherwise, who will instruct him in this village devoid of soul masters?" Lu Wu chastised. "If he becomes a soul master, prosperity will surely follow our village." With a sigh, Lu Qing nodded in agreement. "Mana, he is right. Xiao Yuan's future is boundless and should not be confined to our little village." But Mana still seemed hesitant. "There are no buts, mother," Lu Yuan interjected resolutely. "I want to become a soul master and bring prosperity to our village." He felt a strong sense of belonging to Lu family village, for it was his home in this world. Even if the villagers could not aid him in the future, they were still family, and he would never disregard his roots after achieving strength. Lu was filled with excitement upon hearing his words. Good. What a good child. With that, Mana reluctantly accepted the decision. Chapter 6. 3 Soul Spirits. The matter of Lu Yuan enrolling in the Notting City Soul Master Academy was settled. Although his parents were reluctant, he was somewhat concerned about how little Lu Qingxing would cope in his absence. However, this was a path he must tread. Despite being able to cultivate his soul power independently, without joining the Soul Master Academy or the Spirit Hall in Notting City, he would be unable to obtain a soul ring. This necessity drove him to seek admission. One night, a pair of eyes suddenly illuminated the dark confines of a small room. Lu Yuan gently pried away the small hands of Lu Qingxing that clung to him, allowing his soul power to extend to his feet as he stealthily exited the small abode. He arrived at a secluded hillock, scanning the surroundings. Utilizing his soul power to enhance his night vision, he confirmed that he was alone before nodding in satisfaction. His nocturnal venture was primarily to test a few matters. Without hesitation, he declared, "Manifest, soul spirit." As per the norm, at this moment, the Death Star scythe should have appeared in his grasp. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Although soul power gathered in his hand, the magnificent and deadly weapon failed to materialize. He fell into silence. A hint of melancholy shadowing his expression. Could it truly be that way? Momentarily exasperated, he bellowed, "A million heroes, heed my command." The excessively dramatic proclamation resonated with earth-shattering force. And at that instant, a colossal scythe of blue, purple, and gold manifested in Lu Yuan's small hands. The aura of devastation, darkness, and subjugation radiated from him. At that moment, Lu Yuan's mind felt as if it had been infused with the voice pack of Odyssey Kayn, every utterance strikingly familiar. He inhaled deeply and began to wield the massive scythe, proclaiming, "Heaven's decree, supreme authority." The scythe unleashed a powerful gust of wind, severing half of the blue silvergrass on the hillock. Lu Yuan paid little heed. For farmers, blue silvergrass was the most detestable of weeds, siphoning nutrients from crops and hindering their growth. Much of Lu Qingmana's toil in the fields was dedicated to uprooting this intrusive vegetation. "No one shall tarnish my magnificence and glory." This time, Lu Yuan aimed at a massive boulder, and the ruthless power of the Death Star scythe cleaved it asunder. "Bow before my infinite glory, submit with sincerity. My name shall be sung for a millennium. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose shall perish." Each hubristic declaration surged forth with a violent wind, obliterating the environment around Lu Yuan. The sheer power exhibited was far beyond what a mere 6-year-old could wield. Momentarily halting, he grasped the enormous scythe without breaking a sweat, his expression a mixture of resignation and realization. It appeared that the golden finger of my transmigration was this voice pack-like ability. His countenance was complex. As long as he recited the lines from the voice pack in his mind, he could harness formidable strength. He discerned a pattern from his earlier attempts. Reciting a line would sustain the power of the Death Star scythe for 3 minutes. Without uttering the lines, his own soul power could not replicate such magnitude. The prospect of wielding such immense power through mere recitation was a stroke of fortune. He had no desire to engage in battle while incessantly chattering like a fool, which would not only diminish his stature but also paint him as a typical middle schooler. With that, he prepared for the second test. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, grasping the Death Star scythe. He inquired, "Rayast?" A twinge of anxiety coursed through him, fearing the emergence of a second voice in his mind. It was known that both the darkened scythe and the Death Star scythe harbored a soul, Rayast, who perpetually sought to usurp the wielder, transforming into a world-destroying demon. Lu Yuan was genuinely fearful. The Death Star scythe housed such a demon, eternally longing to take over his body. He did not believe that a being that had existed for millennia would be swayed by the words of a youth who had scarcely lived 30 years. It was crucial for Lu Yuan to ascertain Rayast's existence. Knowing would allow him to remain vigilant. "Rayast?" Lu Yuan pressed on. "Rayast? Are you there? Speak, Rayast. I demand to know if you exist." Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting a shift in his approach. "Rayast, the Death Star seeks you." In the Odyssey world, Rayast was imprisoned within the Death Star scythe due to his betrayal of the Death Star spirit, instilling a profound fear of it within him. "Thresh is coming for you." Thresh was the most formidable embodiment of the Death Star spirit. Lu Yuan believed that even if Rayast dismissed his words, the mere mention of Thresh's name would induce a tremor akin to that experienced by Kayn in his original voice lines, as it represented Rayast's deepest terror, prompting involuntary reactions. Yet, there was no response. The immense scythe lay still, devoid of any semblance of consciousness. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Yuan's lips. It seemed the Death Star Scythe was merely a lifeless artifact, a byproduct of the world's anomalies during his transmigration, devoid of Rayasth's soul. The Death Star Scythe must have originated from the voting thread I encountered upon my arrival. He pondered. Recalling that he had cast his vote for 3 options, could it be? Lu Yuan speculated, before retracting the Death Star Scythe. Let practice yield knowledge. He grinned and bellowed. Chosen of the Thunder Dragon, unafraid of any storm. Instantly, a tempestuous surge of power coursed through Lu Yuan, illuminating him with radiant light. Pale blue dragon scales enveloped him. And a thunder dragon coiled around his right arm, its head resting on his shoulder, casting his upper right side in a translucent azure hue. As he beheld his electrified hand, joy flooded his expression. Next came the third soul spirit. Lu Yuan retracted the power of the dragon ascendant, Li Xin. Following the voice in his mind, he declared, I illuminate the path to darkness, thus I become the darkness. In an instant, a black and red taida appeared in his hands. Chapter 7. The mindless only think of violence to solve problems. Lu Yuan drew his greatsword, and it appeared as though a blade forged from the flames of purgatory manifested before his eyes, radiating an aura of darkness and hellfire. After all, the Night Messenger Yasuo, in the realm of night and dawn, stood as the most formidable first-generation Night Messenger, a true embodiment of darkness, akin to one of the 2 supreme deities of that world. No matter how powerful the Star of Death's side was, it trembled before the star spirit in the Odyssey realm. Even the dragon sovereign Li Qing, who wielded the forces of storm and thunder, was merely a follower of the storm dragon Ao Xing, despite being the mightiest within the dragon clan. In stark contrast, Yasuo, the Night Messenger, was darkness itself, a being whose very existence was intertwined with shadow. Aside from the Dawn Messenger Riven, who stood as his equal, he was the most potent force in that world. Consequently, if one were to rank Lu Yuan's 3 martial souls by power, it would be in ascending order: Dragon Sovereign Li Qing, Odyssey Kayn, and Night Messenger Yasuo. However, a sudden thought struck him. If only he had voted for the Star of Death's Thresh, the Storm Dragon Ao Xing, and he mused that perhaps there was no need to change the Night Messenger Yasuo. Had he selected those 3 options, Lu Yuan would have soared to great heights by now. Yet, he seemed to forget that the Holy Dragon Aurelian Soul was not a T2 skin and lacked independent voice lines. Thus he could not have chosen the Storm Dragon Ao Xing. Nonetheless, he felt grateful to the original poster for necessitating the selection of 3 options. Reflecting on this brought a smile to his face. Without that stipulation, he would not have chosen 3 voice packs, nor would he have ultimately selected the Night Messenger Yasuo. Without selection, there would be no triple soul, and thus, no final, most powerful, and most extraordinary martial soul. The voice pack corresponding to Odyssey Kayn's martial soul was named Star of Death's Scythe, so he thought it prudent to name the other 2 as well, lest he refer to them as Dragon Sovereign and Night Messenger's martial souls, which would sound peculiar. Dragon Sovereign Li Qing, the power of the Thunder Dragon, which bore a resemblance to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. He scratched his head at this thought, wondering if he would be mistaken for one of their kin using this martial soul. However, that seemed unlikely, as the Dragon Sovereign was not blue, and this martial soul possessed not only the power of thunder, but also that of storms. He decided to name it Storm Thunder Dragon. The title dragon felt too arrogant for his modest disposition. In fact, he contemplated another name, Blue Eyes White Dragon, but as soon as the thought surfaced, he promptly dismissed it. The Night Messenger Yasuo, embodied by that great sword, represented purgatory, darkness, and chaos. Thus, he settled on the name Dark Abyss Blade. Although it felt too juvenile, so he omitted Chaos and Blade, ultimately deciding on Dark Abyss. Henceforth, it would be known as the Blade of Dark Abyss. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy as he finalized the names of his 3 martial souls: Star of Death's Scythe, Storm Thunder Dragon, and Blade of Dark Abyss. He was quite pleased with his naming abilities. Moving forward, he would primarily cultivate the Star of Death's Scythe, while also employing the Storm Thunder Dragon when necessary. Perhaps to create a Fade, he needed to be cautious with the Blade of Dark Abyss, but perhaps he could adopt multiple aliases? He envisioned disguising himself as 3 different personas: the Star of Death's Scythe as his true identity, the Storm Thunder Dragon as a righteous hero, and the Blade of Dark Abyss for more nefarious tasks. With this plan in mind, Lu Yuan chuckled to himself, envisioning a future where he would become a powerful soul master and lead a prosperous life, filling him with delight. After daydreaming for a while, he regained his composure and quietly returned home to sleep soundly. Several days passed. and the time arrived for Lu Yuan to enroll at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. During these days, while his family slumbered, he diligently explored and experienced the powers and abilities of his three martial souls. He discovered quite a bit, particularly the astounding capabilities of the Star of Death's scythe. At that moment, amidst his mother Mana's incessant reminders and careful packing, his sister Lu Qingqing's tearful reluctance to see him go, and his father Lu Qing's silent, complex gaze, Lu Wu led Lu Yuan away from Lu family village and into Notting City. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was situated to the west of Notting City, and Lu Wu seemed well acquainted with the institution, leading Lu Yuan directly there. From a distance, they saw a grand archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed from sturdy stone, with 2 iron gates at the bottom, dark and forged from fine iron. Through the iron bars, a winding path could be seen leading inward, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the archway were 4 large characters, Notting Academy. Before Lu Wu and Lu Yuan could approach, they observed a dispute involving 3 individuals at the entrance. An elderly man and a young boy wore tattered clothing. And even Lu Yuan and Lu Wu, who hailed from humble beginnings, appeared better dressed in comparison. Before the elderly man and the boy stood a youth resembling a gatekeeper. Realizing he had stumbled upon a significant moment in the Douluo Continent's history, Lu Yuan understood that the elderly man and boy were none other than Old Jack, who had aided the protagonist significantly, yet ultimately received only a shabby plaque, and Tang San, the illustrious figure from another world. As the village head of Lu family village, Lu Wu recognized Old Jack and promptly approached him. Old Jack, what seems to be the trouble? At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed a glint on Tang San's wrist, resembling a hidden dart aimed at the gatekeeper's throat, poised to strike. However, upon noticing Lu Wu and Lu Yuan's approach, Tang San quickly concealed the dart within his sleeve. Goodness! Lu Yuan sighed inwardly, acknowledging Tang San's reputation. A mere dispute had escalated to a potential loss of life, something unfathomable to someone from the modern world. Old Jack looked at Lu Wu, his face marked by concern. Today, I brought a child from our village to enroll in the Soul Master Academy. But this gentleman claims we are presenting counterfeit credentials from the Spirit Hall and refuses to allow Xiao San to enroll. Old Jack's failing eyesight then caught sight of Lu Yuan beside Lu Wu, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, Lu old man, are you also? Indeed. Our village has produced a Soul Master this year, and he possesses innate full soul power. Lu Wu responded, brimming with pride. However, the gatekeeper appeared unimpressed, dismissively retorting, Humph. Another imposter? Do you really expect someone from such a small village to possess soul power? The academy hasn't had a student from your kind in years. You frauds should just leave. Lu Yuan noticed the cold light emanating from Tang San's hand again and thought to himself, you're digging your own grave. Best to keep your mouth shut. Yet, he felt Tang San was overreacting and Lu Yuan believed that the current situation could be resolved without resorting to violence. In the next moment, he faced the gatekeeper and shouted, Do you know who I am? This line, a quote from Odyssey Kayn, was understated, making it a fitting choice for his daily invocation of martial souls. At least, it wouldn't seem out of place in that moment. The gatekeeper, however, was quite impatient, retorting, Who the hell are you? But before he could finish, his words caught in his throat. Before him, Lu Yuan conjured a colossal and ferocious scythe, exuding a tumultuous and tempestuous force. Now, do you believe I am a soul master? He inquired. The immense Death Star demon scythe in his grasp radiating unparalleled might, an indication that such power could not belong to a weapon spirit devoid of soul energy. I believe, the gatekeeper stammered, trembling uncontrollably, for he was but an ordinary man in the face of the overwhelming strength possessed by the Soul Master. Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, saying, You see, it merely requires a display of my weapon spirit and the release of soul energy pressure to validate the truth. Why resort to underhanded tactics and take a life? Is that not merely courting trouble? He continued. One must ponder how much intellect such a person truly possesses if they always seek to resolve matters through violence. Chapter 8. The Virtue of Gratitude. May I enter? Lu Yuan glanced at the gatekeeper, retracted his Death Star demon scythe, and inquired. Of course, the gatekeeper promptly acquiesced, allowing both Lu Yuan and his grandfather, Lu Wu, to pass. Old Jack, witnessing this, was elated and wished to accompany Tang San alongside Lu Yuan and Lu Wu. However, the gatekeeper swiftly intercepted Old Jack and Tang San, glaring at them. What do you think you're doing? Old Jack, unable to contain his frustration, felt anger rising within him. Nevertheless, he softened his tone, saying, Sir, This child is also a soul master. Surely he can enter as well? The gatekeeper, dismissively digging at his ear with a finger, replied, that esteemed soul master has proven his worth. You must provide evidence of the same for the boy. This statement held merit. While Lu Yuan had established his identity as a soul master, he could not prove Tang San's status. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed a glimmer in Tang San's hand and sighed, contemplating asking the gatekeeper to allow Tang San entry. This was not merely to assist Tang San, but rather to spare the gatekeeper's life. However, the next moment, he caught sight of a slender man approaching. Instinctively, Lu Yuan turned to usher Lu Wu inside. It was evident that this man was the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Yuan had only intended to rescue the gatekeeper, not to entangle himself with Tang San. Now, with Yu Xiaojiang arriving as per the narrative, the gatekeeper's life was likely secured. And Lu Yuan preferred not to attract the attention of someone who aspired for brilliance while lacking the requisite talent. Had he possessed an ordinary martial soul and innate soul power, he would not fear being regarded by the pretentious master who favored only geniuses. However, his martial soul was the extraordinary Death Star Demon Scythe, a premier variant soul, although he understood that his martial soul was not truly a variant to others. It appeared as a top-tier variant soul based on the ancestral side of the Lu family village. The combination of innate full soul power, a supreme martial soul, and a variant soul would surely make Yu Xiaojiang eager to take Lu Yuan as a disciple for his research. Yet, Lu Yuan had no such desire. Preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, he simply wished to escape swiftly. Enough, stand down, Master Yu Xiaojiang interjected. The gatekeeper momentarily appeared taken aback, but his expression of disdain swiftly morphed into obsequiousness as he bowed respectfully. Master, you have returned. Great-grandfather, let's hurry, Lu Yuan urged Lu Wu. However, Lu Wu, being a good-natured individual, seemed inclined to assist old Jack. No more talking, great-grandfather. We must leave. Lu Yuan was adamant about avoiding any association with the master. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang's piercing gaze fell upon Lu Yuan. Young lad, please wait a moment. That's it, Lu Yuan thought helplessly. But he quickly donned an innocent facade before Yu Xiaojiang. Is there something you require, uncle? I must complete my enrollment procedures. Yu Xiaojiang smiled warmly. As a teacher at Notting Academy, I can assist you with that. Please, wait here for a moment. Lu Wu, upon hearing this, was undoubtedly reassured, regardless of the world. Parents tend to trust teachers implicitly. Then I shall rely on you, master. Lu Wu grasped Lu Yuan's arm, anchoring him in place. Lu Yuan, resigned to his fate, remained where he was. Yu Xiaojiang then turned his attention to Tang San and old Jack, kindly inquiring, Old sir, may I see the proof from the spirit hall? Old Jack hurriedly presented the document. After scrutinizing it, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze shifted to Tang San, appraising him thoroughly. The proof is indeed valid. I apologize on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. I shall take charge of this child. Old Jack, feeling his vanity greatly satisfied, waved his hands. No need for apologies. We are not at fault. Master, please look after this child. Xiao San, follow the master inside and be sure to obey him. Tang San nodded but remained silent. After old Jack imparted a few more words of instruction, he departed. Yu Xiaojiang cast a disdainful glance at the gatekeeper, stating, This is your first and final warning. Should there be a repeat offense, you need not remain here. Lu Yuan found Yu Xiaojiang insufferably pretentious, though he acknowledged that his bias may have influenced his perception. The gatekeeper, drenched in cold sweat, hastily complied and stepped aside. In truth, Lu Yuan felt the gatekeeper's actions were not entirely unjustified, as it was his duty to prevent suspicious individuals from entering the academy. However, his rudeness stemmed from a condescending attitude toward those from rural backgrounds. While not worthy of severe punishment, it certainly did not merit losing his job. Lowering his gaze to Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang forced a smile that appeared somewhat strained, taking Tang San's hand. Let us proceed. Tang San obediently followed him into Notting Academy, casting a curious glance at Lu Yuan. He had heard that Lu Yuan, like himself, possessed innate full soul power, and the ominous aura radiating from Lu Yuan's Death Star Demon Scythe piqued his interest further. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, still smiling, addressed Lu Yuan, young friend. Why not join us? Although it seemed he was inquiring about Lu Wu, he appeared to disregard him entirely. As an ordinary individual, Lu Wu did not dare speak up, offering only a few words of advice to Lu Yuan before departing. Lu Yuan, reluctant, pleaded, Great-grandfather, please don't go. He feigned the demeanor of a child unwilling to part from family, which drew no suspicion from Yu Xiaojiang or Tang San. Be good, Xiao Yuan. Lu Wu. though somewhat reluctant, smiled and reassured, "You shall accompany the master. Be obedient. Great-grandfather must return now." Recognizing the situation, Lu Yuan understood he had no choice but to follow Yu Xiaojing inside. He then assured Lu Wu, "Great-grandfather, once I become a soul master, I will ensure our village thrives and that grandfather can move into the city." Unlike Tang San, who lacked consideration for old Jack's welfare, Lu Yuan was determined to uplift his family. Lu Wu beamed with joy, exclaiming, "What a good child! What a good child!" With that, he departed, leaving Lu Yuan with his luggage. Finally, Yu Xiaojing turned to Lu Yuan, extending a hand with a smile. "Come, Xiao Yuan, let us walk together." Lu Yuan, feigning innocence, replied, "No, uncle, I need to carry my luggage." Instantly, Yu Xiaojing's outstretched hand froze in midair. Chapter 9. Lu Yuan, however, I must decline. At that moment, Tang San proactively addressed Yu Xiaojing, saying, "Teacher, thank you." "Teacher? I am not a teacher at the academy," Yu Xiaojing replied, glancing down at Tang San, his expression softening slightly. "Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy?" Tang San inquired. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, typically lacking in patience. Today he displayed an unusual tolerance, forcing a slight, rather unappealing smile. "Who says one must be a teacher from the academy to represent it?" Tang San suddenly realized. "I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy." Yu Xiaojing chuckled. "You are quite clever for a 6-year-old. However, you are mistaken." Tang San, puzzled, asked, "Then who are you?" Yu Xiaojing replied, "I am merely a guest here, indulging in the hospitality. You may address me as master, just as everyone else does." He gestured for Lu Yuan to do the same. Lu Yuan thought to himself, "You reside in the academy, claim to represent Notting Academy, yet insist you are not a teacher. Truly, you speak as you please, do you not? And your title of master seems to derive from reciting some well-known theories of the soul master realm, does it not?" Just then, Yu Xiaojing abruptly halted, fixing his keen gaze upon Lu Yuan, and said, "Xiao Yuan, you possess innate full soul power, do you not?" Realizing that lying now would only lead to exposure later, Lu Yuan nodded candidly. "Yes, Master Su Yuntao indicated that I possess innate full soul power." Yu Xiaojing felt a flicker of discontent upon hearing Lu Yuan refer to another as master, yet he chose to remain silent. "Could you demonstrate the soul spirit you displayed earlier?" His eyes gleamed with fervor. Clearly, he had witnessed Lu Yuan showcase the Death Star scythe to the gatekeeper, which piqued his interest in keeping Lu Yuan from leaving. With a sigh, Lu Yuan proclaimed loudly, "A million mighty soldiers, hear my command." As his commanding words echoed, Yu Xiaojing felt an irresistible urge to submit. Following this, Lu Yuan's overwhelming soul power, shrouded in shadows, coalesced into a massive entity. In an instant, a power that commanded reverence emanated from Lu Yuan's small frame. A colossal and exquisitely crafted scythe materialized, adorned in hues of blue, purple, and gold, radiating a violent yet artistic allure, exemplifying a weapon of unparalleled ferocity. Yu Xiaojing found himself utterly captivated by the Death Star scythe. This soul spirit is called the Death Star scythe," Lu Yuan stated. "Death Star scythe?" Yu Xiaojing gasped, taking a deep breath. He had never encountered such a name for a soul spirit, nor seen a top-tier scythe soul spirit. It could not be mistaken. This had to be a mutated soul spirit. His eyes sparkled with excitement that he could not conceal. However, Yu Xiaojing quickly tempered his enthusiasm and turned to Tang San. "The proof from the spirit hall indicates your name is Tang San, correct? I shall call you Xiao San." Pausing momentarily, his eyes glinted with fervent intensity. "Do you wish for me to be your teacher? Will you teach me to cultivate my soul spirit?" Tang San inquired. Yu Xiaojing halted in his tracks, facing Tang San directly. "Are you willing?" Tang San paused as well, gazing up at the master before him. He did not respond, neither affirming nor denying. Yu Xiaojing observed the bewildered look in Tang San's eyes, and a rigid smile reappeared on his face. "Good, you are indeed a clever child. Your silence conveys 2 meanings. 1, you are not eager to refuse, lest you offend the master. 2, you are inquiring through your actions why you should become my disciple." Yu Xiaojing reached out and ruffled Tang San's hair. "Gifted and astute, it seems I must remain steadfast. After all, you are the 3rd individual in a century to possess dual soul spirits." Stunned by the master's words, Tang San's gaze shifted, and his left wrist subtly rose, revealing a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Yu Xiaojing, unfazed, smiled. "Are you curious why I know you possess dual soul spirits? It is because of this proof," he said, shaking the document given to him by old Jack. "Perhaps others may overlook its flaws, but if I were to miss them..." I would not be worthy of the title master. Lu Yuan scoffed, dismissing it as nonsense. I have researched 647 individuals with blue silvergrass as their soul spirit. Among them, only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Furthermore, none of these 16 had soul power exceeding rank 1. Yet you were born with full soul power at rank 10. According to my studies on the 10 core competencies of soul spirits, the innate strength of soul power is proportional to the quality of the soul spirit. Clearly, blue silvergrass cannot meet this criterion. So I am certain you possess another soul spirit, and it is a formidable one. Tang San's expression gradually calmed as he countered. Every rule has its exceptions. Why can I not be an exception? Lu Yuan shrugged, believing Tang San was being deceived. Yu Xiaojing nodded earnestly. Indeed, every rule has its exceptions. But your soul spirit is blue silvergrass, which means you are evidently not that exception. In the past century, while only 2 dual soul spirits have emerged in the Tiando Empire and Xinglua Empire, there have been 19 individuals with innate full soul power. I have thoroughly studied each of their soul spirits, all of which are powerful. The youngest among them has already reached the great soul master level. Of the 14 who inherited strong soul spirits through family lineage, 5 are exceptions. Their backgrounds may not be noble, yet they too possess innate full soul power. This anomaly is due to the existence of mutated soul spirits. Based on my years of research on mutated soul spirits, no known soul spirit has ever manifested a mutation with blue silvergrass. Since your blue silvergrass soul spirit is ordinary, I can confidently affirm that my judgment is correct. What is a mutated soul spirit? Tang San asked. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing turned to Lu Yuan. Regarding the Death Star scythe in his hand, a confident smile gracing his face, what Xiao Yuan wields is indeed a mutated soul spirit. A top-tier mutated soul spirit. He then began to flaunt his scant knowledge of soul spirits, leaving Tang San bewildered. Tang San nodded, and suddenly he stepped back, creating distance between himself and the master. Kneeling on both knees, he respectfully bowed 3 times. Yu Xiaojing was taken aback. What are you doing? Teacher, Tang San respectfully addressed. Please accept me as your disciple. Instantly, Yu Xiaojing smiled, his satisfaction evident. He bent down and helped Tang San to his feet. Silly boy. Why must you bow when becoming a disciple? Do you not know that such gestures are reserved for kings and parents? A simple bow will suffice. Then, his gaze turned intently toward the indifferent Lu Yuan. Xiao Yuan, do you wish to follow suit and become my disciple as well? Lu Yuan blinked. I apologize, master, but I prefer to learn alongside everyone in the academy. Yu Xiaojing's smile froze, disbelief washing over him. He had just displayed an abundance of knowledge, and even Tang San, who appeared more mature, was eager to submit, yet Lu Yuan, seemingly quite juvenile, had no intention of becoming his disciple. Why? He could not help but inquire. Do you not believe in my theory? However, I have already acquired this knowledge from Master Su Yuntao. Lu Yuan decisively shifted the blame onto Tao Ge. Upon hearing the name Su Yuntao, Tang San momentarily paused, then remarked, but why did Master Su Yuntao never mention this to me? This is because my martial spirit is an anomalous one. Hence Master Su Yuntao imparted this knowledge to me. Lu Yuan displayed an expression that conveyed his firm belief in Su Yuntao, and he added, moreover, my second grandfather instructed me to diligently learn from the teachers in the academy. If I were to take Master as my mentor, would that not preclude me from studying with other instructors? It is not as simple as that. Yu Xiaojing hastily attempted to clarify, but upon noticing Tang San, he thought to himself, never mind, after all, I already have a disciple with a twin martial spirit. As for this exceptional anomalous martial spirit student, there will be time to consider that later. Very well. His countenance softened slightly. Despite his lofty self-regard, he still valued his reputation, thus he relinquished the matter. However, he insisted, you must not disclose the information regarding Xiao San's twin martial spirit. Promise me that. Yu Xiaojing reiterated. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He truly wished to avoid hearing Yu Xiaojing expose Tang San's twin martial spirit directly. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yu Xiaojing would mention it right in front of him. What shall I do now? The only option was to acquiesce to Yu Xiaojing's request and minimize contact with the master and disciple duo. Of course, Lu Yuan cast a glance at Tang San. He was unprovoked but certainly not afraid of confrontation. Should Tang San feel that he was walking a path towards demise, he would undoubtedly wield the blade of the dark prison against the pristine and noble Tang San. Chapter 10. The Jianghu is not merely about fighting and killing, perhaps due to the impossibility of Lu Yuan apprenticing under Yu Xiaojing. The trio remained notably silent on their way to complete the enrollment procedures. Once these were finalized, Lu Yuan promptly returned to the dormitory as directed by the head of the Academic Affairs Office. Only Tang San seemed to be engaged in conversation with Yu Xiaojiang, delaying his arrival at the work-study student dormitory. The head of the Academic Affairs Office treated him with considerable warmth, likely due to his normal variant martial soul and innate full soul power. Indeed, Lu Yuan's display of the Death Star Demon Scythe martial soul and innate full soul power marked him as an exceptionally gifted student in the eyes of all, which invariably led to a gentle demeanor from teachers towards such promising pupils. This reassured Lu Yuan, suggesting that his life at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy would be quite comfortable. The dormitory building was singular and easily identifiable, housing both students and teachers. As old Jack had mentioned, the number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters was exceedingly rare, particularly in a remote city like Notting. The entire academy boasted a modest population of students and teachers, rendering a single dormitory sufficient. The student dormitory comprised only 7 rooms, as the academy's pupils were relatively young. For better management, students from each grade resided in a large shared dormitory, with each grade consisting of around 40 students. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory accommodated these 7 large student rooms, each overseen by a teacher. The 7th dormitory stood out due to its inferior conditions, designated specifically for work-study students. After all, the academy was not a charity. Although work-study students enjoyed reduced tuition, their living conditions could not compare to those of regular students. Concerned that Lu Yuan might not fare well in terms of meals at the academy, his mother decided to part with 3 of the 6 silver soul coins they possessed. After consulting with Lu Qing, in the Douluo Continent, 1 gold soul coin was equivalent to 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equated to 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin was sufficient for a typical family of 3 or 4 to cover living expenses for 4 to 5 months. Thus, with this calculation, 2 silver soul coins represented a month's worth of expenses for Lu Yuan's family of 4, and now 3 silver coins were being entrusted to him. Moreover, it was absurd that work-study students could earn 10 copper soul coins a day for gardening at the academy, the equivalent of 1 silver soul coin, while Tang San, working as a blacksmith's apprentice, earned just 1 silver soul coin for an entire month. This disparity was indeed perplexing. Setting aside these thoughts, Lu Yuan successfully arrived at the 7th dormitory with his belongings. This dormitory uniquely housed students of varied ages. Regardless of grade, all work-study students resided here. Upon entering, every child in the room turned their gaze towards him, and one notably taller boy approached him directly. This boy, towering nearly 2 heads over Lu Yuan and presumably an upperclassman, looked down at him and inquired, "Are you the new work-study student?" Without hesitation, Lu Yuan recognized him as Wang Xing, the leader of the work-study students from the original narrative. Aware of the tensions between work-study students and the aristocratic offspring of natural-born soul masters at the Notting Academy, he understood the tendency for work-study students to band together. To prevent any insubordination, they had established a tradition of asserting dominance over newcomers. Lu Yuan, perceiving the childish antics for what they were, remained largely uninterested. His inherently gentle nature led him to disregard any potential conflict with Wang Xing. "Yes, I am Lu Yuan from Lu Family Village. I am aware of your intentions, but I wish to maintain harmony among the work-study students. I am open to a friendly spar, but let us not damage our camaraderie. I do not seek to claim leadership over you. However, I will not stand idly by if work-study students are oppressed by other formal students." Lu Yuan's earnest gaze caught Wang Xing off guard, his sincerity rendering Wang Xing momentarily speechless, yet it also evoked a sense of embarrassment in him. Ultimately, they were not inherently malicious, and Lu Yuan's amicable demeanor left them with little to say against him. "All right, Lu Yuan, I'm Wang Xing. Based on your words, I accept you as one of our own." Wang Xing's tone softened considerably. With that, Lu Yuan set his bag down and cupped his fists in salute, saying, "Please, teach me." "Teach you." Wang Xing, with an awkward expression, imitated Lu Yuan's gesture, declaring, "I am Wang Xing, with the martial soul of the battle tiger, destined to be a battle soul master. I am Lu Yuan, wielding the Death Star Demon Scythe, currently a level 10, yet unranked soul master." Lu Yuan responded, taking a stance to spar. "Today, we shall rely solely on our physical prowess and soul power, eschewing our martial souls. Let skill take precedence, camaraderie second, and victory last." A level 10 soul master? How formidable is this newcomer? The work-study students began to murmur amongst themselves. However, they recognized Lu Yuan's humble and amiable demeanor, swiftly accepting him as one of their own. "All right," Wang Xing exclaimed, Lu Yuan, here I come." With that, his soul power surged like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain, charging at Lu Yuan. Wang Xing's fist flew forth with the might of a roaring tiger, a display of formidable energy. Lu Yuan, enveloped in blue soul power, met Wang Xing's punch head-on. Their fists collided, and the force of their soul powers clashed violently, prompting Lu Yuan to exclaim, "What strength!" This compliment made Wang Xing feel even more exhilarated, oblivious to the fact that Lu Yuan's praise was merely polite flattery. Wang Xing's soul power paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's, and the impact of the punch hardly taxed Lu Yuan's strength. Yet, the world of Jianghu is not merely forged in conflict, but is also shaped by the subtleties of human relationships. Lu Yuan understood that easily defeating Wang Xing would lead to a loss of face for him. Although he was confident in his ability to best Wang Xing, he recognized that fostering positive relations was far more prudent than engaging in foolish displays of strength. "You too, Lu Yuan. Impressive strength," Wang Xing responded, visibly pleased. With that, they engaged in a flurry of movements, punches, palms, elbows, and legs clashing as their soul powers surged, creating a spectacle that rendered it difficult to determine a clear victor. After several minutes, Lu Yuan revealed his true prowess, condensing his blue soul power into a punch that landed directly on Wang Xing's chest. Wang Xing immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. If this punch connected, it would surely incapacitate him. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Yuan transformed his punch into an open palm, employing a technique reminiscent of a precise strike, swiftly toppling Wang Xing. Wang Xing was propelled backward, skidding along the ground for 2 meters before coming to a halt. "Boss! Boss!" His loyal followers rushed to support him. Wang Xing, lifting one hand and placing the other on his chest, reassured, "I'm fine." Rising to his feet, he gazed at Lu Yuan with immense gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu Yuan, for your mercy." "Mercy is not necessary. Your skills are commendable, Wang Xing. I merely had a slight advantage," Lu Yuan replied with a smile, gesturing modestly. "No, victory is victory." Wang Xing truly accepted his defeat with grace, for Lu Yuan had triumphed over him in a fair contest. Moreover, Lu Yuan had bestowed upon him ample dignity, leaving no room for resentment. From that moment forth, Brother Lu Yuan became a cherished member of our work-study group, and everyone extended a warm welcome. At Wang Xing's cue, the work-study students erupted into enthusiastic applause. Under the heartfelt clapping of his peers, Lu Yuan revealed a smile. "You see, this is the essence of the world. It is not merely about conflict, but rather about the intricacies of human relationships." Chapter 11. The peculiar case of the ancient monster, who has lived for 100,000 years, still acting childishly from now on. Let us all assist one another. "Thank you all," Lu Yuan remarked with a smile, embodying the essence of social finesse. Although he had not yet reached the level of being termed a seasoned veteran, deftly navigating through complexities like a skillful mariner, he found his approach sufficient to deal with the mere children before him, who were not yet 10 years old. He casually selected a bunk for his belongings, deliberately avoiding the central bed. To him, all the beds were essentially the same, devoid of any real competition. Certain matters warrant contention, but not everything should be a cause for strife. In the end, one might find oneself merely a pawn in someone else's game. Lu Yuan possessed a profound clarity of thought. What was the merit in being the leader of the work-study students? It was merely an empty title. Was there any financial reward? If leading the work-study students came with a stipend from the academy, he would have certainly contended for it. Alas, that was not the case. In fact, being the leader was akin to handling a hot potato, tasked with managing a group of individuals, and when they faced hardships, it fell upon him to support them, yielding no tangible benefits in return. Lu Yuan's previous actions had demonstrated his capabilities while affording others due respect, ensuring that no one dared to provoke him, nor would they perceive him as an outsider. He integrated seamlessly into the group, garnering their goodwill. Before long, Tang San, who had been summoned by Yu Shaojiang for a conversation, finally arrived. Wang Xing, true to the original plot, advanced to assert his dominance, but Tang San showed no mercy, swiftly and decisively defeating Wang Xing. However, he refrained from inflicting serious harm, choosing instead to subdue him with finesse, which led Lu Yuan to believe that Tang San retained some integrity. Yet, it was evident that he only showed restraint against children if faced with an adult or youth. Should Tang San deem them deserving of demise, he would not hesitate. The criteria for such judgments appeared to be quite flexible, as Lu Yuan had gleaned from Tang San's earlier attempt on the life of the gatekeeper. During the ensuing exchange between Wang Xing and Tang San, the latter's undeniable strength compelled the others to acknowledge his supremacy as the leader. Lu Yuan observed this unfold from the sidelines, harboring no inclination to intervene. The ease with which Tang San had dispatched Wang Sheng led the work-study students to believe that his prowess far surpassed that of Lu Yuan, who had previously engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Xing, thus preventing them from prompting Lu Yuan to challenge Tang San. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" All eyes turned towards the entrance, captivated by the sight before them. A charming young girl stood at the door, appearing to be of similar age and height to Tang San and Lu Yuan. Her delicate face, flushed with a rosy hue, resembled a ripe peach, eliciting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her simple attire, she exuded an air of cleanliness. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan could not help but shrug. It was evident that this was the renowned Douluo baby. Yes, the one who had lived for 100,000 years, yet still possessed the mentality of a child, fixated on frivolous matters of affection and dependency. She was the transformed spirit beast, the soft-boned rabbit Xiaowu. Xiaowu blinked her large eyes, noticing that no one acknowledged her presence, then glanced up at the sign indicating the 7th dormitory. A sweet smile graced her face as she greeted, "Hello, my name is Xiaowu, which means dance." At this, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. He could not fathom how an entity so ancient could still act so juvenile. It was simply too contrived, while he had no qualms about a 100,000-year-old goddess. If she was to be so affected, it was utterly distasteful. The overly make-up-scented smile was repugnant. He preferred a beauty that was authentic and unpretentious. Had Xiaowu exuded an aura of maturity, sanctity, and gentleness, he would have found her appealing. Yet, she insisted on displaying her age while attempting to act cute. At that moment, Tang San, now the leader of the work-study students, encountered a dilemma. Wang Xing jabbed him in the back, signaling him not to disrupt the dormitory's rules. With no other option, Tang San rose and approached Xiaowu. "Hello, my name is Tang San." He hesitated with the title leader, but then had a flash of inspiration. "I am the dormitory head. You may simply call me by my name. May I inquire about your martial spirit?" Xiaowu blinked her big eyes and replied with a smile. "My martial spirit is a rabbit, a very cute little white rabbit." "What about you?" Lu Yuan quickly stood up, and amidst the puzzled gazes of those around him, he exclaimed, "I need to use the restroom. It's urgent." Yet, as he exited, he covered his mouth, which struck others as rather peculiar. "Why are you covering your mouth to go to the restroom?" When Lu Yuan returned from the restroom, the leadership contest of the 7th dormitory had concluded. A teacher arrived shortly thereafter to clarify the situation, informing the new work-study students of their daily tasks, including garden cleaning for remuneration, before departing. At this juncture, Tang San seemed to finally notice Lu Yuan's presence. Slowly approaching him, "Is something the matter, Tang San?" Lu Yuan smiled at him. Tang San looked at him earnestly. "Why don't you consider taking our teacher as your mentor?" Lu Yuan was taken aback, scrutinizing him with a furrowed brow. "Isn't this a personal choice?" Tang San, however, replied sincerely, "No. I believe that if you and I both learn from the teacher, it would greatly benefit your future cultivation." Before he could finish, Xiaowu bounced over, her innocent demeanor radiating curiosity. "Hey, Xiao-san, do you know this person?" "Yes," Tang San nodded. Lu Yuan suppressed his nausea, smiling at Xiaowu. "Hello. My name is Lu Yuan. Then I will call you Xiao Yuan." Xiaowu declared cheerfully. "That works for me," Lu Yuan replied, somewhat resigned. Tang San then earnestly addressed Lu Yuan. "The teacher possesses profound theoretical knowledge. It is not merely what it appears to be, given your innate full soul power. With the teacher's theoretical guidance, you will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master. Moreover, I can see that the teacher greatly desires you to become his disciple." "Yet many matters in this world cannot simply be attained by desire," Lu Yuan replied coolly. "The relationship between teacher and disciple is always a mutual choice. A mentor selects a disciple and vice versa. Just because a teacher wishes for it does not mean one must comply. I share your sentiment, and I do not necessarily believe in his theories." For instance, Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and whispered into Tang San's ear, isolating their conversation with soul power. "Do you genuinely think that the blue-silver grass martial spirit is as worthless as he claims?" "Of course not. The teacher said that only soul masters are deemed inferior, not their martial spirits," Tang San began to assert. However, Lu Yuan interrupted him. "No, that's not what I meant. What I am saying is, even without any soul rings to enhance its attributes, your martial spirit is undeniably a top-tier one." Chapter 12. The report of the Spirit Hall. Lu Yuan was initially merely irritated by Tang San's incessant questioning, and then recalled Yu Xiaojiang's theory that could discern Tang San's dual martial souls, which he considered nothing more than a fortunate guess. He found the notion amusing, as it was a theory that, despite its flawed process, coincidentally arrived at the correct conclusion. It was with this mindset that he uttered such words. However, the moment the words escaped his lips, Lu Yuan regretted it. Was he not simply asking for trouble? Certainly, after he spoke, the light in Tang San's eyes intensified, revealing a burgeoning curiosity. Oh, do you possess a unique insight, Lu Yuan? Tang San inquired, gazing at him intently. At that moment, Lu Yuan wished he could slap himself for his indiscretion. Why did he have to speak up? It was clear that if he did not provide Tang San with a reasonable explanation, the latter would persistently pursue him. With a sigh, Lu Yuan quickly devised an excellent explanation. He smiled and stated, "It is intuition." Intuition? Tang San's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed, it is intuition. Lu Yuan managed to suppress his anxiety and continued, "The intuition belonging to top-tier martial souls. My Death Star Scythe can sense that your blue-silver grass martial soul is far from ordinary. It harbors a life energy that surpasses the mundane blue-silver grass. Moreover, consider this. How many martial souls possess innate full spirit power? Take my Death Star Scythe, for example. Do you think my martial soul is simple?" Lu Yuan asserted, prompting a thoughtful expression from Tang San. "I am unaware of the strength of your other martial soul, but I believe that your blue-silver grass martial soul, which stands on equal footing with it, cannot be weak," Lu Yuan murmured. "The essence of martial soul inheritance lies in the transmission of only powerful martial souls, avoiding the weak. The hallmark of dual martial souls is that both are of nearly equivalent strength. If one side is excessively powerful while the other is too feeble, dual martial souls would not manifest." As Lu Yuan elaborated, Tang San and Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, clearly convinced by his words. "I cannot believe your blue-silver grass martial soul, despite its innate full spirit power, is a weak martial soul," Lu Yuan declared. Upon finishing, he quietly observed Tang San. Suddenly, Tang San grasped his hand, his gaze fervent. Lu Yuan was taken aback. "Tang San, what are you doing?" "Lu Yuan, I find your theory quite compelling," Tang San exclaimed passionately. "I believe you should join me in paying homage to a master. Only in this way can your exploration of martial soul theory proceed more smoothly. With a mentor's guidance, you shall become a theoretical master in the realm of soul masters." Hearing this, Lu Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily, thinking, surely, this is a curse. To be destined to become a theoretical master like Yu Xiaojing, who possesses lofty ideals but lacks practical prowess. Lu Yuan aspired to become a formidable deity, to enjoy an extended lifespan, and to traverse other realms as the Shura god did, or to establish his own empire on the Douluo Continent, free and boundless. The notion of becoming a theoretical master was utterly devoid of appeal to him. Cough, cough. I apologize, this is merely my personal understanding. Devoid of any intention to delve into theory. My sole desire is to become a powerful soul master. Lu Yuan quickly clarified. Tang San, however, shook his head resolutely, looking at Lu Yuan with unwavering conviction. "I believe that during your years at Notting Academy, you will eventually come to sincerely revere your mentor's knowledge." Apologies, but that will not happen, Lu Yuan silently rejected within himself. After spending his first night in Notting City, Lu Yuan adapted quite well to sleep, while Xiao Wu and Tang San, as per the original narrative, slept together. Lu Yuan could attest that this was not Tang San's fault, but rather that of the rabbit filled with frivolous thoughts. The conversation unfolded as follows. As everyone prepared for slumber, Tang San approached with his blanket in hand. Xiao Wu stood before him, observing his sizable bedding. "Your blanket seems ample enough for two. Why don't we combine our beds, and we can both share it?" "Ah? Share?" Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, his maturity not akin to that of a 6-year-old child, hesitating to respond. "Is there something wrong with that? I don't mind." "Why are you so apprehensive? Are you afraid I might take advantage of you?" Such words, Lu Yuan thought, were typically unspoken by most girls. Yet Xiao Wu boldly expressed them. If one were to find it strange, it was because Xiao Wu was a rabbit who had lived for 100,000 years. Yet, if one considered it normal, the original text portrayed her as a pure maiden, celebrated for her chastity. Lu Yuan hastily covered his head with the blanket, shutting his eyes. This was not a matter to dwell upon. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall of Notting City, the hall master, Malin, regarded the arrival of a figure with mild surprise. "Yuntao? What brings you here?" he inquired, perplexed. "I have come to report an important matter," Yuntao replied, maintaining the same demeanor Lu Yuan had previously observed, yet exhibiting remarkable humility before Malin. "Master Malin, there is significant intelligence regarding the martial soul awakening situation in the area under Notting City's jurisdiction. Yin Tao presented a report. Oh, after all these years, have promising talents finally emerged? Malin's expression softened. The Spirit Hall had long been committed to assisting commoners in awakening their martial souls, aiming for this very outcome. Even if it took years or decades to uncover just a few promising talents in regions overlooked by powerful clans and sects, the Spirit Hall deemed such perseverance meaningful. Indeed, 2 exceptionally talented soul master prospects have emerged, Yuan Tao responded, brimming with excitement. Malin opened the report and read the name at the top, Tang San. A villager from Holy Soul Village. Innate full spirit power. He was rendered speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment. But soon he noted Tang San's martial soul was blue silvergrass. Regrettably, he shook his head. Ah. The blue silvergrass martial soul, it is a pity it is a useless martial soul. If that were the case, Yuan Tao, there would be no need for such excitement. Would there? He regarded Yuan Tao with suspicion. Yet Yuan Tao, his eyes alight with fervor, replied, No, master. The focus this time is not on Tang San and his blue silvergrass martial soul, but rather on the next one. The next one? Malin queried. Turning to the next page of the report, he was instantly taken aback, discovering another with innate full spirit power. Indeed, not only that, but his martial soul is a top-tier variant. Yuan Tao exclaimed, accompanying the report with his own artistic depiction of the martial soul. His artistic talent appeared commendable. As a magnificent scythe of blue, purple, and gold leapt from the page. The generational martial soul is a scythe, which has mutated into a top-tier scythe martial soul in this child, and he possesses innate full spirit power. Malin's hands trembled with excitement. This could be a promising talent. I shall promptly submit this child's report to the main hall of the Spirit City. Yuan Tao paused momentarily before asking, What about this Tang San? Merely a useless martial soul, there is no need to disturb the higher-ups. Malin waved his hand dismissively, casting Tang San's report aside. Understood, master, Yuan Tao conceded. Left with no further words, and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, this report from the Nottingham City Spirit Hall branch was expedited to Spirit City under the utmost urgency of a soul master from the Spirit Hall. Chapter 13. The reaction of the Elder Ghost upon officially enrolling in the Soul Master Academy. Yuan maintained a rather low profile during classes. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Tang San, who had become the leaders of the work-study students, found themselves embroiled in conflicts with the Academy's aristocratic students, leading to a series of sparring matches. Yuan watched from the sidelines, bemused by the situation. It was rather ironic that as the leader, one was more inclined to engage in brawls while the other work-study students merely observed in silence. Such a leader resembled a mere enforcer, which was rather amusing. Nevertheless, Tang San and Xiao Wu showed restraint in their actions, not inflicting severe injuries upon their opponents, perhaps a testament to their remaining conscience. Yuan, however, was unconcerned with these altercations. His singular focus was on one objective, acquiring a soul ring. He did not intend to involve himself with Yu Xiaojiang or Tang San, for directly apprenticing under Yu Xiaojiang would grant him immediate access to the hunting orders for soul beasts. Instead, Yuan planned to tread a path of utmost legitimacy. Firstly, he needed the recognition of the Spirit Hall to confirm that he had indeed reached the pinnacle of a certain stage of strength, necessitating soul rings for advancement. Secondly, he required the endorsement of at least 3 aristocrats. Most of the Academy's teachers were aristocrats, and he was currently fostering amicable relations with 2 of the more approachable ones. Alongside another noble, Yu Tao, known as Brother Tao, the soul master from the Spirit Hall who had aided him in awakening his martial soul was exceptionally amiable, and Yuan believed that his unique martial soul, the Death Star magic scythe, coupled with his innate full soul power, would leave a lasting impression on Brother Tao. In recent days, Yuan had performed admirably in his classes, displaying a mature mindset and an impressive martial soul, earning him a reputation as an exemplary student among the teachers. He remained patient, aware that even if his soul power reached its maximum level, he could still continue to cultivate and increase his soul power, albeit imperceptibly until he acquired a soul ring. Once he did, the latent soul power would manifest, propelling him several levels higher. In a few days, he would take action, seeking certification from the Spirit Hall and acquiring the necessary endorsements from 3 nobles. Meanwhile, nestled between the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire stood the majestic city of Wuhan City. This city, named after the martial souls upon which soul masters depended for their existence, also bore the title of the Spirit Hall. Within Wuhan City, reports from various branches of the Spirit Hall across the Douluo Continent were meticulously organized and displayed. The Spirit Hall had established branches in cities throughout the continent, serving not only for the registration of soul masters and the awakening of martial souls, but also to provide necessary subsidies to civilian soul masters. More importantly, these branches were tasked with delivering significant intelligence from their respective cities to the main hall in Wuhan City. When necessary, they would also collaborate with the Spirit Hall's operations. However, not every branch was required to submit daily reports. Branches in major capitals, such as those in the two empires, submitted reports almost daily, while smaller, more remote cities might go an entire year without submitting a single report. This system was designed to prevent the accumulation of too many issues that could impede the Spirit Hall's timely handling of important matters. Generally, the Elder Hall managed these affairs, which constituted the core of the Spirit Hall's authority, responsible for determining major decisions. During votes, even the Pope possessed only 3 votes. In critical situations, if the elders reached a consensus, they could even depose the Pope. However, such an event was exceedingly unlikely, for even in the current Spirit Hall, the reigning Pope enjoyed the unwavering loyalty of 2 elders. The Elder Hall also oversaw the day-to-day operations of the Spirit Hall, and matters that the elders could not resolve would be escalated to the Pope by the 2 elders of punishment. Within the Elder Hall, a hand concealed in shadow rested upon a substantial report. The Elder of Punishment, Ghost, was the first to examine the initial report, breaking the wax seal to unveil its contents. His figure perpetually shrouded in darkness. Even the soul masters who served the elders daily had never laid eyes upon Ghost's true form. It was said that only the Pope and a select few revered elders were privy to Ghost's appearance. As Ghost scrutinized the contents of the envelope, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Oh, innate full soul power? Innate full soul power could be considered a hallmark of top-tier martial souls. Yet possessing it did not guarantee that one would ultimately become a formidable force. As Yu Xiaojiang had articulated, in the last century of Douluo Continent's history, there have been 19 recorded soul masters with innate full soul power from the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. These soul masters boasted exceptional talents, yet they required time to mature. Nevertheless, every soul master endowed with innate full soul power was a coveted asset among various soul master factions. The Spirit Hall was no exception, and they valued talented soul masters even more than other factions. Unlike the exclusive practices of elite factions such as Haotian Sect and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, which restricted their inner disciples to those possessing direct lineage martial souls, the Spirit Hall's holy sons and daughters were not bound by such constraints. For instance, the previous holy daughter was the current Pope, Bibi Dong, whose martial souls were the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, while the present holy daughter was Hulina, whose martial soul was the Fox Spirit. Thus, as long as one exhibited remarkable talent, they could become a soul master whom the Spirit Hall would cultivate with utmost dedication. In this regard, the Spirit Hall stood in stark contrast to the so-called sect families, far surpassing them in terms of opportunity. Ghost meticulously examined the report in his hand. Lu Yuan, a villager from the Lu family in Notting City, Fastnuo province of the Tiando Empire, hailed from a lineage of martial souls centered around scythes. His martial soul had mutated into a top-tier weapon martial soul known as the Death Star Magic Scythe, and he possessed innate full soul power. The family had maintained an unblemished reputation for generations, and thus far, there was no affiliation with any soul master faction. Indeed, a scythe-type mutated martial soul, coupled with innate full soul power, warrants our Spirit Hall's attention. If such a soul master were to join our ranks, even if he does not become a title Douluo, he could certainly enhance our ranks with a soul saint or even a soul Douluo. Ghost nodded in the shadows, contemplating. However, even innate full soul power was insufficient for the Spirit Hall to forcibly recruit Lu Yuan. Such practices were not in line with the Spirit Hall's ethos. They would never resort to such tactics. Ghost then inscribed a note on the report, permitting the attraction of Lu Yuan to join the Spirit Hall under the provisions for talented soul masters. If necessary, the Spirit Hall would also accept his family into Wuhan City. Should this soul master not join immediately, they could monitor Lu Yuan's progress in soul power and report back to him for a final decision. He then returned the envelope, dispatching it back to the branch in Notting City. Chapter 14, The Beginning of the Hunt, Part 1. Regardless of the attitude of the Spirit Hall, Lu Yuan had been enjoying a remarkably tranquil time at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy these past few days. Upon awakening, he disregarded the playful antics of Tang San and Xiao Wu, promptly organized his belongings, and made his way to the dining hall. The work-study students exhibited a commendable sense of unity, collectively heading towards the cafeteria. However, Lu Yuan considered himself a mature adult, not one to cling to such groups. At that moment, the playground had come alive with activity, as numerous students clad in academy uniforms made their way towards the teaching building, evidently heading for their meals. The cafeteria of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was spacious, capable of accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their instructors. A long queue had already formed at the serving window. The cafeteria featured 2 levels, with the first floor alone boasting 300 seats. Lu Yuan walked straight in, ordered a breakfast, and settled into a corner to eat. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with their entourage of 11, finally emerged from their dormitory and, led by Wang Xing, proceeded towards the dining hall. Following a few days of provocations from the academy's aristocratic students, who were met with decisive responses from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the noble students had since refrained from challenging them. Thus, Lu Yuan and his fellow work-study students enjoyed a rare period of peace, while Tang San and Xiao Wu garnered considerable attention within the academy. Upon entering the cafeteria, Tang San followed his usual routine, approaching Yu Xiaojiang for a brief chat before returning to dine with Xiao Wu and Wang Xing. Setting aside his awareness of Tang San's contradictory nature and his formidable aura, Lu Yuan found Tang San's behavior, on the surface, rather commendable. Yet, he shook his head, recognizing Tang San as a hypocrite, someone who could share in adversity but not in prosperity. Even if one could share in wealth, it required a certain level of capital. After all, if someone like Third Brother could partake in it, then so could the future emperor and empress of a certain empire, or those with top-tier martial souls. Unlike ordinary individuals like Old Jack, who, despite treating you like his own son, could not guarantee a path to the divine realm. Clearing his mind of such thoughts, Lu Yuan focused on his plans for the day. He intended to acquire the hunting permit for soul beasts and venture into the soul hunting forest to commence his hunt, aiming to obtain the first soul ring for his Death Star demon scythe, all of which would follow his breakfast. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was dining with the principal of Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. The principal, a Soul King level soul master, was a formidable presence within the small town of Notting. Known as Yin Shou, he wore a smile as he conversed with Yu Xiaojiang, inquiring about the disciple who had recently acquired a soul ring. Upon recalling Tang San's first soul ring, blue-silver binding, and the remarkable state of his martial soul post-acquisition, Yu Xiaojiang could not suppress a smile, believing his theories had been validated. Blue-silver grass martial soul ultimately remains blue-silver grass. Its potential is limited. Yin Shou remarked, shaking his head. I would have expected you to prefer Xiao Wu and Lu Yuan as your students, especially Lu Yuan. His demonstrated talent and the strength of his martial soul rival those of top-tier weapon martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, acknowledging the prowess of Lu Yuan's Death Star demon scythe, which was not only incredibly sharp but appeared to harbor shadowy powers reminiscent of a predecessor. A predecessor? The power of shadows. That must surely refer to the ghost Douluo from the Spirit Hall, Yin Shou deduced, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the ability to manipulate shadows and darkness bears a striking resemblance to that of the ghost Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang mused, pausing momentarily before adding, moreover, I sense another force within Lu Yuan's scythe, one of fury, chaos, and bloodshed. Whether it is a power he cannot yet harness or one he deliberately conceals remains to be seen. That is precisely why I wish for him to become my student, to guide him in developing his martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang said with fervor. Regrettably, he seems disinclined to accept me as his mentor. Each person has their own aspirations. Yin Shou laughed heartily, recognizing the futility of forcefully imposing one's will. You are unaware. But only I, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed excitedly, pointing to himself, can fully unleash the potential of his mutated martial soul, transforming him into a formidable soul master. Yin Shou felt an inkling of amusement, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he contemplated Yu Xiaojiang, a 50-something soul master who remained at the 29th rank, presuming to understand how to cultivate others into powerful soul masters. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, mindful of the formidable background of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect behind Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, a small figure ascended from the first floor, approaching a female teacher named Julie under Yin Shou's watchful gaze. Lu Yuan respectfully greeted Teacher Julie. Good morning, Teacher Julie. Julie, who taught cultural subjects at Notting Academy, was responsible for imparting knowledge about the written language and history of the Douluo Continent. Despite her high soul power, ranking as a 28th level soul master, she taught purely due to her martial soul being a teaching ruler. Nevertheless, her demeanor was the gentlest among the faculty, especially towards Lu Yuan. a student who actively engaged in her classes. Little Yuan, what brings you here? Julie asked with a warm smile, handing him a boiled egg. You're at a growing stage. Here is an egg for you. Thank you, teacher. But I'm quite full. Lu Yuan replied, feigning innocence. I actually came to ask for your assistance with something. Julie paused, her expression softening as she inquired, what do you need help with, little Yuan? I would like you to act as my guarantor for hunting soul beasts. Lu Yuan stated directly. Chapter 15. The Beginning of the Hunt. Part 2. Are you planning to hunt soul beasts? Julie was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a peculiar look in her eyes, she asked, haven't you just enrolled? Amused, she gently caressed Lu Yuan's fair face, saying, you wouldn't be thinking of hunting soul beasts just because the teacher mentioned that to become a soul master one must hunt soul beasts, would you? You must wait until you reach level 10 soul power before you can hunt soul beasts. She ruffled Lu Yuan's hair affectionately. Clearly, she was unaware that Lu Yuan was a prodigy with innate full soul power. Or perhaps she held the preconceived notion that a newly enrolled student could not possibly have the potential to advance to soul master. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless and earnestly explained, Teacher, I possess innate full soul power. I am already capable of hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. What? You possess innate full soul power? Julie was momentarily stunned. At that moment, a teacher approached them. He had an unremarkable appearance with hair. And he was the designated teacher for the work-study students, named Mohan. Julie, are you not aware? This child is one of the 3 students in our academy with innate full soul power, Mohan remarked with a smile, glancing at Lu Yuan. Really? I was not aware, Julie exclaimed in surprise. But why would a soul master with innate full soul power come to our academy? That is because they all come from humble backgrounds, especially this child, whose family has been farming in Notting City for generations, Mohan said, patting Lu Yuan's head, displaying a warm attitude towards him. Teacher Mohan, aside from Teacher Julie, I would like you to also serve as my guarantor for hunting soul beasts. Lu Yuan said directly to Mohan. Initially, he intended to persuade Julie first before approaching Mohan. However, with both teachers present, he felt it was more efficient to address them together. According to the Academy's regulations, once a student reaches the advancement stage, teachers can indeed act as guarantors for students to obtain hunting permits for soul beasts. Mohan nodded with a smile. What do you think, Teacher Julie? He asked her. Julie nodded. As a teacher, I certainly cannot shirk my responsibilities. Mohan agreed, and then turned to Lu Yuan, saying, however, we need 3 guarantors. So aside from me and Julie, you will need 1 more. Do you require my assistance? As a teacher of the academy, it would not be difficult for him to ask other faculty members to lend their names as guarantors. Yet, Lu Yuan shook his head and replied, no, teacher. I know another person who can help me as a guarantor. In Notting City, noon. Stop. Young lad, this is the Spirit Hall. You cannot wander in. As Lu Yuan arrived at the Spirit Hall, he was stopped by the guards at the entrance. The Spirit Hall in Notting City was a colossal domed structure. Its faade measuring over 100 meters in width and towering 20 meters high, divided into 3 floors. The entire building was brown, and the emblem on the main door featured only a long sword. From Julie's history class, Lu Yuan learned that the single emblem represented that Notting City's Spirit Hall was of the lowest rank. The 2 guards at the entrance appeared to be around 20 years old, and their soul power fluctuations were not prominent, suggesting they had not even reached the level of soul masters. It was evident that Notting City was indeed remote. The rank of the Spirit Hall reflected the significance of this city within the Tiando Empire. Lu Yuan shook his head. Regardless of whether Notting City's Spirit Hall was lowly ranked, it always bore the hopes of the civilian soul masters. He believed that without this Spirit Hall, the civilians and soul masters here would have no hope of advancement. Esteemed uncles, greetings. I'm a first-year student from the Notting Primary Soul Master Academy. My teacher sent me here to assess my soul power level and obtain a hunting permit for soul beasts. Lu Yuan was well prepared, pointing to the school uniform he had donned specifically for this occasion, smiling at the guards. He was quite polite, refraining from looking down on others simply because he was a student of Notting Academy. Upon seeing the emblem of Notting Academy on Lu Yuan's uniform, both guards instinctively revealed expressions of envy. The guard who had spoken earlier responded with newfound respect. I see. Please proceed inside. Go to the reception hall on the 1st floor and find Master Matthew. He will assist you. Thank you. Lu Yuan nodded and entered the Spirit Hall. What grandeur loomed in the 20-meter-high dome. Upon stepping into the hall, Lu Yuan was instantly enveloped by its majestic aura. The ceiling of the hall was adorned with murals, each small square depicting various soul spirit designs. The base color was a resplendent gold, exuding a brilliant yet ancient charm. Surrounding the spirit hall were enormous crystal windows, through which sunlight refracted, casting dazzling golden glimmers upon the murals, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Where's the reception hall? Having been moved by the atmosphere of the grand hall, Lu Yuan began to search for his intended destination. There were not many people within the spirit hall, only a few attendants were tidying up. Just as Lu Yuan was uncertain about how to find the reception hall and was contemplating asking someone, he spotted a familiar face. It was Tao Gu, the very person who had helped him awaken his soul spirit. Lu Yuan hurried over, and at that moment, Tao Gu was accompanied by a tall and shapely female soul master who possessed a fair appearance. They were engaged in cheerful conversation, completely oblivious to Lu Yuan's approach. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Tao Gu. Tao Gu clearly heard his call, but, thinking that no one would address him in that manner, assumed Lu Yuan was not calling him. Lu Yuan couldn't help but find the situation amusing as he became an unintentional third wheel. Standing between Tao Gu and the female soul master. Tao Gu, long time no see. Only then did Tao Gu notice Lu Yuan's arrival. The female soul master exclaimed, "Oh, when did you get such a handsome little brother, Yin Tao?" Tao Gu recognized Lu Yuan immediately. After all, Lu Yuan's refined and handsome features had left a lasting impression, especially since he had recently reported Lu Yuan's innate full soul power and supreme mutated soul spirit to the authorities. "Xiao Yuan, what brings you here?" Tao Gu asked, his eyebrows twitching in surprise. He then turned to the female soul master and said, "CC, this is not my younger brother. He is the child I mentioned before, the one who awakened the supreme, mutated soul spirit, the Death Star Scythe." CC's eyes widened in realization. "So it's this child? Last time you mentioned reporting to Bishop Marlin." Before she could finish her sentence, Tao Gu quickly covered her mouth. He signaled her with his eyes, urging her to be discreet. Once CC understood, he released his hand. CC then shifted the topic, asking, "So, little brother, what brings you here?" "I came to the spirit hall to test my soul power and to have Tao Gu serve as the final guarantor for my hunting permit." Lu Yuan, fully aware of their intentions, feigned ignorance while speaking to Tao Gu. "That makes sense. As a soul master with innate full soul power, you must obtain your first soul ring to advance." Tao Gu nodded. "You need not worry about the testing. I can vouch for you. Just provide me with the guarantor certificates from your two teachers, and I will procure the hunting permit for you." "Tao Gu, thank you so much." Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude, then promptly produced the guarantor certificates from Julie and Mo Hen. Siyu Tao, resolute in his actions, swiftly made his way to the spirit hall, clutching the certificate issued by Lu Yuan. Shortly thereafter, he acquired a dark token, its material unknown, adorned solely with the image of a chrysanthemum. There was no mistaking it. This was the hand token representing the spirit hall's titled elder, Chrysanthemum Doa Yueguan spirit. This token, classified as a fifth-tier emblem of our spirit hall, grants you or your team the privilege to enter any soul hunting forest within the Tiando Empire to hunt soul beasts, albeit only once. Once you have successfully obtained a spirit ring and exited the hunting grounds, this token shall be reclaimed by the spirit hall's guardian stationed at the forest. Siyu Tao presented the token to Lu Yuan. "Thank you so much, Brother Tao," Lu Yuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Chapter 16, The Beginning of the Hunt, Part 3. After receiving the order, Lu Yuan, under the suggestion of Siyu Tao, proceeded to purchase an ample supply of provisions. However, unlike Tang San, who possessed a soul guide for storage, Lu Yuan could only carry a small package, which left him somewhat contemplative. Indeed, it seemed that starting as a wealthy heir was far superior to beginning as a humble farmer with merely a bowl. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived at the soul hunting forest outside Nodding City. The area surrounding the forest was bustling with activity. Lu Yuan felt as if he had returned to the vibrant marketplace of his past life in the countryside. Expansive buildings and shops lined the outskirts, their owners calling out to attract customers. Simple, man-made paths crisscrossed through the chaos, and the lively atmosphere piqued Lu Yuan's curiosity. Group hunting for strength-type soul beasts. 2 more needed. Hunting agile soul beasts, 7 members required. 10 gold soul coins. The sounds of vendors echoed, with many shops selling weapons, armor, and various food supplies. The most boisterous were those calling for companions, shouting loudly, occasionally flexing their muscles or displaying their martial souls and soul rings. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yuan noted that the majority of these soul masters seeking companions possessed only one soul ring and appeared to be quite aged, at least 18 or 19 years old, with some even in their 20s or 30s. It was understandable. Those with talent who could break through the 10th level soul power limit before the age of 15 typically joined soul master academies, seeking assistance from instructors for hunting soul beasts. The individuals he saw seemed to have taken a more arduous path, struggling to become soul masters through self-training before turning to mercenary work and hunting soul beasts. Even so, these mercenaries could earn a significant sum. A single hunt could yield 10 gold soul coins to be shared, a prospect that was indeed enviable. However, Yuan had no intention of seeking their assistance. He possessed merely 3 silver soul coins, hardly sufficient to hire such mercenaries. Theoretically, he could ask the instructors at Notting Academy or Su Yutao from the Martial Soul Hall for help, yet he chose not to, ignoring the shouts around him. He made his way toward the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Towering trees indicated their age, and a massive iron fence encircled the forest, its spikes protruding ominously. The fence stood over 10 meters tall and appeared exceedingly sturdy. Beyond the fence, a battalion of soldiers was stationed, all clad in iron armor and wielding long spears. Their disciplined formation presented an intimidating sight. Amid the astonished gazes of onlookers, Yuan presented his order to the guarding soldiers. The captain, upon seeing the token, nodded in acknowledgement, but could not help but remark on Yuan's youthful appearance. "You've come to hunt soul beasts?" "Yes, I've reached the soul master level," Yuan replied, affirming his intent. "That is quite dangerous," the captain cautioned, frowning. "You are just a child. Entering the soul-hunting forest poses great risks. I suggest you either seek assistance from an elder or teacher, or perhaps find those mercenaries nearby." He gestured toward the shouting mercenaries. "No need. Thank you for your concern, Uncle, but I believe in myself," Yuan replied, shaking his head at the chaotic group of soul master mercenaries outside. With a resigned sigh, the captain, constrained by duty, could only give Yuan a reluctant glance before signaling for the soldiers to let him pass. Yuan nodded in gratitude and swiftly dashed into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Another overly ambitious child, the captain sighed as he watched Yuan disappear, then resumed his vigilant post. As Yuan entered the forest, he swiftly activated his martial soul. Heaven's mandate, supreme authority. 3 radiant hues of blue, purple, and gold coalesced in his hand, and a colossal scythe materialized, a formidable presence that sent the smaller soul beasts scattering in fear. Yuan had no intention of attacking these minor soul beasts. He lacked substantial knowledge about them, but he had devised a plan. He aimed to venture deep into the heart of the soul-hunting forest. This forest, a designated habitat for soul beasts by the Tian-Do Empire, primarily housed beasts that were 10 or 100 years old, with very few thousand-year soul beasts present. Thus, Yuan resolved to delve into the forest's deepest reaches, for only there could he potentially encounter soul beasts nearing 1,000 years of age. Indeed, his plan was to absorb a soul beast of such age as his first soul ring. I shall forever gaze upon. In the next moment, Yuan swung the Death Star scythe once more, a deep blue shadowy energy enveloping his form. As he approached a nearby tree, his body melded into the wood, leaving only a faint azure silhouette visible. The Shadow Step, a skill belonging to the shadowy assassin Kai Sa, allowed Yuan to traverse through inanimate objects like walls and trees. Upon its initial activation, it also enhanced his healing abilities, albeit at the cost of soul power. The duration of his Shadow Step depended entirely on the consumption of his soul power. Yuan estimated he could maintain it for about 15 minutes before exhausting himself. He had previously experimented with his 3 martial souls over several nights. Not only could he utilize the Shadow Step, but he could also employ all abilities associated with his martial souls, including their ultimate skills. Initially, Yuan believed that these skills would only manifest as soul techniques after he obtained a soul ring. However, he discovered that these abilities stemmed from the inherent power of his martial soul, not requiring a soul ring to be executed. Thus, Yuan, seemingly an unremarkable soul master devoid of a soul ring, actually possessed at least 12 active skills. In the world of Douluo Continent, where an additional soul skill could provide a significant advantage, Yuan stood at a remarkable forefront, potentially outclassing even ordinary soul masters at level 20. Chapter 17, The Commencement of the Hunt, Part 4. As the martial soul awakened, it emanated the distinct and perilous aura of the Death Star scythe, causing the lower-tier soul beasts to evade Yuan in various ways. Only after gradually venturing deeper into the soul-hunting forest did Yuan deactivate the Shadow Step, taking a moment to scrutinize the map before proceeding. The purpose of activating Shadow Step was merely to elude low-level soul beasts, and to protect himself from any soul masters lurking in the forest. After all, one must remain vigilant when venturing into the unknown. Upon reaching the heart of the soul-hunting forest, he felt certain that no one was following him, allowing him to walk freely on the ground. Today, I must obtain my first soul ring. Otherwise, the nightfall could pose a danger to me alone, Lu Yuan mused. However, in his direct path, he was nearing the center of the forest, where soul beasts that had existed for nearly a millennium lay in wait. The advantage of employing Shadow Step was that he could disregard the intricate terrain and traverse the forest directly, thus expediting his journey significantly compared to walking on foot. After a while, Lu Yuan retrieved some provisions and water, intending to address his hunger simply. Just then, a shadow as imposing as a small mountain suddenly loomed before him, prompting an immediate reaction from Lu Yuan. "A million warriors, heed my command." The Death Star scythe materialized in his grasp as he shouted, "I am everywhere." In an instant, Shadow Step activated, allowing Lu Yuan's small frame to conceal itself behind a nearby tree trunk. The next moment, a deafening crash erupted from the ground where he had just been seated. Peering from his hiding spot, Lu Yuan let out a dismayed cry, "My lunch." Yet, there was no time for lamentation as he turned to face the culprit intent on ambushing him. A colossal wolf, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, with fur as black as the night, appeared to blend seamlessly into the shadows. Its muzzle bore white fur, and patches of grass-green fur on its body camouflaged it within the surrounding forest. Yinming Wolf. Lu Yuan instantly recalled the name of this soul beast. His recognition was not due to vast knowledge, but rather because this creature was among the most common in the soul beast forest. Julie had often introduced them in class, alongside other frequently encountered soul beasts such as the soft-boned rabbit, rodent weasel, and colorful cat. These species were regular inhabitants of the forest, particularly in those areas cultivated by the Empire, where they were plentiful and easily captured. As he pondered this, Lu Yuan could not help but think, is it wise to introduce new soul beasts into a given ecosystem so casually? Are they not concerned about invasive species and ecological extinction? While the others were manageable, he genuinely worried that the soft-boned rabbit could wreak havoc on the local environment. In his past life, he had heard tales of the rabbit's invasive nature. For instance, in Australia, where rabbits were introduced by colonizers as a food source, they became a devastating ecological threat after a century or two due to their formidable reproductive capabilities. Setting aside thoughts of rabbits, Lu Yuan returned his attention to the wolf. The Yinming wolf was currently sniffing the ground in confusion, unable to detect the scent of flesh. It seemed puzzled as to why its prey had vanished after a successful ambush. Typically, the height of the Yinming wolf indicated its age. Lu Yuan recalled Julie mentioning that wolves between 1 and 2 meters tall were 10-year soul beasts, while those exceeding 2 meters were undoubtedly century-old creatures. The beast before him stood nearly 3 meters tall, clearly indicating it was approaching the 1,000-year mark. However, Lu Yuan could not ascertain its exact age. That would require someone like Yu Shaojiang, close to a millennium. Well, that matters little, Lu Yuan thought dismissively, as he sought merely a soul ring to bestow upon his martial soul. This Yinming wolf had come seeking its demise, and he would not hesitate to eliminate it. At that moment, the Yinming wolf seemed to catch a whiff of something, its white-furred nose twitching before it fixed its gaze upon the tree trunk where Lu Yuan was concealed. I cannot engage it head-on, he realized instantly. The next moment, the Yinming wolf lunged forward with its razor-sharp claws aimed at him. Lu Yuan, exhibiting remarkable agility, executed a roll in the Shadow Step state, landing safely on open ground. The massive Yinming wolf, however, tore through the enormous tree trunk with ease. The tree, which would require 3 people to encircle, fell with a resounding crash, sending splinters flying and scattering a flock of avian soul beasts into a chaotic flight. How terrifying! Lu Yuan gasped, astonished by the beast's power, which was akin to that of a bulldozer. As the wolf's attention shifted towards him, Lu Yuan shook his head, realizing he would need to employ his true abilities. My era has begun, he declared with an air of arrogance that resonated throughout the area. The Death Star scythe in his hand erupted with a radiant blue light, enveloping his petite form in its glow. Instantly, his short black hair lengthened, transforming into a shimmering expanse of blue akin to a sea of stars. Death Star scythe, shadow assassin form, Lu Yuan thought, recalling the outcome of his experiment from that evening. Unlike the character Kayn in the game, who could only choose between the shadow assassin or the dark avatar forms, Lu Yuan could select any transformation at will and revert to use another form in succession. This versatility was likely due to the absence of Rayist, allowing him to freely change his size. Each form, the shadow assassin and dark avatar, possessed unique capabilities. For instance, the Shadow Assassin granted him an increase in his original soul power level by a percentage. With his soul power currently at level 10, this meant a 10% boost in both strength and soul power intensity. Thus, while he appeared to possess level 10 soul power, he could actually unleash the strength of an 11th level soul power against the Yiming Wolf. Once more, Lu Yuan activated Shadow Step, now in a state of silence. This time, his speed surged even further. In the Shadow Assassin form, Shadow Step enhanced his speed by an additional 40%, rendering him immune to slow effects. In an instant, he surged forward, and the Yiming Wolf failed to perceive his approach. With a sweeping motion, he swung the scythe with unparalleled speed to strike the Yiming Wolf. The wolf, sensing danger, seemed to dissolve into shadows, its body accelerating just in time to narrowly evade the attack. It seems defeating a nearly 1,000-year-old soul beast is not so easily accomplished, Lu Yuan thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. However, the next moment, the Yiming Wolf appeared enraged, gathering a wave of black energy in its maw. Roar! The luminous waves erupted from the jaws of the Nether Wolf with astonishing speed. I am everywhere. Lu Yuan realized the imminent danger and activated the Shadow Step, deftly dodging to the side. Thunderous roars echoed as the energy wave unleashed its full force behind him, toppling the surrounding trees and carving a distinct path into the ground. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Had he been struck, he would have been obliterated. Time was of the essence. They will immortalize my name for millennia. With Shadow Step activated, Lu Yuan gripped the Death Star scythe, spinning like a mechanical grinder, the massive blade sweeping through the air. The Nether Wolf, unable to evade in time, was struck directly by the scythe. Yet, it merely let out a low grunt, retreating half a meter with only a slight gash on its forehead, a mere scratch, akin to a trivial scrape that could be treated with a band-aid in a past life. So resilient? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The Nether Wolf, however, was incensed. Since its ascension as a soul beast 5 centuries ago, its hide had become as tough as iron. Ordinary weapons could not pierce its skin. Yet, this diminutive human child had managed to injure it. It sensed its dignity as the lord of this soul beast forest had been violated. Enraged, it bared its claws and fangs, charging at Lu Yuan like a bulldozer. Every star belongs to me. Lu Yuan, in his high-speed state, once again evaded the Nether Wolf's attack. With a swift motion, he unleashed the scythe, its eerie blue glow transforming into an attack that enveloped a rectangular area before him, the shadows striking the Nether Wolf directly. Its speed significantly diminished. A large clump of fur fell away. Roaring, the Nether Wolf expelled another wave of energy. Though formidable, it was rendered ineffective as Lu Yuan effortlessly sidestepped the onslaught. In this high-speed state, he relentlessly assaulted the Nether Wolf, employing sweeping strikes from the massive scythe alongside piercing thrusts. After more than half an hour of relentless combat, the Nether Wolf was on the brink of collapse, its colossal body marred by countless wounds. Even though its defenses were formidable, each of Lu Yuan's strikes inflicted cumulative damage. After all, even minor injuries can prove fatal. The blood continued to flow from its wounds, leaving it in a state of near defeat. Now was the moment. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination. For the Empire, his diminutive form, wielding the Death Star scythe, transformed into a shadow and penetrated the very body of the Nether Wolf. The beast felt a surge of unease, and in the next instant, shatter and release. Within the vast body of the Nether Wolf, a small figure harnessing the power of shadows burst forth in a gory explosion of flesh and blood. Blood and entrails erupted like a fountain, and the Nether Wolf lost consciousness, its massive form crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. Standing before the FA Chapter 18, the power of the Abyss, the ability known as Rift Shadow, originally belonging to Kayn, possesses immense destructive potential. However, unlike its portrayal in the game, where it may not guarantee death to living beings, the version utilized by Lu Yuan is a certain death move. Once the target is struck by this skill, the effect enters their body and erupts forth, sealing their fate. Despite its overwhelming strength, this ability is not without limitations. It can only be activated when the target's health reaches a critical threshold. If the target is not weakened sufficiently, their body will instinctively resist the onset of Rift Shadow, rendering it ineffective. For instance, had Lu Yuan attempted to unleash Rift Shadow on the Spectral Wolf from the outset, the skill would have been entirely thwarted. Only when the Spectral Wolf was on the verge of defeat could the ability be employed. Lu Yuan gazed at the colossal corpse of the Spectral Wolf lying beneath him. Faint yellow orbs began to coalesce above its remains, forming a luminous halo that radiated brilliantly, even tinged with hints of purple. This was a soul ring from a beast that was about to transcend a millennium. Even without direct contact, Lu Yuan could distinctly sense the vast energy it contained. He inhaled deeply and addressed the soul ring. Is this the soul ring? Then, let us begin. He did not retract the Death Star scythe, nor did he adopt the method described by his teacher of sitting down to absorb the ring through soul power. Instead, Lu Yuan opted for a more direct approach. He aimed the Death Star scythe squarely at the nearly 1,000-year-old soul ring of the spectral wolf. Without granting him a moment to react, the massive soul ring suddenly contracted, enveloping the Death Star scythe. In the next instant, a searing torrent of energy surged into him, causing his insides to feel as though they were ablaze, and his body trembled violently. What overwhelming power! The force of the soul ring inundated Lu Yuan, almost as if it sought to obliterate the Death Star scythe itself. If Xiaozhang were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For the soul ring Lu Yuan sought to absorb was at least from a spectral wolf over 890 years old. According to Xiaozhang's own theories, the maximum age of soul rings that soul masters could absorb was around 400 years. The soul ring Lu Yuan was trying to absorb far exceeded that limit. Such a forceful absorption could only lead to catastrophic failure. However, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. His breathing steadied, and the Death Star scythe shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Hues of blue and purple intertwining in a dazzling display. Desolation unfolds before my eyes, and the corpses stretch endlessly. He roared, unleashing the terrifying power of the Death Star scythe, akin to a harbinger of despair and annihilation. All living beings, confronted by the overwhelming aura of dread, could not help but bow in reverence, including the soul ring of the spectral wolf itself. Subsequently, the power of the soul ring became as docile as a tamed beast, dividing itself into two equal portions. One part slowly coalesced around Lu Yuan, forming a bright yellow soul ring, while the other flowed into the golden orb atop the Death Star scythe, staining it crimson. Ultimately, the immense yellow soul ring was entirely bifurcated, with one half becoming Lu Yuan's soul ring and the other transforming into the power of the abyss. Indeed, this was the power referred to in the Odyssey of Kayn, a more advanced form of energy. Lu Yuan could wield the Death Star scythe to siphon the power of the abyss from living entities, storing it within the scythe itself. He would then absorb this power to enhance his own soul strength. This was the method employed by Kayn in the Odyssey world to swiftly elevate his prowess, slaughtering foes, plundering the power of the abyss, and subsequently absorbing vast quantities to become the mightiest entity in the cosmos. Lu Yuan could replicate this, allowing him to absorb any soul beast he could slay, regardless of its age, with the excess power beyond his physical limits being stored as the power of the abyss within the Death Star scythe. The only consideration was whether Lu Yuan could defeat his opponent. Moreover, with the Death Star scythe, the might of the Dragon Sovereign, and the power of the Night Messenger at his disposal, he need not fear the mental assaults posed by high-level soul beasts. After all, could the souls of those beasts, no matter how formidable, rival the will contained within the Death Star scythe, the Thunder Dragon, and the Night Messenger? Thereafter, the strength of the slain soul beast would transmute into the power of the abyss, allowing Lu Yuan to gradually absorb it as his own soul power. This ability of the Death Star scythe might sound wicked, but Lu Yuan thought, what else could it be? Given that his martial soul bore the ominous names of Death Star and Demon, it would be peculiar for it to embody benevolence. If it were a noble martial soul, it would be named Celestial Divine Scythe instead. However, Lu Yuan had no intention of indiscriminate slaughter. At least, he would not kill without cause. As for plundering the power of the abyss, he mused, what do you think? Even if I were to seize that much power, I would have to be capable of fully absorbing it. I should first absorb the power of the abyss currently stored in the Death Star scythe before seeking more. Otherwise, who could possibly consume all that energy? This instance already constituted an extreme overabsorption of a soul ring, exceeding his limits by 400 years. The soul power stored as the power of the abyss would provide him with resources for future cultivation, and he had no idea how long it would take to fully absorb it. Presently, Lu Yuan sensed that his soul power had reached the 14th level, likely due to the innate superiority of his three martial souls, followed by the over-limit absorption of the soul ring elevating him to the 15th level. Once he absorbed the power of the abyss from the side, he estimated he could attain the 18th level, and with further training, he could reach the 20th level without needing to plunder additional power. From now on, it seemed Lu Yuan would target soul beasts with ages far exceeding his own when hunting for soul rings, ensuring not only high-quality rings but also greater quantities of the power of the abyss. As he contemplated this, he suddenly sensed movement around him and, upon looking, beheld numerous soul beasts encircling him, their eyes fixed hungrily on the corpse of the spectral wolf beneath his feet. It became apparent that the sin of blood emanating from the slain beast had attracted these predators of the jungle. Though the corpse of the nearly 1,000-year-old spectral wolf remained enticing, these soul beasts appeared wary of Lu Yuan, the one who had vanquished their former ruler. With a glance at the spectral wolf's remains, Lu Yuan utilized the Death Star scythe to carve a piece of tinder meat from the wolf's back, then quietly departed. In the next moment, countless soul beasts surged toward the massive carcass, clamoring to devour the flesh of their erstwhile sovereign. Chapter 19. The notion that one must encounter challenges to be the protagonist. Lu Yuan distanced himself from the forest, clutching a piece of wolf meat, and consulted the map on his person to locate the direction of the river. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the riverbank. There, Lu Yuan decided to rest for a moment, gathering some dry twigs and leaves from his surroundings to ignite a small fire using a fire starter. He then retrieved his water flask, drained the remaining water, and proceeded to fill it with fresh water from the river, tossing it into the fire to heat it up. Next, he glanced at the wolf meat in his hand, and with a swift motion of the Death Star scythe, he sliced it into 4 elongated strips. He impaled the strips with twigs and positioned them near the fire for roasting. With a look of excitement, Lu Yuan produced a few bottles of condiments from behind him: salt, cumin, and soy sauce. Though they were merely 3 small bottles, they were sufficient to create a delectable barbecue. He had long envisioned indulging in a jungle barbecue after entering the hunting soul forest, and naturally, he had prepared these essential seasonings beforehand, which were compact enough not to occupy much space in his pack. Seizing the rare opportunity to savor a hearty meal, Lu Yuan resolved to enjoy his roasted meat by the riverside before hastily departing the hunting soul forest to return to Nodding City. After a while, he used the Death Star scythe to retrieve his water flask from the fire, placing it aside to cool. He occasionally turned the roasting meat, eagerly awaiting its readiness. And once it was cooked, he seized it with enthusiasm and indulged in a feast. To his surprise, the meat of the netherwolf was quite palatable. Initially, Lu Yuan had harbored concerns regarding its taste, but upon tasting it, he found it to possess a unique flavor reminiscent of dog meat from his past life. With his appetite whetted, he relished the meal even more. After finishing the wolf meat, he opened the now-cool water flask and took a satisfying sip. Regrettably, there was no cola in this otherworldly realm. A barbecue paired with cola would have been even more delightful. Once he had buried the remnants of the fire, Lu Yuan prepared to leave. Just then, he heard rustling sounds emanating from the forest to his right, akin to the sound of footsteps trampling through the underbrush. Albeit from a considerable distance away, Lu Yuan paused momentarily, and in the next instant the decree of heaven, the utmost authority, the Death Star scythe manifested in his hand, and he activated Shadow Step to evade into the nearby trees. Lu Yuan remained still, awaiting the arrival of whoever was making the noise in the forest. He needed to ascertain the situation before deciding how to proceed. Running about recklessly could potentially lead to dire complications. Soon, the footsteps grew clearer, and Lu Yuan discerned that there were approximately a dozen individuals. Concurrently, he heard chaotic voices accompanying the footsteps. Capture them. Do not let them escape. Kill them. The spirit hall will not know of this. Amidst the tumultuous voices, a palpable aura of menace filled the air, invigorating Lu Yuan's senses. The voices became increasingly distinct, and in the next moment, 2 figures emerged into his line of sight. Both were women, appearing to be in their early teens, and one of them bore a notably pale complexion. A deep, bleeding wound marred her shoulder, blood flowing steadily despite her efforts to staunch it. Lu Yuan observed her injury and marveled at her remarkable willpower. Any modern individual sustaining such an injury would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness. The other woman supported her injured companion, clearly in a state of spirit possession, resembling a cat-type spirit, which enabled her to run swiftly, even while carrying her friend. It was evident that they were being pursued by the owners of the voices behind them. Upon spotting the river, the cat-type spirit woman anxiously scanned her surroundings until her gaze fell upon the recently extinguished fire pit, still emitting wisps of smoke. Instantly, despair washed over her. Had that person departed? Lu Yuan, concealed in the shadows, comprehended the situation. His earlier fire for roasting meat had produced smoke due to the damp wood he had used. The woman had likely seen the smoke and approached in hopes of receiving assistance. Lu Yuan empathized with her plight, in a perilous situation where her companion was bleeding profusely. Their trail of blood would undoubtedly lead their pursuers directly to them. At that moment, a group of burly men emerged from behind them, their expressions menacing as they taunted. "Why have you stopped running? Keep going." There were 6 or 7 men in total, clad in attire reminiscent of the mercenary spirit masters Yuan had encountered at the outskirts of the Hunting Soul Forest prior to his entry. You cannot kill at will. It is against the Spirit Hall's regulations. The cat-type spirit woman exclaimed, her voice trembling yet defiant. If the Spirit Hall discovers this, you will be hunted down by the enforcement team. Her words seemed to instill a flicker of hesitation in some of the men. Given that the Douluo Continent had enjoyed years of peace, killing outside of the arena was a serious offense, especially with the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, who could easily vanquish even the most formidable of opponents. However, the leader of the group, sensing their wavering resolve, barked, "Do not forget. These two wretches have witnessed us hunting and torturing spirit beasts. The indiscriminate slaughter of spirit beasts is strictly prohibited by the Spirit Hall, especially since they have seen the soul bone we obtained." With this proclamation, the 6 men regained their determination. Indeed, even if the women did not report their transgressions, the revelation of the soul bone could jeopardize their possession of it. Yuan, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Could it be that they possessed a soul bone? Considering that the Hunting Soul Forest was primarily home to century-old spirit beasts, with perhaps a few millennia-old ones. It was widely known that the drop rate for soul bones was exceedingly low, akin to the rarity of SSR items in certain games. The near-millennium netherwolf he had hunted had not yielded a soul bone, thus underscoring the improbability of a century-old spirit beast dropping one. The likelihood of a century-old spirit beast yielding a soul bone was roughly 1 in 10,000. Yet, here was a group of mercenaries, seemingly without even a great spirit master among them, claiming to possess a soul bone. Suddenly, Yuan recalled their earlier dialogue, the terms indiscriminate slaughter, murder, and torture. He began to piece together the grim reality of the situation. He observed the group of mercenaries. They were likely engaged in a frenzied and ruthless hunt for century-old spirit beasts within the Hunting Soul Forest to acquire a soul bone. Furthermore, it was not uncommon for spirit masters to increase the probability of soul bone drops by tormenting and enraging the spirit beasts before their demise. This group of deranged individuals succeeded in their malevolent endeavor. They ruthlessly exterminated a century-old, high-quality soul beast and acquired a soul bone from its remains. Chapter 20. Surely the protagonist must come to the rescue. Soul bones. What a tantalizing treasure. Previously, during his classes at the Nodding Academy, the instructor of combat techniques imparted a crucial lesson. With many soul rings and bones, one can swiftly eliminate enemies. With few, one must flee. If one possesses an abundance of soul rings and bones, they can quickly dispatch opposing soul masters. However, lacking these, retreat is the only option. Soul rings are acquired through cultivating soul power and hunting soul beasts, which is not feasible for those whose strength is inadequate. Yet, soul bones differ. As long as one has sufficient soul bones, a soul master can absorb multiple ones, especially in the world of Douluo, where soul bones cannot be artificially created but must be naturally obtained from slain soul beasts. They become exceedingly rare and precious, driven by necessity or the allure of wealth. Certain individuals take risks, engaging in the mass hunting or even cruel slaughter of soul beasts to acquire soul bones. However, Yuan was surprised to find that these lowly creatures, lacking even the status of great soul masters, dared to entertain such thoughts and succeeded in obtaining a soul bone. Even if it were from a century-old soul beast, it is still a soul bone. One must not underestimate its value. Yuan's interest was piqued, however. He refrained from acting recklessly and continued to observe from behind the tree trunk. Why bother? Just kill them and leave their bodies here. The soul beast will consume them entirely. Even the Spirit Hall will remain unaware of our involvement. The mercenary leader's eyes gleamed with menace. Instantly, the mercenaries behind him revealed predatory gazes. The girl with the feline martial spirit turned pale, and her companion, weak and gasping, looked at her and said, "Aw, don't worry about me. I can't escape now. You should leave me behind and run." "No, I won't abandon you," Yuan replied, biting her lip resolutely. This made Yuan regard the two girls with newfound respect. Initially, he thought Yuan's reluctance to forsake her burden was due to foolishness. However, it seemed that the bond between the two was profound. Yuan, even in the face of death, refused to forsake her companion. Foolish Yuan. The injured girl wept. "I once let you go alone. We promised, didn't we?" Yuan smiled through her tears, proclaiming, "I love you, Jin Rupiying." At that moment, Jin Rupiying's eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you so foolish?" Yuan felt a strange realization dawning upon him. So it was not merely sisterly affection, but love. These two girls shared a romantic bond. How astonishing. even in the Douluo Continent. There are girls who dare to embrace such feelings. Humph. Since you are prepared for your fate, then prepare to die. The mercenary leader's eyes glinted with malice. Simultaneously, 7 mercenaries shouted, "Martial spirit manifestation." Most of the mercenaries had common weapon spirits, hoes, daggers, kitchen knives, and even fork spirits, indicating their humble origins as ordinary soul masters with innate soul power of merely 2 or 3. The leader's martial spirit appeared slightly more formidable, resembling a beast, upon manifestation. His skin transformed into a fur-like yellow. Lu Yuan likened this spirit to a farm dog from his past life. All their soul rings were identical, consisting of a single white ring, a true reflection of most common soul masters' realities. Without the means to hire others to aid in beast hunting, they could only acquire white rings from 10-year soul beasts. Considering Lu Yuan's unique prowess, capable of independently hunting century-old soul beasts, he realized such instances were exceedingly rare. Unlike the likes of Tang San. All right, I suppose I should intervene and save them, Lu Yuan sighed. His previous teachings of integrity and bravery lingered in his mind. The only concern was the strength of the mercenaries, whether he could handle them. However, it became clear that these weaklings, possessing only a single 10-year soul ring, were no match for him. Yet, Lu Yuan pondered, no, I must not reveal my true identity. An idea struck him, and he tore a piece of cloth from his bag, blindfolding himself. Prepare to die. The mercenary leader unleashed his soul skill, lunging at Nuo and Jun rupying like a rabid wolf. The voice of divine authority resonated in their ears, chosen by the thunder dragon. Fear not any storm. In an instant, a diminutive figure appeared before Nuo and Jun rupying, unfazed by the leader's onslaught. Dragon's tail. The small figure soared into the air, executing a powerful kick. Nuo and Jun rupying beheld a delicate white dragon silhouette emerge midair. The lightning-fast kick struck the mercenary leader, sending him hurtling through the air. The leader's body flew several meters as if bamboo struck by the wind. Boss. A rotund mercenary wielding a kitchen knife rushed forward clumsily, attempting to catch his leader, only to be swept away by the force of the leader's flight until they both crashed against a tree. Thud. The leader lay sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, unconscious. The stout mercenary, having absorbed only minor residual force, remained standing but dazed. At this moment, everyone present finally discerned the true appearance of the newcomer. Nuo focused her gaze on the child standing before them, blindfolded, seemingly visually impaired, with striking short white hair that exuded an aura of sharpness. Furthermore, the child was adorned with scales, most notably a semi-transparent azure hand reminiscent of one wielding the power of thunder, with a clear dragon head spiraling around his shoulder. Who are you, kid? Dare to interfere with our business? One of the remaining mercenaries, brandishing an axe, stepped forward menacingly. Initially intimidated by the sight of their leader being knocked unconscious, their courage surged upon realizing they faced a mere child. I am but a passing soul master, Lu Yuan replied with a mischievous tone. Altogether, let us take down this little brat. Just as Lu Yuan expected a further exchange of words, the mercenary leader gestured with a wave of his hand, growling, Wrongdoers. You cannot withstand the storm. Lu Yuan adhered to the voice of the dragon sovereign, Li Qing, reciting the incantation as he charged forward. The leading mercenary's axe began to shimmer ominously, ready to strike Lu Yuan. Cloud-shattering palm. Lu Yuan glowed with a thunderous light, activating a protective skill to absorb some damage. He then struck out with his palm, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches upon the mercenary, akin to a torrential downpour. Thud. With the might of thunder, his fist propelled the adversary before him into the air. The man's internal organs were ravaged by the thunderous force, and he collapsed onto the ground, spitting blood, teetering on the brink of life and death. At that moment, several others shimmered with the glow of soul techniques, converging around Lu Yuan with the intent to extinguish his life. Thunderstrike. Instantly, Lu Yuan's right hand, crackling with thunderous energy, struck the ground, unleashing bolts of lightning that erupted from the earth, striking the mercenaries with precision. The impact of the thunder paralyzed them, rendering their attempts to wield their martial souls motionless. With one mercenary nearly collapsing to his knees in weakness, gale force, Lu Yuan swiftly capitalized on their temporary paralysis, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes that sent them sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The hurricane swept away all malevolence from the world. As he withdrew his final punch, the terrifying power of the thunderstorm receded into his being. The two girls before him stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they gazed at him in awe. Chapter 21. It turns out that Li Qing's real name should be Yu Tianqing. At this moment, even Jin Ruping, who had been on the brink of death, widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at the diminutive child, Lu Yuan, who stood no taller than half her height. It was the girl named Nua who first regained her composure, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you very much for your help," she stammered, seemingly pondering how to address the child before her, who was significantly younger than herself. After a moment's hesitation, she opted for, "Thank you, little brother." Lu Yuan promptly shook his head, with righteous fervor proclaiming, "It is only natural to assist those in need while out and about." He paused, realizing that it might sound odd for someone his age to make such a statement, and added, "It is what my mother has always taught me." In truth, had Lu Yuan discerned that he was outmatched by the group of mercenaries, he would have fled without a second thought. Concepts like heroism and gallantry were mere illusions. His primary desire lay with the soul bone. He was quite covetous of it. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the two girls understood. Nua exclaimed, "Your mother truly imparts wise teachings." Then, recollecting their earlier oversight, she continued, "We have yet to introduce ourselves. I am Nua. I am Jin Ruping." "Thank you, little brother, for your assistance," Jin Ruping managed to utter with great difficulty. "It was but a trivial effort," Lu Yuan replied once more. "May I ask your name, little brother?" Nua inquired cautiously. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. "My name is Li Qing, with Qing meaning the color of the sky." "Li Qing?" Nua paused, taken aback. "Does that mean you are not from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect?" "No." Lu Yuan quickly shook his head and then asked, "Why would you think that, Sister Nua?" "I observed the martial spirit you wielded and assumed it was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon," Nua replied, somewhat surprised. "That led me to believe your surname was you." Despite her words, a hint of skepticism lingered in her eyes as she regarded Lu Yuan. "I assure you, I have no ties to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. My martial spirit is called the Storm Thunder Dragon," Lu Yuan hastily clarified. However, his demeanor seemed to sow seeds of doubt in Nua's mind. Nevertheless, she chose not to pursue the matter further. "This sister is gravely injured and requires immediate medical attention," Lu Yuan remarked, frowning at Jin Ruping's horrific wounds. Nua finally realized the urgency of the situation and, seeing Jin Ruping's feeble state, anxiously asked, "What should we do now? Do you have any healing supplies?" We discarded all our belongings while fleeing." "I do not either," Lu Yuan replied honestly, noting that he had not brought any healing supplies thanks to his ability to convert soul power into restorative energy through his skills. Yet, he quickly added, "But the mercenaries should have some medicine on them. I will search their bodies." He immediately dashed toward the motionless mercenaries, retrieving their packs and locating the healing supplies. As he did so, he discreetly brushed his hand over their chests, leaving no trace behind. "Sister Nua, let us tend to Sister Jin Ruping's wounds first," Lu Yuan said, handing the healing supplies to her. Nua hurriedly sprinkled the medicine over Jin Ruping, and during this process, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to slip a small package into his own backpack when they were not looking. Once Jin Ruping's wounds were treated, Lu Yuan surveyed their surroundings and declared, "This is not a safe place to linger. We must evacuate swiftly." Nua nodded in agreement, but then cast a worried glance at the incapacitated mercenaries and asked, "What will happen to them? Will they die?" Lu Yuan thought to himself, "These individuals were just moments ago intent on killing you, and now you are concerned for their lives? Truly a heart of gold. I reckon someone like Nua could produce several relics from such compassion." Nonetheless, he reassured her, "Do not worry. They have merely been rendered unconscious by my thunderous might, though their slumber may last a bit longer." "Is that so?" Nua inquired. "Just look at their chests. You can see them breathing," Lu Yuan pointed out. Upon inspection, Nua's apprehension lifted, and she then scooped Jin Ruping into a princess carry, turning to Lu Yuan and saying, "Then, little brother, let us depart." "Very well," Lu Yuan replied, following closely behind Nua. However, as Nua turned away, Lu Yuan discreetly snapped his fingers, conjuring a bolt of azure lightning. Simultaneously, the thunderous energy he had left within the mercenaries surged forth, resulting in the 7 mercenaries simultaneously groaning as their heads lolled helplessly to the side. In that moment, he murmured, "With 1,000,000 strong, heed my command." The Storm Thunder Dragon martial spirit dissipated, and the Death Star demon scythe materialized in his grasp. The energy within the mercenaries' bodies transformed into a deep blue, entering the golden orb of the Death Star demon scythe. Thus, the essence of the 7 low-tier soul masters was siphoned away. Unbeknownst to anyone, soon the forest soul beast would arrive to consume their remains. The fate that the mercenaries had intended for Nuan and Zhen Ruping was now theirs to bear. Lu Yuan harbored no intention of leaving himself entangled in any troubles, nor did he possess any compassion for such evildoers. "All right, my dear sisters, I must take my leave," Lu Yuan said, clasping his hands in farewell after escorting Nuan and Zhen Ruping to the exit of the soul-hunting forest. "Are you not coming with us?" Nuan asked, momentarily taken aback. "I have yet to acquire a soul ring, so I must return to hunt soul beasts," Lu Yuan feigned. Nuan contemplated this, recalling that Lu Yuan indeed bore no soul ring. The fact that he had so effortlessly defeated those mercenaries left her in awe. Yet, upon considering the possibility, she quickly understood. "Thank you for your guidance along the way," Zhen Ruping, regaining some awareness, said with difficulty. "If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek us out. Although I may not be of much help, I will certainly do my utmost," Nuan added. "I certainly will." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. In truth, he had adopted a false identity and wished to sever any ties with Nuan and Zhen Ruping moving forward. With that, he turned and vanished from their sight with remarkable speed. After returning their identification, Nuan and Zhen Ruping slowly exited the soul-hunting forest under the watchful gaze of the spirit hall guards. At that moment, Zhen Ruping coughed lightly and remarked, "That child, without a soul ring, was able to defeat those first-ring soul masters. His dragon-shaped martial spirit is truly formidable." "Indeed. I initially believed it to be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's martial spirit," Nuan concurred. "I think it must be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's martial spirit," Zhen Ruping said, furrowing her brow. "That does not seem likely," Nuan countered, shaking her head. "I have encountered the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's martial spirit before, and it does not resemble this one. Moreover, I sense that his martial spirit's aura is stronger than that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon." If Lu Yuan had overheard their conversation, he would have been utterly astonished. A soul master who not only knew of, but had also witnessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's martial spirit. Could they be mere simpletons? Zhen Ruping's face registered confusion as she asked, "Did you notice how he immediately denied my assumption of him bearing the surname Yu when I expressed my doubt? He seemed quite anxious." At this moment, Nuan exclaimed with excitement, mentioning only the teachings of his mother while completely omitting any reference to his father. Could it be that, at this juncture, Zhen Ruping also contemplated a possibility? Indeed, Nuan became even more animated as he conjectured that Li Qing's father was likely affiliated with the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, and it was very probable that he was a formidable soul master. It is said that disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect are quite charismatic, often entangled in romantic liaisons, and thus, it seems that Li Qing's father encountered his mother in such a manner, resulting in Li Qing's birth, only to abandon them thereafter. Consequently, Li Qing adopted his mother's surname, Li, harboring a profound disdain for his father and the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Furthermore, his Storm Thunder Dragon martial soul might not actually be the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, but rather a mutated soul, akin to the Lu Erlong from the Yu family. However, it appears that his martial soul is even more powerful than Lu Erlong's Fire Dragon mutation. I suspect it is an evolution. Zhen Ruping noted at this moment. "I feel somewhat sympathetic towards this child." Nuan blinked and sighed, stating that such a gifted child must venture alone into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. If he were in the Yu family, should we inform the members of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect? Zhen Ruping immediately suggested. "Let us return to Heavendo City and find an opportunity to discuss this. For poor Li Qing, oh no, I should say Yu Tianqing is indeed pitiable." Nuan nodded in agreement, then added, "If Lu Yuan were to overhear their conversation, he would surely find it both amusing and perplexing that a person with both parents present and an unblemished lineage could be mistaken for an illegitimate child of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Truly, what a grand misunderstanding." Chapter 22. External Soulbone. After bidding farewell to Nuan and Zhen Ruping, Lu Yuan swiftly made his way into the forest. Concurrently, he dispelled the Storm Thunder Dragon martial spirit and tore off the cloth covering his eyes, casting it aside. "A million warriors, heed my command." The Death Star demon side materialized in his hand. "I am omnipresent." The shadow step activated, and he promptly vanished into the thicket. The power of shadows rendered Lu Yuan undetectable within the forest, significantly enhancing his safety. Upon reaching a secluded part of the woods, he halted and surveyed the surroundings, ensuring he was alone before retrieving beast repellent powder from his pack and scattering it around him. This meticulousness was warranted, for Lu Yuan produced a small bundle from his bag, barely able to contain his excitement as he unveiled the rudimentary cloth. Inside lay a complete right hand bone. Shimmering like red crystal, noticeably larger than a human hand, with thick phalanges and sharp fingertips, indicating that its former owner was a supreme predator. While Lu Yuan could not ascertain the original soul beast of this hand bone, his heart surged with ecstasy upon recognizing it as an external soul bone. Traditional soul bones typically consist of arm bones, leg bones, skulls, and trunk bones. Arm and leg bones come in pairs and are relatively common, while skull and trunk bones are rarer and thus possess greater value. Moreover, the age of a soul bone also dictates its worth. For instance, a head bone from a 1,000-year-old soul beast is less valuable than an arm bone from a 10,000-year-old soul beast. The same applies to soul bones derived from 100-year-old soul beasts. However, the hand bone in Lu Yuan's possession was an exception. It was an external soul bone. External soul bones are the most distinctive and rarest type, existing as a special category apart from the 6 conventional types. Their rarity rivals that of the finest soul bones birthed from 10,000-year soul beasts. This uniqueness stems from their ability to evolve alongside their owner's soul power. Thus, the sooner one absorbs an external soul bone, the better. If the chance of a typical soul bone manifesting from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, the probability of an external soul bone appearing is even less than 1 in 10,000. This hand bone, while originating from a 100-year-old soul beast, possessed the undeniable characteristics of an external soul bone, rendering its drawbacks negligible. "I've hit the jackpot," Lu Yuan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he resolved to absorb the soul bone immediately. Initially, he had intended only to inspect it, planning to conceal it for a more opportune moment to sell. However, now, Lu Yuan changed his mind. He was determined to absorb the external soul bone at this very moment. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged and pressed the soul bone firmly against his right hand. Instantly, a searing, fiery sensation surged through his palm, yet he remained unfazed, knowing that this was merely a soul bone from a 100-year-old beast. Even as an external soul bone, the absorption posed no risk. The soul power belonging to the Death Star demon scythe erupted within him, forcibly merging the soul bone with his right hand. Under the overwhelming aura of power, the external soul bone gradually yielded, and finally, with a muffled grunt, Lu Yuan felt the soul bone fully integrate into his hand. Eager to discover its capabilities, he focused his mind and infused his soul power into the palm. The external soul bone manifested as a brilliant red gauntlet, intricately carved like the finest ruby. The sharp red bones encased his fingers like armor, yet his ability to flex his hand remained unimpeded. "Remarkable," he murmured in awe. Then, he clenched his right fist and struck a nearby tree, not exerting much soul power, yet a sizable hole punctured the trunk. His strength had increased by 14%, seemingly augmenting in proportion to his soul power level. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities of the hand bone were impressive. He felt no pain, significantly enhancing the resilience of his right fist. Not only that, Lu Yuan sprang to his feet and channeled his soul power into the soul bone, awakening the latent energy within. Flamebreak Claw. A colossal wave of red claw-like energy surged forth, incinerating the tree before him. "Now hear me, a million warriors." The Death Star demon scythe reappears. Lu Yuan infused the scythe's shadow power into the soul bone. Evil Breaking Claw. Another immense wave of claw-like energy erupted, this time in a deep blue hue, exuding a menacing, corrosive aura as it struck a massive boulder. Upon impact, the stone was swiftly eroded, leaving only a fraction behind. Indeed, this soul bone came with accompanying skills. In addition to its fiery properties, it could channel the power of different martial spirits to manifest attacks of various attributes. The chosen of the Thunder Dragon fears no tempest. He summoned the Storm Thunder Dragon martial spirit, channeling lightning power into the soul bone. Thunderstorm Claw. A lightning-fast strike, swift as a flash, carved a deep trench of 30 centimeters into the ground. Then, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, gathering the chaotic power of darkness. The Knight's Messenger. Yasuo's strength descends. The dark abyss blade appeared at his waist, and as the power of the Knight infused the soul bone, he unleashed the Night Claw. This time, a colossal wave of black claw-like energy emerged, obliterating vast swathes of forest before him. The ferocious force even continued to spread forward. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, for the power of the final Night Claw surpassed that of all previous soul bone techniques, exceeding them by more than double. The strength of the Knight's Messenger indeed far surpassed that of the Death Star demon scythe. Chapter 23. to join the spirit hall or to decline after absorbing the soul bone and taking a moment to recuperate. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless, for after escorting Nuan Nua and Zhen Ruping out of the soul-hunting forest and returning, it was already quite late. Consequently, after acquiring the hunting order for soul beasts from the spirit hall in Notting City yesterday and gathering provisions, he entered the soul-hunting forest today with the order. Vanquished an 800-year-old nether wolf to absorb its soul ring, and while resting by the river, encountered Nuan Nua and Zhen Ruping, whom he rescued and escorted out of the forest before returning to absorb the external soul bone. With so many events piling up, had it not been for Lu Yuan's shadow step, which saved him a considerable amount of time, he would have likely spent an additional day or two in this endeavor of acquiring a soul ring. As it stood, he was already progressing swiftly. Resolving to spend the night within the soul-hunting forest, he decided against traveling and opted instead for meditation in place of sleep. Although alone, his strength was comparable to that of a grand soul master, and soul masters could forego sleep, substituting it with cultivation. Thus, should a soul beast attack, he would be able to awaken instantly from his meditative state, ready to confront any adversary. With that, Lu Yuan settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of tranquility while simultaneously absorbing the arcane energy stored within the Death Star Demon Scythe. The night passed without incident, and as dawn's first light grazed Lu Yuan's eyelids, he stirred and opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He felt a significant surge in his soul power. With the assistance of the arcane energy, his soul power was advancing rapidly. Typically, a soul master's soul power would increase gradually over time, and a mere night of cultivation would yield no noticeable improvement for an ordinary soul master. It was akin to a child unaware of their height increased day by day, as such growth only becomes apparent over a longer time scale. However, Lu Yuan was different. He could distinctly feel the enhancement within him. If his soul power was at level 14.0 yesterday, after a night of cultivation, it had now risen to approximately 14.2. The difference of 0.2 levels in soul power was strikingly evident, enabling Lu Yuan to fully appreciate the improvement. With the arcane energy siphoned from the Death Star Demon Scythe, Lu Yuan could elevate his soul power by 0.2 levels in just one night. If he continued this cultivation for 4 more nights, he would reach level 15 soul power. Provided there were no unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated ascending to the rank of Grand Soul Master within a year. His face lit up with joy. Indeed, the ability to absorb arcane energy was formidable. It was no wonder that Odyssey Kayn claimed he could dominate the universe with sufficient arcane energy. If he continued to harness this power, he could indeed become one of the most powerful beings in existence. However, Lu Yuan's expression soon sobered, as he recalled the sinister nature of gaining strength through the slaughter and plunder of arcane energy. He wished to avoid becoming a ruthless executioner due to this ability, which resembled the methods of an evil soul master. Yet, within the timeline of Douluo, evil soul masters did not exist. They were merely referred to as fallen ones. The fallen were scorned by the spirit hall and relentlessly hunted down. In the Douluo Continent, the fate of a fallen one was grim. Either they would be directly exterminated by the spirit hall as powerful enforcers or be sent to a dreadful place, the City of Slaughter. However, few who ventured to the City of Slaughter met a good end, as most became the base ingredients for the infamous Bloody Mary. Lu Yuan had no desire to become a despised fallen one. He shook his head, resolving not to overly rely on the power of arcane energy, lest he become a puppet to it. Henceforth, he would strive to conceal this ability from others and, at most, aim to obtain soul rings from soul beasts that far exceeded his limits. With this determination, Lu Yuan prepared to leave the soul-hunting forest. As he departed, Lu Yuan returned the hunting order to the captain of the soldiers stationed at the entrance. This captain was the same one who had been on duty a couple of days prior, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, he appeared as though he had encountered a ghost. Puzzled as to how such a young child could enter the soul-hunting forest alone yet emerge unscathed. Ignoring their bewildered gazes, Lu Yuan handed back the order and exited the forest, making his way back to Notting City. He had not forgotten to visit the Spirit Hall in Notting City to assess his soul power and register as a soul master, as well as to collect that month's soul master subsidy, a gold soul coin. Given that Lu Yuan had only 3 silver soul coins from home, and considering the expenses from his foray into the soul-hunting forest and his recent expenditures at the academy, he had nearly depleted 1 silver soul coin. Now, receiving a gold soul coin instilled him with substantial confidence. This gold soul coin would largely support his expenses for the upcoming year. and he planned to send it home to assist his family, especially since his sister, Lu Qingqing, was still growing, and their second granduncle, Lu Wu, had taken great care of them. He could not forget his roots. This gold soul coin would significantly improve their living conditions. Meanwhile, the members of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, including Su Yuntao and Matthew, were astonished by Lu Yuan's remarkable increase in soul power. For a soul master to ascend 3 levels of soul power after acquiring their first soul ring was extraordinary, indicating either a high-quality soul ring or a substantial prior accumulation of soul power. Lu Yuan explained his situation, detailing how he had absorbed a 500-year-old nether wolf soul beast soul ring and how he had nearly been overwhelmed during the process. Although he had survived, it had not been an easy experience. He was equally surprised by his 3-level increase in soul power. Having heard Lu Yuan's account and noting the distinctly vibrant glow of his first soul ring, which was clearly beyond that of an ordinary 200- or 300-year-old soul ring, Matthew ultimately believed him. After receiving his soul master subsidy, as Lu Yuan prepared to return to the academy, Su Yuntao stopped him once more. Lu Yuan. Wait a moment, Su Yuntao said. Sure, Brother Tao, Lu Yuan replied, harboring a high regard for Su Yuntao and not wishing to flee at once. I believe your talent is remarkable. Would you be interested in joining our Spirit Hall? Su Yuntao inquired with a smile. Join the Spirit Hall? Lu Yuan echoed. Yes, join our Spirit Hall. Become an exclusive soul master of the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao, thinking Lu Yuan was unclear about his intentions, continued, let me tell you. There are numerous benefits to joining our Spirit Hall Chapter 24. The pros and cons. Tao go. Lu Yuan did not immediately interrupt Su Yuntao's words. He waited until Su Yuntao finished speaking before he responded. I believe, regarding the decision to join the Spirit Hall, I am in no rush. He addressed Su Yuntao. Although Lu Yuan harbored no animosity towards the Spirit Hall, he seemingly found no immediate necessity to join. First, one must consider the benefits of joining the Spirit Hall. Lu Yuan, on the surface, was a prodigious soul master possessing an innate full spirit power level, with the extraordinary mutated martial spirit, the Death Star Scythe. With such an identity, joining the Spirit Hall would indeed grant him some degree of attention. The benefits he could receive would include admission to the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy. However, the prospect of becoming a disciple of a certain elder within the Spirit Hall seemed rather elusive to him. Despite the intimidating reputation of possessing innate full spirit power, it was, in reality, not as significant as it appeared. In this timeline, besides Lu Yuan, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the yet-to-appear Oscar, there was another young soul master with innate full spirit power, Feng Xiaotian from the Shifeng Academy. Feng Xiaotian was the only young soul master with innate full spirit power. Aside from the members of Shrek Academy, who emerged in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, his martial spirit, the Gale Double-Headed Demon Wolf, was also a mutated martial spirit. Renowned as a top-tier variant, and he was admitted to Shifeng Academy due to this extraordinary endowment. However, his mentor was not any renowned title Douluo. According to the original narrative, he was merely a disciple of the Academy's president, a high-ranking soul sage. From this, it can be inferred that possessing an innate full spirit power and top-tier mutated martial spirit is not as sought after as one might think. It does not reach the level of being so coveted that the Spirit Hall would pay it undue attention, nor would it be deemed worthy of eradication if unattainable. Conversely, considering Lu Yuan's innate full spirit power and top-tier mutated martial spirit, his status within the Spirit Hall would likely be akin to that of Yan's. A member of the Golden Generation, Hyena and her brother achieved their respective positions, one as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the other as the Captain of the Golden Generation, largely due to their lineage. Being born into families with ties to the Spirit Hall, compounded by Bibi Dong taking Hyena as a disciple, Lu Yuan did not believe that, with merely the Death Star Scythe, he could attain any significant status or treatment within the Spirit Hall. Moreover, he was reluctant to reveal to anyone the Scythe's ability to siphon energy to aid in cultivation. Of course, if Lu Yuan were to reveal his dual or even triple martial spirit talents, there would be no doubt that he would become the absolute focus of the Spirit Hall, potentially even usurping Hyena's position to become the one and only holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, the crux of the matter lay in the vast risks accompanying such immense benefits. If he were to expose his talents of dual or triple martial spirits and subsequently gain the corresponding status and privileges, what would he then face? Firstly, there was the immediate threat posed by Tang San's father, the Hao Douluo, Tang Hao. Tang San was not a benign character, nor was his father. Would he remain indifferent upon discovering that the Spirit Hall possessed a talent of such caliber? Certainly not. When confronted with Tang Hao, what price would the Spirit Hall pay to safeguard him? The answer to that question seemed bleak. In the ensuing narrative, even when Tang Hao caused a stir in the Spirit City, he left with Tang San and Xiao Wu without facing significant repercussions. Thus, one could conclude that if Tang Hao were to eliminate Lu Yuan with ruthless efficiency, he likely would not face any dire consequences. The underlying reason is that Lu Yuan was an outsider. Compared to the homegrown soul masters of the Spirit Hall, he was merely an interloper. Furthermore, joining the Spirit Hall with the talents of dual or even triple martial spirits would present another dilemma: internal factional strife within the Spirit Hall. The faction led by the Orthodox royal family, spearheaded by the Limit Douluo, Qian Daolu, supported the illegitimate daughter of the former pope, Qian Renxue. In contrast, the current pope, Bibi Dong, led the faction that backed her. Should Lu Yuan align with the former, he would be compelled to submit to Qian Renxue, while the latter faction, having no personal ties to him, would be unable to shield him from Tang Hao's influence. Ultimately, Lu Yuan deduced that joining the Spirit Hall would not yield benefits substantial enough to entice him. Rather, it would expose him to public scrutiny in potentially perilous situations. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to provide Su Yutao with a reasonable response. I prefer a life of freedom and comfort, and I have much to explore and learn for myself. I also have family and a hometown that require my care. Su Yutao furrowed his brow. I believe that joining the Spirit Hall would greatly benefit your growth and training. However, it would also impose greater responsibilities upon you. Realizing that reason would no longer suffice, Lu Yuan stubbornly replied, I am still young and do not wish to bear such burdens. With a sigh, Su Yutao understood that he could not persuade Lu Yuan. No matter whether you join the Spirit Hall or not, I will always remember the great kindness the Spirit Hall has shown me. My calling you Tao Gu is sincere. Lu Yuan stated, shaking his head. Very well, based on your words. Even if you do not join our Spirit Hall, I will look after you more in the future. Su Yutao declared. Lu Yuan smiled and replied, Then, Tao Gu, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell, Lu Yuan departed from the Spirit Hall in Nodding City and returned to the academy. Chapter 25. The obsessive Yu Xiaojiang after 2 full days spent hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Lu Yuan returned to Nodding Academy just as the morning classes were commencing. The academy was enveloped in a serene silence. Lu Yuan had no intention of rushing back to class upon his return. After all, even a mature adult would balk at the prospect of attending tedious lectures. However, adults possess a clearer sense of purpose, allowing them to endure the monotony for the sake of their goals. Lu Yuan, being self-aware, chose to spend the morning leisurely wandering the academy before attending classes in the afternoon. After depositing his belongings in his dormitory, he strolled through the campus. Occasionally, he would exchange greetings with familiar teachers. Nodding Academy sprawled across a considerable area, reminiscent of a university from his previous life. Upon reflection, it struck him that a Soul Master Academy indeed bore similarities to a university. He referred to the Soul Master Academy's esteemed position, as there existed only one such institution in the vast city of Nodding. Yet, the Academy's status in the city paled in comparison. If categorized by the standards of his previous life, it might be likened to a vocational college. The Intermediate Soul Master Academy, on the other hand, would be considered somewhat prestigious, akin to a second-tier university. As for the Advanced Soul Master Academies, they would represent the pinnacle, comparable to first-tier or even double first-tier universities. This realization left Lu Yuan in a bemused state. Ultimately, he found himself attending a form of university in this alternate world. Truly, the pursuit of knowledge remains a universal constant. Lost in thought, he inadvertently collided with another figure. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was unharmed, having absorbed the soul ring of the Nether Wolf, which significantly enhanced his physical prowess. He quickly apologized. My apologies. I didn't mean to. It's nothing. A familiar voice resonated in his ear, prompting him to look up in surprise. Yu Xiaojiang stood before him, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. He genuinely wished to take Lu Yuan as his disciple, despite the fact that Lu Yuan's martial soul, the Death Star Scythe, had evolved from an ordinary scythe martial soul, a rather common and benign mutation. While it seemed devoid of research value, the true issue lay in the fact that Lu Yuan's martial soul had transformed from a soulless ordinary scythe into a formidable top-tier martial soul with innate full soul power. This rare instance of a martial soul's extraordinary mutation, though not unparalleled, represented the first of its kind that Yu Xiaojiang had encountered in nearly a century. Yu Xiaojing believed that he was destined never to surpass a soul power of 30, and with a soul master's lifespan typically limited to a century. He was uncertain whether he would encounter another such top-tier, mutated martial soul in his lifetime. Thus, he found himself yearning for Lu Yuan's companionship as a disciple. However, Lu Yuan's refusal to accept him as a mentor left him somewhat disheartened. "Are you not attending class?" Yu Xiaojing inquired, observing Lu Yuan. "Aye." Lu Yuan initially contemplated fabricating an excuse about feeling unwell, but ultimately resolved to be forthright, stating, "I just returned from acquiring a soul ring." "You obtained a soul ring?" Yu Xiaojing's brow furrowed as he pressed further. "What kind of soul ring did you acquire?" Lu Yuan hesitated, pondering whether Yu Xiaojing was somewhat eccentric for immediately inquiring about another soul ring, especially given their lack of familiarity. However, he recalled that Yu Xiaojing had been utilizing his position as a teacher at Notting Academy, despite his contradictory assertion that he did not count himself among the Academy's faculty. Not wishing to escalate tensions, Lu Yuan reluctantly replied, "It was the soul ring of a nether wolf, over 500 years old." 500 years? Impossible! Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in disbelief, quickly dismissing the claim. "I have meticulously studied the growth and failures of many soul masters. 423 years is the absolute limit for a first soul ring. You cannot have absorbed one over 500 years old." His agitation grew palpable as he grasped Lu Yuan's arm tightly. "You are lying, aren't you? You must be lying." Lu Yuan felt a distinct pain from Yu Xiaojing's grip. Upon reflection, he understood the source of Yu Xiaojing's intense reaction. His lifelong research concluded that the maximum absorption threshold for a soul ring from a soul beast was 423 years. Exceeding this limit posed a grave danger to the soul master, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. If Lu Yuan's assertion were true, it would invalidate Yu Xiaojing's research and undermine all his efforts. In that moment, Yu Xiaojing fervently wished that Lu Yuan was indeed fabricating his tale. He would have preferred Lu Yuan to absorb the first soul ring and perish rather than to witness him return unscathed after absorbing a soul ring of such age. Lu Yuan, however, was aware that Yu Xiaojing's theory held merit, though he had an extraordinary advantage. The Death Star Scythe possessed the ability to transform the otherwise unabsorbable power of the soul ring into arcane energy, storing it within itself, a phenomenon beyond conventional understanding. Thus, Lu Yuan merely wore a look of serendipity as he responded, "It was merely luck. I was fortunate enough to absorb a soul ring over 500 years old." "Impossible." Yu Xiaojing's expression twisted into a feral snarl, akin to a predatory beast. "Do you not realize that lying is a grave offense? At such a tender age, you would deceive your elders for a fleeting moment of boastfulness. If you continue down this path, you will become a scourge upon the continent." Lu Yuan's ire flared at Yu Xiaojing's harsh tone. He had never held the man in high regard. In defiance, he retorted, "I am not lying. I did absorb the 500-year-old nether wolf soul ring. You persist in your deceit." Yu Xiaojing's chest heaved with anger, his teeth clenched as if facing a sworn enemy. The very theory of soul ring absorption limits was one of his life's passions. He could hardly fathom the implications of Lu Yuan's existence potentially dismantling his entire body of work. If his theoretical framework crumbled, would not all his other theories be similarly ridiculed? Yu Xiaojing had already become a figure of mockery, his life marred by the failure of his martial soul, rendering him a laughingstock within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He had staked everything on the theories he had painstakingly developed over a lifetime. If those theories failed, he would be truly reduced to a mere jest. He could not, must not fail at this juncture. Yu Xiaojing was now teetering on the brink of obsession, or perhaps he had always been so. Born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, yet burdened with a useless martial soul, he had long been scorned by others. This had fostered a deeply entrenched, radical disposition, compelling him to leave his family and venture into the mainland despite knowing his martial soul's deficiencies. In matters concerning his theories, he chose to adopt the most extreme stance. Gripping Lu Yuan's arm, panting heavily, he declared, "You deceitful brat. You persist in your lies, unrepentant at such a young age. Do you intend to deceive your elders, only to grow into a fallen scourge of the continent? I shall petition Dean Yin to revoke your status as a student of the Academy. Do you dare?" Lu Yuan's anger surged. "Do you possess the authority to do so?" "I may not hold that authority." Yu Xiaojing fixed Lu Yuan with a steely gaze. "But I can request Dean Yin to strip you of your status as a student." Chapter 26, Confrontation, Part 1. "Who do you think you are?" Lu Yuan exclaimed sharply. "Are you not merely a worthless individual with a mere 29 levels of soul power? A waste that will never surpass 30 levels, yet here you are at over 50. still acting like a pathetic coward. Lu Yuan's anger was provoked by Yu Xiaojiang's words. After all, in his previous life, Lu Yuan was only a young man in his early 20s, having not even completed his university studies before being transported to this world. Although he often maintained a calm demeanor and exhibited maturity, he was not devoid of temper, being dragged by Yu Xiaojiang towards expulsion. It was only natural for Lu Yuan to feel incensed by such remarks. At that moment, the eloquence he honed as a League of Legends player came rushing forth, unveiling the pitiful and humble scars of Yu Xiaojiang. In an instant, Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen. If I were your age. No. I have already absorbed the first soul ring and have attained level 14 soul power. If I had not surpassed 30 levels before 20, I would be ashamed to the point of taking my own life. I do not understand how a man in his 50s, still at 29 levels, dares to call himself a master. You neglect your own cultivation yet presume to teach others. Your theories mislead the youth. A torrent of scathing remarks flowed from Lu Yuan's lips, devoid of any vulgarity. With each word, Yu Xiaojiang's complexion grew paler, his body swaying as if about to collapse. If anyone were present, they would find it hard to fathom how such venomous words could emerge from the mouth of a seemingly innocent child. No. My theories cannot be wrong. My theories. Yu Xiaojiang's face grew increasingly pallid, yet his gaze towards Lu Yuan solidified with determination. Once you are expelled, it will prove your words false. It will prove my theories are not flawed. Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, his nature stubborn and obstinate. Faced with the fact that Lu Erlong was his cousin, he had initially chosen to run away rather than confront the truth. The revelation of his scars ignited a deeper fixation within him, driving him to madness. Is this how you determine right from wrong? Lu Yuan's voice grew colder. He had thought that although he and Yu Xiaojiang were not kindred spirits, at least they should possess the discernment to tell right from wrong. If Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San did not provoke him, he would naturally not interfere with them. After years of cultivation at Notting Academy, Lu Yuan intended to depart for Tiando City to join the local Advanced Soul Master Academy, allowing them to part ways amicably. Though their paths might occasionally cross, they would remain mere strangers, each following their own journey. Lu Yuan had never contemplated disrupting the plans of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Despite his derision for Yu Xiaojiang's theories, he would not entirely dismiss them. For beyond Yu Xiaojiang's subjective conjectures, his other theories, such as the limits of soul ring absorption, were derived from data collected from other soul masters across the continent. As Yu Xiaojiang stated, 423 years was indeed the absorption limit for the first soul ring, were it not for Lu Yuan's extraordinary circumstances. Allowing him to disregard this limitation while hunting soul beasts for power, he too would have adhered to this theory for his first soul ring. Thus, Lu Yuan was an exception. Claiming that he had absorbed a soul ring for over 500 years was a guise to mask his rapid soul power advancement. To prevent any misunderstanding, Lu Yuan had intentionally mentioned that he had fortuitously absorbed the soul ring, hoping to convince Yu Xiaojiang that his theory remained intact, avoiding the need to extend the absorption duration due to Lu Yuan's unique case. Yet, Lu Yuan did not anticipate that Yu Xiaojiang would react so vehemently to his claim of surpassing the limits, enough to seek his expulsion. This was something Lu Yuan had not foreseen. In the original narrative, when Tang San absorbed a 10,000-year soul beast as a soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang's response had not been so intense. Lu Yuan had thought that by stating he absorbed a ring for over 500 years, Yu Xiaojiang would remain indifferent. However, he overlooked a crucial detail, the distinction of familiarity. Who was Tang San? He was Yu Xiaojiang's student, akin to a foster son in this world of Douluo. Such actions from a son could be tolerated by Yu Xiaojiang, as he knew Tang San was his student, and even if rumors spread, Tang San would not undermine his theories. But Lu Yuan, an unwilling disciple and mere passerby, was intolerable to Yu Xiaojiang. The very fact that Lu Yuan refused to acknowledge him as a master only intensified Yu Xiaojiang's resentment, fearing that Lu Yuan might indeed challenge his theories. Let us go. We shall seek the dean. Yu Xiaojiang gasped, his breaths heavy. I must ensure the dean expels you for deceiving your teachers. Let us go then. Lu Yuan knew well that evasion would yield no results. As long as he remained at Notting Academy, avoidance was futile. Should Yu Xiaojiang seek the dean to forcibly expel him, even his absence would not matter. It was better to confront Yu Xiaojiang directly in front of the dean and fight for his survival. Both individuals arrived simultaneously outside the dean's office. At that moment, Yin Shou was cultivating within, for as the dean, his responsibilities were minimal. He primarily served as a symbolic figure, the strongest soul master in Notting Academy. This status sufficed. He need not excel in teaching or administrative affairs. as long as he remained the strongest soul master within the academy. He would be recognized as the dean of the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. "Dean, are you in?" A voice devoid of any respect echoed. Immediately, Yin Shou's cultivation was interrupted, his eyes snapping open in irritation. Yet, swiftly, his anger dissipated upon recognizing the visitor, Yu Xiaojiang, the master who, despite lacking any power, enjoyed privileges at the academy simply due to his surname. Yin Shou smirked dismissively, only to quickly alter his expression. "Master Yu, what brings you here today?" Upon noticing the small figure behind Yu Xiaojiang, he inquired, "Why has Lu Yuan come to see me as well?" A sense of unease washed over him, and he furrowed his brow at Yu Xiaojiang. "Master, what is going on here?" Yu Xiaojiang wasted no time, stating bluntly, "Dean Yin, I have come today regarding a matter. I request that you immediately expel Lu Yuan from Notting Academy." He stepped forward, attempting to exert pressure on Yin Shou to acquiesce to his demand. Chapter 27, Confrontation, Part 2. Yin Shou was momentarily taken aback, and then quickly spoke to Lu Yuan in a hushed tone. "Did you offend the master, Lu Yuan? Disrespecting one's elders is indeed an act of filial impiety. You must promptly apologize to the master, and this matter will be considered resolved." The Yin Shou's tone towards Lu Yuan was stern. Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart, for Yin Shou was protecting him, intending to let Lu Yuan utter a simple apology to smooth things over with Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Yuan was no mere child. He could discern Yin Shou's true intentions. No need. However, Yu Xiaojiang was not inclined to let the matter rest. He coldly declared, "I require a satisfactory explanation regarding this incident." Instantly, Yin Shou found himself at a loss. He contemplated Yu Xiaojiang and then glanced at Lu Yuan. Were Lu Yuan an ordinary work-study student, Yin Shou might have been swayed by Yu Xiaojiang's connections to the Yu family and considered expelling him. But Lu Yuan was no ordinary student. He possessed an innate mutated martial soul with full soul power. While such a talent might be overlooked within the vast expanse of the Spirit Hall, it was far too precious for the director of an ordinary Junior Soul Master Academy to disregard. Yin Shou recognized Lu Yuan's immense potential and had developed a fondness for his talent. Thus, he endeavored to defend Lu Yuan before Yu Xiaojiang, hoping to let the matter pass without further ado. Lu Yuan, quickly tell me what you did to provoke the master so severely." Yin Shou sighed, aiming to grasp the full extent of the situation. "You claim to have absorbed a soul ring from a soul beast over 500 years old as your first soul ring. Surely, this spreads a most troubling message?" Yu Xiaojiang argued with conviction. "If other students in the academy were to believe your words and choose their first soul rings from soul beasts over 500 years old, it would endanger their lives. I did not lie. I absorbed a 500-year-old nether wolf soul ring, which is why my soul power has increased so significantly." Lu Yuan could not concede to Yu Xiaojiang's assertion. Even if he were to admit to deceit, it would not be a 500-year-old soul ring he absorbed, but rather one nearing 900 years. How could that be? Throughout my extensive studies on soul ring theory, I have never encountered a case of someone absorbing a 500-year-old soul beast as their first soul ring. Yu Xiaojing snapped. "Just because you have not seen it does not imply it does not exist." Lu Yuan retorted defiantly. "Silence. How dare you refute your elder?" Yu Xiaojing was nearly beside himself with rage. "You wish to expel me and still demand my silence while priding yourself as my elder?" Lu Yuan was incensed by the shamelessness of such reasoning. Yu Xiaojiang resembled a keyboard warrior from Lu Yuan's past life. He was utterly convinced of his correctness and refused to allow any dissent. He sought to silence others in order to validate his own claims, even when he was clearly in the wrong. You, such a vile student should be expelled to uphold the integrity of the academy. This disrespect towards one's elders cannot be tolerated." Yu Xiaojiang found himself at a loss before Lu Yuan and attempted to draw Yin Shou into the fray. At that moment, Yin Shou cleared his throat. Cough, cough. "The master's points are indeed valid. Generally, our academy advises students to hunt soul beasts aged between 10 and a little over 100 years for their first soul ring." This was true. Yin Shou held no bias towards Yu Xiaojiang. It was merely the policy of the Notting Academy. Given that it was a Junior Soul Master Academy, the students possessed relatively low innate talent. The academy preferred students to act within their limits, emphasizing safety above all else. Furthermore, most common students ventured into the soul-hunting forest alone or with a few others of equal strength. Thus, soul beasts aged 10 to a little over 100 years posed a significantly lower risk to their lives. Of course, those endowed with exceptional talent or noble lineage might opt for higher-aged soul beasts, but even then, Those with little experience in soul ring absorption would typically choose soul beasts no older than 300 years. The notion of selecting a 500-year-old soul beast, or even the 400-year-old ones Yu Xiaojing advocated, was simply too perilous. Should a student absorb a soul ring beyond their physical limits, the consequences could be catastrophic. Once Yin Shou articulated his perspective, Yu Xiaojing's anger intensified. But I was unaware of this at the time, and the situation was urgent. The nether wolf attacked me, and I had to kill it before absorbing its soul ring. Lu Yuan feigned a stutter as he spoke. I did absorb a 500-year-old soul beast soul ring. This is no lie. Furthermore, what does it have to do with the Academy's recommendations? Lu Yuan continued, presenting a logical and convincing argument. He first claimed ignorance of the Academy's guidelines, then explained that he had acted in self-defense, and finally asserted that his absorption of the 500-year soul ring was a fact, unrelated to the Academy's advice. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing's eyes blazed with anger, reminiscent of a rabid creature, furious as an invasive species destroying the environment. Enough, enough. Yin Shou sighed, exasperated. Master, why not let this matter rest? This child has not committed any unforgivable transgressions. Lu Yuan mused that in Yu Xiaojing's eyes, he had overturned the master's theoretical limits on soul ring absorption, which was likely considered a far graver offense than any heinous crime. No, such detrimental notions must not be allowed to propagate. If everyone exceeds my theoretical limit of 423 years for their first soul ring, it will surely lead to calamity. Yu Xiaojing insisted, seemingly possessed by his obstinacy. He had only absorbed a 420-year-old soul beast as his first soul ring. Yet he accused Lu Yuan of lying about absorbing one over 500 years old. What if I can prove that I absorbed a 500-year-old soul beast as my soul ring? Lu Yuan stepped forward and boldly questioned. Chapter 28, Confrontation, Part 3. Oh? Can you provide evidence? In an instant, Yin Shou nodded and remarked, the contention between you and the master stems from the soul ring you absorbed. Therefore, if we can verify the year of the soul ring you absorbed, the issue can be resolved. However, Yin Shou paused. How do you intend to prove it? I am the proof, Lu Yuan declared. Director, do you possess a soul power testing crystal? Naturally, Yin Shou replied, nodding. He then swept his left hand across a crystal-like bracelet on his right wrist, and a cerulean soul power testing crystal materialized in his left hand. This soul guide. Yin Shou's right-hand bracelet was a storage-type soul guide. Upon reflection, one could discern that while soul guides were rare in the timeline of Douluo, it was not unusual for a mid-tier soul master like Yin Shou, who was at the Soul King level, to possess one. In a remote and seemingly worthless border town like Nodding City, Soul Kings and Soul Emperors were figures that ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetimes. And how do you plan to demonstrate it? At this moment, Yin Shou had an inkling of Lu Yuan's intentions but still inquired with a faint smile. My soul power level serves as the proof. Lu Yuan placed his hand on the soul power testing crystal. This crystal was not akin to the inferior ones used by Su Yun Tao to assist civilians in awakening their powers. Yin Shou's crystal could accurately gauge a soul master's soul power. As Lu Yuan placed his hand on the crystal and channeled his soul power into it, the crystal emitted a soft glow, revealing a number. Level 14 soul power. I am fortunate to have absorbed this 500-year soul ring, coupled with my usual accumulation, which allowed me to elevate my soul power to level 14 after absorbing my first soul ring, Lu Yuan proclaimed, casting a glance at Yu Xiaojing. Instantly, Yu Xiaojing's complexion turned ashen. In no way. Yet, deep down, he began to believe Lu Yuan's assertions. For even if he had absorbed a soul ring at the theoretical limit of 423 years, akin to his first soul ring, the best he could achieve would be the pinnacle of level 11, falling just short of reaching level 12. There is nothing impossible, Lu Yuan retorted with a cold smile. Just a few days ago, I witnessed Tang San in a dispute with other students within the academy after he had acquired his first soul ring. Yet his soul power remains at level 11, correct? Given your arrogance, you must have chosen a soul beast close to 400 years for Tang San to absorb. Am I right? Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to press, asserting that an absorption from a soul beast under 400 years would not yield even a single level increase, remaining at the standard level 11. Pray tell, how could my soul power have risen by 3 levels to reach 14? Lu Yuan continued. It must be due to the absorption of a soul ring far beyond the limit, perhaps a 500-year or even 600-year soul beast soul ring. Yin Shou, with a beaming smile, concluded the matter. Yu Xiaojing appeared to share this view. He found himself unable to refute the argument, standing there pale and speechless. However, Yin Shou shifted his tone, his expression turning grave. Even if you were correct in this matter, your defiance against your superior is ultimately unbecoming of a student at Notting Academy. Therefore, you must apologize to Master Yu Xiaojing, and I shall impose an additional penalty upon you. Lu Yuan was taken aback. How could he be in the right, yet still be required to apologize to Yu Xiaojing and face punishment? He looked to Yin Shou, struggling to comprehend why the one who had always defended him would now impose a penalty. Was it possible that Yin Shou had been compelled to yield due to the influence of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect behind Yu Xiaojing? Indeed, in the presence of such a formidable sect, with numerous soul emperors and soul saints, it was reasonable for a soul king like Yin Shou to feel intimidated by their power. Yin Shou's voice continued, Lu Yuan, your punishment is that in addition to your original duty of cleaning the garden as a work-study student, you must also clean. He paused. You shall clean my office. Report to my office every day after class for a month of cleaning duty. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned before looking up at Yin Shou. Yet, Yin Shou offered him a smile before returning to his serious demeanor. Lu Yuan, do you accept my punishment? He stated firmly. The student accepts the punishment. Lu Yuan replied obediently. Since you accept the punishment, shall you not apologize to Master Yu Xiaojing? Yin Shou gestured with his eyes. Lu Yuan complied promptly. Stepping before Yu Xiaojing and sincerely apologizing, I am sorry, Master. He refrained from feigning reluctance or insincerity while apologizing, thus sparing Yin Shou any discomfort. However, the sincerity behind that apology, well, those present could discern the truth. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's apology, coupled with Yin Shou's conclusion, Yu Xiaojing had little room to argue further. Master, are you satisfied with today's resolution? Yin Shou inquired with a smile directed at Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing had originally sought to leverage Yin Shou's authority as the director of Notting Academy to expel Lu Yuan from the school, but now Lu Yuan remained. Having only offered an apology and received a rather mild punishment, how could he possibly be pleased with such an outcome? Yet Yu Xiaojing found himself at a loss for words, merely waving his sleeve and departing without a glance back, clearly unwilling to engage with Yin Shou. However, Yin Shou appeared to be accustomed to such behavior, shaking his head in resignation. Thank you, Director, for your assistance today, Lu Yuan expressed earnestly after Yu Xiaojing's departure. It was evident to all observant individuals that Yin Shou had been biased in favor of Lu Yuan. Otherwise, with Yu Xiaojing standing, expelling Lu Yuan would have posed little challenge. Yin Shou had repeatedly defended Lu Yuan, downplaying the severity of the situation, ultimately delivering a verdict of innocence for Lu Yuan under the weight of his compelling arguments. He even went so far as to symbolically require Lu Yuan to apologize to Yu Xiaojing and impose a modest penalty that left Yu Xiaojing utterly speechless. No need. The primary reason is that you were never in the wrong, Yin Shou replied, now unburdened by any reservations after Yu Xiaojing's exit. Then, Director, I have no further matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lu Yuan indicated his intent to depart. Yet at that moment, Yin Shou, smiling, said, Hold on, I have a few matters to discuss with you, so please stay for a while. Lu Yuan hesitated. Yin Shou, still smiling, added, if you leave like this, it would be quite easy for others to notice the soul bones on you. Lu Yuan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Chapter 29. The Angel Investor of Douluo Continent. Yin Shou Lu Yuan instantly became wary of Yin Shou, for he possessed a soul bone. A soul bone. Such an artifact could incite immense greed among many. And even in the original narrative, the soul sage, Shinian, was unable to resist the allure of a soul bone, leading him to attempt to kill Tang San. Of course, aside from the soul bone on Tang San, it was also due to Tang San offending Shinian that he attracted Shinian's relentless pursuit in the original story. A single soul bone could draw the covetous eyes of a soul sage. For Yin Shou, a soul king, it was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. Rest assured, I have no intentions regarding your soul bone, Yin Shou stated with a smile, shaking his head. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed a layer of soul power seemingly isolating the office. My soul power temporarily shields the sound here. Unless someone enters or an individual with a higher level of soul power is outside, no one can overhear our conversation, Yin Shou explained, gazing at Lu Yuan. Come, have a seat here. We need to have a good chat, Yin Shou said cheerfully, gesturing to the sofa in his office. Lu Yuan hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to trust Yin Shou. After all, he felt remarkably weak at the moment. Even with the powers of Odyssey Kayn, the Dragon Sovereign, and the Night Messenger, he could not fully unleash their potential due to his low soul power level. If he were facing someone like Yu Xiaojing, he might have a chance to escape. However, he was confronted with Yin Shou, who was undoubtedly the most formidable soul master in Notting Academy. The most powerful soul master would surely be at least a soul zone, right? What chance could a soul master have against a soul zone? Perhaps none. Moreover, Lu Yuan felt that since Yin Shou had adopted a demeanor indicating he wished to converse and had employed soul power to shield them from external eavesdropping, his assertion of having no designs on Lu Yuan's soul bone could be trusted. Coupled with Yin Shou's earlier protective gestures, Lu Yuan decided to believe him. Nodding, Lu Yuan took a seat on the sofa opposite Yin Shou. Yin Shou, exuding warmth, arranged 2 teacups on the coffee table before pouring a cup of fine black tea for Lu Yuan, followed by offering some pastries. Go ahead, eat. You are still young. At the age of growth, Yin Shou said with a cheerful smile. In Yin Shou's presence, Lu Yuan felt akin to a fledgling chick, easily manipulated. Naturally, the tea and pastries offered by Yin Shou were not of any soporific variety, so he lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. How is it? My tea is quite good, isn't it? Yin Shou inquired with a smile, stroking his beard. Indeed, the director's tea is excellent. Lu Yuan replied sincerely, offering a compliment. That's more like it. Yin Shou nodded approvingly. After a moment of silence, Yin Shou remained composed and unhurried, while Lu Yuan could not maintain such calmness. Determined to take the initiative, he looked at Yin Shou and said, Director, I apologize, but may I ask how you knew I possessed a soul bone? Yin Shou chuckled softly. Isn't it obvious? Firstly, it is your soul power. He took a sip of his tea, slowly analyzing. You were correct. If one had absorbed an ordinary soul ring, even a low-level soul master could not experience such a rapid increase in soul power. The leap from the expected level 11 soul power to level 14, a difference of 3 levels, is simply too vast. Yes, while absorbing a high-aged soul beast for a soul ring can indeed lead to an immediate increase in soul power, the extent of that increase can only be 1 or 2 levels, hardly ever 3, Yin Shou continued. Thus, I suspect that your increase in soul power is not solely due to having absorbed a soul ring over 500 years old. A 3-level disparity in soul power, even with diligent prior cultivation, would not result in such a significant boost from surpassing a threshold with a soul ring. Therefore, the only other explanation must be the soul bone, Yin Shou asserted confidently. That is the only possibility I can conceive. Additionally, it seems you have not fully integrated with the soul bone, at least. I can sense a certain power within you, likely in your right hand, that feels somewhat incompatible with your essence. This sensation was rather obscure to me, leading me to doubt my own perceptions, but your prior demonstration to validate the age of your soul ring confirmed my instincts were correct. It is precisely for this reason that I am certain you have absorbed a soul bone. Lu Yuan was momentarily speechless, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. He had never anticipated that his soul power's illogical rise after absorbing a soul ring would lead Yin Shou to conclude that he had absorbed a soul bone. The essence of his soul power stemmed purely from the overwhelming strength granted by his 3 martial souls, a natural endowment, until he acquired his first soul ring. His soul power had remained at level 10, but upon receiving the first ring, his innate abilities fully manifested. At this juncture, Lu Yuan had no choice but to concede. All right, yes, Director, I have absorbed a soul bone. It is. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yin Shou, who said sternly, You must not share the matter of soul bones so casually with others. Remember, this is something only you should know. But Director, you are not. Lu Yuan paused in surprise. I only know that you possess a soul bone. I do not know which part it belongs to or its quality. I cannot know, Yin Shou said, clearing his throat. Lu Yuan immediately grasped the implication. Although Yin Shou claimed to have no designs on his soul bone, it was clear that he was suppressing his desires, forcing himself to refrain from harboring intentions towards Lu Yuan. Instantly, Lu Yuan felt somewhat reassured. Yin Shou's restraint indicated that he was not devoid of desire, nor was he a hypocrite masquerading as virtuous. His suppression of desire was motivated by ulterior motives. At that moment, Yin Shou performed an unexpected gesture that astonished Lu Yuan. He removed a soul guiding device from his right hand and, using his soul power, pushed it towards Lu Yuan. Put this soul guiding device on. Its fluctuations can conceal the resonance of your soul bone, Yin Shou told Lu Yuan, adding, At the very least, soul masters below the rank of soul sage will be unable to detect the resonance of your soul bone. Director, why is this? Lu Yuan gaped, hesitating to take the device, instead looking at Yin Shou questioningly. You may regard my actions as an investment, Yin Shou said earnestly, meeting Lu Yuan's gaze. I need to return home today to attend to matters. It seems I will not be able to come back tonight. So if there is no update today, please do not take offense. Chapter 30. The deal is struck. Investment. Lu Yuan was taken aback, suddenly comprehending the situation. What must I do? And what else can you offer me? Lu Yuan was quite astute, rather than relying on unwarranted goodwill. He preferred the explicit nature of the transaction proposed by Yan Shou. He firmly believed in the principle of equivalent exchange. What one gives is what one receives. Every action and consequence predetermined. Yan Shou was surprised by Lu Yuan's candidness. He had anticipated needing to elaborate on the concept of transactions to the 6-year-old. However, it appeared that the farmer's child was rather precocious. Yan Shou smiled and began, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yan Shou, the principal of the Nodding City Academy for Soul Masters, a level 56 Soul King with the martial spirit of the Fiery Bow." Fiery Bow? Lu Yuan nearly exclaimed. Though I am aged, my arrows remain sharp. Or perhaps he could have said, though I am aged, I can still lead armies. Yet, he quickly realized that Yan Shou's martial spirit referred to a bow imbued with the attribute of fire. Of course, this is merely the identity you are familiar with. Yan Shou continued, oblivious to Lu Yuan's momentary distraction. My other identity is that of a direct descendant of the Yan family, the heirs of the fiery general of the Tiando Empire. The Yan family of Tiando City? Lu Yuan pondered, recalling that this name was not mentioned in the original story. Surely, they were not mere cannon fodder? Our family has served the Tiando royal family for over 5 centuries, boasting a prestigious lineage. Our ancestor, the fiery general, was a titled Douluo. Alas, Yan Shou's expression shifted to one of regret. After the passing of our ancestor, the younger generation has proven inept. It is needless to say that we have yet to produce another titled Douluo, let alone a soul Douluo. He chuckled bitterly. Because of this, my family has gradually declined, attracting countless former enemies who seek to obliterate us. So, you are implying. Lu Yuan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. A once mighty family of titled Douluos is on the brink of annihilation and seeks his assistance? Was such absurdity even possible? Rest assured. Yan Shou noted as he observed Lu Yuan's expression. I am not asking you to save our family immediately. Even in our decline, we still have several soul sage ancestors. I merely hope that you might aid us in the future. Not just you. Our family has supported numerous talented commoner soul masters in recent years, and we find ourselves at a dead end. Lu Yuan mused, are you casting a wide net in hopes of catching a big fish? Yet, this was reasonable. After all, it would be imprudent to place all hopes on a single individual. However, it was truly disheartening that a family once distinguished as titled Douluos had produced no soul Douluos. Only a few soul sages. It was no wonder the Yin family had no presence in the original story. They were simply insufficiently formidable. After all, when Tang San completed the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, the adversaries he faced were titans like the Spirit Hall. The future enemies and allies faced by the Yin family consisted of mere pawns compared to the overwhelming forces at play. Our younger generations are inept and must rely on outsiders. This is our misfortune, yet your fortune, Yan Shou stated. Our ancestors have about 30 years of life left. Once they pass, the enemies within the Tiando Empire will surely seek to eradicate us. Thus, we hope that you talented soul masters can grow to become soul emperors within 30 years to assist us. Is merely being a soul emperor sufficient? Lu Yuan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Yan Shou smiled. A soul emperor in their 30s wields more influence than a soul sage over 100 years old. Lu Yuan contemplated this. Indeed, a soul emperor in their 30s would undoubtedly possess the capability to advance further, perhaps even to the rank of soul Douluo. In a realm where titled Douluos represented the pinnacle of power and were often the hidden weapons of prominent families and sects, a soul Douluo could serve as a commander of a nation or the leader of a sect. Consider the current illustrious 7 sects of the Douluo Continent. Aside from the titled Douluo leader of the Holy Dragon sect, Tuobashi, the most formidable among the lower 4 sects, Huyinjin of the Elephant Armor sect, was merely an 87-level soul Douluo. Hence, Yan Shou's assertion that it would suffice was valid. If Lu Yuan were to reach soul emperor status by the age of 30, leveraging the resources and connections amassed by the Yin family, he could undoubtedly rescue them from peril. Understood, Lu Yuan nodded. This posed no challenge for him. As his original plan was even more ambitious, he intended to break through to Soul Sage before the age of 16. What was a mere 30-year-old Soul Emperor to him? Now that you have outlined the costs, what can you offer in return? Lu Yuan inquired, gazing directly at Yan Shou. What we can provide is, of course, protection for your growth, including your subsequent training, living expenses, and even safeguarding your family. Yan Shou responded with a smile. And the most crucial aspect is, what is it? Lu Yuan asked, intrigued. Our family will assist you in ascending to the upper echelons of the empire, Yin Shou declared with fervor. Once you complete your studies and training, we can arrange for you to enter the military, the city, or even the imperial palace. You will ascend to the ranks of the nobility, wielding power beyond what ordinary men can conceive. Is that so? Lu Yuan appeared unfazed. Isn't that what you desire? Yin Shou smiled. A 1,000,000-strong army, all at your command. Such a prospect is not beyond our Yin family's capabilities. Lu Yuan mused. You seem to have misunderstood. This is not a desire of mine, but rather a result of my golden finger compelling me to recite dramatic lines. Provided you possess the requisite strength to attain Soul Sage, or even Soul Douluo. Yin Shou continued. Understood, Lu Yuan replied, still showing no change in demeanor. Yin Shou furrowed his brow. What is it? Are you dissatisfied? No, I am quite satisfied. Even immensely grateful, Lu Yuan smiled. Then, Yin Shou narrowed his eyes. The deal is struck. Lu Yuan began to devour the pastries on the table, mumbling indistinctly between bites. Excellent, Yin Shou chuckled. Then I shall take this Soul Guide device. Lu Yuan waved the exquisite Soul Guide wristband that Yin Shou had placed before him. Not a problem. It was meant for you, Yin Shou affirmed with a nod. Should I not return the contents within to you, Principal? Lu Yuan glanced at him. Not necessary. Yin Shou waved his hand dismissively. Consider the contents as your sponsorship. There are indeed some valuable items within, such as training methods and literature from the Soul Master community. Thank you, Lu Yuan replied, slipping the wristband onto his left arm. Now, you should be on your way, Yin Shou said, dismissing him. Lu Yuan shrugged. Very well, Principal. He paused. Thank you for your hospitality. He then turned and left the office, closing the door gently behind him. Yin Shou shook his head, his expression distant. I hope that this choice proves to be the right one, lest my Yin family faces ruin. Chapter 31. The Legend of the Star Eclipse. Once Lu Yuan departed from Yin Shou's office, his curiosity was piqued by the Soul Guide bracelet adorning his right wrist. The bracelet appeared to be intricately carved from crystal, radiating a silvery hue. It was exquisitely etched with a pair of wings resembling those of swans, and a longbow embellished with scales, which combined to form a semicircle. Interestingly, the silvery bracelet was not entirely closed. It featured an intentional gap, unlike the inflexible crystal bracelets Lu Yuan had encountered in his previous life. This Soul Guide bracelet could be adjusted through the gap to fit snugly on his wrist. Thus, it suited him perfectly, even though it originally belonged to Yin Shou. Lu Yuan remained fascinated by the concept of soul guides. He instinctively followed the method described in the original text, channeling his soul power into the bracelet. The moment he did, his consciousness seemed to slip into a virtual space, approximately 1 cubic meter in size. To his dismay, this meager capacity would hardly suffice for concealing a body after a murder. Though it was technically possible, it would undoubtedly be cumbersome, requiring one to curl up the corpse. It was also worth noting that, given that Yu Shaojiang, the son of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect's leader, could only obtain a soul guide with a storage capacity of 24 cubic meters, it was understandable. Yin Shou, being merely a soul king, belonged to the declining Yin family, which, despite its title as a Douluo family, could hardly compete with the likes of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Thus, receiving a soul guide with a 1 cubic meter storage capacity from Yin Shou was already a stroke of good fortune. However, the true treasure lay within. Lu Yuan concentrated on probing the contents of the bracelet. To his astonishment, a golden card materialized in his hand with a swift motion. The card bore the number 500, signifying that it contained a sum of 500 gold soul coins. Lu Yuan marveled at the wealth he had just uncovered. Since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered such a fortune. In the Douluo Continent, 1 gold soul coin equated to 10 silver soul coins and 100 copper soul coins. And a single gold soul coin was sufficient to sustain an average family of 3 or 4 for 4 to 5 months. If one were to relate this to his previous life, with minimal living expenses for a family of 4 amounting to around $60 a day, that would total approximately $2,000 a month, this being the bare minimum. Over 5 months, that would equate to $10,000, meaning that 500 gold soul coins were worth 5 million. In his previous life, Lu Yuan's family could barely be considered middle class, and the thought of 5 million was beyond his experience. Truly, he thought, the offspring of a titled Douluo family possessed immense wealth. And he could scarcely imagine the fortune of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the wealthiest institution in the realm. As Lu Yuan continued to examine the items left behind by Yin Shou, he discovered a plethora of goods, besides the golden soul coin card. there were a dozen books, several soul power testing crystals, 2 finely crafted longswords, and a few empty boxes for storage. Additionally, there were some scattered gold, silver, and copper soul coins, all of which were quite practical. Thankfully, Insho had not included any personal items like clothing, which would have been rather awkward, compared to the golden card. The rest of the contents were relatively insignificant, yet for Lu Yuan, they constituted a considerable fortune. The books were particularly valuable as he was eager to enhance his knowledge. It was evident that as a noble soul master, even a casual gift of a soul guide could be so bountiful, with treasures worth hundreds of gold soul coins given without a hint of regret. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was feeling quite pleased about receiving a gold soul coin subsidy from the Spirit Hall for his recent advancement to Soul Master, unaware that to others, his single gold coin might be worth less than 1%, or even 1,000th of their wealth. This disparity in wealth between the upper and lower classes was astonishing. Regardless of the world one inhabited, Lu Yuan chuckled softly to himself and returned the golden card to the bracelet. Should he bestow a name upon this soul guide? He scratched his head, recalling how Tang San had named his soul guide. An idea struck him, and he said with enthusiasm, "Let us call it Star Eclipse." This name was not only a tribute but also a manifestation of his passion. A fleeting softness appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes, unbeknownst to him that this bracelet would later become a mystical legend in the Douluo Continent. Those who could find the bracelet named Star Eclipse would be granted access to the Empire's supreme treasures. By noon, Lu Yuan decided to head to the dining hall ahead of the students still in class. Upon reaching the dining hall, he ascended to the second floor and indulged himself with a lavish meal, a well-deserved treat, considering he now possessed several hundred gold soul coins. Spending about half a silver soul coin, he feasted on an entire roasted chicken, a portion of sauced beef steak, a bowl of rich meat soup, a plate of vegetables, and 2 bowls of fragrant rice. With such delectable food before him, Lu Yuan quickly set about satisfying his hunger. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared on the second floor of the dining hall. It was Yu Xiaojing, who had recently been at odds with Lu Yuan. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Yu Xiaojing's expression soured. Now that their relationship had soured, Lu Yuan saw no reason to maintain a facade of cordiality. He snorted dismissively and turned to enjoy his roasted chicken. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Yu Xiaojing was of little consequence. Even with the backing of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, they would not intervene unless Lu Yuan sought to eliminate him. Furthermore, Yu Xiaojing was merely a worthless individual whose soul power could never exceed level 70. Even after consuming celestial herbs, with his 3 life martial souls and innate superior soul power, Lu Yuan felt no fear of what this ineffectual person could possibly do. Without even mentioning Lu Yuan's recent acquisition of his first soul ring, he could easily overpower Yu Xiaojing, who had barely managed to fend off a 400-year-old mana snake. Despite having soul power at level 29, he was but a fade. Lu Yuan, having slain an 800-year-old netherwolf, would find it effortless to dispatch Yu Xiaojing. As if sensing Lu Yuan's disdainful smile, Yu Xiaojing turned away, his body trembling with suppressed anger. Soon, as the classes at Notting Academy concluded, lunchtime arrived, and Tang San hurried toward the dining hall. Chapter 32, Words of Justice. As students and teachers gradually made their way to the dining hall after class, Lu Yuan had nearly finished his meal. During his recent time at Notting Academy, Lu Yuan encountered a piece of knowledge he had never before contemplated. A soul master's soul power is not only cultivated through daily practice but is also significantly influenced by their dietary intake, resulting in an increased appetite. Furthermore, a soul master's innate soul power is determined not only by their inherent talent but also by the nutritional intake prior to the age of 6. Suddenly, Lu Yuan seemed to grasp the situation. His innate soul power was approximately at the 13th level. Yet, considering his unique martial souls, it should have been higher. However, due to his humble beginnings in a common household, his inadequate nutrition before the age of 6 had hindered his innate soul power from reaching greater heights. In contrast, those born into noble families, even those like Yu Xiaojing, whose martial soul had suffered a significant mutation, benefited from a substantial nutritional intake due to their affluent backgrounds, allowing them to attain at least half a level of innate soul power. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but reflect on the vast disparity between the nobility and the common folk, which was far greater than he had imagined. Thus, the daily training of a soul master encompasses not only rigorous practice and combat, but also the importance of proper nourishment. Remarkably, despite consuming such a large quantity of food, Lu Yuan, with the physique of a 6-year-old, did not feel excessively full, suggesting that a soul master's digestive capabilities are indeed impressive. As the school dining hall grew busier, Yuan, having finished his meal, decided it was time to leave. Just then, a familiar figure intercepted him. "What's the matter?" "Tang San?" Yuan raised an eyebrow, observing Tang San standing before him with a serious demeanor, flanked by Xiaowu and Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San had come directly to the dining hall after class, accompanied by Xiaowu, with whom he had been inseparable lately. This was not entirely surprising. From Yuan's perspective, it seemed as if Xiaowu was intent on sticking close to Tang San, much like a playful hare pursuing a boy. Upon entering the dining hall, they encountered Yu Xiaojiang, who emerged with an unfavorable expression. "Teacher," Tang San greeted Yu Xiaojiang with a courteous bow. "Greetings, master." Xiaowu chimed in, echoing Tang San's greeting. "It's you too." Yu Xiaojiang managed a strained smile in response. "Teacher, has something happened?" Tang San inquired upon noticing Yu Xiaojiang's troubled expression. "It's nothing." Yu Xiaojiang seemed reluctant to divulge details but eventually added, My theory may be flawed. I owe you an apology, Tang San." He sighed, expressing regret. "My theory on the maximum absorption of soul rings may not hold true. The limit may not be 423 years, but rather closer to 500. Teacher, you need not blame yourself." Tang San furrowed his brow, pressing for clarity. Xiaowu remained silent, listening intently. Yu Xiaojiang sighed again. "Today, I encountered Yuan. He has been absent from the academy for the past few days. Hasn't he been out hunting soul beasts?" Tang San nodded slowly, contemplating the revelation. "Yes, Yuan has indeed been absent. I had no idea he was hunting soul beasts. Since becoming the leader of the work-study students, supported daily by Wang Sheng and others, he had unconsciously overlooked Yuan. Yuan had no intention of involving himself with Tang San and his companions, especially since they were not particularly close. Thus, he hadn't informed Tang San about his soul beast hunting endeavors. Tang San, who had not seen Yuan for a while, could only speculate he was likely seeking his first soul ring. Yuan has acquired a soul ring over 500 years old, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, shaking his head. "If you, Tang San, were to obtain a soul ring of that age, it could potentially elevate your soul power by at least 2 or 3 levels, rather than—" "Enough," Tang San interjected, resolutely. "I have faith in your theories, teacher." Yet, Yuan's arguments, they possess merit. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze showed a hint of embarrassment. "Yuan, he simply fails to grasp the magnitude of your brilliance, teacher," Tang San asserted, convinced it was Yuan's misunderstanding. "As your student, no one comprehends the validity of your theories better than I do. But Yuan said my theory is worthless." Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned distant. "Perhaps he is indeed correct. I am merely a failure who cannot surpass level 30 in soul power." His voice trembled slightly at the end, grappling with the weight of his own limitations. "Does Yuan truly insult you in such a manner?" Tang San felt a surge of anger rising within him. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, who had been quiet, found merit in Yuan's words, although her allegiance lay with Tang San. Tang San, having lived in a feudal world where respect for one's teacher was paramount, viewed Yuan's repeated denigration of Yu Xiaojiang as an affront to his own paternal figure. "Is it an insult to me?" Yu Xiaojiang appeared momentarily taken aback. Despite believing Yuan was mistaken, he was uncertain whether it constituted an insult. Yet, recalling Yuan's earlier disparagement of him as a failure, he could not dismiss it as anything less. "I cannot let this slide, teacher. I must seek justice for you." Tang San's countenance shifted dramatically, and he turned to see Yuan emerging from the dining hall. He immediately approached Yuan, with Xiaowu following closely, ready to support him. Although Tang San was not yet her brother, he was still her most promising ally, unlike Wang Sheng. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, Xiaowu harbored many schemes within. Had Tang San not demonstrated formidable strength and talent, it was uncertain whether she would have agreed to become his sworn sister. As Yuan observed Tang San, accompanied by Yu Xiaojiang and Xiaowu, approaching him, he narrowed his eyes. Chapter 33, Yuan vs. Tang San, Part 1. Yuan, have you insulted the teacher? Tang San, having restrained his killing intent somewhat, refrained from displaying hostility towards Yuan. Despite his unwavering sense of justice, he possessed a modicum of conscience and could not bring himself to harm a child gravely. This was one of the few remnants of his moral compass. However, had Yuan been his mortal enemy, adhering to the philosophy of eradicating threats without leaving roots for regrowth, Tang San would not have hesitated to obliterate not just Yuan but his entire family as well. Yuan chuckled lightly, glancing at the master hiding behind Tang San. finding the scene rather comical. It was merely a clash of ideologies. Besides, he had only offered a slight opinion. I trust the master is well aware of the circumstances and understands that I acted out of necessity. He paused, and the master and I have already received due consequences in front of the dean. I apologized to him and have faced my punishment. This punishment, however, had been quite delightful, granting Lu Yuan the soul guidance device, Star Eclipsed, and a transaction with Yin Shou that netted him 500 gold soul coins. This punishment, I must say, is quite enjoyable. I hope for more of such. Yet, Yu Xiaojing was unaware of Lu Yuan's clandestine dealings with Yin Shou, leading him to ponder the validity of Lu Yuan's claims. So, you truly did insult the teacher? Tang San inhaled deeply. Did I not mention that I already apologized to Yu Xiaojing? Lu Yuan replied, a tinge of annoyance evident as he called out Yu Xiaojing's name directly. You dare to address the teacher so casually. Tang San's anger surged. Oh, my apologies. I forgot that detail, Lu Yuan remarked, arching an eyebrow with an air of nonchalance. If this matters to you, I shall be more mindful in your presence henceforth. As Tang San attempted to calm his emotions, having deeply studied the profound principles of the Xiantian treasure record, he knew better than to let anger dictate his actions. However, upon observing Lu Yuan's flippant demeanor, he took a deep breath and made a resolute decision. Can we move aside? Lu Yuan's expression turned cold as he regarded them. At that moment, Xiao Wu, witnessing Lu Yuan, a mere student, daring to be so disrespectful to her as the lead among the working students, felt a twinge of anger. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your superior. When did I ever acknowledge you as my superior? Lu Yuan shot her a glance, scoffing. I don't need your protection, do I, Miss Gentlebone Rabbit? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief at the disdainful look from Lu Yuan. And upon hearing the last 5 words, she initially thought he had uncovered her true identity. However, she quickly dismissed that notion in her mind. He is just a little brat. Apart from being a titled Douluo, no one can discern my true identity. He must be referring to my martial soul, she reasoned internally. Lu Yuan intended merely to give this presumptuous rabbit a light reprimand, not genuinely to expose her identity. Even if he were to do so, he licked his lips. He would only reveal it when he possessed the capacity to absorb 100,000-year soul beast. Enough. Lu Yuan. Tang San's icy voice cut through the air. Do you not find your behavior towards your elder excessively rude? Rude to my elder? Lu Yuan retorted with a cold laugh. Noticing the gathering crowd in the cafeteria. Is someone who wishes to expel me from the academy truly considered my elder? If you cannot tolerate me, feel free to make a move. He then calmly addressed Tang San. You may employ any tactics, normal, sinister, or underhanded. I'll be here to receive them. Very well. Lu Yuan. I challenge you. Tang San declared coldly. You have insulted my teacher. This grievance must be avenged. Could not have wished for more. Lu Yuan exclaimed, revealing an excited, wicked smile. Unbeknownst to him, his grin bore a striking resemblance to Kayn's, sinister and brimming with confidence, exuding an air of arrogance, akin to that of a villain. Yet, Lu Yuan's own thoughts were indeed aligned with seeking this confrontation. He had longed to give Tang San a good thrashing. To the playground. Tang San, still cautious, glanced around the cafeteria before addressing Lu Yuan. Absolutely. Lu Yuan shrugged. Come. Once they arrived at the playground, Tang San looked down at Lu Yuan from a higher vantage. Tang San showed no intention of revealing his martial soul. He merely harnessed the inner power of the Xiantian treasure record, keeping a watchful gaze on Lu Yuan. Quite confident. Lu Yuan, unperturbed by Tang San's demeanor, understood that while Tang San did not require his martial soul, he himself must. Bow before my infinite glory. Sincerely submit. Lu Yuan exclaimed with a smile. As the enormous Death Star scythe materialized in his hand, simultaneously, a yellow soul ring slowly ascended beneath his small frame. Tang San observed silently, his eyes turning purple as he activated the Ghost Shadow Misty Step, while a jade-like radiance enveloped his hand, clearly indicating the use of the Xianyu hand. Yet, he refrained from initiating an attack, awaiting Lu Yuan's move. Side sweep. Lu Yuan did not hold back, utilizing his formidable skill as he charged towards Tang San with a spinning motion. Tang San would not allow Lu Yuan to strike him, swiftly employing Ghost Shadow Misty Step to evade the incoming assault. As the Ghost Shadow Misty Step illuminated, Tang San's figure swiftly filled the space, creating numerous afterimages born of his incredible speed. However, Lu Yuan merely glanced and, with a direct sweep of the Death Star scythe, struck all of Tang San's phantoms. Side sweep was indeed an area of effect, AoE skill. The Ghost Shadow Misty Step was not akin to the Heavenly Path or the 8 steps to chase the cicada. Rather, It functioned more like the so-called Lingbo Weibo, a light skill that, while remarkably swift, was primarily designed to confuse the opponent's sight, allowing movement within a limited range. It was effective against single-target attacks, making evasion relatively simpler. However, as an AE skill, Side Sweep forced Tang San's expression to change as he narrowly dodged the attack. Spirit. Manifest. Tang San shouted as he summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul, accompanied by a yellow soul ring. No one shall tarnish my grandeur and glory. Lu Yuan. Without any intention of courtesy, fervently declared. Blade piercing. A wave of azure and crimson square energy surged towards Tang San. Be careful. Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaojing shouted from the sidelines, unable to contain themselves. Tang San's arrogance had led him astray. His earlier triumph over senior students stemmed from their feeble martial souls. In contrast, blade piercing was far easier to evade than side sweep. Allowing Tang San to dodge with a swift movement, Lu Yuan did not expect to hit Tang San so easily with blade piercing. Tang San quickly closed the distance. Intending to engage Lu Yuan in close combat, his ghost shadow misty step granting him remarkable speed. The Xian Yu hand was almost upon Lu Yuan's chest. But the next moment, shadow step, Lu Yuan transformed into a shadow, abruptly accelerating and vanishing from sight. Do you think skills from a fantastical realm would be inferior to lightness skills from a martial arts world? Do not jest, Lu Yuan thought, resolving to take the confrontation more seriously. In the next instant, he reappeared 100 meters behind Tang San, exclaiming with feigned exasperation, "Oh, what a hassle." Then, Lu Yuan's soul energy surged rapidly, gripping the Death Star scythe as crimson light glimmered in his eyes. Witness the arrival of the Death Star, the pinnacle of unclean creations. A ferocious voice erupted from Lu Yuan as the Death Star scythe radiated a blinding red light, transforming into a blood-red sphere. Subsequently, the crimson orb hurtled towards Lu Yuan's chest. A wave of violent, despairing, destructive power emanated from Lu Yuan's center, causing his short black hair to lengthen and transform into a hue reminiscent of blood. The Death Star scythe in Lu Yuan's grasp transformed into a purely crimson harbinger of demise, pulsating as if it possessed a life of its own. Trembling with an eerie vitality, the central orb morphed into a profound abyss of blackness. Let us proceed to round 2. Lu Yuan licked his lips. His scarlet gaze fixated upon Tang San. Chapter 34, Lu Yuan versus Tang San, Part 2. What is happening? At this moment, the onlookers gathered by the playground displayed expressions of astonishment. They had been drawn to the confrontation between Tang San and Lu Yuan. But now they were taken aback by the transformation occurring within Lu Yuan. Yu Xiaojing widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this another force long hidden within Lu Yuan's martial soul? Could it truly affect the soul master directly? This was an unprecedented manifestation of mutated martial soul abilities. Indeed, as I suspected, if Lu Yuan were privy to Yu Xiaojing's thoughts, he would surely scoff and disdain at such presumptions. Meanwhile, Xiao stood at a distance, observing Lu Yuan as he radiated an aura of violence and bloodthirst. Her bright red eyes sparkled with intensity. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, he was preparing to experiment with the third form of his Death Star demon scythe. In the context of the Odyssey universe, this form could be referred to as the Death Omen Avatar. Yet, to Lu Yuan, there was no distinction. In this state, Lu Yuan possessed a vampiric enhancement to his soul power percentage, and wielding the massive scythe would amplify his soul power's lethality even further. While the blade's piercing strike could forcibly launch opponents away, the so-called vampirism involved incessantly absorbing the physical energy and even life force of others to convert it into his own vitality. In this state, Lu Yuan could sustain himself through battle, growing ever more formidable. It is well known that the hero Kayn is not merely Kayn, but rather, he is known as Rost. One cannot help but remark that as the Death Omen spirit, Rost's abilities far surpass those of a mere imperial soldier like Kayn. This vampiric ability, while commonplace in games, becomes exceedingly formidable in reality. The capacity to siphon energy and life force from others is undeniably sinister. Lu Yuan brandished the blood-red Death Star demon scythe, charging directly at Tang San. A wave of delectable terror was about to descend. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement down his spine. "I'm thirsty for blood," Lu Yuan shouted with a savage glee. Tang San, feeling the goosebumps rise all over his body, knew that facing Lu Yuan head-on with bare hands was utterly futile. A soft white light emanated from him as he raised his right hand, summoning the ethereal blue-silver grass from his palm. With a sweep of his arm, the grass dispersed beneath his feet. First soul skill, blue-silver bind. The yellow soul ring surrounding Tang San suddenly glowed bright. Dozens of thick strands of blue-silver grass surged up from beneath Lu Yuan's feet without warning, spiraling upwards to ensnare Lu Yuan's body. That's it. Xiao San. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice, clearly eager to witness Tang San employ the soul ring skills derived from his teachings to teach Lu Yuan a lesson. Wild grass is still just wild grass. No soul beast's soul ring can make it sturdy. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, his red hair giving him an almost manic appearance. My scythe is designed to sever weeds like you. With a sweeping motion, the rotating Death Star demon scythe effortlessly sliced through the spiraling blue-silver grass. In an instant, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted from elation to despair as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. The so-called enhanced blue-silver grass, even after its transformation, was merely grass. At most as resilient as iron bark. Yet, against the scythe that could slice through steel, it was no different from ordinary weeds. Lu Yuan then appeared directly before Tang San, gripping the Death Star demon scythe tightly as he swung it towards him. Alarm bells rang in Tang San's mind. This was a weapon his Xian jade hands could not withstand. In such a predicament, he activated his ghost shadow misty steps and swiftly retreated. Humph! Trying to escape? Lu Yuan sneered, positioning his massive scythe for a sweeping upward strike. Your life. Hand it over. The arrogant voice of Rost echoed, sending a tremor through the crowd. Piercing strike. The crimson energy enveloped the ground beneath Tang San, and in an instant, it erupted. Tang San felt his body become utterly uncontrollable as he was launched into the air. At this moment, Lu Yuan activated his shadow step, appearing right in front of Tang San. With no time to spare, Tang San revealed the concealed darts from his wrist, aimed directly at Lu Yuan. A mere trick. Lu Yuan's blood-red eyes blazed with a blinding light. He had long been wary of Tang San's underhanded tactics and would not fall for them. The Death Star demon scythe blocked the darts effortlessly, which could not penetrate the ultimate weapon forged from stellar remnants. The darts fell to the ground, and at that moment, the wild grass beneath them withered instantly. However, this brief distraction afforded Tang San a moment to create distance from Lu Yuan before the latter's assault could land. Did you poison them? Lu Yuan remarked coldly, not surprising. It suits your style. Tang San's expression grew grave as he regarded the crimson-haired, red-eyed Lu Yuan, sensing the enormity of the challenge before him. Although he seemed to have evaded this immediate crisis, he felt a nagging sensation that, after sustaining an attack from Lu Yuan, the soul power within him was draining more rapidly. Nevertheless, he quickly refocused on Lu Yuan. Tang San, feeling the effects of his waning energy, took a deep breath. This was the most formidable adversary he had encountered since arriving in this world. Thus, he gently caressed the 24-bridge bright moon knight at his waist, summoning the concealed projectiles hidden within his soul guide. Flying needles and daggers appeared in his grasp. Tang San unleashed a barrage of projectiles at Lu Yuan, employing the introductory technique from the Tang sect, the flicking arrow. This technique utilized the inertia of his arm to launch the hidden weapons, a straightforward yet effective method. In response, Lu Yuan swung the massive red scythe, conjuring a circular shield that deflected all of Tang San's projectiles. Tang San's eyes transformed into a deep purple, enhanced by the effect of the purple extreme magic eye, allowing him to discern Lu Yuan's every movement. Yet, Lu Yuan was not one to remain idle. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, transforming into a crimson blur, charging relentlessly at Tang San. Love, hope, fear. I shall feast upon everything. The haughty voice reverberated before Tang San. First soul skill. Lu Yuan's yellow soul ring glimmered to life. Until now, he had yet to employ his initial soul skill. Crimson light coalesced around the blade of the Death Star demon scythe, and Lu Yuan unleashed a powerful swing. The sanguine energy erupted from the blade, morphing into a crescent-shaped slash directed at Tang San. Death Star obliteration slash, derived from the energy wave attack of the Netherwolf. This technique transformed into a slicing maneuver upon becoming a soul skill of Lu Yuan's martial soul, the Death Star demon scythe. The violent, blood-soaked power cascaded over Tang San. And given that Lu Yuan had closed the distance with a shadow step, coupled with Tang San's waning stamina, evasion was impossible. Xiao San. Both Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaojiang outside cried out in alarm simultaneously. Chapter 35, Lu Yuan vs. Tang San, Part 3, A Wave of Crimson, Deathly Silence. And annihilating energy surged forth, as if it could obliterate an entire planet, hurtling towards Tang San. Could his frail, youthful body withstand such a devastating assault? The answer, undeniably, was no. Should Tang San be struck by this soul skill, even if he managed to endure, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Before him, The Death Star Annihilation Slash bore an aura of terrifying power that seemed capable of severing all. Behind the crescent-shaped energy wave, Tang San beheld Lu Yuan's ferocious crimson eyes, radiating a palpable intent to kill. Lu Yuan truly wished to end his life. Tang San's body trembled. Was it possible he would perish here? He could not suppress the thought, then closed his eyes, whispering an apology to Xiao Wu and to his teacher. Images of Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaojiang materialized before him, eventually giving way to the figure of a weathered man forging iron, his father. But in the next moment, the crimson wave of energy whizzed past him, brushing just a centimeter away, resulting in a small explosion of scarlet behind him. As Tang San kept his eyes closed for several seconds, he wondered why he still felt anything, before finally reopening them. Immediately, he was met with the sight of a devastated playground, and there stood Lu Yuan, having retracted his martial soul, his expression calm. Devoid of the previous brutality and murderous intent, Lu Yuan smiled gently at Tang San, saying, "We were merely sparring. It seems the victor has been determined. Therefore, let us leave it at that." Lu Yuan's demeanor was unexpectedly kind, devoid of any malice, leaving Tang San momentarily taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the life-threatening figure he had just faced. "Did I frighten you?" Lu Yuan inquired, a hint of apology in his smile. "My martial soul's form earlier can slightly influence my behavior during battle, which might appear violent. However, my consciousness remains unaffected, so you need not worry." With a shrug, he continued. Tang San recalled Yu Xiaojiang's words about certain soul masters whose martial souls could indeed affect their personalities. For instance, those with fire attribute martial souls often exhibited straightforward and fiery tempers, while those with lightning attributes tended to be domineering. He also remembered the example of a soul master whose ancestral martial soul, originally a wild chicken, mutated into a fire turkey imbued with malevolent flames, leading to a rather unsavory disposition. Tang San grasped the concept, albeit vaguely. However, he felt no gratitude towards Lu Yuan, for the latter had not only defeated him, but had also insulted his teacher beforehand. "So, our contest has concluded. Does that mean your conflict with my teacher is resolved?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Next time, I shall triumph over you," Tang San responded, sidestepping the question but seemingly answering it nonetheless. He then turned to walk towards Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, appearing amicable as he prepared to leave. The spectators from Notting Academy, having witnessed the duel, were full of admiration for the formidable yet restrained Lu Yuan. Incredible. That weapon martial soul is exceptionally powerful. He must still be a first-year student, just like Tang San, yet they have both advanced to soul masters, each possessing a 100-year soul ring. The younger generation is truly impressive. Who would have thought such a genius soul master would emerge from Notting Academy? Though Lu Yuan appears young, he is quite handsome and adorable. One student exclaimed. "He looks merely 6 or 7. What are you thinking?" Another responded. "Do you not understand the concept of childhood betrothal? We can foster our affection from a young age." Someone chimed in. "This child, besides being immensely powerful, possesses a kind heart." In that final moment, he harbored no intent to harm, truly a good child. Aside from his first soul skill, he possesses several other unique attack methods, distinctly different from standard attacks. Could they be self-created soul skills? It's not just Lu Yuan with self-created soul skills. Tang San has them too. Unfortunately, it seems Tang San's self-created skill pales in comparison to Lu Yuan's. After all, there is a disparity between their martial souls. One possesses a mutated side martial soul with the potential to be a top-tier weapon martial soul, while Tang San's martial soul is merely blue-silver grass. A worthless martial soul is a worthless martial soul. No matter how hard one trains, it cannot rival those with formidable martial souls. Amidst the accolades and chatter from the Notting Academy crowd, Lu Yuan merely smiled and said nothing, turning to leave. As he stepped away from the throng, the smile vanished from his face. To be frank, Lu Yuan had genuinely contemplated delivering a fatal blow earlier. After using his first soul skill, the Death Star Annihilation Slash, it was likely Tang San would not perish immediately. However, Lu Yuan possessed a near-certain killing technique, Rending Shadow. Should he unleash this move, he would tear through Tang San's body, leaving him with negligible chances of survival. Yet, Lu Yuan refrained. In that fleeting moment, he realized he could not kill Tang San here, at least not in front of so many witnesses, nor could he even afford to seriously injure him. Because Tang Hao. Setting aside the fact that Lu Yuan was unaware of whether Tang Hao was still acting as Tang San's bodyguard, vigilantly watching over him, he considered the aftermath. If Tang Hao returned to find his son either killed or gravely wounded, would he not be enraged? In a public setting, the word that Lu Yuan was responsible would be impossible to conceal, even if Lu Yuan was merely a child who had severely injured Tang San. Tang Hao's protective nature would undoubtedly lead him to seek retribution. Zhao Wujia's character in the original storyline served as a prime example. Thus, Lu Yuan could not inflict serious harm, let alone kill Tang San. Even if the academy chose not to hold him accountable, Tang Hao would certainly not let him off the hook. As Lu Yuan strolled back to Dormitory 7, he noticed that the work-study students within were beginning to harbor an inexplicable fear of him, despite his consistently harmless demeanor, contrasting sharply with the arrogant and brash Xiao Wu. His display of power had instilled a sense of trepidation. This was the effect of sheer strength. No one fears an arrogant individual lacking power. Yet everyone would be wary of a formidable figure who, despite appearing amicable, wielded immense strength. Lu Yuan paid them no mind. Their attitudes were of no concern to him. His thoughts were solely occupied with Tang San. Under normal circumstances, he had no intention of entangling himself with Tang San. However, due to Yu Xiaozhang's interference, a conflict had arisen between Tang San and himself. What sort of person was Tang San? If he perceived a path to his demise, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the threat. Thus, Lu Yuan contemplated how to orchestrate Tang San's downfall, a flicker of concealed malice glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 36. Could it be that the dragon-shaped martial spirit, endowed with the power of thunder, is not my blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit? At this moment, we find ourselves in the direct jurisdiction of Heavendo City, located less than 20 kilometers from the capital of the Heavendo Empire. As the sun sets and the sky is adorned in hues of crimson, the landscape, whether it be the lake at the foot of the mountain or the towering peak brimming with diverse flora, evokes a sense of paradise. Here lies the Heavendo Royal Academy, the foremost spirit master institution in the Heavendo Empire. The grandeur of this academy, bearing the royal title, far surpasses that of the rudimentary Spirit Master Academy in the remote town of Notting. The architecture within is a testament to opulence. Upon entering the mountain, one can truly appreciate the scale of the Heavendo Royal Academy. The stone steps leading up the mountain are carved from white jade, each step adorned with intricate patterns of various spirit beasts, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. The evening light casts dappled shadows of delicate crimson hues upon the steps, enhancing the tranquility and uniqueness of the environment. After several days of arduous travel, Nuo and Zhen Ruping have returned to the academy, feeling a sense of relief. The terrifying wound on Zhen Ruping's body has nearly healed, thanks to the extraordinary recovery abilities of spirit masters. Who would have thought that merely venturing out for training could lead to such peril? Zhen Ruping remarked, still shaken. We were indeed too careless. In pursuit of the 700-year spirit ring from the Sunfire Ant Queen, we exhausted too much stamina and spirit power, and to make matters worse, we encountered a team of spirit master mercenaries. Nuo echoed, equally unsettled. The Sunfire Ants are among the few social spirit beasts in the spirit beast world, possessing a societal structure reminiscent of human society. Despite their collective lifespan rarely exceeding 1,000 years, they are formidable opponents. Should one attempt to hunt the Sunfire Ants, one could provoke an entire colony, with hundreds of synchronized ants capable of instilling fear even in 1,000-year spirit beasts, regardless of their individual age. Not to mention, Nuo and Zhen Ruping aim to slay the crucial Sunfire Ant Queen, a rare spirit beast that can live for over 1,000 or even 10,000 years. However, her combat prowess pales in comparison to the soldier ants, as her role is to be protected by the colony while serving as the reproductive and command figure. Ultimately, Nuo and Zhen Ruping successfully dispatched the Sunfire Ant Queen and eradicated the entire colony. However, in their haste to absorb the spirit ring and leave the spirit hunting forest without fully recuperating their spirit power, they encountered mercenaries who were mistreating spirit beasts in a bid to obtain spirit bones. Upon being discovered by the mercenaries, Zhen Ruping was grievously injured due to exhaustion and insufficient spirit power, compounded by the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries. It is rather unfortunate that I forgot those individuals possessed spirit bones afterward, Zhen Ruping lamented, although I do not know the type of spirit bone. Even a century-old one could fetch a handsome sum if sold. Come now, you little money grubber. Nuo playfully tapped her on the head, her expression betraying affection despite her exasperation. We were fortunate that Brother Li Qing intervened. Otherwise, we might not have escaped unscathed, Zhen Ruping said, cradling her head. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with mirth. I must admit, Brother Li Qing is truly impressive. He managed to defeat so many spirit masters without a spirit ring. He is not only handsome, but also powerful. Observing her partner's love-struck demeanor, Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Do you think that little brother is superior to me? How could that be? You have always been the best in my heart. Zhen Ruping replied with a resigned smile to comfort her. I merely feel sorry for that child. She continued, his eyes are blind. And yet he must venture into the spirit beast forest alone to hunt spirit beasts. Do you think, could that Li Qing truly be? What were you just saying, Nua? At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from behind them. Zhen Ruping and Nua turned to see Yu Tianheng, the direct heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who had merely intended to greet them upon their return but seemed to have overheard something significant. You startled me. Yu Tianheng, Zhen Ruping exclaimed, placing a hand on her chest and giving him a glare. How is it that you walk so silently? Nua added, equally startled. You are even quieter than my martial spirit, the colorful cat. I apologize. Yu Tianheng politely offered his apologies before inquiring. I couldn't help but overhear you discussing matters regarding our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Zhen Ruping and Nua fell silent for a moment. Then Nua glanced at Zhen Ruping, who sighed and said, That child is quite pitiful, so I will share with you, Yu Tianheng. She recounted the events of their training excursion in the spirit hunting forest of Nodding City, detailing how they were ambushed and subsequently saved by Li Qing. That child's martial spirit, although it is indeed vastly different from your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit. It wields the power of lightning and is of a dragon form. Furthermore, the state of martial spirit manifestation seems to be closely related to your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Zhen Ruping remarked. Moreover, that child appears to harbor a rather unfavorable attitude towards your sect, even displaying disdain. Yu Tianheng's heart dropped at her words. From Zhen Ruping's embellished and subjective account, he was reminded of another elder within the sect. This elder, like him, did not possess the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit and bore the surname Liu instead of Yu. Thus, I say, the temperament of those from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is well known throughout the entire capital. Zhen Ruping could not help but sneer. They are notorious for their promiscuity. I initially thought that was enough, yet they remain irresponsible. Yu Tianheng found himself unable to refute her claims. For it was true that disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect often exhibited such traits, as the dragon's inherent nature influenced the spirit masters themselves. Thus, it was not uncommon for individuals like Lu Erlong's father to be unfaithful. However, most disciples ultimately assume responsibility, as evidenced by Lu Erlong's father, who later sought to acknowledge her and intended for her to return to the Yu surname in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Tianheng was left uncertain as to whether another elder within their sect had once again failed to control their desires. That child appears to be merely 6 or 7 years old, yet he must venture alone into the spirit beast forest to hunt spirit beasts. It is truly lamentable. Zhen Ruping expressed her sympathy once more. Hearing this, Yu Tianheng felt a surge of emotion. A dragon-shaped martial spirit capable of wielding thunder at such a young age signifies extraordinary talent. With these points in mind, Yu Tianheng was convinced this child belonged to their sect. I must discuss this matter with the elders of my family, Yu Tianheng declared with determination. If it is indeed true, we shall ensure this brother returns to the sect, no matter what. Chapter 37. The Bad Woman. Far away in the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Lu Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. After his triumph over Tang San, his reputation within the academy began to ascend, hinting at his potential to become the foremost outstanding student. This surge in esteem was largely attributable to Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had clashed with other students days earlier, resulting in Tang San decisively defeating several senior noble students. Consequently, Lu Yuan's victory over Tang San further elevated his standing among his peers. Even among the work-study students, there appeared to be some shifts. However, Lu Yuan had never intended to linger in Nodding City. It was not destined to be his abode. Had he not awakened the formidable martial soul granted by the voice pack, he might have remained in Nodding City for an extended period. Yet, endowed with such extraordinary talent, his aspirations broadened. It was not a matter of disdain for the work-study students like Wang Xing, but rather an acknowledgement that destiny had carved a path of divergence between them. In a decade or so, after Lu Yuan had ascended to the sole emperor rank at the age of 16, Wang Sheng and his companions might still be struggling at the 20s in soul power, or perhaps even yet to surpass the 20th level. This stark contrast illustrated the profound chasm between their futures. At present, however, Lu Yuan was not preoccupied with such contemplations. He was still a student at New Odyssey Academy and thus had classes to attend. After completing his lessons during the break, he withdrew a book from the star eclipse and began to read. This tome, titled History of Soul Masters, The Rise of Two Great Empires, was among the cherished volumes in the collection of Yuan Shou. In recent days, Lu Yuan had immersed himself in this historical knowledge, supplementing his understanding of events not covered in Douluo Continent. For instance, he learned that the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire were, in a sense, nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Both the royal family of Heaven Dou, the Shui family, and the imperial families of Star Luo, the Baihu Dai family, and the Ming Mao Zhu family, originally hailed from the Spirit Hall. The history of the Spirit Hall predates that of the two empires, a fact that remains indisputable. However, for various reasons, with the aid of religion, empires were established on the Douluo Continent. As time progressed, the development of the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire spiraled beyond control. The Heaven Dou Empire, with the support of nobles and sects, instituted a system of noble soul masters, whereby one could attain noble titles and official positions upon becoming a soul master, while the top three sects enjoyed the highest status within the empire. Thus, the Heaven Dou Empire maintained a dual strategy of internal suppression to fortify the status and interests of noble soul masters, while simultaneously warding off the Star Luo Empire. This dynamic elucidates why, despite the Heaven Dou royal family's relatively weak power, they could still retain the throne. The royal family served as a mere instrument, although lacking strength. Successive Heaven Dou emperors strived to uphold the status of the top three sects and protect the interests of the nobility. Consequently, even though the national strength of the Heaven Dou Empire was considerably inferior to that of the Star Luo Empire, and amidst impoverished rural families like Shanghan Village and Lu Family Village surrounding New Odyssey City, they managed to withstand years of warfare instigated by the Star Luo Empire. This phenomenon explains why the upper political ecology of the Heaven Dou Empire has consistently exhibited a pattern of weak sovereignty and strong subjects, yet no one dared to rebel. Take the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, for instance. It is wealthy, powerful, and influential. Yet, its leader, Ning Fengji, has always positioned himself as a subordinate, never daring to overstep his bounds. Is it because he fears the Heaven Dou royal family or the Avalanche Emperor? Absolutely not. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school, reputed to be the wealthiest sect in the continent, possesses wealth surpassing that of the imperial treasury. In terms of combat capability, the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda, renowned as the most formidable support martial soul, significantly enhances the strength of allied soul masters. The combined might of the inner and outer sects of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is even greater than that of any army. In terms of supreme combat strength, with Ning Fengji collaborating with Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, their collective prowess could easily surpass that of three title Douluo level configurations. What does the Heaven Dou royal family possess? Not a single title Douluo. Their only reliance is on the outsider, Poison Douluo, who is merely a rank 91 title Douluo, positioned at the lower end of that echelon. Although his mastery of poison commands a considerable degree of respect, it is worth noting that Ning Fengji, in conjunction with Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, could effortlessly subdue this old poison master. Thus, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school does not refrain from overstepping its role as a subordinate out of fear of the Heaven Dou royal family. Rather, it is simply unnecessary. What benefits would rebelling to become the emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire bring to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? None. As Ning Fengji has already attained a status akin to that of a prime minister, with power and wealth ranking among the highest in the realm. Advancing further would only invite external opposition, potentially transforming the wealth of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school into the imperial treasury. It is far more advantageous to remain a loyal subject. Conversely, the Star Luo Empire embarked on a path starkly divergent from that of the Heaven Dou Empire. The Star Luo Empire, bolstered by a powerful imperial family, adopted a centralized, militaristic approach. Within the Star Luo Empire, the conditions for the development of sects and clans are virtually non-existent, with all power concentrated in the hands of the emperor, who wields life and death at a whim. Consequently, the struggle for the imperial throne is fierce, marked by numerous palace intrigues, fratricidal conflicts, and external ministers vying for power, reminiscent of the feudal dynasties of Lu Yuan's past life. However, it may be that the lives of commoners in the Star Luo Empire are somewhat better than those in the Heaven Dou Empire. Yet, this improvement is marginal. For commoners in the Star Luo Empire, ascending the social ladder requires enduring rigorous training and warfare. Nevertheless, it still offers a glimmer of hope. As one is not irrevocably bound to a predetermined fate upon awakening their martial soul at the age of 6, destined to be exploited by the upper-class nobility for life. Individuals like Lu Yuan, for instance, leap from the ranks of commoners to become part of the exploiting elite, representing the sole avenue of advancement for the common populace. At that moment, as Lu Yuan immersed himself in his reading, a delicate, melodious voice chimed in his ear. "What are you reading?" Frowning in annoyance, he turned to confront the source of the interruption. To his surprise, a pink figure appeared beside him, her large eyes blinking playfully, exuding an air of cuteness. Lu Yuan nearly lost his composure but managed to contain himself. "What brings you here?" he asked Xiaowu, his expression devoid of warmth. "Curiosity about what you're daydreaming about." Xiaowu replied innocently, blinking her eyes. "Aren't you with Tang San?" Lu Yuan frowned. "You mean Little San?" Xiaowu answered nonchalantly. Still perceiving herself as Tang San's big sister, not yet recognized as such by him. "He went to see the master. So I thought I'd come over here for a look," she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she regarded Lu Yuan. Chapter 38. Chaotic Good Instantly. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, his thoughts commanding the book in his hand to return to the star devouring. "You need not be curious," he replied with an air of indifference. "What kind of person are you?" Xiaowu exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at him. "Why are you so unlikable?" "I am indeed rather unlikable. You may seek out the more amiable Tang San instead," Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Isn't he with the master?" Xiaowu retorted playfully, "That's why I came to find you." "Oh, by the way, what is your martial spirit? I've never seen one like yours before." She continued with a bright smile. Lu Yuan's eyes twitched. It appeared that after defeating Tang San yesterday, this little rabbit had set her sights on him and was intent on ensnaring him, making it impossible for him to shake her off. "My suggestion is that, as the leader of your study group, if you find yourself lonely without Tang San, you might consider seeking out Wang Xing and the others," Lu Yuan said, his tone remaining indifferent. "Wang Xing and the others are of no interest," Xiaowu pouted. "I am equally uninteresting. I am far less engaging than they are." Lu Yuan shrugged again. "No, you are quite intriguing." Xiaowu's eyes widened as she looked at him. "Your martial spirit is unlike anything I've seen. And you managed to defeat Tang San. That's quite impressive." Initially, Xiaowu believed Tang San to be one of the most formidable and promising students at Notting Academy, particularly due to his unique self-created soul techniques and the extraordinary hidden weapons he wielded, which had already earned her respect. However, after witnessing Lu Yuan's martial spirit and his immense strength, her perspective shifted. For Lu Yuan's martial spirit harbored two distinct powers, one of which was the crimson, ferocious force he had unleashed yesterday, sending shivers down Xiaowu's spine. That blood-red power seemed to be the nemesis of all life. No. The force Lu Yuan exhibited transcended mere death, capable of incinerating vitality and annihilating everything. It was not just death that it represented. It was extinction, destruction, devouring, and void. Time and space seemed to bend before his might. Such power was unbefitting of any mortal, resembling that of a deity, or perhaps something even higher. Even a 10,000-year soul beast like Xiaowu felt an overwhelming urge to submit at Lu Yuan's feet. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of desire ignited within her. She yearned for this power, this awe-inspiring force that could bring about relentless destruction to the world. Perhaps only then could she avenge her mother's death. Xiaowu's decision to forsake her ancestral lineage, sacrificing her 10,000-year soul beast cultivation to reincarnate as a human, stemmed from the understanding that living as a soul beast would never grant her the strength to seek vengeance against the spirit hall that had slain her mother. Thus, she became human, craving every ounce of power that could aid her in her quest for revenge. Initially, she had set her sights on Tang San. Now, Lu Yuan had captured her attention. "So, what now? My martial spirit is powerful. Do you wish to challenge me?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. His features exquisitely defined and unapologetically bold, in stark contrast to Tang San's unremarkable visage. "Will you become my enemy like Tang San?" For the first time, Lu Yuan smiled before Xiaowu, but she sensed that his smile was devoid of kindness, instead radiating a profound fear. She realized that a confrontation with Lu Yuan would not yield the same outcome as her sparring with Tang San, which had fostered a budding friendship. Instead, fighting Lu Yuan would forever brand her as his adversary. "Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" "Why the tension?" Xiaowu blinked innocently, attempting to diffuse the situation. "Let us go. If there is nothing else, I do not wish to be associated with you or Tang San." Lu Yuan suppressed the murderous intent boiling within him, his expression devoid of emotion. Since the incident with the spectral wolf and the soul ring, he felt as though a certain restraint had been lifted within him. This was the restraint born from his previous life in a harmonious society, shackled by stringent laws. Those violent desires had longed for release, and in his past life, he had channeled that yearning into games. Yet in this world, laws could scarcely contain those with formidable power. Thus, Yuan realized he need no longer endure. He could eliminate those who angered him without hesitation. Of course, as a remnant of his conscience, he would not indiscriminately sow terror or kill those who were innocent. But for those who dared to provoke him or breach his limits, they would face annihilation. Was it the power of his martial spirit that influenced Yuan's character? He pondered, likely not. His nature had always been thus. If he were to describe himself using a term from Dungeons and Dragons, he would likely identify as chaotic good. Though he recognized all virtues and principles, he was unwilling to be constrained by laws and norms. Yuan possessed his own moral compass, one that, while not evil, diverged from the conventional standards of morality. He would not proclaim himself as the absolute embodiment of justice as Tang San did. Why do you wish to distance yourself from me? Do you not find me adorable? Xiao blinked at him, attempting to charm him. Yuan fought to suppress the nausea rising within him. Enough. How could anyone dislike someone as adorable as me? Xiao believed her attempt at cuteness had succeeded, her tone turning hopeful. This might work with Tang San, but it won't tea with me. Yuan felt goosebumps rising on his skin as he replied coldly. Moreover, your antics only serve to repulse me further. Why would you say such a thing? Xiao feigned indignation. Enough. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yuan felt an icy chill wash over him, desperate to rid himself of Xiao presence. Leave? By the way, are you from the same village as Tang San? Xiao pressed on, attempting to draw closer. Without a word, Yuan turned on his heel and departed, intent on returning to the classroom for a respite. Hey! Xiao was taken aback, suddenly feeling a pang of anger. Since her reincarnation as a human, she had always been the center of attention. Even Tang San, with his mature demeanor, had been charmed by her adorable antics over the past few days. Yet, before Yuan, her attempts at cuteness proved utterly ineffective. Met only with his frigid demeanor, which left her feeling disheartened. However, unlike Tang San, Yuan was strikingly handsome and possessed a mysterious, formidable martial spirit, which seemed to grant Xiao a modicum of patience, preventing her from resorting to violence as she often did with Tang San. Chapter 39. Unable to kill you, yet unable to punish you? Yuan never anticipated that Xiao, who had always mingled with Tang San, would take the initiative to establish a closer rapport with him. However, upon reflection, he pondered why Xiao chose to associate with Tang San rather than with Wang Xing. Although both Wang Xing and Tang San had suffered defeat at the hands of Xiao, it was evident that she could discern the disparity between them. Moreover, Tang San's innate full spirit power was a talent that rendered him incomparable to Wang Xing and his ilk, a fact beyond dispute. Yuan shared a commonality with Tang San in possessing innate full spirit power, yet he had previously suffered a narrow defeat to Wang Xing. This might have caused Xiao to regard him with a measure of disdain, which explained their prior indifference towards one another. However, after Yuan's recent victory over Tang San, the display of his combat prowess and known abilities had piqued Xiao's interest. Xiao was not as naively innocent as she appeared, a conclusion Yuan had drawn from his observations over the past few days. Yet, had she been merely exploiting Tang San all along? Yuan doubted this notion. In the original narrative, Xiao had indeed sacrificed her own spirit ring, belonging to a 100,000-year spirit beast, along with the soul ring and bone of her deceased wife, to save Tang San's life. Her willingness to sacrifice herself for his salvation was undoubtedly genuine. Nevertheless, Yuan believed that human emotions, rather, the emotions of sentient beings, are subject to change. The feelings of youth, adulthood, and even old age can differ markedly. Xiao's feelings for Tang San had evolved as well. Initially, she may have approached him with the intention of using him as a tool for her vengeance. However, as the story progressed, particularly after Tang San acknowledged her as a sister, her feelings underwent a transformation. Eventually, these feelings deepened, leading to the narrative involving the soul ring of her deceased wife. At present, Xiao's sentiments towards Tang San had not yet matured into that of a devoted sister. She still regarded him somewhat as a means to an end. This realization illuminated Yuan's doubts, prompting a smile from him. It seemed that their interactions were indeed mutual. In this land steeped in romantic pursuits, sincere devotion could yield genuine affection, a notion that surprised Yuan. It was Tang San's unwavering sincerity that garnered Xiao's initial interest, despite her seemingly ulterior motives. Thus, Xiao did not appear entirely malevolent. In Lu Yuan's eyes, a woman who genuinely devoted herself to a man, ultimately risking her own well-being for him, was commendable. Such loyalty was a rarity even in the modern world he had come from. Had this been his previous life, Tang San might have found himself in the tragic role of an infatuated fool, discarded after being exploited by a duplicitous woman. At that moment, Xiao Wu reappeared before him. "What are you doing back here?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at him. "It's quieter here," Lu Yuan replied with a chuckle. Although he acknowledged Xiao Wu's merits, he had no desire to become entangled with someone so brazen and obstinate, one who feigned youthfulness despite her age. Since becoming the head of the work-study students, Xiao Wu had stirred trouble throughout the academy, showing no signs of restraint. Only Tang San seemed willing to clean up after her mischief. Lu Yuan, unless it was his own sister, would not involve himself in such matters. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yuan. Perhaps this was why Tang San had recognized Xiao Wu as a sister, to legitimize his role in cleaning up her messes. "Do you really find me so detestable?" Xiao Wu stomped her foot, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Quite the contrary," Lu Yuan retorted mockingly. "Not only me. You should ask the other students in the academy who would appreciate your behavior." It was likely only Tang San could tolerate her unruly nature. Lu Yuan was blunt, pointing out that she had been causing trouble all day, with her foul language and brazen demeanor. It was not mere slander, but a reflection of Xiao Wu's recent conduct. Had she behaved differently, Tang San's conflicts would have been significantly reduced. You, Xiao Wu seethed, nearly losing her facade of gentility. The other students in the classroom observed with gleeful expressions, for Lu Yuan had articulated their sentiments perfectly. Xiao Wu had only been at the academy for a few days. Yet her brashness had already earned her a reputation for arrogance, especially after she and Tang San had vanquished the noble youths led by Xiao Laoda. Her behavior had become increasingly audacious, verging on bullying. This was one of the reasons Lu Yuan held Xiao Wu in disdain. Attacking the weak was hardly a mark of strength. "Leave me be," he said coolly. "Do not trouble me. Go seek your brother Tang San, who could maintain a pleasant disposition when plagued by someone they found utterly loathsome." Thus, Lu Yuan's tone was understandably harsh. In an instant, Xiao Wu retaliated with a slap aimed at him. Though she had been tempering her reactions, her true nature was far from gentle. Now, incensed by Lu Yuan's words, her temper flared. Yet the next moment, "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." Lu Yuan's cold voice resonated with arrogance throughout the classroom. The ominous aura of his scythe hovered at her throat as he regarded her with indifference. "So, are you prepared to strike?" Xiao Wu, undeterred, leaped forward, disregarding the deadly scythe aimed at her throat, determined to confront Lu Yuan. She was wagering that he would not dare to harm her, expecting him to exhibit the gentlemanly restraint Tang San was known for. Her gamble paid off. Lu Yuan hesitated to draw blood. Shadow step. In a flash, Lu Yuan vanished and reappeared behind Xiao Wu, aiming the scythe at the tail of her braided hair. With a swift motion, the blade glinted, severing her long braid, which fell to the ground. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan knocked Xiao Wu to the floor, along with the classroom's furniture. Chapter 40. Each sticks to their own opinion instantaneously. The atmosphere was filled with astonishment. Xiao Wu had not anticipated Lu Yuan's speed to be so astonishing, as he effortlessly circled behind her, resulting in her substantial loss. The most critical aspect was, Xiao Wu gazed at the scorpion tail braid that had fallen to the ground, then frantically touched the hair at the back of her head. To her dismay, the braid that had once been easily grasped was now mere short hair. This revelation sent her into a fit of tears, exclaiming, You actually cut off my braid." "Wah!" Lu Yuan, holding the Death Star Demon's scythe, remained unfazed before her and remarked coldly, "I had warned you. Yet you insisted on provoking me. Do not fault me for teaching you a lesson." His expression was icily indifferent, showing no concern for Xiao Wu's tears. Amidst her sorrowful weeping, Xiao Wu also began to harbor a flicker of fear towards Lu Yuan. She had always relied on her identity as a girl to act with arrogance and impunity. Even boys like Tang San, who could overpower her, refrained from striking her hard due to her gender. She had presumed Lu Yuan would behave similarly, but was taken aback when he delivered a lesson she did not expect. Moreover, Lu Yuan's stealthy maneuver to her rear, followed by the swift action of the Death Star Demon scythe severing her braid, startled her immensely. Upon reflection, she realized that had Lu Yuan aimed not at her braid but rather at her spine, or even her head, the consequences could have been dire. She was no longer the 10,000-year spirit beast with skin as tough as iron. Since her reincarnation as a human, she had become exceedingly fragile. This was the inherent flaw of the human form, unable to endure the assaults of soul masters as before, but rather necessitating evasion. What transpired? At this moment, the teacher who had come to class witnessed the scene and exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher, I had a dispute with Xiao Wu and merely taught her a lesson." Yuan candidly admitted, raising his hand. How could you treat a girl this way? The teacher, observing Xiao Wu's short hair and the beautiful half-braid on the ground, swiftly grasped the situation. "It was my fault," Yuan readily acknowledged. "I am willing to compensate Xiao Wu for her braid. This gold soul coin shall serve as restitution." He then produced a gold soul coin from the star-eclipsed bracelet on his wrist and approached Xiao Wu, squatting down to present it to her. Yuan executed this sequence with remarkable grace, leaving no room for criticism. Not to mention, this single gold soul coin was more than sufficient to compensate for Xiao Wu's braid. Even if he had broken her bones, this coin would suffice. Given that one gold soul coin roughly equated to 10,000 of the previous world's currency, Yuan, possessing ample resources, seemed oblivious to the value of money. Opting to resolve issues through financial means, the teacher had nothing further to say. Xiao Wu glared at Yuan with malice. "Don't think I will forgive you because of this." Nevertheless, she accepted the gold soul coin, for despite her status as a 10,000-year spirit beast, she possessed little currency in the human world. Otherwise, she would not have relied entirely on Tang San for her sustenance. "Whatever," Yuan shrugged, adding, "Just don't provoke me, and nothing will happen today." Subsequently, the classroom returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired, and the teacher and students resumed their lessons. Only Xiao Wu remained, now bereft of her beautiful braid, her short hair cascading beside her ears, yet still appearing quite adorable. However, the thought that this was a creature who had lived for 100,000 years pretending to be youthful soured Yuan's mood. In the evening, within the office of the principal of Notting Academy, Yuan arrived with a broom and cleaning tools, intending to fulfill the punishment assigned by Principal Yanshou. Upon seeing him, Yanshou erupted into laughter at the sight of the broom in Yuan's hand. "Did you truly believe my punishment was for you to clean my room?" Yuan blinked in surprise. "Wasn't it? Forget it. My punishment merely entails you coming over daily for tea and snacks," Yanshou said, stroking his beard. "Ah, I see." Yuan awkwardly set aside the broom, mop, and bucket. "All right, come and chat with this old man," Yanshou chuckled, beckoning Yuan. Without hesitation, Yuan sat across from Yanshou, seizing a teacup and pastry from the table. "I heard you caused trouble again today?" Yanshou inquired nonchalantly, sipping his tea. "What do you mean I caused trouble?" Yuan shot him a disapproving glance. "I am not like Xiao Wu or Tang San. I would prefer if no one bothered me, so I could focus on my cultivation and classes." "Then what is the situation with that Xiao Wu?" Yanshou asked with a grin. "Isn't she the one bothering me? I'm utterly exasperated by such an absurd person. I did nothing. Yet she insisted on pestering me and even resorted to violence," Yuan scoffed. "In the end, I merely taught her a lesson by cutting her braid." "Cutting a girl's hair. Yanshou regarded Yuan as a child, believing he lacked an understanding of girls. "It's not that I instigated trouble. I go about my day peacefully and do not enjoy fighting," Yuan retorted, rolling his eyes. "Children do tend to be a bit troublesome," Yanshou remarked with a sigh. "You appear rather unique, disinterested in brawling or mingling with others. Weaklings band together, while fierce tigers walk alone," Yuan replied. "Yet an exceptional soul master cannot disregard the importance of a strong team," Yanshou countered, shaking his head. "Do you know why the continent hosts a high-level soul master competition centered on team battles? Because teamwork is far superior to solitary combat." "Come now. That only applies on the battlefield or when traveling in pairs," Yuan laughed. "But in critical moments, a soul master must rely on themselves, right? Otherwise, during the ultimate battle in Douluo, why didn't the Shrek 7 monsters all join in at once against BB Dong? Instead, it was Tang San who ascended to godhood, accompanied only by Xiao Wu to confront BB Dong and Qian Renxue in a 2v2 battle. This proves that in the face of absolute personal strength, teamwork holds little value. Even if the 7 Shrek monsters united their 99-level soul powers and coordinated perfectly, they would still fall short against a mere finger of BB Dong. You with such thoughts will easily find yourself at a disadvantage. Yanshou seemed indoctrinated by the teachings he received throughout his life, convinced that Yuan was misguided. "By the way, don't you have parents and a younger sister?" Yanshou suddenly recalled. "Yes, unlike Tang San, I certainly have a father, a mother, and a younger sister." Yuan replied, seemingly recalling something, and said playfully. Yanshou nodded, Would you like to bring them to Notting City to live together? Chapter 41. The Choice, Part 1. This arrangement is acceptable. Lu Yuan had no objections to his family moving in. However, if it involved bringing my family out, I would require you to assist in relocating my second uncle's family as well. Lu Yuan paused, estimating it would be about 7 people. That should not pose a problem. He still remembered the kindness Lu Wu had shown to their family, even if it stemmed from their shared bloodline. Moreover, second Uncle Lu Wu was not alone. He had a son, a daughter-in-law, and a small granddaughter, who was slightly younger than Lu Yuan but older than his sister, Lu Qingqing. In fact, Lu Wu had an elder son as well, but he tragically perished 10 years ago, conscripted as a soldier for the Tiandou Empire, leaving no descendants behind, an unfortunate fate. This grim reality was not unique to Lu Wu's family. In truth, during the intense confrontations between the two empires over a decade ago, nearly every household in the village saw their able-bodied men fall on the battlefield. This included Lu Yuan's grandfather, who, over 20 years prior, lost many of his generation during the war between the Tiandou Empire and the Xing Luo Empire, leaving only a handful of survivors, including Lu Wu. The few elders who survived later succumbed to their war injuries shortly after returning, leaving Lu Wu as the sole leader of Lu family village. Fortunately, in recent years, the presence of the Spirit Hall has lessened the frequency of wars between the two empires, allowing Lu Yuan's family some semblance of peace. Otherwise, his father, Lu Qing, would likely have been conscripted as well, forced to endure the horrors of the battlefield. Of course, that is no issue, Yin Shou replied nonchalantly. As a formidable Soul King and the president of Notting Academy, he wielded considerable power, akin to a wealthy magnate in a major city. Purchasing 2 houses to accommodate the common folk posed no challenge whatsoever. Thank you, President, Lu Yuan said with a smile. I merely hope you will diligently pursue your training and soon attain the rank of Soul Emperor, Yin Shou said, waving his hand dismissively. Furthermore, knowing your family is in Notting City brings me peace of mind. At that moment, Yin Shou regarded Lu Yuan with a gaze that felt both ancient and profound, causing Lu Yuan to pause. He soon understood that Yin Shou's intent was to convey that should Lu Yuan's family relocate to Notting City, he would hold leverage over Lu Yuan. Henceforth, every action Lu Yuan took would necessitate careful consideration. This was a threat. Yin Shou's smile belied the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, Yin Shou's actions were not intended to compel Lu Yuan into any specific action, but rather to ensure he understood the imperative of not betraying the Yin family in the future. Lu Yuan grasped this notion, acknowledging that the ways of powerful families often involve the duality of benevolence and intimidation. Only through a mix of carrot and stick could they maintain control. I understand, Lu Yuan replied, his expression growing somewhat indifferent, even with an understanding of Yin Shou's intentions. The experience of being threatened, especially regarding his family, was inherently disconcerting. Initially, Lu Yuan had harbored a fondness for Yin Shou, even viewing him as a mentor. But now it seemed their relationship was starkly transactional. Lu Yuan needed the resources and strength provided by the Yin family to grow and protect his own, while the Yin family required Lu Yuan to become a formidable ally. Each party sought to fulfill their own needs, leaving no debts of gratitude between them. This is acceptable. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, realizing that their interactions would henceforth be purely transactional, devoid of personal obligation. Such arrangements were simpler to navigate than debts of gratitude, which could never truly be repaid. Just know that, Yin Shou said with a smile. By the way, how is your soul power cultivation progressing? He paused before inquiring further. Very well. I feel a breakthrough is imminent, Lu Yuan replied. Oh, so soon? A flicker of satisfaction crossed Yin Shou's eyes. It seems you shall soon advance to the rank of Great Soul Master. Therefore, it is time to discuss your next stage of development. The next stage? Lu Yuan asked. Curiosity piqued. Indeed, the next stage, Yin Shou chuckled. Surely you do not wish to remain in this small Notting City for your entire life? At the very least, our plans do not involve you lingering here for too long, as it would hinder your growth. The quality of soul rings available in the hunting soul forest surrounding Notting City is limited. You know that only soul beasts of up to a millennium in age reside there. A 1,000-year soul ring is optimal for a soul respect, facilitating the enhancement of your martial soul and cultivation. Therefore, upon your ascent to Great Soul Master, you must depart from Notting City. As for your destination, I will grant you the privilege of choice. With a sweep of his left hand, Yin Shou revealed a map from a pouch on his belt, another soul-guiding artifact. One could not help but admire Yin Shou's wealth. After bestowing the star erosion upon Lu Yuan, he still possessed such a remarkable item. Yin Shou unfurled the map, showcasing the Tiandou Empire. He pointed to the largest city on the map, Tiandou City. This is the most prosperous city in our empire, home to numerous nobles and dignitaries. Here, resources abound, and it is nestled against the Star Dou Great Forest, where all imperial supplies converge. However, one must exercise caution. Even our Yin family must tread lightly within the capital. Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. After all, it was the imperial capital, where commoners were nearly non-existent, and the streets teemed with powerful soul masters and nobles. This stood in stark contrast to Nodding City, where over 80% of the population remained commoners, and the emergence of soul masters was exceedingly rare. In the rural outskirts of Nodding City, the proportion of commoners soared to an astonishing 99.99%. Individuals like Lu Yuan, whose martial souls underwent mutations to become soul masters, were so rare that one might not emerge even once in a decade. In contrast, Tiandou City boasted nearly 100% of its residents as soul masters, as they were often descendants of soul masters themselves. Even those who fell into misfortune or experienced mutations retained the potential for soul power due to their lineage and nutrition, ensuring the continuation of their martial legacy. Chapter 42, The Choice, Part 2. I understand that perfectly. Rest assured, I am not one to seek trouble, Lu Yuan remarked as he shrugged his shoulders. However, there are other options you have not mentioned, are there not? Of course, I will certainly present them to you before you decide, Yin Shou replied with a light laugh, wishing first to outline the stakes involved. What else is there? Lu Yuan cast him a sidelong glance before inquiring further. Another option is one of the cornerstone cities that our Yin family has painstakingly developed over the years, Flame City, Yin Shou said, gesturing toward a city in the southern region of the Tiandou Empire with a hint of pride. Flame City? Lu Yuan blinked, seemingly recalling a familiar name. Indeed, Flame City was commissioned by my ancestor, the second-generation General of Flames, to be constructed as a major stronghold in the south. Initially intended to bolster the defenses south of the imperial capital, preventing the forces of the Star Luo Empire from breaching the Jialing Pass and advancing directly toward the capital. The Jialing Pass is one of the frontline fortifications that the Tiandou Empire relies upon to withstand the incursions of the Star Luo Empire. And numerous autonomous kingdoms and principalities are situated outside its walls. Although these kingdoms and principalities are ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the Tiandou Empire, Lu Yuan knew that in reality they had already pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall. When the time is ripe, these kingdoms and principalities will undoubtedly proclaim their loyalty in the language of the Inner Sea, declaring their submission and becoming a part of the Spirit Hall. Upon reflection, the surrender of these kingdoms and principalities seems entirely reasonable, as they lie outside the protective embrace of the Tiandou Empire, facing the military might of the Spirit Hall directly without any formidable defenses at their disposal. The Tiandou Empire has neither dispatched powerful allies to safeguard them nor provided military assistance. Geographically, these kingdoms and principalities are on the periphery of the Tiandou Empire's sphere of influence. They find themselves in a precarious position, being too distant from the empire yet too close to the Spirit Hall. Thus, it is only logical for them to yield to the Spirit Hall and partake in its prosperity. Should the Spirit Hall unify the continent, they would seamlessly transition into regions directly governed by the Spirit Hall's imperial capital. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan mused that were he the leader of these kingdoms and principalities, he too would adopt the Inner Sea's Pledge of Allegiance, declaring his loyalty in a straightforward manner, fighting for the Tiandou Empire. One might question the worth of the meager rewards received while contending against the Spirit Hall. Yet, Flame City, in addition to its role in safeguarding the imperial capital, has been developed by our Yin family into the largest city in the south, Yin Shou continued. Within Flame City, our Yin family wields considerable power in terms of influence. We are not inferior even to the local city lord. A fleeting look of regret crossed his face. However, it is unfortunate that your martial spirit is not of the fire attribute, which precludes you from attending the Flame Academy. Nevertheless, aside from the Flame Academy, Flame City also boasts a commendable advanced Soul Master Academy, the Fury Martial Academy, where we can arrange for your admission. The mention of the Flame Academy confirmed Lu Yuan's inner thoughts. However, his response led Yin Shou to mistakenly believe Lu Yuan was unaware of the nature of the Flame Academy. Indeed, the Flame Academy is perhaps something you are unfamiliar with. It is the most prestigious institution in the Tiandou Empire, naturally overshadowed only by the Tiandou Royal Academy located within the Tiandou Imperial City. The Tiandou Royal Academy enrolls the most outstanding disciples from the Empire's prominent families and sects, including descendants of the title Douluo and exceptional heirs from various sections. Thus, the Tiando Royal Academy has always been a seed team in the continent's high-level Soul Master competitions. Beneath the Tiando Royal Academy lie the 5 elemental academies, though it is now more accurate to say 4, namely the Heavenly Water Academy, the Divine Wind Academy, the Thunder Academy, and the aforementioned Flame Academy. Each elemental academy only admits students with specific attribute martial spirits, and regrettably, your martial spirit does not possess the fire attribute, Yanshou explained. That is indeed the case. Lu Yuan nodded. The 2 forms and powers exhibited by his martial spirit, the Death Star Scythe, include one derived from the shadow power of Odyssey Kayn and the other from the destructive force of Odyssey Rayashtar, essentially a manifestation of annihilation. It could be said that it bears no relation to the 4 elemental academies. However, Lu Yuan's second martial spirit, the Storm Thunder Dragon, possesses both storm and thunder powers, allowing him the potential to attend either the Divine Wind Academy or the Thunder Academy should he choose to reveal it. These are the 2 options I present to you. What do you intend to pursue? Yanshou inquired with a smile, observing Lu Yuan intently. I choose Tiando City, Lu Yuan declared without hesitation. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Yanshou's eyes. I thought you would opt for Flame City. What led you to believe I would choose Flame City? Lu Yuan shrugged. Then why not select Flame City? Yanshou pondered for a moment before countering. Flame City appears to offer a more stable environment, given our Yin family's influence there. You could certainly lead a more carefree life. And what use would that be? Lu Yuan replied with a smile. If I am to choose, I must select a place that allows me to prove myself. Tiando City is an excellent venue for demonstrating my talent and abilities. I want the people there to gaze up at me, to pledge their loyalty under the weight of my boundless glory. Ambition shone brightly in Lu Yuan's eyes. With a top-tier martial spirit such as mine, to lack ambition would be to do a disservice to my potential. Bow before you? Yanshou's expression shifted to one of mild exasperation. The city is teeming with prodigies, including those hailing from grand sects like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Achieving such a feat will be quite challenging for you. It is not that he underestimated Lu Yuan, who came from humble beginnings, but rather that even with the support of the Yin family, Lu Yuan's talents would still pale in comparison to those gifted individuals born of titled Douluo and renowned sections. Do not worry. One day, I shall prove that point, Lu Yuan asserted confidently. Having confidence is commendable, but young people should not reach too far beyond their grasp, Yanshou advised, shaking his head in resignation. I understand that, Lu Yuan replied calmly, a smile gracing his face. As long as you comprehend, then, I suppose you should be able to break through to the Great Soul Master level in 2 years, Yanshou remarked casually. 2 years from now, I will arrange for your journey to Tiando City. Just 2 years? Lu Yuan shrugged. If you achieve your breakthrough sooner, staying in Nodding City a while longer would afford you ample time with your family, for afterward, such moments of togetherness will be rare, Yanshou noted nonchalantly. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded before turning to leave the office. That boy. Yanshou shook his head in bemusement. Chapter 43. A change of heart. After Lu Yuan exited the office of Yanshou, he let out a sigh. He understood, while that lacking strength meant being bound by others. However, he realized he was not alone in this world. Suddenly, he comprehended why so many crossover novels favored protagonists who were either orphaned or had parents sacrificed for their journeys. This allows the main character to act without hesitation. At the very least, having a father like Tang San, who is a titled Douluo, would not hinder his progress, but instead provide significant support. Indeed, starting as a wealthy heir is far superior to beginning life as a peasant with nothing but a bowl. Even with a blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang San could act with impunity, choosing whom to kill or disrespect without fear. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan's parents, Lu Qin and Mana, were of humble origins, and in the world of soul masters, it is all too easy to kill 2 commoners. Yet, Lu Yuan could not simply disregard his biological parents. He was not the type to be indifferent towards his family. Thus, he felt compelled to protect them. He even aimed to help his sister, Lu Qingqing, awaken as a powerful soul master. For the sake of his family in this life, Lu Yuan willingly accepted Yanshou's deal, which was one of the primary reasons for his decision. He could not adopt a ruthless attitude and indifferently watch as his loved ones faced threats from his mortal enemies. The path he chose was destined to create countless adversaries, and he had to consider the safety of his parents sooner or later. While he pondered these matters, 2 figures appeared before him. Upon a glance, he recognized a boy and a girl. The girl was Xiaowu, who he had cut the scorpion braid from earlier that morning. Although she looked somewhat unaccustomed with her short hair, she still appeared quite adorable. Of course, in Lu Yuan's eyes, Xiaowu was merely an ancient being trying to appear youthful. Oh, here to cause trouble? Lu Yuan had anticipated this confrontation, especially after severing Xiaowu's cherished braid. Though he had done so to teach her a lesson for her incessant harassment, would the famed and passionate Tang San consider these circumstances? No. Tang San would perceive it as a personal affront and seek retribution. Lu Yuan recalled the incident at the entrance of Notting Academy, where a young guard faced death simply for mildly inconveniencing Tang San and old Jack. Thus, Lu Yuan's act of cutting Xiaowu's braid could be deemed even more egregious. Lu Yuan, I ask you. Tang San stepped forward, his voice low and intense. Why did you cut Xiaowu's braid? This caught Lu Yuan off guard for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure, expressing mock surprise. What are you doing? Tang San frowned. I find it quite peculiar that you would ask me why. Lu Yuan chuckled. I assumed you would challenge me to prove my strength. Are you afraid because you could not best me last time? Lu Yuan's teasing demeanor unsettled Tang San, who had indeed suffered at Lu Yuan's hands before. The proud ghost shadow mist, despite its speed, could not match Lu Yuan's scythe's sweeping might. Nor could a Xian jade hand withstand the cutting power of Lu Yuan's Death Star scythe. Even the continuous soul power trait of the Xian Tian skill waned before Lu Yuan's regenerative abilities. At that moment, Tang San's concealed weapons and techniques were still at a rudimentary level, and his most powerful hidden weapon, the sleeve arrow, could not inflict any harm on Lu Yuan. It could be said that Tang San was utterly outclassed. However, this was entirely reasonable, as the Death Star in the Odyssey universe could destroy star systems and devour suns, belonging to a realm of true high fantasy and science fiction. In contrast, Tang San's previous world was merely a significant sect in a martial arts setting. While the Tang sect was reputedly formidable, anyone familiar with martial arts novels knew it was merely a first-rate sect, not comparable to the likes of Shaolin or Wudong. Furthermore, a world dominated by hidden weapons and gunpowder could only be considered a mid-tier martial arts realm. If it were a high martial arts realm like Fengdun or the Twin Dragons of the Tang dynasty, Lu Yuan might have felt some trepidation. But even the lesser figures in those realms were not intimidated by hidden weapons or gunpowder. Thus, Lu Yuan felt little fear towards Tang San and was confident he could match him. I appreciate your restraint last time, Tang San said, his expression darkening. But I am here today to seek justice for Xiaowu. Justice? What justice? When did you become the arbiter of justice? Lu Yuan scoffed. I've already apologized and compensated her with a gold soul coin. A gold soul coin? Tang San exclaimed, realization dawning on him. He was still a pauper, surviving on subsidies from the spirit hall and earnings from working in a blacksmith shop. For him, a gold soul coin was indeed a fortune. Xiaowu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. So what justice are you seeking? I've already compensated her and apologized. What more do you want? Lu Yuan taunted. Tang San took a deep breath, unwavering. Regardless, cutting a girl's hair is fundamentally wrong. Our bodies and hair are gifts from our parents. Xiaowu would never choose to cut her hair. How could you do this? And so, once again, I ask, what justice do you seek? What right do you have to demand anything from me? Lu Yuan replied coldly. Who is she to you? What authority do you possess to pursue this supposed justice? Besides compensation and an apology, what else do you want? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, hinting, or do you desire my head? A sinister smile crept across Lu Yuan's face as he declared, 1,000,000 strong, all heed my command. The mighty aura emanated from him as the Death Star scythe materialized in his grasp, yellow soul rings slowly rising beneath him. Are you ready for a confrontation? Lu Yuan raised his head, his gaze indifferent as it fell upon Tang San and Xiaowu. I am not here to fight, Lu Yuan. Tang San frowned. But I have changed my mind, Lu Yuan interrupted. Tang San and Xiaowu stared at him in disbelief as Lu Yuan revealed a menacing grin. I have changed my mind. I intend to beat you both severely. To make you understand that before me, all must kneel in submission. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. In an instant, Lu Yuan lunged forward, aiming at Tang San and Xiaowu. Xiaowu! Tang San quickly reacted, shouting as a faint purple hue flashed in his eyes, instinctively activating the purple extreme demon eye. Under its influence, Lu Yuan's movements appeared slightly slower to him, and he deftly stepped back, moving 2 meters away. Xiaowu cried out, I'm everywhere. But the next moment, Lu Yuan's ghostly voice echoed in her ear. Shadow Step. With the Shadow Step activated, Lu Yuan moved even faster than Tang San's Ghost Shadow Mist. This was the essence of shadow power, always following. With nowhere to escape, only the weak would fear the shadows. Wielding the Death Star scythe, Yuan aimed it at Xiaowu. She barely managed to react. Leaping awkwardly to evade the sweeping blade, Tang San had already realized the situation. His martial soul had manifested. A stalk of ethereal blue grass appeared in the palm of his hand, followed by a brilliant yellow soul ring rising beneath him. First soul skill, bind. Countless strands of grass spiraled around Yuan's feet, resembling a colossal serpent poised to devour its prey. Yuan found his feet ensnared by the blue-silver grass. And in that fleeting moment while he was attacking Xiaowu, Tang San seized the opportunity to unleash his soul skill. Yuan was unable to evade. Yet he remained unfazed. I've said it before, weeds are but weeds, how could they possibly ensnare me? Yuan mocked. My power shall reach eternity. No one can challenge me, he proclaimed with arrogance, as an aura of strength radiated throughout his being. With a gentle sweep of the Death Star scythe, the blue-silver grass coiling around Yuan's feet was effortlessly severed. You little brat, watch as I beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. At that moment, Xiaowu's sharp retort echoed. Subsequently, a pair of supple legs wrapped around Yuan's waist. Xiaowu had sprouted a pair of pink rabbit ears, clearly indicating her martial soul's awakening. Her first soul skill, the brilliant yellow soul ring around her glowed with intensity. Waist bow. This skill instantaneously doubled her waist strength and increased her resilience by 50%. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, for every subsequent level gained, the enhancement effect of the waist bow would increase by 1%, serving as the foundation for her renowned self-created soul skill, the explosive 8th throw. Yuan remained unmoved, coldly regarding her. Dead rabbit, are you willing to sacrifice your legs? In an instant, before Xiaowu could activate her skill, he raised the Death Star scythe and swung it toward her legs. Under the unmatched blade of the scythe, Xiaowu's legs were destined to be severed. In the world of Douluo Continent, rebirth from shattered bones was an arduous feat, requiring at least a soul bone and a myriad of intricate conditions. No, Tang San exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror. Yet, in the next moment, Yuan reversed the blade of the Death Star scythe, turning it away from Xiaowu and positioning the head of the scythe toward her thigh. Yuan was acutely aware that, at least for now, he could not sever Xiaowu's legs, despite his desire to do so. However, even if he were to refrain from completely severing this loquacious rabbit's legs, he intended to impart a severe lesson, one that would leave an indelible impression on her, instilling a fear that would linger whenever she encountered him. With an unwavering expression, Yuan wielded the Death Star scythe. Crack! The sound of shattering bones accompanied Xiaowu's anguished cries. Yuan leaped into the air, executing a sweeping kick that sent Xiaowu flying toward Tang San. Then, he vanished from sight once more. Every star belongs to me. With the unmatched Death Star scythe in tow, Yuan spun toward Tang San and Xiaowu, ready to unleash his might. As for the rest, I regret to inform you that tonight I must dine with my employer to discuss plans which may hinder further progress. I recently faced a rejection and now question the necessity of continuing this work. Initially, I was willing to persist regardless of the book's performance, as long as I could secure a contract, but now even that seems out of reach. This endeavor has proven to be quite taxing, and for that, I extend my sincerest apologies to everyone. I shall attempt to continue at a leisurely pace. I had considered abandoning this project, but seeing that there are still readers interested, I shall create for the love of it. However, updates may not be as frequent, perhaps during holidays. I might post a sudden influx. I appreciate your understanding, and I aim to provide an update around 1 o'clock. Chapter 44. How can hypocritical villains ascend to divinity? Confronted by Yuan's sweeping scythe, Tang San's eyes widened in alarm. In this critical moment, his first spirit ring once again illuminated. First spirit ability, bind. The wildly growing blue-silver grass obscured Yuan's line of sight. Yuan's gaze sharpened, but a second later, the frantically growing blue-silver grass was mercilessly sliced into countless fragments by the massive scythe. As Yuan's relentless strike passed through the now scattered grass, he found himself aiming at nothing but empty space. Only when the remnants of the blue-silver grass fell to the ground did Yuan spot Tang San and Xiaowu, who had distanced themselves by a full 10 meters. Tang San tightly cradled Xiaowu's small frame, her legs grotesquely twisted, a result of Yuan's brutal assault. Yuan was not surprised. He knew Tang San was clever. The purpose of his first spirit ability was not solely to bind Yuan but to slow his attack and obscure his vision, allowing him and Xiaowu to escape the imminent danger. Indeed, it was a wise maneuver, one that aligned with Lu Yuan's expectations. Although formidable, Lu Yuan could not entirely disregard the visual obstructions created by Tang San, who wielded the purple extreme magic eyes. Moreover, during his ordinary state, Lu Yuan could not utilize his piercing blade while executing the sweeping motion of his scythe. Otherwise, he could have employed it even in the absence of sight. Holding Xiao Wu, Tang San felt a surge of anguish as he watched her succumb to the overwhelming pain. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan, who resembled a cornered beast, howling in despair. Is this all my fault? Lu Yuan, however, remained unfazed, sneering as he spoke. You truly are amusing. You expect to provoke me while forbidding me to retaliate? Do you believe that those who possess the means to kill must stand still, offering their necks for slaughter? Lu Yuan's expression grew icy, embodying a heart as cold as a serpent's. Do you genuinely consider yourself a paragon of justice? Yet, Tang San remained steadfast, unaffected by Lu Yuan's taunts. You should never have harmed Xiao Wu. Is that all there is to it? Lu Yuan laughed heartily, his voice echoing with mockery. If you possess the courage, then defeat me. Your incessant chatter fails to ignite any interest within me. He raised the Death Star demon scythe high, a manic gleam shining in his eyes. My era has begun. A deep azure light surged from the scythe, illuminating every corner of the space. Lu Yuan's black hair transformed into cascading blue locks, enshrouding his form in an aura of shadowy power. Shadow assassin form. In this state, Lu Yuan could amplify his original soul power level and strength. Simultaneously, his shadow step increased his speed by 40%, granting him immunity to deceleration effects. No emperor is greater than I. Lu Yuan recited the lines of his voice pack, his formidable soul power enveloping him. I am everywhere. With the activation of Shadow Step, the shadowy power cloaked him, rendering him invisible within the walls. Tang San, clutching Xiao Wu, felt a surge of tension. A faint violet hue flickered in his eyes as he attempted to locate Lu Yuan using his purple extreme magic eyes. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed from behind him, and Lu Yuan emerged, brandishing the azure scythe and swinging it towards Tang San's back. Tang San swiftly reacted, employing the ghost shadow mysterious steps to evade Lu Yuan's onslaught. But the next instant, piercing blade. The azure square energy surged through both Tang San and Xiao Wu, significantly slowing Tang San's speed and eliciting cries of pain from both. In this compromised state, Lu Yuan utilized Shadow Step to swiftly close the distance to Tang San and Xiao Wu. His eyes glimmered momentarily, but instead of wielding the Death Star demon scythe, he delivered a powerful kick to Tang San's back, sending him and Xiao Wu tumbling away. Tang San clutched Xiao Wu as they rolled uncontrollably across the ground. Lu Yuan remained stationary, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. His eyes flickered, and he smiled at the still-conscious Tang San. This is merely a lesson for you too. Unlike you, I am benevolent. Aside from this lesson, I shall not take lives. Henceforth, do not trouble me, understood? Tang San lay on the ground, racked with intense pain yet still capable of movement. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuan, who understood all too well Tang San's desire to end his life. Yet, Lu Yuan harbored a similar longing for vengeance against Tang San. Moments ago, he had nearly resolved to use the Rift Shadow to eviscerate him. Voices in his mind urged him to strike, yet he restrained himself. The reason was not due to any benevolence, but rather the sudden surge of powerful soul energy emanating from a spot above. Though it quickly subsided, Lu Yuan had sensed its strength. He realized that this formidable soul power belonged to none other than Tang San's father, the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Perhaps Tang Hao intended to temper his son through this ordeal, which explained his reluctance to intervene immediately against Lu Yuan, who had dared to harm his child. However, Lu Yuan recognized that should he genuinely harbor intentions to kill Tang San, Tang Hao would not hesitate to act. Even if Lu Yuan could trade lives with Tang San, this was no mere game. Such an exchange would be a grave loss for him. Thus, Lu Yuan opted merely to kick Tang San aside, refraining from further aggressive action. Tang San glared at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with a hatred so profound it seemed he longed to slay him. Such sentiments were understandable, considering that Tang San had previously taken the lives of innocents over trivial matters, and in the future, he would employ even his daughter's soul as a tool for seizing divine essence, remaining indifferent to the massacre of millions during the Shrek explosion. Such deeds exemplified a complete disregard for humanity and morality. If he could treat innocents and even his daughter in such a manner, it was no surprise that Tang San yearned for Lu Yuan's demise. Do not look at me like that. I am merely imparting a lesson on behalf of your parents. Lu Yuan scoffed, maintaining his spirit possession state. He then activated Shadow Step, retreating into the wall, gradually making his exit to prevent any surprise attacks from Tang San. Lu Yuan was not so foolish as to believe that he could safely dismiss his spirit while facing Tang San, who was known for his treachery. Such an act would surely lead to his own downfall. Chapter 45. Time, wishing friends a happy duel festival. Time flies. And Lu Yuan has spent a whole year at the Nodding Academy. At the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a semester equates to a year, during which students are not permitted to return home, although family members may visit. During this period, Lu Yuan managed to arrange for his father to come to the city, discussing matters regarding their relocation. Subsequently, Yin Shou efficiently organized everything necessary for Lu Yuan's family to settle in the city. However, Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing, and his second uncle, Lu Wu, are both rather nostalgic individuals, often lamenting the difficulty of leaving their homeland. Consequently, they opted not to sell their village house and land outright, but instead chose to retain them under the care of the villagers. Throughout this year, aside from Lu Yuan's family relocating to the city, Lu Yuan himself also experienced a significant advancement in his soul power, surpassing the 20th level. This rapid progress was attributed to the energy stored within the Death Star Demon Scythe and his diligent training. Lu Yuan was known for his low-key and peace-loving demeanor. Since the day he taught Tang San and Xiaowu a lesson, Xiaowu had clearly sensed a hint of fear in his eyes. As for Tang San, he now regarded Lu Yuan with a mix of caution, contemplating the creation of formidable hidden weapons, such as the Dragon Whisker Needle, with Lu Yuan as his first target. Unfortunately for Tang San, during his time at Nodding Academy, both his soul power and hidden weapon crafting skills were at their weakest, showing minimal growth. While Tang San managed to achieve an average increase of merely 2 levels in soul power each year at the academy, Lu Yuan's remarkable advancement saw him soar from the initial 14 levels of soul power obtained from absorbing his first soul ring to the 20th level. In contrast, Tang San was preoccupied with his flirtations with Xiaowu and occasionally assisting fellow students, thereby squandering precious time for cultivation, barely reaching a little over the 14th level. Thus, Tang San was increasingly wary of engaging Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, embodying a carefree and low-profile attitude, began preparing to acquire his second soul ring after reaching the 20th level of soul power. To avoid drawing suspicion, he opted to hunt a 100-year-old soul beast in the soul hunting forest. Initially, Lu Yuan had intended to make a significant impact within the forest, aiming to locate a 1,000-year-old soul beast to forcibly absorb its soul ring and energy for further cultivation. Regrettably, the soul hunting forest near Nodding City was merely a low-level beast habitat, and it appeared that his luck had been exhausted, as if drained by the external soul bone on his right hand. After a week of survival in the wilderness, he finally encountered a soul beast over 900 years old. Upon absorbing its soul ring, he found that it left behind almost no residual energy, with all its strength transforming into Lu Yuan's soul power breakthrough and the acquisition of his second soul ring. During this time, Lu Yuan faced several 100-year-old soul beasts that sought to prey upon him. Given that these beasts were the ones initiating the attacks, he saw no moral dilemma in eliminating them. He absorbed their energy. Though this time the energy could only facilitate a modest increase of 3 to 4 levels in his soul power, still an improvement over having no energy reserves at all. After absorbing the soul ring, Lu Yuan demonstrated his 20th level soul power before Yin Shou, who was astonished. This was not an act of arrogance or childish desire for display. It was essential for Lu Yuan to showcase his talents and potential to Yin Shou, or rather, to the Yin family behind him. The Yin family's plan likely involved recruiting numerous talented commoners, and Lu Yuan needed to stand out among them, prompting the Yin family to invest in his future. Yin Shou, filled with excitement, inquired if Lu Yuan wished to set off for Heaven Do City immediately. After considerable contemplation, Lu Yuan resolved to remain in Nodding City for another 6 months, intending to explore other cities before embarking on his journey to Heaven Do City. Yin Shou was not in haste to send Lu Yuan away, recognizing that despite his brilliance, he was still merely a 7-year-old child. Lu Yuan stayed at the academy, immersing himself in the realms of cultivation and learning. At the end of the academic year, Tang San and Xiaowu seemed to have returned to Holy Soul Village. And upon their return, their relationship blossomed anew. Xiaowu referred to Tang San as brother, while Tang San called her sister. However, Lu Yuan felt little concern for their relationship. Although Lu Yuan found their antics distasteful, he remained uncertain if the turbulent soul power he had sensed during his confrontation with Tang San was still present. Moreover, it was reasonable to deduce that during Tang San's time in Nodding City and at Shrek Academy, Tang Hao was most likely by his side nearly all the time. The only instance where Tang Hao's absence could be confirmed was during the moment Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong first met at Blue Tyrant Academy. When Tang San was captured by the poisoned Douluo Continent, and Tang Hao had no objections, Lu Yuan's determination to eliminate Tang San solidified around this time. However, to execute his plan, he first needed to extricate himself from being labeled as Tang San's enemy. It was essential for Lu Yuan to feign disinterest in Tang San, distancing himself from his line of sight, ideally to the point where Tang San might nearly forget his existence. Starting next year, when both Lu Yuan and Tang San would turn 8, Lu Yuan planned to gradually fade from Tang San's view, re-emerging 5 years later when Tang San would be 13. Striking decisively, 5 years of obscurity would ensure that no one would suspect the conflict between two childhood rivals might evolve into a plot for revenge so meticulously planned. In the Douluo world, there were no mystical methods of reading the memories of the deceased or capturing the moments of their demise, making Tang Hao simply a remarkably powerful ordinary man. If Lu Yuan adhered to his plan, then no one would ever know that he was the one who ended Tang San's life. Lu Yuan mused quietly while seemingly engrossed in his studies in the classroom, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 46. Farewell. The first academic year at Notting Academy had finally come to a close for Lu Yuan. Tomorrow, he would officially begin his vacation and return to his new home in Notting City. Mom and Dad, I'm back, Lu Yuan exclaimed as he stepped through the door. His mother, Mana, rushed out, her face alight with joy as she took in the sight of her son, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. My little Yuan has grown even more handsome. Feeling a bit shy, Lu Yuan noticed the flour dusting his mother's hands and curiously asked, "What are you making, Mom?" "I'm cooking. Since you're home today, I must prepare something delicious for you. I'm making noodles, and your father will be bringing back roasted chicken from the shop shortly," Mana replied eagerly. Though Lu Qing and Mana had shed their identities as farmers and moved to the city, they still worked hard rather than idling at home. Lu Qing was employed as a waiter in a local restaurant, while Mana worked as a seamstress, mending clothes and shoes. Together, they managed to earn a modest income of about 1 silver coin a month, living frugally as their rural roots dictated. "And my sister?" Lu Yuan inquired at that moment. Just then, a soft, melodious voice chimed in. "Brother is younger sister," Lu Qingqing toddled out with determined little steps. At just 4 years old in the Douluo Continent, she spoke with surprising clarity and walked with confidence, much like the 6 or 7-year-olds Lu Yuan had known in his previous life. This early maturity was likely a result of the soul power that permeated their world. Qingqing. After a year away from home, Lu Yuan felt a surge of affection for his only sister. In his previous life, he had been an only child. There is a saying that those with sisters never wish for one, while those without long for the presence of a sister, a sentiment that resonated with Lu Yuan. A lone child immersed in ACG culture. Qingqing. Lu Yuan quickly approached his sister. She had developed a clear sense of recognition. Previously, she had cried upon seeing him, unfamiliar with his handsome face transformed by his soul awakening. Now, however, she understood that no matter how much he changed, he would always be her brother. And she was no longer afraid. Still, her youthful innocence remained. "Brother, did you bring back any treats?" she asked, her big eyes sparkling. "Not this time," Lu Yuan replied with a hint of regret. "But what would you like to eat? Tomorrow, I can take you shopping for some goodies. How does that sound?" "Qingqing, don't trouble your brother," Mana interjected with a stern expression. It's all right. She is my dear sister. If I don't spoil her, who will?" Lu Yuan said with a smile, for Lu Qingqing was not merely a sister by affection like Xiaowu but a true sister by blood. "You're the best, brother," Lu Qingqing said sweetly, leaning against him affectionately. "By the way, brother," she suddenly inquired, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Lu Yuan found it remarkable how much she had matured in just a year. The little girl who once could barely string together simple words had developed a clearer way of speaking. "When will I awaken my soul like you did? You became so handsome after your awakening." She pouted, adorably childlike. Her innocence was truly endearing, though she lacked the refined beauty of Xiaowu. Lu Qingqing was a genuine child, unlike the ancient beings pretending to be youthful. Her natural demeanor and expressions were 100 times more charming than any old monster. Yet, when Lu Yuan heard her question, he fell silent. The transformation following a soul awakening often indicated the emergence of a powerful spirit. His own awakening had been a result of his extraordinary circumstances as a transmigrator, granting him a top-tier mutated spirit that rendered him remarkably handsome. At that moment, Lu Yuan had become the object of admiration among the girls at the academy. It was undeniable that children in the Douluo Continent matured quickly and had an inclination towards romance. The girls were utterly captivated by Lu Yuan's strength and charm. Some female spirit masters even called him Lu Yuan-sama. As for Lu Qingqing, she was neither a transmigrator nor did she possess any special advantages. Her soul would likely resemble her parents' spirits, suggesting that her awakening might not yield a particularly powerful soul, and she may not even be able to cultivate it all. This thought cast a shadow over Lu Yuan's heart as he struggled to respond to his sister's innocent inquiry. He hesitated to shatter her beautiful dreams. After all, children are treasures of the future, and her innocent thoughts were precious. Yet, reality could be harsh, and he would have to dispel her lovely fantasies. But for now, he wanted to keep her spirits high. Of course you will. One day you will become a breathtaking beauty, he said cheerfully. Then I will become a beautiful and powerful soul master like you, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Mana watched the harmonious scene between her children. Reflecting on how their lives had gradually improved since Lu Yuan became a soul master, and a smile of happiness spread across her face. Time flew by swiftly, and Lu Yuan embarked once more on his journey of training at the academy. Before long, half a year had passed, and the time had come for him to meet with Yin Shou as agreed. At this moment, Lu Yuan possessed a soul power of 23rd rank, having far exceeded the record for the youngest great soul master at the tender age of 7.5. This remarkable achievement led the Yin family to place increasing importance on him, providing an investment of approximately 2,000 gold soul coins each month. Lu Yuan instructed the Yin family to send 800 gold soul coins to his family and to distribute 200 gold soul coins among the villagers of Lu family village. Even though his family had moved to the city, he did not forget his roots, for they shared a common bloodline, and their past interactions had been amicable. Soon, Lu Yuan was preparing to bid farewell to Notting City. Are you ready? Yin Shou asked as Lu Yuan climbed aboard the carriage. Of course, I am prepared, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. I hope you will take good care of my parents and sister in the future. Naturally, this is what we agreed upon. Is it not? Yin Shou chuckled lightly. Then I shall take my leave, Lu Yuan said, as he was set to travel with the Yin family's merchant caravan to other cities for training. He primarily intended to journey from Notting City towards Tiando City, honing his skills along the way. Take care, and remember not to heed the words of others too readily, Yin Shou advised, a hint of elderliness in his tone. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Yuan smiled softly in response. I will, and you must also take care of yourself. By the way, aren't you going to say goodbye to your parents and sister? Yin Shou asked. No, I prefer to avoid the sorrowful atmosphere of farewells, Lu Yuan replied, waving his hand as he departed from Notting City with the caravan. Chapter 47. A new trial. The kingdom of Balak lies to the south of the Heavendo Empire, bordering the province of Fasnuo. Despite its designation as a kingdom, its area is merely 3/4 that of Fasnuo province, and it is a vassal of the Heavendo Empire, one of the 4 great kingdoms within its territory. To the south of Balak Kingdom lies the Star Luo Empire, making Balak the most formidable military power among the 4 kingdoms of the Heavendo Empire, effectively serving as the gateway to the empire. Originally, the Heavendo Empire comprised 10 provinces, which later transformed into 6 factions following the establishment of the 4 great kingdoms. The empire directly governs 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms controls one, and there exists a duchy subordinate to the kingdoms, occupying the smallest province on the eastern edge of the empire. Within Balak Kingdom, 2 cities hold paramount importance, with the capital city of Balak being the most significant. This city serves as the political and economic heart of the entire kingdom. At this time, the world of Douluo Continent remains entrenched in a primitive agrarian society. Despite the existence of soul masters, the productivity has not advanced significantly. Every commodity necessitates manual transportation, requiring human effort to move goods, food, and taxes from one city to another. The Yin family, known as the family of General Laihua in Douluo City, is engaged in this trade, as are other prominent sect families within the city. This includes the renowned 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Yin family's merchant convoy transports rare items and common goods from the empire's borders to important cities, with Balak City being their initial destination. They would linger here to deliver the pre-ordered supplies and rare items to their clients before departing for the empire's capital, Douluo City. After traversing 4 major cities along the way, now, they are about to halt in Balak City, which is precisely the city where Lu Yuan seeks to undergo his trials. Gazing at the towering, ink-black city walls, he cannot help but marvel at the grandeur of this magnificent citadel. In his previous life, He had encountered ancient cities with formidable defensive walls, such as the walls of ancient Chang'an, which stand 12 meters high, 12 to 14 meters wide at the top, and 15 to 18 meters wide at the base, forming a closed rectangular perimeter of 13.74 kilometers. To the ordinary eye, this represents an insurmountable fortress. Yet to the soul masters of the Douluo Continent, it might merely appear as a boulder that could be effortlessly leapt over with a few soul-powered strides. Thus, the walls of Balak City are even more imposing, towering at a height of 100 meters, resembling a small mountain. The walls of Notting City are comparable in height to those of ancient Chang'an. Yuan initially believed this was the standard for all city walls in the Douluo Continent. However, he soon realized that, in comparison to Balak City, Notting City is but an insignificant and backward area. Entering Balak City proves to be a straightforward process, perhaps due to its role as a vital hub connecting the empire's borders with directly governed provinces. The guards at the city gates appear accustomed to the steady flow of people. It seems that in the Douluo Continent, unlike the ancient times of his previous life, there is no stringent requirement for travel permits to move between cities. In a world inhabited by soul masters, it is impossible to impose arbitrary restrictions on these extraordinary beings. The majority of the armies within the Heavendo Empire are composed of ordinary people, while soul master legions are scarce and not easily mobilized. The soul masters of the Heavendo Empire enjoy considerable freedom. Unless summoned during times of war, they tend to focus solely on their own cultivation. Thank you for your care along the way, Captain, Yuan said, clasping his fists in gratitude as he entered Balak City. No need for thanks. After all, this is Mr. Yin Shou's request. We are merely executing our master's orders, replied the convoy leader, a soul master of moderate strength, around 40 years of age. With a smile, I must express my gratitude for everyone's assistance, Yuan responded warmly. Throughout this journey, the convoy members have been quite attentive to Yuan, who is merely a child under 8 years of age, possessing a delicate appearance and charming demeanor, naturally prompting the convoy members to extend him extra care. Half a year from now, our convoy will pass through Balak City again. At that time, according to the agreement with our master, we shall escort you to the capital. The leader added, before guiding the convoy members and supplies toward the royal palace at the heart of Balak City. It is evident that their trading partners are members of the royal family. At this moment, Yuan swiftly vanished into the crowd. Meanwhile, within Balak City, far removed from the bustling and pristine areas, there exists a filthy region. It is a well-acknowledged truth that no prosperous city can be entirely devoid of squalor, particularly in an agrarian society. This is the most wretched part of Balak City, shunned by the light. This area has become a gathering place for the underbelly of society, ruffians and scoundrels. When these nefarious individuals congregate, they form a repugnant and loathsome gang. While they may lack exceptional talents or abilities, their despicable and degenerate nature allows them to thrive through unscrupulous means. Kidnapping, robbery, deceit, and cunning are all sins committed by the members of these underground factions. Perhaps Balak City has resigned itself to the belief that this area is beyond redemption. Or perhaps it serves as a tool for certain powerful individuals within the royal city. Whatever the case, this area remains entrenched. This district is named Black Bay. On this day, a diminutive figure appeared in this forsaken part of the royal city, cloaked in a voluminous black cape. Standing at no more than 1.5 meters in height, the figure resembled a child. Yet, every inch of the exposed skin on his arms was wrapped in white bandages, with glimpses of blackened, charred skin peeking through. At his waist hung a long blade imbued with the essence of darkness and flames. He materialized at the entrance of Black Bay, confronting a group of petty criminals who, upon seeing his small stature, intended to murder him and seize his belongings. In an instant, he drew his blade and dispatched the ruffians, reducing them to mere fragments. While the black flames engulfed their remains, leaving nothing but ashes, he had slaughtered the members of the underground gang at the entrance of Black Bay, proclaiming his intent to eradicate every underground faction within the area. The name he left behind was Yasuo. Chapter 48. Yasuo. Darkness envelopes, despair deepens. Seek your path, for it shall lead you to ruin. Flames surround, death embraces. The existence of order is ever fleeting. I am the storm. I am the thunder. I am the lightning. Unleash your wrath. The winds of chaos howl through the streets of Black Bay, swirling into a tempest, leaving behind a cacophony of wails from the fallen and debris scattered about. Yet, those who lament do not dare cast any gaze of hatred or contempt at the man known as Yasuo, wrapped in countless white bandages. The man wields a slender blade entwined with an unceasing storm and blazing fire. though he stands shorter than any of those sprawled on the ground. None dare to underestimate him. Jefferson, the man named Yasuo, stepped forward and coldly inquired, "Who is Jefferson?" Instantly, the defeated members of the underground gang glanced in terror at a man lying among them, whose face twisted into an unpleasant grin. "Yasuo, sir, may I inquire what you seek from me?" "There is a matter." Yasuo's deep-set gaze beneath his cloak flicked toward him. "I have accepted a commission. A lady has tasked me with finding her daughter, and the word on the streets of Black Bay is that to locate a missing girl, one must seek you out." Jefferson's face soured. The forced smile he attempted was more ghastly than a frown. He was a pink-gloved operative of the Golden Silk Gang, a faction primarily engaged in the training and sale of female slaves, as well as other sordid enterprises. As a pink-gloved member, he was responsible for the gang's lower-tier operations, which naturally entailed procuring suitable women for their purposes. Yasuo was correct. Should a girl go missing in Black Bay, Jefferson was indeed the one to consult. "May I ask the name of the girl?" Jefferson inquired, his expression oozing false charm. "You do not need to know," Yasuo replied, casting a glance at him. "But how can I seek her if I do not know her name?" Jefferson stammered, his face contorting oddly. "There is still a way." Yasuo regarded him once more, then extended his bandaged left hand, seizing Jefferson and tossing him aside. "You, lead the way." "Led where?" Jefferson asked, bewildered. "To the places where you abduct those girls," Yasuo stated, his tone devoid of warmth. Realization dawned upon Jefferson, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. "Sir, this may not be prudent." Without courtesy, Yasuo's blade, wreathed in flames and storm, pierced Jefferson's thigh, eliciting a harrowing scream. The flames on the blade swiftly cauterized the wound. Yet this primitive method of treatment brought no sense of relief to anyone present. "I shall lead. I shall lead." Jefferson howled in agony, with a face ashen as death. He limped ahead, resembling a wounded dog. Yasuo trailed behind him, akin to a master guiding his ailing pet. The remaining gang members, once Yasuo had departed, exchanged glances before rising painfully, gritting their teeth as they applied rudimentary bandages to their wounds. Carrying simple medical supplies was customary for these underground members. "The Grim Reaper has finally left," a young thug muttered through clenched teeth. "Shoo, keep your voice down. What if he hasn't gone far and hears us?" A companion replied, terror etched on his face. "Ah." The young thug turned, eyes wide with fear, glancing at the direction Yasuo had vanished. Dreading the return of the demon known as Yasuo. "Don't scare me like that," he muttered, his voice involuntarily dropping in volume. "Just in case," his companion whispered back. "You need not be so frightened." At that moment, an old, tattooed, hunched member of the underground gang interjected. His weathered face bore a cold smirk. "A man like him cannot last long in Black Bay. Could it be?" The two thugs seemed to grasp something profound. Indeed, several leaders of the major gangs in Black Bay have taken notice of him, declaring that once the old king's birthday celebrations conclude, they will dispose of this troublemaker. The old rogue sneered. "Old AI, is your information reliable?" The two thugs questioned skeptically. "That man has had free reign in Black Bay for nearly 2 months. Haven't those big shots been able to deal with him?" It was precisely because Yasuo had roamed Black Bay for nearly 2 months without being subdued by the gangs that instilled such fear and disbelief in the hearts of the thugs regarding the leader's intentions. "What do you know? The old king's 70th birthday is fast approaching. The major gangs Shark Gang, Mad Axe Gang, and Blood Knife Gang have all been warned by the city guards not to make any moves, which is why they have not dealt with that scoundrel Yasuo. Once the old king's festivities are over, the underworld of the kingdom will return to its former state, and they will certainly eliminate that reckless brat," old AI asserted confidently, his face hardening with resolve. "Let us not forget, this is our Black Bay," he declared, a glint of ferocity appearing on his weathered visage. Instantly, the young thugs exchanged determined glances, their expressions hardening. "Yes, this is our Black Bay." Not long after, Jefferson stood before the blazing stronghold. Engulfed in flames and storms, his face a mask of shock. "It is over, completely over," he murmured to himself. Around him lay the scattered remains of Golden Silk Gang members, some bodies horrifically disfigured. Blood, shattered bricks, severed limbs, and roaring flames created a scene of utter chaos. The girls, once imprisoned within the Golden Silk Gang's lair, gazed with loathing at the edifice that had confined their freedom for so long. Casting admiring glances at the man standing before the inferno, caressing the obsidian blade. The man, swathed in bandages, seemed to sense their stares and turned to meet their eyes. "You may leave." In the next instant, he spun around, blade in hand. Revolution. Inevitable. The fiery, tempestuous blade cleaved through the body of an assailant attempting to ambush, severing him in two as the remnants plummeted to the ground, casting shadows alongside the man enshrouded in pure white bandages. The man appeared, demonic. Chapter 49. Some trivial matters. Upon returning to the familiar cabin, Yuan finally released the form of his martial soul. The shadowy power of the Death Star scythe vanished without a trace, liberating his youthful form. After locating the girl he was tasked to find, he promptly freed all the girls who had been imprisoned at the Golden Silk Gang's stronghold. This decision stemmed from the consideration that if he were to inform Jefferson of the girl's name, it would inevitably lead to retribution against her and her family by the gang once he departed from the city. Moreover, Yuan genuinely wished to rescue all the girls trapped within the Golden Silk Gang's grasp. After wreaking havoc and rescuing the captives, Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, unleashing the martial soul of the Death Star scythe, and activated Shadow Step to return to the residential area of Balak City. The efficacy of the Death Star scythe's shadow power lies in its ability to allow him to remain undetected when using Shadow Step. This is the most significant capability of shadow power, particularly suited for stealth, concealment, and ambush. Hence, he had always pursued studies as an agile attack-type soul master within the academy. Indeed, he was the most formidable agile attack-type soul master among the students at Notting Academy. Of course, this merely represents the combat style of his Death Star scythe martial soul, and even further, only one form of the shadow assassin aspect. In the Death Star incarnation, he exhibited characteristics more akin to a powerful attack-type soul master. As for the Night Messenger martial soul, also known as the Abyssal Blade martial soul, Yuan candidly admitted that he was still uncertain of the correct combat approach for this form. This uncertainty arose from the overwhelming power of the Night Messenger Yasuo. He fought relying solely on the inherent strength of the Abyssal Blade, without even enhancing it with a soul ring, giving him the sensation of being capable of obliterating everything. Indeed, over the past 2 months, Yasuo, as he had taken to calling himself, had thoroughly decimated Black Abyss Bay, facing hordes of underground gang members without any sense of difficulty, even against several soul masters of over level 20. Yet, under the might of his Abyssal Blade martial soul, they met their demise. Throughout these 2 months, he had eliminated a considerable number of such scum. Initially, his intention was to provoke the true bosses of the underground gangs in Black Abyss Bay, but reflecting upon it now, one must wonder how formidable the forces of such a seedy underbelly could truly be. The most powerful soul master in Balak City was merely a soul sage serving in the royal palace and in any realm. Those who mingle with underground gangs are often the inept ruffians who prey upon the ordinary. Among this motley crew of ruffians, the strongest were no more than the lackluster companions of the original story, Tianya and Ikao, soul emperors with poorly matched soul rings and severely lacking power. Their strength paled in comparison to a well-matched soul king. While Yuan's 2 months of probing indicated that the strongest soul master in Black Abyss Bay was likely only at the soul sect level. The Grand Soul Master was the strongest enforcer they could routinely deploy, and these few Grand Soul Masters were of mediocre talent, with loose soul power, making them no match for Yuan. Nonetheless, these 2 months of experience had proven somewhat beneficial, Yuan mused. His journey to the city beyond Notting was not solely for sightseeing. He sought to hone his skills. Although he had considered visiting the Soul Arena, where formal duels would occur in matching numbers, he did not foresee any companions who could engage enemies in one-on-one confrontations. Furthermore, the power of his various martial souls was formidable. Following the arena's excellent matching mechanism, he would inevitably be pitted against soul masters of merely level 20. This was not a matter of arrogance. At the Grand Soul Master level, no one was his equal. He could even contend with soul masters of the Soul Venerable level. And against those of mediocre talent and insufficient strength, he could still vanquish them. Consequently, upon learning of the existence of underground gangs in Balak City, Yuan devised a plan to provoke these numerous and nefarious factions. These 2 months had not been in vain, as he had gained experience in dealing with mob confrontations specifically, being outnumbered by adversaries. Initially, he had relied solely on brute strength and overwhelming soul power to engage in a reckless, grass-cutting style of combat, lacking finesse or technique, often leaving himself open to ambushes. However, he was no longer the novice he once was. He had grown stronger, now adept at effectively handling multiple opponents without sustaining injuries or exhausting his energy. It was akin to a soul system player progressing from a disheveled state against the attacks of the French street dance crew to navigating through the fray with ease, emerging unscathed. Lu Yuan also began to accept commission tasks, though this was merely a pretext. The fees he charged were exceedingly modest. He primarily accepted commissions from the lower-class citizens of Balak City, refusing any tasks from those whose soul power exceeded level 20. The lower the soul power level, the cheaper his fees became. For instance, the task of locating a daughter was commissioned by a mother with only level 3 soul power, for which Lu Yuan requested merely 2 bags of grain, estimated to be worth only 4 copper soul coins, doing good for others while simultaneously eliminating some scum. Lu Yuan believed there was no one more benevolent than he in this world. After some time, he intended to instill genuine fear in the ruffians of Black Abyss Bay, allowing himself to indulge in a more leisurely life. He then sensed a subtle breakthrough in his soul power. The essence of the Death Star Scythe had been rapidly absorbed over these 2 months, and he had ascended 2 levels of soul power within a brief span. Currently, his soul power stood at level 25, surpassing all his peers, including the similarly gifted Tang San, who could only trail behind him. This exhilarating speed of ascension and cultivation was intoxicating. Yet, Lu Yuan remained composed, intentionally restraining the quality of his soul power to prevent it from advancing too rapidly and becoming unstable. During this period, he had engaged in research akin to that of Yu Shaojiang, exploring various theories of soul power cultivation across the continent, understanding that once soul power becomes unstable, it would adversely affect future cultivation. It was akin to constructing a tall building. If the foundation is unstable, the higher it rises, the greater the risk of collapse. Thus, establishing a solid foundation is of paramount importance for any soul master. Chapter 50, The Meeting at Black Swamp Bay. At this moment, in a dilapidated open square in Black Swamp Bay, the capital of Barak, a brawny man towering over 2 meters approached, carrying a large wine jug. Behind him trailed over 20 muscular men clad in earthy yellow attire, their physiques equally formidable. Was it not your leader's concern about potential ambushes by the Earth Dragon Gang that prompted Siegel to suggest convening in this unclaimed territory? Just then, an unremarkable yet robust man emerged alongside the brawny figure, followed by approximately 20 individuals dressed in crimson robes, who remained notably reticent. Ah, reciting. Your Red Mist Society has come to participate in this meeting? Quite rare indeed, the brawny man remarked, surprised. Why wouldn't we attend if the Shark Crocodile Gang is present? Reciting replied with a sardonic smile. It is simply unusual. According to your society's customs, you seldom engage in such meetings at Black Swamp Bay. The Shark Crocodile Gang's leader, First Hun, laughed heartily. Could it be that your enterprise also? Numerous gangs operated within Black Swamp Bay, engaging in various underhanded trades. Yet only 5 gangs held prominence: the Shark Crocodile Gang, the Mad Axe Gang, the Bloodblade Gang, the Earth Dragon Gang, and lastly, the Red Mist Society. Unlike the first 4, the Red Mist Society did not consider itself a gang and pursued vastly different enterprises. The Shark Crocodile Gang specialized in collecting protection fees, making it arduous for those who refused to pay to survive in Black Swamp Bay. However, paying the fee offered little solace, as the gang would ensure the individual's survival while neglecting the protection of their gang or business. The Mad Axe Gang engaged in usury, imposing exorbitant interest rates. Failure to repay meant a lifetime of servitude to the gang. The Bloodblade Gang dealt in gambling and human trafficking, while the Earth Dragon Gang profited from smuggling contraband and charging passage fees at inland ports. The Red Mist Society, however, focused on counterfeiting, producing imitations that closely resembled the originals. Their primary forgeries included soul coin gold cards, various keys, luxurious garments, pharmaceuticals, and assorted jewelry, all offered at significantly lower prices. In this realm devoid of copyright awareness, such practices did not seem to violate any laws. The Red Mist Society was founded by a group of skilled artisans seeking survival within Black Swamp Bay. Initially, they adhered to a philosophy of non-oppression, solely protecting their own interests. However, as time passed, the Red Mist Society evolved, now extorting 80% of profits from those within their territory. Despite seldom involving themselves in the internal affairs of Black Swamp Bay, a change was afoot. Furzun and Reciting, you have both arrived. What of the Mad Axe Gang and the Earth Dragon Gang? A man clad in a blood-red tattooed attire, wearing only a jacket, interjected as he approached. Greeting Reciting and Furzun. He was Lu Zhan, the leader of the Bloodblade Gang, flanked by his followers. How would I know? Furzun chuckled. Could it be that the Mad Axe and Su Yanqing have fallen victim to that fellow named Yasuo? His expression turned sinister. If so, I could reluctantly avenge them, with compensation being all the business of the Mad Axe and Earth Dragon gangs. Shut your foul mouth, Shark Crocodile. A distant voice called out. as a graceful woman appeared before the gathering. It was difficult for anyone to fathom that the undisputed leader of the Earth Dragon Gang, the most powerful underground organization in Black Swamp Bay, would be a woman, yet none dared underestimate her. For this woman had personally slain her husband and child a decade prior to seize control of the gang. After usurping power, Su Yanqing led the then fourth-ranked Earth Dragon Gang to ascend as the foremost gang in Black Swamp Bay, even annihilating their former rival, the Black Flood Gang. Rumor had it that the leader of the Black Flood Gang perished in Su Yanqing's bed, resulting in the sudden downfall of his gang. Such a fierce woman, regardless of her beauty, inspired fear due to her infamous past. Su Yanqing, with a cold smile, surveyed the crowd. Kong Xiao, have you been lurking here to ambush us? Her words instilled tension among the attendees, each prepared for battle, eyes fixed on the direction she indicated. Indeed, Su, it seems you know me well, replied Kong Xiao. A tattooed bald man from the Mad Axe Gang, stepping forth with a grin, followed by a raucous group of his gang members. The Mad Axe Gang's notorious methods of debt collection were brutal, resulting in a band of individuals often exhibiting twisted psychologies, having subjected many to torment. Now that everyone is present, Su Yanqing said, scanning the assembly, let us discuss the matter regarding that troublesome fellow, Yasuo. I trust you are all aware of the chaos he has wrought upon our gangs over the past 2 months. That scoundrel burned our promissory notes and set free those debtors. We've incurred nearly 100,000 gold soul coins in losses. Kong Xiao exclaimed, seething with rage. 100,000 gold soul coins? Does your entire Mad Axe Gang even possess such wealth? Li Xiqing of the Red Mist Society retorted mockingly. Are you looking for trouble? Kong Xiao's face flushed with anger as he glared at Li Xiqing. The latter's derision rang true. Had the Mad Axe Gang truly suffered such a loss, their coffers would be far more substantial, and their presence in Black Swamp Bay would be untenable. Chapter 51. An Unexpected Visitor, Part 1. All right. We are not here to engage in internal strife, Lu Zhan remarked with a frown. Speaking of that brat, 2 months ago, at the Black Abyss Bay, my new outpost was inaugurated with great ambitions. Little did I know that kid started showing up, averaging 1-3 raids on our operations weekly. Gritted the leader of the Sahua Gang, Foster, his towering frame radiating an aura of menace. Over 10 of our lower-tier brothers have perished because of him. Hence, I must eliminate that brat. You say you want to kill him? Then go ahead. Li Xiqing of the Red Mist Society retorted impatiently, his temperament exacerbated by the lack of cordial relations with the 4 major gangs. Li Xiqing, if you're not interested in this meeting, you may leave, Su Yanqing, puffing a cigarette, interjected with annoyance. At once, Li Xiqing restrained his temper. And what about you? Why is the Red Mist Society involved in this matter? The brat has incited the lower-class citizens under our jurisdiction, and they have not contributed to us for over a month. Not only that, he has injured more than 60 of our brothers, Li Xiqing replied coldly. Lu Yuan, having witnessed the exploitation of those lower-tier craftsmen by the Red Mist Society, had incited them and severely crippled those enforcers who collected dues. It would take them at least 1.5 years to recover, if at all. In any case, we, the Red Mist Society, intend to teach that fellow a lesson. Whether it leads to his death or not is your concern, Li Xiqing stated resolutely. Oh, such a benevolent soul. Not killing him, just delivering a lesson, mocked Kong Xiao, mimicking Li Xiqing's tone. You all have already desired his life, haven't you? Whether I want it or not makes no difference. After all, he only has 1 life to give. Since we have reached a consensus, and considering that the old king's birthday is approaching, with the officials in the royal city strictly forbidding any actions during this period, let us agree to strike 1 month after the birthday, which would be over 2 months from now, Su Yanqing said impassively. Fine. But how do we lure that brat out? Lu Zhan inquired with a frown. Isn't fond of shouting about freedom? Let us capture a large number of lower-class citizens in the city and spread the word that they are being enslaved at a designated location. Li Xiqing suggested with a cold smirk. I will tear that brat's head off and use it as a goblet. Foster laughed heartily. Are we all in agreement then? Each of you must dispatch 10 soul masters, and your respective soul sect leaders must also join the fray. Su Yanqing surveyed the room, seeking confirmation. Her request was rather measured, as everyone understood that among the 5 major gangs, there were over 20 soul masters, all high-ranking officials within the organization. Moreover, apart from the 5 gang leaders who were soul sect members, each gang had at least 1 soul sect member stationed at their headquarters to guard against external threats. Su Yanqing did not demand that all available forces be mobilized to hunt down Lu Yuan, clearly considering the psychological limits of her peers. All right, I have no objections. Kong Xiao promptly expressed his approval. Soon, the other gang leaders followed suit, voicing their agreement. Very well, since we are all in accord. Let us conduct our business quietly for the next couple of months, and avoid losing more operations to that brat, Su Yanqing concluded. Life outside was invariably dull, and Lu Yuan considered himself a rather uninteresting individual. In his previous life, he could alleviate such tedium through gaming and romance. But in this world, devoid of video games, life felt rather monotonous. As for romance, Lu Yuan was not even 8 years old, so the idea was absurd. He was quite conservative, even in this early maturing world of Douluo Continent, where early relationships and even ascending to godhood at a young age were commonplace. Yet, he preferred to wait until his teenage years, at least around 14 or 15. In Balak Royal City, he had casually rented a room. Strangely, no one objected to this young boy living alone, which puzzled Lu Yuan. Nevertheless, he managed to settle down in Balak, occasionally playing the role of an underground vigilante. While most of his time was spent in cultivation and reading, he dined out at restaurants, as he preferred not to cook. As his training session concluded and hunger set in, Lu Yuan left his room and made his way to the familiar small restaurant. Sha Yuan, you're here for a meal so early today? The restaurant owner, a seemingly fierce-looking uncle with a kind disposition, greeted him. His martial spirit was a spatula, enabling him to cook with remarkable skill. Uncle Xiao, I'll have a portion of shredded pork with green peppers, half a roast chicken, a bowl of fiery spirit bird and mushroom soup, and a pot of rice. Here, please. Lu Yuan responded with a smile. Oh, eating so little today? The restaurant owner blinked in surprise. I feel like I've been eating too much lately and have indigestion. And don't sneakily increase the portions for me. I can't finish it. Lu Yuan replied helplessly. Ah, you're at that growing age. My daughter usually eats this much. You should eat more. The restaurant owner said with a hearty laugh before heading to the kitchen. Lu Yuan sighed in resignation. He had recently noticed that the restaurant owner had been secretly increasing his portions. The reason behind this? The owner's daughter had a crush on Lu Yuan. This girl, who had just awakened her martial spirit at just over 6 years old, was quite adorable, in stark contrast to her fierce-looking father. Although there was a possibility that she might grow up to resemble him, for now, she was undeniably charming. Despite her voracious appetite and the fact that she was just a 6-year-old girl developing feelings for boys, the restaurant owner appeared quite content, which left Lu Yuan thoroughly astonished. However, he certainly had no such intentions. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought, a loud commotion erupted outside the restaurant. He glanced out the window and was immediately captivated by the sight of a magnificent procession passing through the streets. What is that? The Balak royal family? Lu Yuan inquired. Curiosity piqued. Chapter 52. An Unexpected Visitor, Part 2. Lu Yuan could not help but glance outside. At that moment, the restaurant owner rushed out, looking at Lu Yuan and said, Sha Yuan, are you referring to that? I've heard it is the envoy from the imperial capital to celebrate the old king Kindera's birthday. The owner immediately puffed up with pride, declaring, Our old king of the Balak kingdom is, after all, the cousin of the emperor of the empire. Note, while researching, I discovered an intriguing detail. Initially, in the chapters penned by the author regarding the Shrek Academy, it was stated that the king of the Balak kingdom, Kindera, is a cousin of the king of the Tiando empire, Okura. Later, it became clear that the emperor of the Tiando empire is named Shui. It seems the author inadvertently contradicted himself in subsequent writings. Thus, I shall maintain this cousin relationship, as it is fitting for a vassal state like the Balak kingdom, which serves the imperial capital, not to be referred to as a sovereign by outsiders. As for why the cousins bear different surnames, I am unaware. The significance of the Balak kingdom indeed warrants the Tiando empire to send an envoy to celebrate the birthday of the old king Kindera, Lu Yuan reflected, suddenly feeling it was quite reasonable. However, the envoy's caravan sent to the Balak kingdom was excessively extravagant. The procession seemed endless, conservatively estimated to comprise dozens of carriages, each drawn by 2 robust, sleek horses, adorned with numerous splendid gemstones on their reins and saddles. The vibrant gems sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, casting dazzling reflections. Lu Yuan found it perplexing. Despite the existence of soul masters in the Douluo Continent, how could the industry of horse breeding still thrive to the extent of producing saddles, stirrups, and reins? Could it be that horses in the Douluo Continent could be infused with soul power? As for the magnificent carriages drawn by these steeds, they too were lavishly decorated with jewels and bore 2 different emblems. One featured a pair of wings with intricate patterns, while the other resembled a 7-tiered pagoda. Naturally, Lu Yuan recognized the first emblem as that of the Tiando royal family. The second, however, was unfamiliar to him. But the seven-tiered pagoda strongly suggested a connection to the second-largest sect in the world, the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, as per the original narrative, the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando royal family were closely allied. It would be quite normal for several disciples from the sect to accompany the envoy to enhance their presence. Lu Yuan shook his head, pondering. He had heard that the envoy from the imperial capital included the sect leader of the current foremost sect in the world, as well as the prince's mentor. Visiting the old king of the Baloch kingdom, he wondered what kind of person the prince's teacher was. At that moment, the restaurant owner smacked his lips and said, "During this period, the Haotian sect has withdrawn from public life, so in the eyes of ordinary people, the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School is considered the foremost sect in the world." Lu Yuan understood that apart from the leading sect, it was impossible for anyone with the title of prince's mentor to be the sect leader Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. The only teacher of Prince Xueqinghe was Ning Fingji. What? The sect leader of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. That is quite impressive, to have such a distinguished individual come to offer birthday wishes, the restaurant owner remarked with a smile. As a citizen of the Baloch kingdom, he felt a profound sense of pride. Indeed, it is quite astonishing, Lu Yuan nodded, smiling in response. He had not anticipated that merely coming to the Baloch royal city for some training would lead him to encounter one of the few individuals wielding immense power in this world. Nevertheless, he thought, it hardly concerned me. Could this nameless fellow truly forge a connection with the renowned sect leader of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School? Chuckling, he resumed observing the bustling scene, awaiting his meal. Within the lavish carriage at the center of the Tiando Empire's envoy caravan, the opulent interior dazzled the eye, exhibiting an unparalleled comfort that defied any jostling, a marvel of the sole master civilization of the Douluo Continent. In such a place of indulgence, no wealthy individual from any realm would ever be disappointed. Inside the carriage, there were only 4 occupants, a venerable elderly man with white hair, a stately middle-aged gentleman, and 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy appeared slightly older, likely around 14, while the girl seemed quite young, approximately 6 years old. Both children bore some resemblance to the middle-aged man, clearly father and offspring. The girl looked particularly delicate, dressed in a simple white gown that lent her an air of purity. Her short pink hair framed her cherubic face, which was as smooth as lychee flesh. Ning Rongrong sat on her seat, swinging her slender legs, her tiny red lips pouting adorably. "Rongrong, don't be upset. When we return, Grandpa promises you a favor, all right?" the elderly man said with a hint of indulgence. "Uncle Jian, please stop spoiling her. Rongrong, no throwing a tantrum. We're here on an important mission from His Majesty," Ning Fingji said with a hint of exasperation, turning a serious gaze toward Ning Rongrong. Yet, she displayed no signs of being intimidated. Instead, Jian Douluo Qinshin glared sternly at Ning Fingji. "Fingji, how can you treat Rongrong this way? She didn't want to come in the first place. You insisted she join us. Is her unhappiness not your responsibility?" "Grandpa Jian is the best," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, nestling into Jian Douluo Qinshin's embrace, then casting a triumphant glance at her father. "Daddy, why are we coming to such a place? It cannot compare to Tiando City. The roads are so rough and bumpy that my bottom is almost ruined." Ning Fingji rubbed his temples in mild frustration, then explained. "The old king of Baloch turned 70 this year. It has been rumored that he is wavering regarding the future heir, contemplating the removal of the originally designated crown prince, Kunsim, in favor of the recently favored young prince, Kunsakai. Historically, a crown prince should not be easily dismissed, especially in a vassal kingdom like Baloch, which can directly challenge the imperial capital. Moreover, the contributions of Crown Prince Kunsim to the friendly relations between the empire and the kingdom are evident to all. The king can dare his hasty move against such a pro-imperial heir. I fear there may be complications." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression was one of utter bewilderment. For a child of merely 6 years, the intricacies of political struggles were far too complex. Ning Fingji chuckled helplessly, addressing his 2 children, Rongrong, Shozong. "When we meet the king of Baloch later, just follow my lead." Ning Rongrong's brother nodded earnestly. "Understood, father." To which Ning Rongrong replied with a pout, "Daddy, you're so long-winded, I got it." Chapter 53, An Unexpected Visitor, Part 3. Ning Fingji gazed helplessly at his only daughter, yet felt utterly powerless. The source of Ning Rongrong's pampering stemmed from both him and the 2 titled Douluos within the sect. He had many sons, but only this one daughter. This circumstance had led to her being cherished and spoiled since birth, yet to his dismay, this little demonist's temperament had grown increasingly intolerable. Just as Ning Fengji contemplated correcting Ning Rongrong's unruly nature, she manifested remarkable talent upon awakening her martial soul this year. Ning Rongrong possessed innate soul power of level 9. This surpassed the potential of any of her brothers. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of decline. After being forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall, they found themselves at a crossroads. The only way forward was to strengthen the sect's power and directly forge ties with the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, thereby becoming the state religion of Tiando. Only then could the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School rise to become the most prestigious sect on the Douluo Continent. Consequently, the elders of the sect, including the two titled Douluos, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, showered Ning Rongrong with affection, to the extent that even Ning Fengji dared not chastise her. However, beyond Ning Rongrong, the most talented future leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji had another pressing concern. It is well known that disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who possess the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial soul, are inherently limited by the soul's deficiencies, rendering them incapable of surpassing the threshold of level 80 soul power throughout their lives. Moreover, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda is an auxiliary martial soul, devoid of any combat capability. Thus, the sect must rely on external battle soul masters, namely the outer disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Presently, Ning Fengji faced the dilemma that at the pinnacle of power, specifically, at the title Douluo level, there were only two within the sect, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Yet both were advancing in years, and their eventual demise was inevitable. Therefore, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School needed to scout for potential outer disciples who could ascend to title Douluo. Ning Fengji's greatest regret lay in the fact that the two supreme elders of the sect, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, had no heirs, particularly Sword Douluo Qinshin. Despite his formidable strength and unwavering loyalty to the sect, remained consumed by the path of the sword, leading an entire life without taking a wife or fathering children. He was akin to his father and grandfather, yet even more so. Qinshin's lineage, like that of his father and grandfather, was composed of extraordinary talents. And the uniqueness of the seven-killing sword martial soul, coupled with the title of the world's foremost attacker, had ultimately led them astray. Qinshin's father, having reached only level 97, dared to challenge the level 99 Qian Douluo, with the disparity in soul power sealing his fate. Under the influence of such a distinguished family tradition, Qinshin too had no descendants, resulting in the loss of the seven-killing sword's legacy. As for Bone Douluo, his preference for freedom rendered him equally unfit for succession. Thus, Ning Fengji now needed to identify external geniuses with the potential to ascend to title Douluo. No one could fathom the depths of Ning Fengji's contemplation. He was the brain of the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The sect's current standing was a testament to his careful deliberation and choices. Ning Rongrong, still young and oblivious to her father's thoughts, merely felt the air inside the carriage growing stifling. She turned her back, opened the carriage window, and breathed in the fresh air outside. At that moment, she paused, her gaze drawn to a dazzling blue light outside the carriage, akin to the shimmering of the Milky Way, weaving through the throngs of people. It resembled flowing hair, or perhaps a fleeting shadow. As if stirred by the wind, it danced gracefully beyond the crowd, ethereal, unique, and captivating. Ning Rongrong blinked her jewel-like eyes, yearning to follow the resplendent blue light that traced a gentle path through the masses. "Rongrong, be careful. Come back and sit properly," came the gentle voice of Sword Douluo from behind her, pulling her back into his embrace. Yet, Ning Rongrong wriggled free and anxiously continued to gaze out the window. The bustling crowd in Balak City, eager to catch a glimpse of the imperial envoy and the crown prince's tutor, surged forward, drawn by curiosity. That girl, how beautiful and charming. Is she the daughter of one of the envoys? Indeed, she is truly adorable. She seems so well behaved. If only my daughter looked like her. The onlookers gasped in admiration at Ning Rongrong, yet she paid no heed to their comments, her heart still chasing that fleeting azure apparition. Alas, her pursuit ended in disappointment. The enchanting blue hair had vanished, perhaps merely a figment of her imagination. "Rongrong, come back. Do not act disrespectfully." At that moment, her father Ning Fengji's stern voice broke through. In an instant, his familiar hand enveloped Ning Rongrong's petite form, pulling her back into the carriage and drawing the curtains closed. Only Ning Rongrong remained lost in thought, preoccupied with the memory of that azure hair, her inattentiveness causing Ning Fengji to frown. "What is it, Rongrong?" he inquired. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong snapped back to reality, feigning indifference as she replied, "Father, it is so stuffy here. Can't I step out for some fresh air?" Sword Douluo, feeling a pang of affection for her, also began to sense the stifling atmosphere within the carriage. He indulgently remarked, "Indeed, it is rather suffocating. Let Rongrong go out for a breath of fresh air, shall we?" "Fengji, you are being overly restrictive." Upon hearing Sword Douluo's words, Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity, emboldened by the backing of both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. "Right, brother. You feel it stifling too, don't you?" She glanced at the quietly observant Ning Shouzhong. Ning Shouzhong remained silent. Among Ning Fengji's numerous sons, he was one of the more outstanding, which was why Ning Fengji had brought him along. Yet in the presence of his father's sole daughter, he held a diminished status. Sandwiched between the two, without uttering a word, Ning Fengji, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "We are almost there. Just endure a little longer." "Humph." Ning Rongrong huffed petulantly. After a while, it seemed the convoy had finally arrived at the Balak Palace, coming to a halt. Outside the carriage, voices of the envoy's attendants rang out, reporting to the sect master, "We have arrived at our destination. King Balak is waiting for you outside." Ning Fengji turned to Ning Rongrong and Ning Shouzhong. "All right. We have arrived. Come with me." Chapter 54. The King's Celebration. The failed scheme of Ning Fengji. Lu Yuan retracted the power of shadows, transforming his ethereal blue hair back to its natural black short style. He was quite astonished by the changes that occurred when his Death Star Scythe martial soul morphed. Out of comfort and convenience, alongside habits from his past life, he had always kept his hair short. Yet, during the transformation of his martial soul, his short hair lengthened. Regardless of whether he assumed the form of the Shadow Assassin or the Death Star incarnation. Remarkably, upon reverting to his original form, his once lengthened hair would return to its short state. This phenomenon was rather curious. While it was not unusual for short hair to grow long, the reverse was indeed perplexing. It lacked scientific rationale. However, searching for science in a fantastical realm. Although the Douluo Continent eventually developed localized soul guide technology, it still felt rather odd. Lu Yuan had grown increasingly adept at transitioning between martial soul forms, seamlessly integrating it into his daily life. He often returned home, using the Shadow Assassin's stealthy steps, allowing for swift and unaffected travel regardless of road conditions. It was time to await the arrival of a commission. Glancing at the clock in his home, he proclaimed aloud. In the next moment, he retrieved a black cloak and a slender white bandage from beneath his bed. After wrapping every inch of his skin in the bandage, he transformed into the figure that instilled dread in the hearts of Black Abyss Bay's denizens, Yasuo. However, this version of Lu Yuan still fell slightly short of embodying Yasuo. "I illuminate the path to darkness, and thus, I become the darkness." Reciting a profound and philosophical verse, the diminutive man found a slender katana with a scabbard at his waist. With the dark prison blade and an aura of untamed wind and chaotic flames enveloping him, he finally resembled the fearsome Yasuo, one who struck terror into the hearts of evildoers. Flames on the exterior, death within. His words, as ephemeral as the wind, dissipated, and Yasuo vanished from sight. Subsequently, at the behest of a client, Black Abyss Bay was once again thrown into turmoil by the man known as Yasuo. 2 months later, prior to this, the grand birthday celebration of King Kandera of the Balak Kingdom concluded amid a scene of joyous revelry shared by the monarch and his subjects. During this lavish festival, Lu Yuan savored the delight of an otherworldly celebration. The Douluo Continent lacked any significant holidays. Its cultural landscape was astonishingly barren, marked only by the king's birthday. New Year's, a fabricated Christmas-like festival in honor of the founder of the Spirit Hall, and seemingly a Mother's Day. Beyond this, Lu Yuan was left in ignorance. On that day, King Kandera made a public appearance on his birthday, engaging with his subjects. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man, ceremoniously introduced to the populace as Ning Fengji, the Prince Master of the Heaven-Do Empire and the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yuan, with his considerable soul power, caught a glimpse of the legendary Ning Fengji. He found it hard to reconcile the image before him with the middle-aged man described in the original text. Rather, the noble bearing and life of luxury made him appear more like a mature youth of 25 or 26. Yet, this was irrelevant to Lu Yuan. His attention was drawn more to King Kandera of the Balak Kingdom. The frail king, adorned in splendid attire, resembled a weary old pine tree, with its branches and leaves withering, clearly nearing the end of his days. Kandera, a sole emperor, had reigned over Balak for decades without the need for combat. However, he exuded an inexplicable aura, akin to a lion reigning over the grasslands, commanding respect within the Baloch kingdom. Is this what it means to be a king? Lu Yuan's inner ambition began to take root as he gazed at the aged monarch, much like the young Xiongyu of the past who, upon witnessing the formidable power of Qin Shi Huang, was not one to bow in submission but rather thought, he can be replaced. Lu Yuan, observing Kandera, mused. If such an old man could ascend to kingship, why could he not aspire to greater heights? No. He had traversed into this world not merely to settle for being the ruler of a small vassal state. He aimed to become the emperor of the entire Douluo Continent. He envisioned surpassing the Douluo Continent, transcending the Douluo star, and rising above the gods themselves. Emperor Lu Yuan, King of Kings. A grand decree, igniting the eternal stars. He recited this line, modified from the original Kayn's words, as desire gleamed in his eyes. However, it was not the time to reveal his ambitions. For now, he needed to remain dormant, grow stronger, and chart a path toward power through other means. He believed that strength would attract followers, and that there was truth in the notion that unity breeds strength. In summary, he required both power and influence to ascend to that exalted throne. In his envisioned future, his empire would span the entire Douluo continent and beyond. Encompassing the sun and moon continent, even the realm of the gods, all would kneel before him, proclaiming, "Your Majesty the Emperor." He would then forge a world where dignity and justice prevailed, where oppression and darkness ceased to exist, employing the methods of his former world to achieve this. Lu Yuan consistently identified himself as possessing a chaotic good nature. Thus, a man aspiring to be an emperor should not seek to oppress his subjects, but rather to create a fair and peaceful world. Yet, as this notion crossed his mind, Lu Yuan chuckled to himself, pondering what he was thinking. Such matters were still far off. For now, he should focus on how to cultivate his soul power more swiftly. Perhaps it was best to simply enjoy the festivities. Amidst the lively and boisterous celebrations of the city, the old king publicly declared a general amnesty for the entire Baloch kingdom, announcing an increase in the kingdom's tax from 30 to 50 per 100 commuting death sentences, and reducing prison terms for those incarcerated, which immediately incited cheers throughout the city. Ning Fengji stood beside King Kandera, wearing a smile. He showed little interest in the kingdom's taxation and pardons, but was eagerly anticipating the king's subsequent announcement. Through his persistent efforts over the past days, King Kandera had finally been swayed to declare, in front of all citizens of Baloch City on his birthday, that Crown Prince Quinsim would be his sole designated heir. Even if anyone later attempted to usurp the Crown Prince's position, they would be deemed traitors and executed, just as Ning Fengji awaited the king's next move. King Kandera took a step forward, loudly proclaiming, "Now, my birthday celebration officially begins. Let everyone celebrate freely and enjoy the feast." Thereafter, the festivities commenced, and the royal palace's prepared delicacies were brought to the streets, filling the city with joy. Only Ning Fengji's expression turned grim as he observed King Kandera, who smiled and then retreated to the palace, accompanied by the eager young prince, Quinsim. The former crown prince Quinsim remained rooted in place, his face pale as a ghost. Chapter 55, Chronology. Mr. Yasuo. My daughter is missing. Could you kindly assist in locating her? An elderly man trembled as he spoke to the diminutive figure shrouded in darkness before him. What is her name? Do you have a likeness of her? Where did she go missing? Yasuo inquired in a notably aloof manner. Yet, the old man bore no resentment. The common folk were well aware that Mr. Yasuo was the cold yet warm-hearted savior of Baloch City. Since Mr. Yasuo's arrival in Baloch City over 4 months ago, the once voiceless populace had found a glimmer of hope. Previously, if they perished in any corner of the city, no one would rise to advocate for them. Among the lofty enforcers of the law, only a handful possessed the compassion and integrity to champion their cause. And even those noble souls struggled to halt the misdeeds emanating from the abyss of darkness. As the saying goes, one must wield magic to vanquish magic. When confronting the denizens of the abyss, only illicit methods would suffice. Thus, Yasuo, who operated outside the bounds of legality, became a nightmare for the abyss and a beacon of hope for the impoverished citizens of Baloch City. Although Mr. Yasuo claimed to be a mercenary undertaking commission tasks, his remuneration was exceedingly modest, often comprised of meager provisions or a few copper coins. Hence, in the eyes of the commoners, Yasuo was their savior. The old man's voice trembled. Her name is Lin Xiaochao. We do not have a portrait. She vanished 2 days ago while selling fish at the secondary market in the Nofati district. Some say she was taken by the Earth Dragon Gang. Tears streamed down his face. My poor daughter, we have never wronged the Earth Dragon Gang in any way, yet they took her. Beneath his cloak, Yasuo furrowed his brow. pondering the implications of the Earth Dragon Gang's involvement. Wasn't he the group responsible for collecting tolls at the docks? Although the secondary market in Ofadi was in proximity to the Abyss, it was not dominion of the Earth Dragon Gang, making their actions peculiarly suspect. Having clashed with the Earth Dragon Gang on multiple occasions over the past few months, Yasuo was well acquainted with their operations. Balak City was strategically located at the confluence of the Limap Plain and the Balak Canal, facilitating efficient transportation of goods both by land and through the artificially constructed canal. The Earth Dragon Gang thrived by collecting tolls at the canal's docks and aiding in the transport of contraband, emerging as the preeminent faction in the Abyss. Originally, several factions vied for power at the Balak Canal docks, but now they had either been absorbed or annihilated by the Earth Dragon Gang, which reigned supreme without needing to engage in other trades. Their abduction of women, however, seemed to transcend their usual operations. Each faction in the Abyss maintained a clear understanding of their respective territories and businesses, unless two factions were competing for the same trade. The actions of the Earth Dragon Gang resembled a blatant encroachment upon the Bloodblade Gang's domain. Was it possible that these two major factions were on the brink of conflict? Yasuo found the situation increasingly perplexing, yet he could not unravel its mysteries. Just then, a throng of peasants surged forward, all of whom Yasuo recognized as the downtrodden citizens of Balak City. "What troubles you?" Yasuo inquired, his voice heavy with concern. Never had he witnessed such a gathering at his place of commission, even when he had first begun taking on tasks 4 months prior. No more than a dozen individuals had approached him for assistance. Although the Abyss was a den of iniquity, it had not reached the point of an overpopulated comic book realm. Most individuals merely sought a meager existence within the underworld, not engaging in frenzied chaos. Yet now, suddenly, the crowd erupted with voices. "Mr. Yasuo, my daughter was taken. My grandson was abducted by the Sand Crocodile Gang. My husband and children were taken by the Red Mist Society." Their cries intermingled, each lamenting the loss of a loved one, deepening Yasuo's frown. "Have the denizens of the Abyss gone mad?" he exclaimed. At that moment, a young man rushed over, breathless and panicked. "Mr. Yasuo, it's urgent. The people from the Abyss have said." "What did they say?" Yasuo prompted. The young man, towering at around 5 feet 7 inches, found himself intimidated and lowered his gaze. Swallowing hard, he continued, "They claim to have 53 lives in their grasp. If you wish for them to remain unharmed, then you must come to the third dock of the Balak Canal." Understanding dawned upon Yasuo. He inhaled deeply, realizing the elaborate scheme was devised to ensnare him. He knew that at the third dock, countless members of the Abyss and formidable adversaries awaited, ready to spring their ambush. Chapter 56, Shadows, Around You, I Thus. Under the gaze of the youth, a man named Yasuo raised an eyebrow and uttered, "Let them kill." Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, leaving all present in a state of shock. Their eyes, once filled with anticipation, now brimmed with disappointment. Some even revealed inexplicable anger directed at Yasuo. However, Yasuo remained unfazed. Gripping the hilt of his unsheathed sword at his waist, an invisible pressure emanating from him, awakening the minds of those present. Those who dared to show anger towards Yasuo were drenched in cold sweat, for he could effortlessly eliminate those from the underground factions who usually dealt with them. And he could just as easily dispose of these insignificant civilians. How dared they express dissatisfaction towards such a formidable individual? Yuan understood the psychology of these people well. His gentle demeanor towards them had fostered a sense of entitlement, and thus, when he rejected them, it ignited a rebellious spirit. Yet, these discontented individuals were merely a minority. The majority felt fear and unease, without openly displaying anger or resentment. From this perspective, it seemed that not all were ungrateful. Nevertheless, Yuan did not relent. He continued to express indifference, stating that their fates were of no concern to him, as he was merely a mercenary accepting commissions. His low fee stemmed from his impoverished state and his status as an imperial fugitive, unable to accept contracts openly. He wanted them to understand that he did not care for their well-being. Before the impoverished citizens who regarded him as a deity, Yasuo coldly articulated his sentiments. The young messenger stood in disbelief, unable to reconcile the man who typically embodied justice and compassion with the chilling words he now uttered. Yet, Yasuo's logic was undeniable. In this world, the status of soul masters surpassed that of ordinary people. To sacrifice 100 lives for his safety was reasonable. But trading his life for the safety of 53 commoners was absurd. The reason Yasuo had previously set his fees so low was due to his need to remain hidden from the affluent residents of Balak City, forcing him to engage with these civilians and maintain a modest livelihood. However, even with this explanation, They found it hard to accept, as they had come to view Yasuo as their sole savior, now seemingly abandoning them at a critical moment. "I must take my leave," Yasuo declared, grasping the dark red blade at his side, an unseen wind swirling around him. "These commissions are beyond my capability. Seek assistance elsewhere. The existence of order is always fleeting." With that, he left behind a cryptic phrase, "Step forth and sever," and vanished like the wind. On the other side, at Dock No. 3 of the Bala Canal in the Black Swamp, the vast dock lay bare, patrolled by numerous members of underground factions. In the center, several gang leaders, including Su Yanqing, sat before a group of more than 50 bound individuals, their expressions incredulous. The leader of the Sand Crocodile gang, Fooster, was particularly enraged. "What? You mean that kid named Yasuo isn't coming?" "Indeed. It is absolutely true. That boy Yasuo said we could kill them at our leisure." As he would never risk his life for these worthless commoners, the informant replied helplessly, "That scoundrel. He truly does not care for their lives." Fooster's face flushed with anger as he hurled a wine glass across the room, shattering it against the head of a frail man, who fell unconscious, blood streaming down his face. Nearby, dozens of similarly weak individuals trembled in fear, bound and surrounded by the gang members. Su Yanqing, deep in thought, began to realize. "That kid, he does have a point. We have always believed he opposed us for the sake of these commoners, seeing him as a righteous fool. But it appears he is no fool at all. As a soul master of at least the soul master rank, why would he risk himself for these commoners?" At this, she could not help but laugh. Li Xiqing frowned at her laughter, noticing the way her chest heaved. "What is so funny? I find it amusing how naive we were. Can you imagine someone truly willing to risk their life for these impoverished and insignificant civilians?" Su Yanqing scoffed. "That man never appeared to be virtuous. Why would he fall into our trap?" Instantly, Fooster and the others fell silent, realizing how absurd their scheme had been. Unless Yasuo was a complete fool willing to sacrifice himself for others, he would never walk into their snare. "So, what shall we do about these worthless civilians?" Lu Zhan, the leader of the Bloodblade gang, asked, frowning at the 53 bound civilians. "Kill them," Su Yanqing replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "Just like that?" Li Xiqing hesitated. "What else? If Yasuo isn't coming, and we release them unharmed, wouldn't that be akin to setting off a fart?" Su Yanqing flashed a dazzling smile, captivating those around her. In that moment, they understood why the former leaders of the Earth Dragon Gang and the Black Serpent Gang had met their demise in her embrace. This woman was not only strikingly beautiful but also ruthlessly cunning. If Yasuo does not arrive to save them, then their deaths can only be blamed on that boy named Yasuo. Su Yanqing chuckled. "You make a valid point." The Wild Hawk leader burst into laughter, agreeing. He clapped his hands. "Come on, my men. Send these worthless civilians on their way." As the leader of the Wild Axe Gang, his command typically summoned a swarm of underlings to heed him. Yet, in this instance, his orders seemed to fall on deaf ears, with no one responding. Wild Hawk paused, clapping his hands forcefully again. Anger bubbled within him as he bellowed. "Hey, you useless bastards! Are you all dead? Did you not hear my command?" Turning to survey the scene, he was met with the sight he had wished for. Numerous underground gang members lay strewn across the ground, lifeless, blood pooling around them like winding streams. They are truly dead. Chapter 57, Shadows, Surrounding You, Part 2. In an instant, these core members of the gang, possessing at least the strength of great soul masters, silently collapsed, without uttering a single sound. Suddenly, Su Yanqing and her companions felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end, and the 5 leaders sprang to their feet, warily scanning their surroundings. What is happening?" Li Xiqing exclaimed sharply. They are all dead." Even Su Yanqing, who had witnessed numerous grand spectacles, could not help but cry out. She had once slaughtered her own husband and children, the blood of the former leader of the Douluo gang soaking the ground, flames dancing wildly upon the residents, and the remnants of the Douluo gang strewn about, wailing in agony. Yet, she had never encountered a scene where a group was killed without a sound. It was akin to the terrifying nursery rhymes she had heard in her childhood, meant to lull children to sleep. Su Yanqing recalled how her father had once warned her of demons that would leap from shadows and devour children who refused to sleep. As a child, she had been frightened into compliance by her father's tales. Now, as an adult, she believed there was little left to instill fear in her. Yet this scene resurrected the very fears she had harbored as a child. The shadows. The shadows surrounding the dock at night resembled the demons lurking in the darkness of the chilling nursery rhymes from her youth, ready to feast upon the unwary. "I know they are dead," Li Xiqing said, veins bulging at his temples, his eyes wide with disbelief. "But how did they die? They weren't mute. How could they be killed without a word? How should I know? Was it that brat Yasuo? Could it be him? Guangxia shouted, his face a mask of terror. How? How could it possibly be that brat? Lu Zhan retorted directly, insisting that the boy could not kill so quietly. At that moment, Fuster also displayed a hint of fear in his gaze, yet he shouted into the darkness, "You coward! Come out and face us in a fair fight." These once mighty gang leaders now appeared no different from ordinary people, overwhelmed by an immense fear of the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, in a corner of darkness unseen by Su Yanqing and her companions, a bandaged figure stood calmly, wielding a massive, deep blue scythe. Beside him was a young man, the very one who had come to inform Yasuo. Yet now, he trembled uncontrollably, a puddle of pale yellow liquid pooling beneath him, exuding an unpleasant odor. He shivered as he gazed at the fallen gang members, resembling straw cut down in the fields, and cast a pleading glance at Yasuo. But he could not utter a word, because Lu Yuan regarded him coolly and said, "Do not speak. If you dare make a sound, you will die." The young man had sensed something was amiss early on. Not only had he come directly with news, but his fierce demeanor set him apart from the surrounding crowd, raising Lu Yuan's suspicions. This young man hailed from the underbelly of Yin Bei. Immediately, the young thug clamped his mouth shut, striving to suppress any sound. He did not wish to die, he wanted to live. Lu Yuan observed him, the massive scythe in his grasp casting him as a figure resembling the Grim Reaper from myth. "Go now, leave this place," perhaps out of a fleeting sense of mercy. He chose to spare him. The young thug's face lit up with joy, though he suppressed his emotions to avoid making any noise. He turned to depart, eager to celebrate his narrow escape after the night was over. But the next moment, as he turned, a searing pain shot through his back, and he could no longer contain his cries of agony. Yet, at that final moment, he discovered that he could still not make a sound. He recalled witnessing Lu Yuan emerge from the shadows, systematically slaying his companions, who, like him, had fallen silently. Now he understood. They had not failed to make a sound, they were simply unable to. Just as he was now, Lu Yuan expressionlessly withdrew his scythe from the young thug's body, the shadowy blue energy enveloping the corpse, devouring all sound. This was one of the remarkable applications of the shadow energy of the Death Star scythe. Once attached to an object, any sound produced by that object would be consumed by the shadows. He had just silently killed nearly 100 members of the underground gang. Lu Yuan looked at the young thug, who had trusted him and met a tragic end beneath the Death Star scythe, without any sense of remorse. He could not allow a witness, who had seen his second martial spirit and the slaughter of so many, to escape. Lu Yuan was not one to show mercy after taking so many lives. He intended to eliminate all threats before they could blossom, leaving no room for error. His purpose for coming this time was clear, to save those 53 lives. He would not stand idly by, but neither would he foolishly walk into a trap. To obey other summons was sheer folly. The words Lu Yuan had spoken were intended to lower the vigilance of the underground gangs of Yin Bei. If he had shown too much concern for their lives from the outset, it would have jeopardized his rescue plans. His strategy of retreating to advance, followed by an unexpected attack, was the only way to save them. Otherwise, not only would he fail to rescue anyone, but he would also endanger himself, a decidedly unwise course of action. Now it was time to deal with the remaining captives. Lu Yuan turned his gaze to the few individuals left in front of the kidnapped group. Besides the 5 leaders, there appeared to be 5 exceptionally formidable soul masters. This posed a considerable challenge for Lu Yuan. Initially, he had planned to employ stealth to eliminate them one by one, but Guangxiao's loud outburst had exposed his presence. Lu Yuan had been gradually extending his shadow energy around them, causing the leaders to neglect the ongoing slaughter in the darkness. Their conversation had further distracted them, contributing to their failure to notice the many deaths occurring around them. The utility of shadow energy was vast, especially under such circumstances. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, Lu Yuan might not have been able to dispatch so many soul masters. These soul masters, caught unawares and unable to utilize their powers or techniques, fell victim to Lu Yuan's Death Star scythe with astonishing ease. Chapter 58. Shadows Around You, Part 3. Lu Yuan felt no shame in his actions. He had never prided himself on being virtuous. He simply pursued what he deemed right. As long as he believed his deeds were justified, he would not hesitate to annihilate an entire city. The opinions of others held no sway over him. External voices could not shake Lu Yuan's convictions. In this moment, he turned to observe the remaining 10 soul masters, their potent auras unmistakable, and glanced at the 53 individuals behind them, feeling a sudden wave of headache. Although he considered himself capable of battling above his rank, he would not recklessly confront such a multitude of formidable opponents. If any of them happened to be a soul king akin to Yan Shou, would he not be courting death? It was wiser to dismantle them one by one before devising a way to disperse the group. After contemplating this, Lu Yuan gripped his Death Star demon scythe and vanished into the shadows. Who is it? Come out. At the dock, Huang Xiao and his companions remained vigilant, intent on drawing out their assailant. The once arrogant Huang Xiao now displayed palpable fear in the face of the unknown. Those who had long occupied positions of power were particularly concerned for their lives. He feared death, for with it would vanish his authority, wealth, and women, leaving him with nothing. Trembling, he suddenly noticed movement in the shadows of a nearby container. Ah! Huang Xiao screamed in terror, drawing the attention of everyone present. In that moment, a massive, ethereal blue scythe surged from the darkness toward him. Poor fool, you have just committed a fatal error. The voice, brimming with arrogance, accompanied the scythe's swift approach. Huang Xiao sensed the derision in the voice, but had never encountered such a bizarre form of attack. An exquisite scythe had emerged from the shadows. Martial soul. Activate. His reaction was swift, yet his martial soul, the mad axe, had not fully manifested, only a faint shadow remained. When the enormous scythe struck him, blood gushed forth as shadows enveloped Huang Xiao's muscular form, and he collapsed, lifeless. The ethereal blue scythe vanished back into the darkness. Save me. Despite the Soul Master's formidable life force, Huang Xiao felt death closing in. The scythe had cleaved through him, leaving him grievously wounded. He sensed a glimmer of hope, yet it was merely an illusion, for his body had been severely compromised. In the face of such grievous injury, his life flickered like a candle in the wind. On the Douluo Continent, Soul Masters lacked the self-healing capabilities to recover from such severe wounds, yet they could maintain a state of survival for a time. However, Huang Xiao would soon succumb to blood loss and lose consciousness, unless he were a soul Douluo or possessed a soul bone imbued with immense life force, akin to Tang San's mother's blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Such possibilities were non-existent. Thus, Lu Yuan did not feel compelled to deliver a lethal blow. Li Xiqing, Fuster, and others watched Huang Xiao's plight with a sense of foreboding. Save me, save me. The flicker of survival in Huang Xiao's eyes faded as he realized the futility of his situation. Even the 39th level soul respect he had brought with him did not rush to his aid, instead remaining on guard. Everyone, stay calm. Be aware of your surroundings. Su Yanqing stifled her fear and shouted, urging them to summon their martial souls. She even called out, "Martial soul activate." But the next moment, a series of screams erupted. The last remaining soul respects from the Blood Blade Gang, Red Mist Society, and Sand Crocodile Gang fell victim to the same fate. Before Su Yanqing could finish her command, the scythe surged forth from the shadows, slicing through the trio with deadly precision. At this moment, Su Yanqing finally caught an almost imperceptible whisper. As the sound fell, the three soul respects were cleaved in two, their bodies collapsing like rice stalks in a field. Meanwhile, the remaining gang leaders and the last two soul respects seized the opportunity to summon their martial souls, finally activating their abilities. Lu Yuan, concealed in the shadows, wielded the power of darkness and the shadow step, unnoticed in the night. The sharpness of the Death Star demon scythe far surpassed that of ordinary martial souls. The physical fortitude of soul masters below the rank of soul respect was insufficient to withstand its might, a testament to the scythe's dominance. In the original Odyssey worldview, the weapon forged from the cores of deceased stars could obliterate entire galaxies. How could fragile human bodies withstand its power? Regrettably, to achieve the original sharpness of the Death Star demon scythe, Lu Yuan's soul power needed to be significantly stronger, otherwise, his current level allowed for only this degree of lethality. Next, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the remaining targets. Only 6 individuals remained, identifiable by their prior intelligence: Su Yanqing from the Earth Dragon Gang, Lu Zhan from the Blood Blade Gang, Fuster from the Sand Crocodile Gang, and Li Xiqing from the Red Mist Society, all possessing 4 soul rings. Yet, their soul ring configurations were subpar, aside from Su Yanqing. The other 3 bore a woeful mix of white, yellow, and purple soul rings. A third soul ring of merely 100 years? Quite pathetic. However, it was understandable. Ordinary soul masters without exceptional talent would find it perilous to forcibly absorb the most suitable soul rings. Just because novels rarely depict individuals dying from absorbing soul rings or showcase soul masters with ideal ring configurations does not imply that the process is without risk. In novels, most soul masters are either prodigies or scions of elite families, naturally possessing great talent and wise elders, reducing the likelihood of such mishaps. Ordinary soul masters, however, face significant risks when absorbing soul rings, prompting them to seek creatures of a lower rank for safety. The other two soul respects were equally unimpressive, prompting Lu Yuan to dismiss them entirely. The martial souls of the four soul respects corresponded to their gang names. Lu Zhan's was a blood-red ghostly blade, while Li Xiqing's resembled a beast martial soul, akin to a blood-colored bat concealed in the mist. Fuster's martial soul was a dull yellow crocodile named Sand Crocodile. Only Su Yanqing stood apart. In her martial soul activated state, a white fox tail sprouted from her back, enhancing her allure and grace. A fox martial soul. Lu Yuan mused, somewhat taken aback. Chapter 59, Shadows, Surrounding You, Part 4, The Fox Spirit, a familiar sight on the Douluo Continent, was something Lu Yuan had yet to encounter in a battle spirit master. Among the fox spirit wielders, there was a renowned figure in this timeline of Douluo Continent, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. However, Hulaina's fox spirit was likely more formidable than the ordinary variant, known as the demon fox, which possessed an alluring charm beyond that of a typical fox spirit, effectively granting her an innate seduction ability. This led Lu Yuan to recall a certain rabbit at Nodding Academy, which also exhibited a charm skill. Perhaps it ought to be referred to as the demon rabbit spirit. Yet, with a rabbit's enchanting prowess, it could be dubbed the gentle-boned rabbit instead. Conversely, the fox's seductive capabilities warranted the designation of the demon fox spirit. Lu Yuan's thoughts briefly wandered, but soon returned to the battlefield. He observed Su Yanqing's fox spirit, drawing a fleeting association with Hulaina, though he surmised that their connection was tenuous at best. After all, Su Yanqing and Hulaina bore different surnames, with one residing in the heart of the Barak Kingdom within the Tiando Empire, while the other was situated in the spirit city of the Spirit Hall beyond the Empire's borders. It was reasonable to conclude that any relation was improbable. And even if there were a connection, it was not something Lu Yuan could ponder at the moment. His current objective was to eliminate the adversaries before him, not merely to rescue others, but to avert future threats. Reflecting on the situation, Lu Yuan recognized that these underworld gang leaders from Haiyan Bay had brazenly orchestrated the abduction of over 50 civilians to force his appearance and had mobilized numerous gang members to ambush him. Their overconfidence in believing they could eliminate him was evident. It was clear that should they escape today, they would not simply resign themselves to defeat upon realizing their inability to contend with Lu Yuan. He pondered. If he were faced with an implacable foe intent on his demise, and he possessed substantial wealth, he would likely expend considerable resources to hire a soul sage to hunt that enemy until they were vanquished, ensuring his own safety. With this clarity, Lu Yuan's murderous intent intensified. First, he would deal with the easier adversaries. Emotionless, he cast his gaze upon the remaining two soul emperors and declared, "Life shall be extracted by my hand. The true plan shall now unfold." Lu Yuan transformed into a shadow and vanished into the darkness. Su Yanqing surveyed her surroundings, sending a message through her soul power. Everyone, remain calm. That individual surely intends to eliminate us one by one from the shadows. Curse it. That fellow named Yasuo wielded a blade imbued with flames and gales. Yet how does he command the power of shadows? In that fleeting moment, Fuster and the others recognized Yasuo. His bandaged form and cloaked figure were unmatched in the entire Tiando Empire. Could it be? Li Xiqing of the Red Mist Society trembled slightly, then spoke. That person possesses twin spirits? The side spirit that manipulates shadowy forces is a second spirit? Twin spirits were not an unfathomable concept within the realm of soul masters. A contemporary example would be the illustrious Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. Widely known for her twin spirits, her legendary status was common knowledge, and the existence of her dual spirits was no secret. Prior to her, there were several other twin spirit bearers, albeit only a few, some of whom tragically fell midway in their paths. Yet, no one dared to question the potential of twin spirit wielders. Clearly, those present shook with trepidation upon hearing Li Xiqing's remarks. Were they truly confronting a soul master who could one day rival the current pope? Calm yourselves. Su Yanqing, the most composed among them, communicated through her soul power. Regardless of whether he possesses 2 or 3 spirits, understand this. Today, it is either his demise or ours. I trust none of you wish to perish here? Her voice was laced with steely resolve. After a moment of silence, Fuster, known for his fiery temperament, inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Indeed, once he manifests his spirit, his scaly armor glimmers with a chilling luminescence, and his fearsome jaws filled with sharp teeth are enough to instill dread. I will seize that brat and devour him. A twin spirit master's flesh must be exquisite." Li Xiqing and Lu Zhan exchanged glances before turning to Su Yanqing, asking, "Do you have a plan to draw him out?" Su Yanqing smirked coldly. "That brat lurks in the shadows, aiming to pick us off one by one. He will likely target the easiest to kill among us. Who among the 6 remaining is most vulnerable to ambush?" Instantly, Fuster, Li Xiqing, and the others turned their gazes towards the last 2 Soul Emperors, realization dawning upon them. "You all have fished before, haven't you?" Su Yanqing's chilling smile held a cruel glint in her eyes. Lu Yuan remained concealed in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. In his shadow assassin form, he embodied the most patient of hunters. Darkness was his eternal domain. Just then, he spotted a glimmer of opportunity. Now, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled, and a yellow soul ring around him flared brightly. A true assassin's creed: kill one to save many. A chilling voice emanated from his throat, as boundless power surged from the scythe in his hand, enveloping his entire being. In the endless darkness of the docks, 2 prominent figures at the Soul Emperor level stood obliviously, unaware that behind them, a colossal azure scythe loomed, akin to the harbinger of death, poised to strike. Yet, at that moment, Fuster, Su Yanqing's voice rang out sharply across the docks. "The fish. It's on the hook." Ha ha. Fuster's boisterous laughter echoed through the air. With his formidable sand crocodile spirit manifested, a 4th purple soul ring ignited around him, and his massive form exuded an overwhelming aura. 4th soul skill: Eternal Sandstorm. Within a 100-meter radius centered on him, the very air grew viscous, the gravitational force multiplying nearly 3-fold, ensnaring the shadowy figure wielding the scythe. This gravitational control skill was the foundation of Fuster's dominance over the High Bay underworld. While he may not be the strongest in one-on-one combat among the 5 leaders, he was unparalleled when leading his gang members in conquest. Yasuo's figure seemed suspended in midair. Swinging his scythe became an arduous task. "Brat, I shall tear you to shreds." Fuster sneered, seizing Yasuo's form midair, and with a powerful tug of his muscular arms, he ripped apart the man's body. But, huh? Fuster exclaimed in bewilderment. For the body he had torn asunder yielded no blood. Instead, in the next moment, the halves of Yasuo transformed into 2 shadows, vanishing into the night sky. Not good. It's a doppelganger soul skill. Su Yanqing was taken aback by the scene before her, just as they were beginning to comprehend the situation. A similarly azure scythe surged forth from the shadows behind Su Yanqing, aimed directly at the enchanting woman. Chapter 60, Shadows. All Around You, Part 5. Lu Yuan charged directly towards Su Yanqing, the enormous scythe resembling the Grim Reaper itself. Initially, his intention was to swiftly eliminate the 2 weaker spirit lords. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this strategy might be anticipated by the opposing side. For Lu Yuan believed that anyone capable of becoming the leader of a faction in High Bay must possess not only formidable strength, but also considerable intelligence. A mere thug, devoid of cunning, could never ascend to such leadership. With this notion in mind, Lu Yuan was convinced that Su Yanqing and her companions would not be foolish enough to passively await their fate. Should they discern his intentions, they might set a trap using the 2 spirit lords as bait, and with his current spirit power defenses, he might not withstand the assault from 4 spirit realm masters. Thus, he opted for a ruse, allowing them to believe he was on the 1st level while he was actually on the 3rd. In a masterful ploy, he feigned an attack on the 2 weakest spirit lords, while his true target was the seemingly strongest among them, Su Yanqing, the leader of the Earth Dragon Gang. The Lu Yuan who had just attempted to assault the 2 spirit lords was, in fact, an illusionary clone created by his 2nd spirit ability. His 2nd spirit ring was derived from the most powerful forest overlord found in the soul-hunting forest outside Notting City, the illusory light feather lion. Although this spirit beast was not particularly rare or overwhelmingly powerful, it possessed a remarkable ability to manipulate light and create an illusory doppelganger. Intriguingly, this illusory clone was not devoid of combat prowess. Its strength increased with the lion's age, gaining 1% of the original's power for every century of existence. Thus, the 900-year-old illusory light feather lion's clone held a mere 9% of its original strength, a modest amount. Consequently, the lion relied on its clone as a diversion while its true form engaged in battle. After vanquishing the illusory light feather lion and absorbing its spirit rings, Lu Yuan acquired a skill akin to the lion's illusory doppelganger. However, this ability was enhanced by the powers of the Death Star Scythe, transforming it into a more formidable clone technique. He named it Death Shadow Clone. The Death Shadow Clone allowed Lu Yuan to temporarily create a shadow duplicate that mirrored his appearance and abilities, capable of mimicking all of Lu Yuan's skills. However, it could only be sustained for 3 minutes and divided Lu Yuan's concentration. Thus, he could either conceal his true self in the shadows while commanding the shadow clone to fight or engage directly without employing the clone. At that moment, Lu Yuan had used the Death Shadow clone to deceive Fuster into revealing his attack. The instant the clone was shattered by Fuster, Lu Yuan surged towards Su Yanqing, confident that she would fall beneath his scythe. Yet, just as victory seemed imminent, Su Yanqing's fourth spirit ring glimmered ominously. A sense of foreboding raced through Lu Yuan's mind. In an instant, a pink radiance enveloped Su Yanqing, signaling her fourth spirit ability, Magic Mongoose Veil. As the Death Star scythe swept across her form, no blood gushed forth. Rather, the delicate pink veil shattered like glass. Su Yanqing's complexion turned ghostly pale. Yet she did not falter, rolling on the ground to escape Lu Yuan's lethal grasp. "You shall not escape so easily," Lu Yuan vowed, determined to pursue her relentlessly with his scythe. Suddenly, a voice thundered, "Hey, kid, have you forgotten about us?" Lu Zhan, the leader of the Bloodblade gang, appeared before Su Yanqing, brandishing his spirit weapon, the Bloodblade, as he charged at Lu Yuan. The clash of the Death Star scythe against the Bloodblade reverberated loudly, causing Lu Yuan to momentarily halt in his tracks. Lu Zhan, however, felt the impact keenly, his hands going numb from the force of the collision. Where did this freak come from? He thought in disbelief. It became evident that the figure wielding the scythe was merely a great spirit master with 2 spirit rings. Yet, despite the disparity in rank, the collision suggested that even with a skill resembling a spirit ability, Lu Zhan, an experienced spirit realm master, should have dominated this encounter. In that moment, Lu Yuan resolved to retreat, using his shadow step technique. However, his plans were thwarted as Fuster bellowed in fury, trying to run. "Are you?" Having been toyed with by Lu Yuan's shadow clone earlier, Fuster was incensed. Fourth spirit ability, constant gravel envelopment. He unleashed a gravitational force nearly 3 times his own weight, pressing down on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's steps faltered, his speed considerably reduced. "And I'm not done yet." Li Xiqing joined the fray, activating his 3rd spirit ring for his 3rd spirit ability, Red Moon Resonance. A blood-red crescent wave of sound energy formed and sped towards Lu Yuan, who, under the effects of constant gravel envelopment, found himself hindered and vulnerable. Lu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. With no options left, he summoned a ghostly azure light upon his right hand. Evil-breaking claw strike. The external spirit bone's right fist technique manifested as a massive blue claw-like energy wave, intercepting Li Xiqing's incoming attack. The ensuing clash produced a tremendous shockwave, but the presence of the external spirit bone could not be concealed. In an instant, Fuster, Su Yanqing, and others were transfixed, their eyes wide with shock. An external spirit bone. Li Xiqing glared at Lu Yuan, realization dawning. Understanding that he could no longer return to the shadows to launch a surprise attack, Lu Yuan sighed. "It seems I must resort to more drastic measures to deal with you all. I am the decayer forged by the Death Star." His voice echoed ominously across the dock. With that, the Death Star scythe rose high, the central orb transforming into a deep crimson hue, staining the entire scythe, and even Lu Yuan himself, with blood-red energy. His form was enveloped in this sanguine aura, and even his blue hair beneath the cloak turned a vivid red. In the next moment, the blood-colored spirit power surged from Lu Yuan, shattering the gravitational constraints imposed by Fuster. The energy wave surged forth, a deadly blade aimed directly at Lu Zhan. Chapter 61. Shadows Around You. 6. Lu Zhan did not evade in time, and was struck by the piercing red energy wave of the blade, sending him soaring through the air. First soul skill, Death Star Annihilation Slash. Lu Yuan did not hold back and unleashed his first soul skill without hesitation. In this forced state of being controlled and propelled into the air by the blade, Lu Zhan had little choice but to face the impending impact of the Death Star Annihilation Slash. Old Lu. Forster was the first to react. With his martial spirit manifested, he soared through the air like a crocodile. Second soul skill, Heavy Sand Shield. A shield, resembling a small mountain made of sand, materialized before Forster. The Death Star Annihilation Slash sliced through the sand shield, yet simultaneously, Forster managed to rescue Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan, astonished, exclaimed, "You actually saved me this time?" Forster, with a grave expression, replied, "Don't joke around. This kid named Yasuo is no easy opponent. If you were to be killed or severely injured, how would we contend with him?" Though he appeared reckless, he was acutely aware of the situation. Originally, the 5 major factions had brought nearly 60 of their strongest members to eliminate Yasuo. Yet now, Over 40 soul masters from the 5 factions lay dead, leaving only a handful of them behind. Among the deceased were not only the 40-plus spirit masters, but also Kuang Shao, a soul sect, who perished in a surprise attack. Forster could not afford to underestimate the individual named Yasuo, possessing dual martial spirits. This soul master wielded 2 clearly formidable top-tier martial spirits and exhibited the combat prowess to slay a soul sect. Moreover, the enigmatic words he uttered about the Death Star and Corruptor sent chills down Forster's spine. Lu Yuan, in this moment, was entirely different from before. What was happening? The people present had likely never encountered a martial spirit like the Death Star demon scythe. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the renowned giant from the neighboring Alping, known as Diga, who could switch between various forms in battle. Now, Lu Yuan too could transform, possessing 3 distinct forms. If one were to consider it, if Kayn could indeed shift forms at will, he would resemble an Ultraman. The composite form was the weakest, followed by the agile blue shadow assassin form and the powerful red Death Star incarnation form. These could simply be referred to as the old 6 form and the brute form. This was Lu Yuan's understanding of the 2 different forms of the Death Star demon scythe. The shadow assassin was suited for stealthy ambushes or kite attacks, while the Death Star incarnation was a pure brute form, embodying a mentality of once I assume this form, you can await your demise as I decisively crush you. Everyone present felt a shift in Lu Yuan's aura, prompting Su Yanqing to lose her composure, shouting, "Together, let us take him down. Yes, kill him. We will figure out the soul bone later." Lu Zhan bellowed. Among the 5 faction leaders, he appeared the most composed. The others had either perished or exhibited erratic behavior, with Kuang Shao being a boastful and arrogant individual, deceptively intelligent, yet not nearly as clever as he believed. Su Yanqing, the leader of the Earth Dragon Gang, was astute but also a seductive femme fatale. Forster, the help from the Sand Crocodile Gang, was a straightforward brute, leaving one to wonder how he rose to become the leader. Li Xiqing from the Red Mist Society was a brash individual, always ready to argue with anyone. Only Lu Zhan seemed relatively sane, prompting Lu Yuan to decide to deal with the rational one first. As Lu Zhan faced the sweeping scythe of Lu Yuan, he showed no signs of retreat. However, this time, he did not rely solely on brute strength to confront Lu Yuan. First soul skill. Frenzy. The first white soul ring on Lu Zhan erupted with a brilliant light. This was a common enhancement skill among lower-level soul rings, augmenting Lu Zhan's strength by 10%. With no other effects, the blood-red blade clashed with the scythe once more, yet this time, the scythe was crimson, and under the fierce clash of power, Lu Zhan and Lu Yuan appeared evenly matched. This was the amplified power of Lu Yuan's Death Star incarnation state, which granted an additional percentage of soul power damage. With Lu Yuan's soul power at level 25, this translated to a 25 increase. Lu Zhan had no intention of stalemating with Lu Yuan. His blood blade transformed, unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at Lu Yuan. Simultaneously, the other soul masters from Black Swamp did not remain passive spectators. They surged forward, surrounding Lu Yuan with fists, feet, and martial spirits, all assaulting him. In that instant, Lu Yuan was besieged from all sides. However, as previously mentioned, the soul combat knowledge Lu Yuan had acquired during his months in Black Swamp focused on one aspect: group fighting. Earlier, he had faced hundreds of ruffians in Black Swamp and dispatched them with ease. Now, even though his opponents were stronger, the essence remained unchanged. Love, hope, fear. I shall feast upon all. The giant scythe swept through. The swirling Death Star demon scythe cleaved through the onslaught from Su Yanqing, Forster, Lu Zhan, and others. Concurrently, Lu Yuan activated Shadow Step, his speed surging as he disregarded all terrain obstacles. The Death Star demon scythe trailed crimson waves as he wielded it with both hands, the blade's edge slicing through the throats of the remaining 2 soul masters. Blood gushed forth. 2 soul masters dead. The remaining few present could not afford to concern themselves with the fate of the fallen, for in the next moment, Lu Yuan lunged toward Lu Zhan once more. Second soul skill. Blood Blade Frenzy Slash. Lu Zhan could no longer hold back and directly activated his second soul skill. The blood blade in his hand coalesced into a 2-meter-long energy blade, aiming to cleave Lu Yuan. First soul skill. Death Star Annihilation Slash. Lu Yuan simultaneously unleashed his soul skill. The crescent-shaped red energy strike collided with Lu Zhan's second soul skill. Fourth soul skill. Eternal Sand Grain. Forster attempted to activate his fourth soul skill once more, aiming to restrain Lu Yuan, who had activated Shadow Step and was moving at incredible speed. The marrow of the filthy world. Let me feast. Lu Yuan roared disdainfully, then, drawing upon the power within him, broke free from the constraints of gravity. But in the next moment, Su Yanqing, Forster, and Li Xiqing advanced, joining forces to restrain Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan found himself compelled to turn his back to Lu Zhan, exposing what appeared to be an entirely unguarded rear. Seeing this, Lu Zhan roared in fury, and his fourth soul ring glowed with intensity. Fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. His eyes turned crimson. This was an enhancement skill that simultaneously increased Lu Zhan's speed, strength, soul skill potency, and defensive capabilities while diminishing his sensitivity to pain, albeit at the cost of accelerated soul power consumption. Lu Zhan swung his blood blade like a reckless berserker charging at Lu Yuan. However, as he collided with Lu Yuan, he failed to notice a blood-red shockwave approaching from beneath his feet. He felt a tremendous force hurling his body into the air, followed by the second soul ring on Lu Yuan, who had been momentarily immobilized by the joint attacks of Li Xiqing, Forster, and Su Yanqing, illuminated. Second soul skill. As Lu Yuan activated his second soul skill, his movement slowed considerably. Yet, he still unleashed his second soul skill. Shadow Clone. An identical shadow clone of himself surged toward Lu Zhan. First soul skill. Death Star Annihilation Slash. This time, the Death Star Annihilation Slash successfully struck Lu Zhan, who was airborne. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, distracted, was struck by a powerful blow from Li Xiqing and Forster, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying. However, the trajectory of Lu Yuan's flight was directed towards Lu Zhan, who had already been grievously wounded by the obliterating strike of the Dead Star. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Zhan. In that moment, he heard a voice that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the abyss, rift, severed shadow. Crimson flooded Lu Zhan's vision, and he beheld a celestial body, akin to the harbinger of annihilation, rising ominously in the distance. Lu Yuan transformed into a stream of sanguine light and merged with Lu Zhan's being. Ultimately, Lu Zhan felt a swelling within, followed by an excruciating sensation of tearing that erupted from his core. Lu Yuan burst forth from Lu Zhan's body, accompanied by a mist of blood and remnants of shattered flesh. He then stood before Lu Zhan, whose disemboweled form collapsed as if bowing before an emperor. The leader of the Bloodblade gang, Lu Zhan, was no more. Chapter 62, Shadows. All around you, and Lu Yuan harnessed the vampiric powers of the Death Star incarnation, recovering 25% of his strength. However, he had just been struck by the combined assaults of Li Xiqing and Forster, two formidable Soul Sect members, and his injuries were still severe. A heavy and oppressive breath escaped from his nostrils and mouth. It was evident that he could no longer maintain his previous composure. This was a desperate strike Lu Yuan had executed to eliminate Lu Zhan, and he naturally could not remain unruffled. He even felt his vision blurring. Yet he quickly compelled himself to regain focus. He could not afford to fall here. Lu Zhan was also dead. Li Xiqing gazed at the fallen Lu Zhan, whose disemboweled form evoked a flicker of hesitation within him. However, Forster and Su Yanqing pressed forward. Forster, locking eyes with Li Xiqing, seemed to discern his wavering resolve and declared loudly, "We cannot retreat. As long as this brat lives, we cannot survive. With his bizarre abilities, escape is impossible." In an instant, Li Xiqing regained clarity. Indeed, their battle against Lu Yuan was no ordinary skirmish. It was a fight to the death. Should Lu Yuan escape tonight? With his inexplicable ability to emerge from the shadows, they would never again sleep soundly. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate Lu Yuan here and now. Li Xiqing's murderous intent surged, and he charged toward Lu Yuan alongside Forster and Su Yanqing, gripping the Death Star scythe. Lu Yuan's white bandages and cloak had been significantly damaged during the fray, even stained with blood. He surveyed the remaining three adversaries. Forster appeared fatigued from utilizing his fourth soul skill multiple times, while Su Yanqing, having employed what seemed to be an invincible fourth soul skill to block Lu Yuan's lethal strike, bore a pallid expression, indicating her own toll. Indeed, Lu Yuan surmised correctly. In the realm of low-level soul rings, even a Millennium Soul Ring possessing an invincible skill was remarkable. Su Yanqing's fourth soul skill, the Mystic Fox Veil, could withstand one lethal attack, but at the cost of consuming half of her soul power and stamina. In contrast, the likes of Xiao Wu, who possessed an invincible soul skill, was merely a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. All her abilities stemmed from her prior existence as a soul beast, making her invincibility unsurprising and not counted among conventional soul skills. At present, Li Xiqing appeared the least drained, with his combat prowess still abundant. "Strike now," Su Yanqing shouted, her face pale as she advanced. Li Xiqing and Forster sprang into action, surrounding Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan wielded his massive scythe, engaging in relentless combat with the three remaining foes. "I will hold him. You two attack together," Su Yanqing called out, her third soul ring illuminating with power. Third soul skill. Enchanting Fox Eyes. Instantly, a pink glow enveloped Su Yanqing's captivating eyes, locking onto Lu Yuan in battle. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's movements faltered. Just for seconds. Yet that momentary lapse granted Li Xiqing and Fuster ample opportunity to strike. Second soul skill. Sandstorm Bite. Fuster's fist swirled with copious amounts of sand, coalescing into a colossal fist hurtling toward Lu Yuan. This was his most formidable attack. Fourth soul skill. Moonlit Sacrifice. Li Xiqing unleashed his strongest ability, conjuring a blood-red full moon that erupted into several beams of crimson light directed at Lu Yuan. At last, Lu Yuan reacted. Yet the blood-red scythe in his grasp vanished in an instant. "I am the storm. I am the lightning." A black and crimson katana materialized at his waist. Wind barrier. He drew the abyss blade, slicing through the air before him, transforming his rage and the howling winds into a wall of air that obstructed all. The assault skills of Fuster and Li Xiqing were instantly thwarted by the gale barrier. What? The three onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Their soul skills had been effortlessly halted by a wall of wind. "No, it has T completely blocked," Su Yanqing shouted, glancing at Lu Yuan's drooping left arm. A chunk of flesh had been severed from his shoulder due to Li Xiqing's moonlit sacrifice. Because Li Xiqing's fourth soul skill was an area attack, two beams had pierced through the wind barrier, claiming a significant portion of flesh from Lu Yuan's left shoulder. Su Yanqing spoke the truth. Lu Yuan could not yet use the wind barrier to repel all ranged abilities. At least, he could not fully block fourth soul skills of soul sect level. Even from Li Xiqing, whose soul ring allocation was less than optimal, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder. But the weakness in his head was unrelenting. He gazed at the trio advancing once more, drawing a deep breath. "I will not perish here." His eyes burned with madness and determination. In the next moment, he did not shift his martial spirit. Instead, he continued to battle in the guise of the night messenger. "Yasuo. Flames on the outside, death within." He roared, chaos surging through him. "Steel slash. I am lightning. I am the storm. Forward slash. Light withers in darkness. Gale severing slash." Lu Yuan was unaware of the grueling battle he endured. He felt immense pain coursing through every part of his body. Yet, he paid no heed to the agony, his only focus on wielding the abyss blade with relentless fervor. Finally, "Monster!" Su Yanqing clutched her heart. Terror etched across her face as she cried out. This scream jolted Lu Yuan's awareness. He turned to survey his surroundings. Fuster's massive form lay severed into pieces, scattered aside, while Li Xiqing had been reduced to a charred husk. Only Su Yanqing remained at his feet. She was not dead yet, but her right hand had been severed, and the abyss blade had pierced her chest. Then, Lu Yuan, devoid of expression, summoned the power within the abyss blade, and Su Yanqing collapsed instantly. As for him, he too was nearing his end. No, he could not. He must not fall here. If the denizens of Haiyan Bay discovered him incapacitated, he would surely be killed. With such thoughts, Lu Yuan's consciousness flickered, and he shifted his martial spirit form. Millions of lions, heed my call. My era begins. Transforming into the shadow assassin form, Lu Yuan, with a dazed gaze, activated Shadow Step, disappearing into the darkness. He was unsure how far he traversed in the shadows. He merely sought to distance himself from the Haiyan Bay docks. The farther, the better. Only then would he evade detection. Driven by his last vestiges of will, he pressed on. At length, Lu Yuan could endure no longer. His soul power was entirely expended, and he collapsed onto a patch of grass. Moments later, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, as he drifted away, he heard a peculiar voice. Is it you? Who is it? Lu Yuan felt bewildered, but ultimately succumbed to the darkness. Chapter 63. He is mine. How much longer must we remain here? The girl's voice echoed angrily within the opulent palace. It was now morning, the hour designated for breakfast. At that moment, Ning Fengji, embodying the elegance of an esteemed noble of the Tiando Empire, was meticulously slicing his food with precise utensils, adorned with exquisite white silk gloves. He sat before his beloved daughter Ning Rongrong and his son Ning Shozong, who adhered to the same noble etiquette. Ning Rongrong was evidently fed up with her time in the Barak Palace. Yet, Ning Fengji, due to the issue concerning the crown prince of the Barak Kingdom, chose not to depart following the king's longevity celebration. The Barak Kingdom, situated to the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fastner province, was technically a kingdom, though its area was only 3/4 that of the Fastner province. It was subordinate to the Tiando Empire, one of its four major kingdoms. The southern border of the Barak Kingdom directly adjoined the Star Luo Empire, thus making it the most militarily powerful among the four kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, effectively serving as the empire's gateway. In such a vital region, the question of the crown prince was of paramount importance. While it might not concern Shuya, it was crucial for Ningfengji, who aspired to become the imperial advisor of the Tiando Empire. He needed to consistently demonstrate his achievements to the Emperor Shuye and even the imperial crown prince Shuqinghe, showcasing his significance. Therefore, he had to patiently remain until the crown prince issue was resolved, after which he could return to the imperial capital with this accomplishment. However, the little princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School did not share this sentiment. During her time in the Barak royal city, she was unable to venture freely and was bound by the tedious protocols of nobility. For this little sorceress, it felt akin to imprisonment. Rongrong, do not throw a tantrum. Do not allow others to witness your discourtesy, Ning Fengji said in a grave tone. Fortunately, Sword Douluo was not present, enabling him to adopt a stricter demeanor with Ning Rongrong. Sword Douluo was currently training outside the city. Despite his esteemed title, Qinxin's pursuit of the sword was relentless. Born of the sword, achieving enlightenment through it, and ultimately dying for the sword, each successor of the seven killing sword martial spirit lived to embody these two phrases. Sword Douluo was no exception. His relentless pursuit of the sword and desire for strength had propelled him further than Bone Douluo, ultimately leading him to become a peak Douluo. No, I want to go home. I want to go home. Ning Rongrong, in a fit of childish temper, set down her utensils and dashed outside Mississippi. Instantly, the servants accompanying her from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were thrown into disarray, scrambling after Ning Rongrong. Rongrong's temper, Ning Fengji sighed, unable to contain his exasperation. Ning Shozong glanced at his father helplessly, thinking to himself that this was a result of his father's and the two grandfathers' indulgence. Though he refrained from voicing it, Ning Rongrong continued her sprint, throwing a tantrum as she went, and shouted at the servants attempting to stop her, "Do not block me. If you do, I will fall and tell my father it was you who made me fall." The servants and guards of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were filled with dread. Allowing the little princess to fall would likely lead to severe consequences. Even for Ningfengji, who was typically gentle in nature, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, recognized as the foremost sect in the realm and the wealthiest, offered far better conditions for its employees compared to elsewhere. Thus, the servants trailed Ning Rongrong anxiously, too fearful to impede her yet apprehensive of any mishap. Ning Rongrong burst forth from the palace into a splendid garden. The morning garden of the palace was indeed quite beautiful, yet Ning Rongrong's mood was anything but cheerful. This little sorceress intended to wreak havoc. She stomped on the vibrant flower beds, trampling the colorful blossoms and leaving a scene of devastation. Observing her handiwork, her spirits lifted somewhat. However, just then, a peculiar sound of something falling reached her ears, the object seemingly hitting the ground with a dull thud. But there was a wall behind her. Ning Rongrong paused, then turned to look, only to see a figure with flowing blue hair sprawled on the ground, a sight reminiscent of a starry sky. "Is it you?" she instinctively exclaimed. Ning Rongrong's gaze fell upon the enormous scythe in the figure's hand, but in the next moment, it vanished without a trace, followed by the blue hair disappearing as well. "Is that a martial spirit?" Approaching the figure, she scrutinized the exquisite, handsome face of the young man whose hair had reverted to short black locks, and an inexplicable feeling surged within her. This person belongs to me. An unbidden thought of possession washed over her regarding the youth before her. Someone. In his unconscious state, Lu Yuan seemed to hear a sweet voice calling out. Lu Yuan felt as if he lay in a warm and soft embrace of sunlight. How could sunlight feel soft? This puzzled him. Had he perished in the fierce battle against Su Yanqing, Fuster, and Li Xiqing, only to awaken in a paradise-like realm? What about the 50-odd innocent civilians? Lu Yuan pondered this question. After all, he was dead now, so it seemed fitting to concern himself with the lives of those innocent people. Just then, he heard voices nearby. "Miss, this person seems to have an unclear background. It feels rather ominous." "What is ominous?" "From now on, he is mine. Go fetch more healing ointments." "Should we inform the sect master?" "No. You must not tell my father. He is mine, if you dare speak of it. I shall have my father expel you. Also, take those bandages in such a way, it would be best to burn them." "Miss, but..." "Enough. Get out." Following this were the sounds of a door closing and footsteps retreating. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized he was not dead. He had been saved. Thus, He should open his eyes and survey his surroundings. As he attempted to push himself up, intense pain shot through his left shoulder and right side, followed by an overwhelming fatigue flooding his mind. He could only manage to open his eyes, discovering he lay in a resplendent abode, luxuriating on an opulent bed. He endured the discomfort and sought to assess his surroundings. At that moment, a petite girl with pink hair appeared before him, haughtily declaring, "You're awake?" Chapter 64. That Sundara young lady. The unique fragrance of the girl did not leave Lu Yuan in a daze. He finally took stock of his own body. The iconic cloak belonging to Yasuo and the bandages that had adorned him had completely vanished, leaving only a loose-fitting white garment. Just how loose was it? He could feel the air beneath it. Furthermore, his left shoulder and right side were wrapped in gauze and medication, while his head and face were similarly bandaged. Despite this, he still felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him. This time he was truly gravely injured. After all, in this battle, Lu Yuan had faced more than 50 soul masters of the Soul Sovereign rank alone. Although he had initially employed stealth tactics to eliminate the majority, he was ultimately forced into a direct confrontation with the remaining 4 Soul Emperors. Especially during his desperate attempt to eliminate Lu Zhan, he sustained serious injuries, which dealt a significant blow to him. Relying on the absurd life-draining abilities of his Death Star incarnation, combined with the fact that his opponents had also expended considerable soul power and stamina, he fought with all his might and managed to win this life-or-death struggle. However, he had been severely wounded, having exhausted his last reserves of soul power and energy to activate his Shadow Assassin form and execute the Shadow Step. He fled the battlefield, ultimately collapsing here due to sheer fatigue. Then, he was rescued by the noble young lady before him. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yuan felt compelled to express his gratitude to this noble woman. "Thank you," he whispered to the pink-haired girl in front of him. Ning Rongrong regarded the handsome youth with an air of superiority, declaring, "No need for thanks. I saved your life, so from now on, your life belongs to me." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What? Ning Rongrong swiftly approached him, extending her small, delicate hand as if to pet him like a beloved pet on the forehead. "What I mean is, you will be mine from now on." Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. But recognizing that this young girl was not like Xiao Wu, an ancient being masquerading as a child, he softened his approach, realizing he did not need to be overly stern with someone so young. This was simply the nature of a child, particularly one of noble descent. In her eyes, he was likely akin to a feeble puppy or kitten she had found on the street, nursing it back to health and claiming it as her own. All right. Lu Yuan, drawing from his wealth of experience in dealing with young girls, thanks to his own younger sister, Lu Qingqing, understood that the key to winning over a child was to first indulge their whims before broaching any other topics. "Then, I shall be your master from now on," Ning Rongrong proclaimed, lifting her chin with pride. "First and foremost, remember my name, Ning Rongrong." Initially, Lu Yuan had been smiling at Ning Rongrong as one would with a child, but upon hearing her declaration, his expression faltered. "Wait, your name is Ning Rongrong?" he exclaimed, eyes widening as he regarded her. "Indeed, I am Ning Rongrong. Rest assured, I am the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's master. Following me, your fortunes shall surely improve," Ning Rongrong declared with a haughty demeanor. Lu Yuan had harbored some speculations, but now, with Ning Rongrong revealing her identity so boldly, he had no room left for doubt. The noble young lady who had saved him was indeed the Ning Rongrong from the original story, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, and, later, Tang San's confidant, the illustrious daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. So had he escaped to the royal palace? Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze settling into calmness. Regardless of her identity, it was a fact that Ning Rongrong had saved him. After all, he had fled in a state of confusion to the royal palace, and although he currently appeared as a mere child, the palace guards might not immediately perceive him as an assassin to be slain on sight. However, given that he had collapsed gravely injured, it was uncertain whether the palace guards would display the same kindness as Ning Rongrong, tending to his wounds, should his injuries become infected, and he were cast out of the palace only to be discovered by the denizens of Haiyan Bay. With his attire resembling that of Yasuo, the outcome was too grim to contemplate. Thus, no matter who Ning Rongrong was, she had saved Lu Yuan's life. He was always clear about matters of gratitude and enmity. He asked himself, even if it were Tang San who had saved him, he would still honor the debt of gratitude regardless of Tang San's character. Even if repaying that debt came at a significant cost, like losing the exquisite hot pot from the toxic Douluo Continent, it was still necessary. "Regardless, I must thank you," Lu Yuan said after a moment of silence. And what of you? What is your name? Ning Rongrong inquired, looking at him with curiosity. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Since he was now presenting his true self before Ning Rongrong and she had saved his life, he decided to respond with sincerity. Lu Yuan, Lu is in the land. And Yuan, meaning profound knowledge. Lu Yuan, such an ordinary name, Ning Rongrong scoffed. You truly live up to the reputation of a witch, don't you? Lu Yuan's lips twitched. Were it not for Ning Rongrong's act of saving him, he would have surely felt the ire rising within him. Regardless of her being a child. But, remembering her kindness, his mood settled remarkably quickly. Are you from Barak City? Do your parents reside here as well? Ning Rongrong continued her line of questioning. Her curiosity piqued. I am not a local. I hail from the Fastno province. My parents remain in our hometown. I am merely here to explore, Lu Yuan replied with a sense of resignation. And what is the matter with your hair? Ning Rongrong questioned. Glancing at his now black short hair. What do you mean? This morning, you had such beautiful blue long hair. How has it turned short? That was only the case when my martial spirit was activated. Is it that large scythe? Yes. Ning Rongrong displayed the enthusiasm of an inquisitive child, asking question after question. Lu Yuan did his best to satiate her curiosity, despite his wounded state feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter. After answering a few queries, he began to feel fatigued. At that moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted. Miss, the medicinal ointment and food you requested are ready. Just bring them in, Ning Rongrong replied impatiently. Her curiosity for Lu Yuan overshadowing her concerns. As the door swung open, a familiar middle-aged male voice called out, Rongrong. Instantly, Ning Rongrong spun around. Her eyes wide with surprise. Father, what brings you here? Not only had he arrived, but he was also accompanied by the sword Douluo, who had gone outside for training that morning. Lu Yuan, lying on the bed, beheld the entrance of a dignified middle-aged nobleman alongside an elderly man with white hair and a proud bearing. Without needing further explanation, he deduced their identities. Unfortunately, his body was too injured for him to rise. He could only awkwardly bend slightly in bed, offering a salute to Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. I am Lu Yuan, and I apologize for the intrusion. It is an honor to meet you both. Chapter 65. The schemes of Ning Fengji. Lu Yuan had anticipated that Ning Fengji would react with fury upon seeing him. After all, he was merely a wild child picked up by Ning Rongrong from an unknown origin. Contrary to his expectations, however, Ning Fengji regarded him with remarkable gentleness, advising him to refrain from excessive formalities and focus on recuperating from his injuries. Lu Yuan nodded helplessly, expressing his gratitude for the elder's understanding of his situation. Ning Fengji then turned to his servant, instructing them to treat the young guest well and to tailor the evening's dinner to his preferences. The servant complied and retired to make preparations. Truly, as the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji exemplified nobility, demonstrating grace instead of anger towards a stranger. This demeanor caused Lu Yuan to hold him in even higher regard. In the original narrative, this man possessed an air of grandeur and astuteness, only to ultimately falter and lose the final victory to Tang San. Titles such as National Master and National Teacher should have rightfully belonged to Ning Fengji, even if the eventual ruler was Su Bing. The contributions of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to the Empire over the years warranted such honors. Daddy, Sword Grandpa, he is mine. Ning Rongrong protested to Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo. Jian Douluo, Chen Xin, merely cast a cursory glance at Lu Yuan, who felt an unsettling sensation of being seen through. As the power of the Death Star scythe surged within him, Jian Douluo seemed to perceive something, letting out a soft exclamation. Before responding to Ning Rongrong with a knowing smile, acknowledging her claim, Ning Fengji looked at Jian Douluo, seemingly inquiring with his eyes about the meaning behind Jian Douluo's earlier exclamation. What a promising talent, Jian Douluo remarked without any intention of concealing his thoughts from Lu Yuan. Smiling as he spoke to Ning Fengji, Lu Yuan, not surprised, felt a tinge of helplessness. Before Jian Douluo, a peak Douluo, he had no means to conceal his strength as a mere 25th level soul master. Jian Douluo, with his clear insight, immediately discerned Lu Yuan's bone age and approximate cultivation level, exclaiming to Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong that this child, not yet 8 years old, had already attained the rank of a Great Soul Master. The record for the youngest Great Soul Master on the continent was merely 12 years, making Lu Yuan's rapid advancement all the more astonishing. Child, what is your martial soul? I sense a compelling urge to battle, even from my own martial soul, the Seven Killing Sword, Jian Douluo inquired, fixing his gaze upon Lu Yuan. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan lifted his head and calmly replied, It is a mutated martial soul, named the Death Star Scythe. A mutated martial soul? Ning Fengji mused, his interest piqued. Do you belong to any sect or family? No, my parents are farmers. And I am the only one in my village who has the opportunity to study at the Soul Master Academy, Lu Yuan candidly confessed. His identity and appearance were laid bare before Ning Fengji, who, despite the potential challenges of investigating Lu Yuan's background in this backward, quasi-ancient era, had the resources of the seven-treasure glazed tile school at his disposal, making it a trivial matter, rather than conceal the truth. Lu Yuan opted for transparency regarding information that could be easily verified. If I may ask, what is your innate soul power? Ning Fengji's eyes brightened with curiosity. Full level, Lu Yuan replied. The prospect of a mutated martial soul with full innate soul power sent a thrill of excitement through Ning Fengji as he exchanged a joyful glance with Ning Rongrong. Indeed, his daughter was destined to become the future leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, effortlessly discovering such a prodigious talent. In that instant, Ning Fengji's thoughts began to take shape. Throughout this exchange, he had harbored some doubts regarding the veracity of Lu Yuan's claims. Yet, with Jian Douluo's affirmation of Lu Yuan's cultivation and martial soul, the likelihood of Lu Yuan's assertion about his innate soul power gained substantial credibility. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji would still send someone to investigate Lu Yuan's true identity and the authenticity of his statements. Do you still wish to see my martial soul, elder? Lu Yuan asked, furrowing his brow. He sensed that Ning Fengji remained unconvinced and sought to uncover every detail about him. However, he failed to realize that both he and Ning Rongrong were still quite young and that he had little recollection of the narrative wherein the outer disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school had no successors for Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo as positions. Moreover, the original plot offered scant details about the seven-treasure glazed tile school's longing for external talents, which left Lu Yuan unaware of the school's aspirations. No need. Ning Fengji replied with a smile. You are grievously injured, and releasing your martial soul would not be beneficial for your condition. He continued. Let me first tend to your wounds. In the next moment, Ning Fengji raised his hand, and the seven-treasure glazed tile tower shimmered into existence before him. With a firm command, he declared, Seven treasures, renowned. As the tower spun gracefully, a soft glow emanated from Ning Fengji's brow, infusing the tower with energy. Seven soul rings, yellow, purple, black, materialized around him, with the sixth ring glowing in unison. The seven treasures are known. Sixth, healing. From the sixth level of the tower, a magnificent aura surged forth, enveloping Lu Yuan, who lay upon the bed. The healing light radiated with a unique brilliance, and Lu Yuan felt his wounds mending at an astonishing pace, accompanied by a sensation that was both itchy and comforting. As the most powerful support-type soul master on the continent, even with only soul sage cultivation, Ning Fengji possessed formidable healing abilities. This technique had previously been employed in the original narrative to assist the Shrek Seven Devils after their battle against the Spirit Hall team. However, Lu Yuan was unaware that this time, Ning Fengji refrained from employing his true form. Thus, the healing effect was potent, but did not restore Lu Yuan to full health immediately. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan felt significantly improved. Little Yuan. I shall call you that from now on. Rest well here, and we shall discuss other matters later, Ning Fengji said with a reassuring smile. Thank you, elder. Lu Yuan nodded appreciatively. Chapter 66. Fostering affection. At this moment, Ning Fengji's perception of Lu Yuan had improved significantly. He appeared to be a decent young man. Should Ning Rongrong's future partner possess a temperament as spoiled and headstrong as hers, Ning Fengji would never accept him. The current Lu Yuan embodied all the essential qualities that Ning Fengji sought in a companion for Ning Rongrong: exceptional talent, a gentle disposition, and an unremarkable lineage. Only such an individual would be capable of safeguarding Ning Rongrong, while simultaneously dedicating himself entirely to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Rongrong, please keep an eye on Lu Yuan for a while. Your grandfather Jian and I shall take our leave, Ning Fengji instructed with a smile. He is my responsibility. I shall certainly protect him, Ning Rongrong proudly declared, lifting her chin. Your grandfather Jian and your father have departed. Jian Douluo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair before turning to leave with Ning Fengji, leaving behind the still recovering Lu Yuan and their precious little princess, Ning Rongrong. Upon returning to the grand hall of the palace, Ning Fengji waved his hand, dismissing the guards and servants, while simultaneously instructing Jian Douluo to use his soul power to muffle the sounds within the chamber. Ning Fengji then turned to Jian Douluo, who had taken a seat beside him. Uncle Jian, what are your thoughts on that boy? His talent is formidable, and his combat prowess should be impressive. Jian Douluo succinctly replied. Indeed, it is evident that he sustained his injuries shortly after a life-and-death struggle. Judging by his wounds, he must have battled multiple foes. And those adversaries likely possessed considerable soul power, Ning Fengji remarked with a nod. At least several of them must be soul masters with thousand-year soul rings, as only such rings could inflict such injuries. The residual fluctuations of soul power on him confirm this, Douluo stated with clarity. While it was apparent that Lu Yuan had fought beyond his level, for figures like Douluo and Ning Fengji, such feats were not particularly astonishing. Nevertheless, engaging in battles beyond one's rank is typically the hallmark of a genius soul master. The soul ring configurations of ordinary soul masters may not be optimal, thus limiting their potential, which illustrates the disparity between them and prodigious soul masters. Consequently, talented soul masters with powerful martial souls often find themselves capable of fighting opponents of a higher level. To illustrate, it's akin to playing a game of League of Legends. If your opponent wields a storm greatsword while you possess merely a white sword, victory is improbable, even if you are one level ahead. The soul rings serve as the equipment for soul masters, while soul power level represents character levels. If, on top of that, your opponent plays as Riven while you control a character with minimal combat capability, such as a weak support, your chances of success dwindle. Martial souls symbolize the heroes within this context, and the strength of a martial soul denotes the power of that hero. Thus, the level disparity between ordinary and gifted soul masters loses significance when compensating for the strength of soul rings and martial souls. I have dispatched someone to investigate his background. I anticipate results within the next few days, Ning Fengji continued. If the findings are as I suspect, he could potentially replace you and Uncle Gu, becoming the future guardian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I believe it's more than just a simple replacement for me and old Gu, Douluo interjected, shaking his head. Though I have yet to witness his martial soul, my 7 killing sword senses that his martial soul is exceptionally powerful. Furthermore, he paused. I can detect 2 distinct powers concealed within his martial soul. One bears a resemblance to old Gu's martial soul, characterized by darkness, obscurity, and coldness. The other exudes violence, destruction, and annihilation. Uncle Gu's martial soul, the Bone Dragon, wields power akin to that of the martial soul Hall's ghost Douluo, embodying darkness and death. However, Uncle Gu's martial soul leans more towards death, while Ghost Douluo's is associated with darkness. Thus, it could be said that the shadowy power of the Death Star Demon Scythe shares a common origin with both Uncle Gu and Ghost Douluo. Are you suggesting? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow in inquiry. Rest assured, while the nature of a martial soul can influence the soul master, it remains under the soul master's control. Take my 7 killing sword and old Gu's Bone Dragon as examples. Do they excessively dictate our actions? Douluo shook his head. If that were the case, I would wield my 7 killing sword to become a god of slaughter, decimating the entire Douluo Continent, while Bone Douluo would transform into a necromancer, spreading death indiscriminately. The current pope, Bibi Dong, embodies the very essence of death and soul consumption as the Spider Queen, while the previous pope, Qin Xuanji, ought to have been an honorable and upright figure. Martial souls influence soul masters, but they do not control them. Only those wretched fallen souls are subjugated by their martial souls. I hold a favorable view of that child, especially considering he is a soul master under 8 years of age. Douluo's tone held a weight of profundity, marveling at his remarkable cultivation regardless of the methods employed. Moreover, the boy's demeanor seemed far from boorish. He appeared to be precisely the companion Rongrong required. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. However, Douluo suddenly paused, taken aback. Fengji, have you already considered this step? They are still children. Isn't it too early? Uncle Jian. Ning Fengji chuckled. Isn't it prudent to nurture their bond while it is still early? Moreover, haven't you noticed how fond Rongrong seems to be of him? That is indeed a rare occurrence. Yet, it is still too premature. Douluo, ever indulgent towards the little princess, could not help but voice his concerns. Eventually, that moment will arrive. I am not hastily arranging their engagement. I merely wish for them to cultivate their feelings. If it flourishes, all the better. If not, I shall not impose, Ning Fengji reassured him. Once I receive the information regarding his background, I will make arrangements for him to protect Rongrong for the time being. He seems to possess commendable combat abilities, after all, being a great soul master. Ning Fengji spoke with a radiant smile. Though he claimed to be facilitating their relationship, he genuinely believed that his charming daughter would undoubtedly win over this young lad. Despite Ning Rongrong's peculiar temper, her beauty was undeniable. and Ning Fingji firmly believed in her inherent goodness, particularly after she had saved Lu Yuan. Surely, with the lens of gratitude for his life-saving deed, Lu Yuan would harbor a favorable impression of Ning Rongrong. The most pressing concern was Ning Rongrong's witch-like personality, which had often troubled Ning Fingji, as she seemed to harbor little fondness for anyone aside from him and the two titled Douluos. Yet, he observed that she appeared to have a positive disposition towards Lu Yuan. Though they were but children, devoid of the complexities of adult affection, it was evident that some level of fondness existed between them. With the most significant hurdle surmounted, Ning Fengji felt a sense of ease in nurturing their burgeoning relationship. Rongrong, for the sake of our sect's future, win over that lad, he mused internally. Chapter 67. A Letter Home, Worth Its Weight in Gold. Dear Director, recent events have delayed my timely correspondence with you, but I implore you not to worry excessively. I find myself in no dire predicament. Rather, I am in need of recuperation and cannot immediately journey to Tiando City. I anticipate remaining in the Kingdom of Barak for another month or two. Once I have fully healed, I will proceed to Tiando City as previously agreed. Furthermore, I kindly ask that you continue to look after my family. In your last letter, I learned that my great-uncle recently suffered a fall. Please engage a healing soul master to tend to his injuries and convey my concern for him. As for the expenses incurred for his convalescence, kindly deduct them from my forthcoming stipend. It is imperative that my great-uncle recovers without any lingering issues. Regarding my parents and sister, please assure them that I am well here. Director, do take care of your health as well. Sincerely, Lu Yuan. Written in the Kingdom of Barak. The elegant calligraphy on the letter was remarkably beautiful, almost too refined for that of a child. After meticulously reviewing his letter, Lu Yuan placed it into an envelope. What are you writing, little Yuan? Ning Rongrong inquired, her large, curious eyes sparkling with interest. Lu Yuan handed the envelope to a nearby servant, entrusting him with its delivery. He then smiled helplessly at Ning Rongrong and replied, I'm merely penning a letter home to alleviate my family's worries. There's no need for formality, young master. The servant from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School responded with deference. I shall ensure your letter reaches Notting City promptly. Please, just call me Little Yuan, Lu Yuan corrected, feeling a peculiar sensation wash over him. After all, he was merely a guest of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and in reality, he was akin to a pet rescued by Ning Rongrong. There's no need for formality, young master. It is our directive from the Lord. Your treatment is equivalent to that of the heir, the servant replied with a smile before departing to deliver the letter. Ning Rongrong approached Lu Yuan's bedside, puffing her cheeks as she gazed at him. Aren't you going to be with your family? Not for now. I wish to venture out and gain some experience, Lu Yuan explained with a smile. Although Lu Yuan was nearly 2 years older than Ning Rongrong, he accepted her calling him Little Yuan without objection, for she had saved him. He had been residing in the royal palace of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for 6 days, indulging in the luxuries of nobility. Due to his injuries, Lu Yuan primarily lay in bed, managing only to change his clothes with great effort. Even eating required him to recline on the bed. His injuries were quite severe, involving not just the visible wounds to his shoulder and right abdomen, but also dislocated bones, internal injuries, and significant blood loss, ailments not readily apparent. Although Ning Fingji's healing light had alleviated some of his injuries, he still needed to recuperate further on his own. Experience? What does that entail? Ning Rongrong queried, clearly confused as a 6-year-old with no knowledge of the world beyond her own. It involves traveling to different cities, witnessing diverse landscapes, engaging in various battles, and interacting with different people, Lu Yuan elaborated after a moment's contemplation. Then I'm gaining experience too, right? Coming from Tiando City to Barak Kingdom counts. Doesn't he it? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as if she had discovered something remarkable. Perhaps, Lu Yuan replied, amused by her enthusiasm. Little Yuan, what is your hometown like? She asked again, her curiosity unabated. My hometown? You might find it rather dull, Lu Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. However, during this season, the golden wheat fields present a breathtaking sight. Vast expanses of wheat sway in the gentle breeze, dotted with delicate white flowers that bloom in the endless green sea. The wheat heads rise high, entwined with the faint scent of grain illuminated by the sun's rays. It is quite lovely. Ning Rongrong listened intently, captivated by his description. Let us go see the wheat fields next time. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. I think you might not enjoy it as much as you imagine. The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would hardly find farmers' fields appealing, he mused. How could I not enjoy it? Anything is better than staying here, Ning Rongrong protested, clearly dissatisfied with her current surroundings. Indeed, it is rather dull here, Lu Yuan conceded, recognizing her plight. In the royal palace, there was little companionship for the young princess, leaving her feeling isolated. Children naturally crave play. And by stifling Ning Rongrong's playful spirit while indulging her whims, it was no wonder she had developed a troublesome demeanor. Lu Yuan mused that her challenging personality stemmed from Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo's conflicting approaches, one imposing strict expectations, while the other lavished her with unrestrained affection and power. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Yuan. Perhaps he could devise a game to entertain Ning Rongrong and alleviate her boredom. It needed to be simple, aligning with the playful nature of children, ideally suited to Ning Rongrong's spirited personality. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "How about we play a game?" "What game?" "It won't be boring, will it?" Ning Rongrong pouted. "This game is called Draw the Turtle card," Lu Yuan announced with a smile, retrieving a deck of cards from his belongings. Chapter 68. Days spent with young Lady Rongrong, Lu Yuan. A villager from Lu family village in Notting City, Fasnuo province of the Heavendo Empire, possesses the martial spirit of the Death Star Scythe and an innate soul power. For months ago, he was a level 21 soul master specializing in agility and attack. He is currently enrolled in the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, where he has excelled in all subjects, including academics, combat, and cultivation. His family lineage is long-standing and unblemished, with no affiliations to any soul master factions. His father, Lu Qin, also hails from the same village, wielding a scythe as his martial spirit, yet remains a powerless commoner. His mother, Mana, originated from Changshui village in the same province, possessing a water droplet spirit and similarly lacking soul power. His younger sister, Lu Qingqing, resides in Lu family village as well. Information regarding Lu Yuan is not difficult to gather, as he has never made efforts to conceal his origins, nor does he possess the means to do so. Naturally, upon revealing his true name and identity, his personal information becomes virtually transparent, accessible to anyone wielding a modicum of authority. This includes the immensely powerful Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Consequently, Ning Fengji had already acquired comprehensive details about Lu Yuan within 2 days of his arrival. Having grasped nearly all of Lu Yuan's information, and ensuring its accuracy aside from the dealings he had with Yin Shou, Ning Fengji felt a significant lift in his spirits. Even the discontent caused by King Kandera of Barak was somewhat alleviated. However, the matter of Kandera remained beyond his control. After repeated failed attempts to persuade Kandera, Ning Fengji returned to their residence alongside the sword Douluo. It is indeed disheartening for the leader of the world's foremost sect and a peak Douluo to find themselves powerless before a mere king. Yet, there was little they could do. Had Ning Fengji not considered himself a subject of the Heavendo Empire, he would not have been subjected to such disdain. In the original storyline, even after the ascension of Xuebong, he received little respect. A typical title Douluo, or even Tang San, the leader of the Haoyin sect, would need to demonstrate their strength to impart a lesson to these seemingly powerless individuals, teaching them the essence of respecting the powerful. Regrettably, Ning Fengji, as a subject of the Heavendo Empire, willingly confines himself to this identity. This self-imposed restriction renders him susceptible to the whims of the imperial family. With a sigh, Ning Fengji sank into the sofa, massaging his temples in frustration, contemplating dinner. The sword Douluo could offer no substantial advice, merely suggesting, "Perhaps, Fengji, we should concede. Remaining here is not a viable solution." They had been in Barak for over a month, nearing 2, yet had made no headway in altering the stubborn old king's mindset. "If that is the case, we should indeed consider giving up." "Very well, once Lu Yuan has fully recovered, we shall return to Heavendo City." Ning Fengji conceded helplessly. Upon mentioning Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but inquire of the servant beside him, "How have things been with young Yuan and the young lady lately?" "Young Master Yuan just penned a letter, entrusting us to deliver it to the dean of his Junior Soul Master Academy. You should be playing games with the young lady now," the servant promptly reported. "Playing games?" Ning Fengji was taken aback. "Indeed. It appears to be a game called Capture the Turtle. They seem to be enjoying themselves quite thoroughly," the servant replied. Ning Fengji's curiosity was piqued. "Let us go see," he suggested, rising alongside the sword Douluo to head toward Lu Yuan's room. "Sha Yuan, you lost again. Stick it on." As they walked down the hallway, the sword Douluo heard Ning Rongrong's excited and playful voice. All right, I'm sticking it on now," came Lu Yuan's voice. This intrigued him, as Ning Rongrong was typically quite the mischievous character and rarely displayed such exuberance while teasing others. With curiosity, Ning Fengxi and the sword Douluo pushed the door open, discovering the two seated on a lavishly large bed that could comfortably accommodate not just 2 children, but even 10. At this moment, Lu Yuan and Ning Rongrong each held a hand of cards. The Douluo Continent indeed possesses cards, although they are not the typical playing cards, but rather a gambling tool developed locally. Wherever there are gamblers, the invention of card games is inevitable. Lu Yuan's once handsome face was plastered with sticky notes, each inscribed with various whimsical phrases. Upon noticing Ning Fengxi and the sword Douluo entering, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. For his face was adorned with peculiar labels such as Ning Rongrong's puppy, Ning Rongrong's exclusive servant, and Ning Rongrong's favorite baby, alongside some childish insults like fool and coward. Ning Rongrong herself had a few labels on her face, with elegantly written phrases consisting merely of playful taunts like ugly and little monster. Initially, she was somewhat vexed by the labels affixed to her, but as Lu Yuan continued to lose, the multitude of notes on his face made her laughter erupt uncontrollably. The rules of Capture the Turtle are quite simple. Draw 11 pairs from a deck of cards, add a unique turtle card, shuffle, and distribute 11 cards to each player. Players take turns drawing cards, and those who form pairs can play them. Ultimately, only the player left with the turtle card loses. The loser must then bear the humorous penalty of having sticky notes placed on their face. Such a straightforward game requires no complex understanding, but the interaction among players renders it immensely entertaining, especially in the world of Douluo, devoid of electronic games. At that moment, Lu Yuan intentionally threw another match, leading to Ning Rongrong sticking a label reading Ning Rongrong's stinky brother on his forehead. The term stinky brother was one Ning Rongrong had picked up from Lu Yuan earlier, as he had playfully taunted her with stinky sister during the game. Seeing Lu Yuan lose again brought a radiant smile to Ning Rongrong's face, showcasing her delight. Just then, "What are you two playing?" At that moment, Ning Rongrong finally noticed the presence of Ning Fengxi and the sword Douluo, letting out a surprised exclamation. Quickly regaining her composure, she hastily removed the notes from her face and chirped, "Grandpa Jian, Father, what brings you here? We'll be a couple of hours late tonight. Taking sister's child out to play and returning a bit later." Just to clarify, the child I mentioned taking out is sister's, Ning Fengxi explained. The author is male, unmarried, and not a spouse. Winky face, after just returning sister and the child home, I will take a moment to rest before updating again. Chapter 69. Days spent with Miss Ning Rongrong. Part 2. What's the matter? Aren't you welcoming your grandfather? Jian Douluo remarked with a cheerful smile. Of course not. I love Grandpa Jian the most, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she rushed into Jian Douluo's embrace, playfully snuggling against him. Ning Rongrong's endearing antics were always effective. Jian Douluo wrapped his arms around her, saying, "Good girl, my little darling, Grandpa Jian adores you too." However, he soon shifted the conversation, inquiring, "But what game are you two playing?" Ning Rongrong cast a furtive glance at Ning Fengxi, her expression revealing her hesitation. Although she was indeed the mischievous little witch of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she still held some apprehension towards Ning Fengxi, fearing his disapproval if she revealed the truth. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, still seated on the bed, quickly grasped the situation and proactively addressed Ning Fengxi, "Uncle Fengxi. It was I who asked Rongrong to play this game called Turtle Cards with me. I've been bedridden recovering from my injuries and felt rather bored, so I requested her company. Please do not blame Rongrong. I am truly grateful for her willingness to indulge me." Ning Fengxi listened to Lu Yuan's explanation while observing the note affixed to his forehead. Understanding Ning Rongrong's character and having keenly observed Lu Yuan's demeanor over the past few days, he swiftly deduced that it was indeed Ning Rongrong who wanted Lu Yuan's company for play. After all, Lu Yuan had not exhibited the typical childish exuberance. Instead, he had displayed a mature demeanor. Even during his convalescence, he devoted his time to meditating and cultivating his soul power to expedite his healing. Ning Fengxi also noted Lu Yuan's preference for reading serious literature, focusing on theories, illustrations, and history, rather than the whimsical fairy tales that delighted Ning Rongrong. Lu Yuan's precociousness did not raise any suspicions in Ning Fengxi, as one from a humble background, particularly in the context of the Douluo Continent, was often compelled to mature swiftly. In a world fraught with peril, one must learn to navigate life independently. Much like the young offspring of wild creatures who must fend for themselves at a tender age, the challenges faced by impoverished children often fostered such maturity. And this fact only deepened Ning Fengxi's admiration for Lu Yuan. A mature and sensible successor was indeed preferable to a naive and inexperienced one. It was evident that once Ning Rongrong and Lu Yuan wed, despite her position as the ostensible leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her reliance on Lu Yuan would be paramount, given her nature and her role as a support-type soul master. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's inherent headstrong disposition raised concerns that she might act recklessly once she ascended to leadership, necessitating that her future partner bear greater responsibility. Ning Fingji appreciated Lu Yuan's willingness to step forward and take the blame for Ning Rongrong. You need not say more, little Yuan. Uncle Fingji understands that children naturally enjoy play. I shall not hold it against you, he said with a smile. Ning Rongrong, overhearing, thought to herself, Father, you certainly do not say this when you see me at play. How has your injury been healing these past few days? Ning Fingji inquired further. To be frank, Lu Yuan's injuries were indeed severe. However, with Ning Fengji utilizing his 7 treasure true body and employing his 6th soul skill, Lu Yuan could be healed instantaneously. After all, in the original narrative, during the climactic battle between Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall, both sides had exhausted their energies, leaving Tang San and his companions on the brink of collapse. Yet, under the healing light emanating from Ning Fengji's 7 treasure true body, they were all revitalized in an instant. It was needless to say that Lu Yuan's condition could be mended with ease. However, Ning Fengji was cautious, as he sought to investigate Lu Yuan's background and information while guarding against any potential threat to Ning Rongrong. Thus, he refrained from fully employing his capabilities to heal him. Ning Fengji was not merely a benevolent figure. He was a shrewd politician. Lu Yuan recognized this trait, yet he bore no aversion towards Ning Fengji. In fact, he found his later actions to be honorable and above reproach. Upon learning of Xue Qinghe's true identity, he was aware of Xue Bang's dissatisfaction and the potential consequences for himself once Xue Bang ascended to power. He may have harbored a hint of navet or hope, but he likely considered all possibilities. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Xue Bang's rise. In the grand finale, dual god battle, for the sake of the Empire's survival and for Tang San, he even permitted Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo to risk their lives to resurrect Tang San. Thus, Ning Fengji's subsequent actions were justifiable to all. However, one must ponder whether Tang San's actions were equally honorable or defensible. Whom did his actions truly benefit? Consequently, Lu Yuan held no significant resentment towards Ning Fengji. My condition has improved considerably, though my mobility remains somewhat restricted, Lu Yuan replied candidly. I apologize for the inconvenience I've caused Uncle Fengji and Rongrong during these days. Ning Rongrong, visibly displeased, interjected, Little Yuan, you are mine, so there's no need for apologies. May I inquire where you intend to go once you are fully healed? Ning Fengji asked with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan replied, Once I recover, I plan to head to Tiando City to participate in this year's enrollment examination for the Tiando Royal Academy. He was aware that Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong hailed from Tiando City and contemplated whether to share this information. Ultimately, he decided that there was no harm in doing so. Perfect. We too will be departing for Tiando City soon. How about you accompany us along the way? Ning Fengji suggested. Lu Yuan fell silent for a few seconds, furrowing his brow in contemplation, uncertain of Ning Fengji's intentions. He could not fathom that Ning Fengji might be subtly proposing a marriage alliance, considering both he and Ning Rongrong were still quite young. Who would entertain the notion of binding themselves to a girl barely 7 years of age? In modern times, such an idea would be utterly ludicrous. As he wrestled with his inability to discern Ning Fengji's motives, he found himself unable to refuse the offer. After all, it was the 7 treasure glazed tile school that had saved his life. What shall I do? Moreover, given my current lack of connections and strength, if Ning Fengji sought to harm me or covet my soul bones, he could easily do so without resorting to any underhanded schemes. Jian Douluo could swiftly put an end to me. Then I shall impose upon you further, Uncle Fengji. Lu Yuan conceded, his expression softening. I hope you will take good care of Rongrong and keep her company, Ning Fengji said, shaking his head. Rongrong has a rather willful nature, so I hope you can exercise patience with her. Not at all. I find Rongrong's character quite delightful, Lu Yuan replied sincerely. Throughout the past few days, he had discovered that Ning Rongrong's true nature was not unkind, and she rarely resorted to physical antics like certain other mischievous individuals. Her words might be a bit abrupt, yet she was far superior to a certain troublemaker known for bullying others. Chapter 70. Day spent with young Lady Rongrong 3, Xiao Yuan. As long as you do not blame Rongrong, that is sufficient, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile. Dad, please do not portray me in such a negative light. Ning Rongrong, nestled in the arms of Sword Douluo, expressed her discontent. Indeed, Grandpa Jian, how could Rongrong be bothersome? Sword Douluo chuckled, affirming, Rongrong is the most well-behaved and beloved. He then turned to Lu Yuan, stroking his long beard, and inquired, I hear you plan to attend the enrollment examination at the Tiando Royal Academy. May I ask about that? Please, Senior Sword Douluo, go ahead, Lu Yuan promptly replied. Sword Douluo's gaze shifted momentarily before he continued, there is no need for such formality. Since you address Fengji as uncle, you may call me Grandpa Jian, just like Rongrong does. Grandpa Jian, Lu Yuan stammered, momentarily taken aback, but complied with the elder's wishes. Now, aside from that, Xiao Yuan, do you have any interest in teaching Rongrong how to read and write? Sword Douluo finally posed the question. Reading and writing? Both Lu Yuan and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. Indeed, it is rather embarrassing to admit, but recently, both Fengji and I have been preoccupied. And with no one to guide Rongrong, her cultural education has suffered a bit. I noticed your neat handwriting on the notes. And since you have shown a penchant for reading, I believe your academic performance is commendable. Sword Douluo had already gleaned from Lu Yuan's records that he was among the top students in cultural studies at Notting Academy. In this world, cultural education was far less significant than cultivating soul power and combat skills. Thus, the criteria for excellence were merely neatness in writing and a comprehensive understanding of characters. For someone as mentally mature as Lu Yuan, this was not a daunting task. I suppose my academic performance is acceptable, Lu Yuan replied modestly. Initially, Ning Fengji did not grasp Sword Douluo's intentions, but after observing the exchange between Lu Yuan and Sword Douluo, he perceived the underlying intent. His eyes brightened, and he said with a smile, in that case, since Rongrong is currently in the stage of learning characters and practicing writing, Xiao Yuan, you and Rongrong are of similar age and both excel in reading and writing. Would you be willing to teach her during this period? Ning Rongrong panicked. Few children truly enjoy studying, especially spoiled ones like her, who would certainly resist any form of learning. Although she was naturally intelligent and had learned quite a few characters in class, her writing left much to be desired. Dad, Grandpa, I don't want to read or write, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, throwing a tantrum. If Xiao Yuan teaches you, will you refuse to learn? Ning Fengji laughed. If you study diligently with Xiao Yuan, I might allow you some leisure time to play outside. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment. The prospect of going out was quite enticing for her, having been cooped up in the palace for so long. Then, how can we go out to play? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Let us say, if you learn 20 characters a day for 5 days, mastering 100 characters in total. I shall permit you to go out, Ning Fengji proposed with a smile. Learning 20 characters a day, along with their meanings and writing, would be a considerable challenge for children in the modern world. For the precocious children of Douluo Continent, it would also be no easy feat before entering Notting Academy. Lu Yuan, relying solely on self-study from his second uncle's books, could manage to learn only about 20 new words daily. Really? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. How could your father and grandfather deceive you? Ning Fengji nodded affirmatively. All right, Xiao Yuan, let us start learning tomorrow, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. However, Lu Yuan appeared troubled. But I have not fully recovered yet. That is easily remedied, Ning Fengji chuckled, summoning the 7 treasure glaze tile. The renowned 7 treasure glaze tile shimmered with radiant light as it materialized before him. With a commanding voice, Ning Fengji directed go. The treasure tower spun gracefully 3 times before ascending, its size rapidly expanding until it loomed 10 meters high, hovering in midair. A faint aura emanated from Ning Fengji's brow, infusing itself into the 7 treasure glaze tile, while he himself glimmered with a light akin to that of the tower. This was the true form of the 7 treasure glaze tile, also known as its true body. Unlike before, the tower's 6th layer radiated a majestic aura that enveloped Lu Yuan, who lay on the bed. Instantly, Lu Yuan felt a warm and soothing sensation enveloping him. His injuries, previously requiring careful recuperation, began healing at an astonishing rate, whether it be the blood-soaked wounds or the internal injuries. Ning Fengji's prowess, as the leader of the 7 treasure glaze sect, was formidable. Even in his true form, his healing ability surpassed that of ordinary healing-type soul masters. Before long, Lu Yuan felt revitalized, as though he had never been injured at all. You were gravely injured, and I feared the strain on your body if I used my martial soul's true form to heal you, Ning Fengji explained to Lu Yuan. In truth, as long as there was soul power infusion, Lu Yuan's body would have no difficulty withstanding it. Although the healing abilities of the 7-treasure glaze tile did not directly inject life force like the 9-heart begonia, it enhanced and stimulated the patient's vitality for healing. However, Ningfengji could amplify Lu Yuan's physical resilience with soul power, much like how the Shrek 7 monsters revived instantly without any side effects in the original storyline. This was the extraordinary nature of the 7-treasure glaze tile, the premier supportive martial soul on the continent, capable of augmenting allies' attributes and even healing them. Ning Rongrong's lack of healing abilities stemmed from her not acquiring such a soul ring for healing techniques. She chose a versatile enhancement skill for her 6th soul ring that amplified the strongest attribute of her target. In contrast, Ning Fengji selected a healing skill for his 6th soul ring. "Thank you, Uncle Fengji," Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude, harboring no doubts. Even if Ning Fengji had ulterior motives and initially withheld his full healing capabilities, he had nonetheless used his soul skill to alleviate Lu Yuan's suffering, making his state more bearable. Lu Yuan would not begrudge him for not exerting himself to the fullest from the outset. "Ha ha ha. If you wish to express your gratitude, then teach Rongrong well," Ning Fengji replied with a light chuckle. "Very well, I shall do my utmost," Lu Yuan conceded resignedly. The matter was that he had become so engrossed in playing that he forgot to update. Although it is rather embarrassing to admit, it is indeed the truth. I stayed up late last night, slept until noon, went out to have fun, and upon returning at night, I became absorbed in watching others play Apex and reading novels. I confess I lost track of the update schedule. And then, I simply ran out of time to update. Did the author succumb to procrastination? How could such a dream occur? Chapter 71, Days Spent with Young Miss Ning Rongrong, Part 4. In a small study within the royal palace, Lu Yuan sat beside Ning Rongrong, diligently instructing her. This character is pronounced dream, and this one is thought. The essence of a dream refers to the experiences one undergoes during slumber. Ning Rongrong blinked, recalling that she too had dreamt the previous night, envisioning herself playfully riding atop Lu Yuan's head. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. "As if merely dreaming wasn't enough, you had a dream of riding on my head," he sighed, realizing the absurdity of it all. After all, one cannot control the nature of their dreams, though there exists a notion that one dreams of what they ponder during the day. "Now, Rongrong, observe how I write this character," Lu Yuan said as he took up a pen and paper, demonstrating the strokes of the character dream with precision. A large, well-formed character appeared before her. "Now, you attempt to write it, following my example, and repeat it 10 times to commit it to memory." Ning Rongrong eagerly grasped the quill, attempting to replicate the character on the luxurious sheet of paper, albeit her strokes were somewhat erratic. In the midst of her writing, she seemed to lose her way, struggling to recall the subsequent strokes and resorting to mimicking Lu Yuan's character with inaccuracies. Wait, Lu Yuan exclaimed, his patience waning as he seized her small hand holding the quill. Ning Rongrong felt enveloped in a warm embrace, a delightful scent emanating from Lu Yuan. Distinct from that of her grandfather's or father, it was a subtle, refreshing aroma, reminiscent of sun-drenched linens. Without overthinking, Lu Yuan decided to guide her hand, ensuring she practiced the strokes correctly. After all, during his own childhood, he had been taught in a similar manner. "Let me assist you in writing it a couple of times, and remember to hold the pen like this," he instructed, adjusting her grip without any ulterior motives. Viewing her as a younger sister in need of guidance, Ning Rongrong felt the warmth of his hands gliding over hers, a sensation both tender and delightful, leaving her unresistant to his guidance. Thus, they practiced together, her innate intelligence allowing her to grasp the characters rapidly. In later years, as an adult, she would fondly reminisce about this time with a smile. "Behold, 1,000,000-strong troops heed my command," Lu Yuan proclaimed in the royal garden, wielding a massive scythe that had manifested in his hands. The Death Star scythe, unlike the original Abyssal scythe, did not possess an unsettling aura. Its spherical component was merely a decorative orb, appearing far more benign. Seated on a small stool, Ning Rongrong gazed at the scythe with wide-eyed admiration. Wow, Lu Yuan looked so cool. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of helplessness. With his teaching duties completed ahead of schedule, he had intended to practice summoning his martial spirit, only to find Ning Rongrong eager to witness the spectacle. Enthusiastically, she mimicked his earlier declaration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "And what does 1,000,000 troops mean? Is it akin to an army?" "Indeed," Lu Yuan explained, "but you mentioned my hair would change upon summoning my martial spirit, right?" "Yes," she replied, blinking innocently. "That refers to a unique ability of my martial spirit," Lu Yuan clarified before raising the scythe triumphantly, adopting a dramatic pose. "My era begins now." Initially, he had felt a hint of embarrassment in uttering such lines, but familiarity had dulled that sensation. In this world, it seemed such theatricality was a norm, with everyone engaging in similar displays. As he transitioned into the shadow assassin form, the Death Star scythe hovered above him, its core glowing with a deep azure light, shrouding both the scythe and his figure. His raven hair transformed into a cascade of ethereal blue, exuding an aura of mystery and depth, akin to a hunter poised in the shadows. "You can really grow long hair," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "You look so good like this." "I have a second form as well," Lu Yuan replied, feeling a surge of youthful exuberance reminiscent of his gaming days. "Behold, the pinnacle of unclean creations, the Death Star Transfiguration." With that, the scythe radiated a crimson glow, and his azure locks shifted to a striking red. As Lu Yuan and Ning Rongrong reveled in their display of martial spirits, a gentle voice interrupted them. "Lu Yuan, Rongrong." Turning, Lu Yuan beheld Ning Fengxi and the sword Douluo approaching. Chapter 72, Days Spent with Young Lady Ning Rongrong, Part 5, Ning Rongrong, with a charming pout, dashed in front of Jian Douluo. "Grandfather Jian, father, why are you here again? Isn't it to check on your progress and studies?" Jian Douluo replied with a warm smile, lifting Ning Rongrong into his arms. "Father, Rongrong has only taken a break after completing 20 characters, she retorted, concerned that Ning Fengxi might think they were slacking off. "Since you say so, your father naturally believes you. We shall discuss your lessons later," Ning Fengxi said with a smile, though his attention was evidently focused elsewhere, on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, aware of Ning Fengxi's gaze, gripped the Death Star demon scythe, performing a respectful salute. "Uncle Fengxi, Grandfather Jian, good evening." He addressed them as per their wishes. "How is your health? Have you recovered?" Ning Fengxi inquired, feigning ignorance. "There are still some inconveniences, but overall, my injuries are no longer severe," Lu Yuan replied. "That is good to hear." Ning Fengxi's eyes then glinted with intensity as he observed the martial spirit in Lu Yuan's hand. "So, little Yuan, your martial spirit is called the Death Star Demon Scythe? And you have already reached the rank of Great Soul Master?" "Indeed, I am currently a Great Soul Master with 26 levels of soul power," Lu Yuan confirmed. Following a life and death battle, his soul power had advanced under immense pressure. After vanquishing over 40 soul respect and 5 soul sect opponents, the Death Star Demon Scythe had absorbed a substantial amount of energy. Presently, he possessed enough stored energy to further cultivate and break through to the soul respect level. Lu Yuan believed the scythe could not contain more energy, otherwise the energy from 5 soul sects and 50 soul respect would have surely propelled him to the Soul King rank. However, the scythe had filled to capacity during the battle, leaving no room for more. While this method of absorbing energy was indeed exhilarating, Lu Yuan was resolute in his determination not to become ensnared by the thrill of such cultivation. One must strike down the wicked without resorting to indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of acquiring energy. A great soul master under the age of 8, and on the verge of breaking through to the soul respect level, Ning Fengxi's expression subtly shifted. Such a pace of cultivation was unheard of, even in the imperial capital, Little Yuan. At that moment, Jian Douluo, having set down Ning Rongrong, approached Lu Yuan. "Grandfather Jian," Lu Yuan responded with utmost respect. "Allow me to guide you in combat," Jian Douluo said cheerfully. "I wish to understand your martial spirit and offer some advice." "Then I shall not refuse," Lu Yuan acquiesced, eager to witness the strength of a title Douluo. "Fengxi, please take Rongrong back," Jian Douluo commanded. Ning Fengxi led Ning Rongrong away from the garden. Observing from a distance as Lu Yuan and Jian Douluo faced each other, Jian Douluo stood firm, showing no inclination to release his martial spirit, while Lu Yuan remained unperturbed. Recognizing the vast difference in their ranks, he was merely a great soul master compared to Jian Douluo, who could easily handle a soul king without revealing his martial spirit. "Grandfather Jian, I beg your pardon." Lu Yuan maintained his Death Star form, his red hair flowing wildly. "By the decree of heaven, with supreme authority." As he spoke, a surge of power surged within him. Shadow step. A trail of crimson light extended behind Lu Yuan as he brandished the Death Star Demon Scythe, launching an attack at Jian Douluo. "Oh, a self-created soul skill?" Jian Douluo expressed surprise, his eyes lighting up. It appeared to enhance speed and negate certain terrain restrictions. With the scythe in hand, Lu Yuan approached Jian Douluo, swinging the blade. The scythe sliced through the air, stirring up a howling wind that tousled Jian Douluo's white hair. "Impressive strength," Jian Douluo exclaimed, extending a palm to catch the heavy attack. The dark red blade of the Death Star Demon Scythe sliced through the soul power enveloping Jian Douluo's hand, Yet the formidable defense rendered Lu Yuan incapable of inflicting harm. Millions of warriors heed my call. Undeterred, Lu Yuan shifted his tactics. He channeled the abundant soul power in his hands, executing a lifting motion with the scythe, unleashing a wave of crimson energy. Crimson Blade Strike. A blood-red rectangular energy shockwave surged toward Douluo. Douluo made no attempt to evade, allowing the attack to propel him into the air. Another self-created soul skill. Ning Fengji, observing from afar, shouted in astonishment. A self-created soul skill with control effects. Quite commendable, Douluo praised. Yet, unfortunately, the Crimson Blade Strike only resulted in a knockback effect, lacking any real damage. Great side sweep. Lu Yuan spun like a top, attacking Douluo with the scythe. Still, it proved futile. Douluo simply caught the sweeping attack with his palm, forcing Lu Yuan to halt. Yet, Douluo could feel the pressure. The powerful strike had managed to breach a layer of his soul power defense. Even a single layer breached was enough to astonish Douluo. A self-created soul skill from a great soul master could penetrate the defenses of a peak Douluo. Very impressive. Excellent. Well done. Douluo praised exuberantly. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless, acutely aware of the significant disparity between himself and a titled Douluo. It was indeed vast. What of your soul skills, little Yuan? Do showcase them as well, Douluo continued. Understood, Grandfather Jian, Lu Yuan nodded. Then, his first yellow soul ring illuminated, and he declared, "My first soul skill is a long-range energy attack, named Death Star Obliteration Slash." First soul skill. Death Star Obliteration Slash. Lu Yuan activated his skill. Red light gathered on the surface of the Death Star Demon's scythe, and, with a flourish, he swung the scythe. The blood-red energy separated from the blade, transforming into a crescent-shaped slash directed at Douluo. Douluo focused intently, condensing his soul power in his palm before unleashing a counter. The sharp 7-kill sword soul power collided violently with the Death Star Obliteration Slash, resulting in a shattering explosion that dissipated into intangible soul power. A remarkably strong long-range attack soul skill, Douluo acknowledged. However, the Death Star Obliteration Slash was merely on par with a typical 1,000-year soul ring skill. Despite its origins from a nearly 900-year-old nether wolf, while its overall potency was substantial and enhanced by the sharpness of the Death Star Demon's scythe, it still fell within the realm of ordinary soul ring skills. Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, proceeding to introduce his second soul skill. My second soul skill is called Shadow Clone, which allows me to create a shadow clone that resembles me in appearance and strength for 3 minutes, capable of utilizing my abilities. A clone-type soul skill? Oh, how intriguing. Douluo's interest peaked significantly. Second soul skill. Shadow Clone. Lu Yuan swiftly activated his second soul skill, causing the shadow beneath him to begin to separate. The shadow stood directly beside him, and in the next moment, it transformed into the likeness of Lu Yuan before everyone's eyes. However, this Lu Yuan appeared somewhat ominous. In his hand, he wielded a blood-red Death Star scythe. With a mere thought, Lu Yuan commanded the shadow to brandish the scythe, executing a flurry of agile and fierce attack movements. The great scythe swept across. The sharp blade pierced through. The Death Star Obliteration Slash. These were not merely ordinary attack moves. The Shadow Clone astonishingly unleashed all of Lu Yuan's attack spirit techniques. Yet, regrettably, the Shadow Clone itself was incapable of employing a second spirit technique, meaning only Lu Yuan could utilize the Shadow Clone technique to create a doppelganger. This spirit technique possesses an exceptionally high ceiling. Instantly, the sword-fighting Douluo's eyes gleamed with excitement. A mere clone devoid of any combat power serves only to confuse the enemy, rendering it of little utility. However, a clone capable of attacking and even employing spirit techniques would prove invaluable. But why did you remain stationary just now, little Yuan? The sword-fighting Douluo furrowed his brow as he regarded Lu Yuan, having guessed the underlying issue. I cannot simultaneously control both my main body and the clone in battle. This is the predicament I currently face with the second spirit technique, Lu Yuan replied with a wry smile. Operating the Shadow Clone necessitates a portion of my focus diverted to its actions, thus in such scenarios, my main body and the Shadow Clone cannot coordinate their efforts in combat. Lu Yuan's situation was akin to attempting to write with both hands simultaneously, crafting different characters, and doing so with great difficulty. After all, in the heat of battle, executing attacks and evading strikes is no trivial matter. It was precisely for this reason that during previous confrontations, while utilizing the Shadow Clone to attack Lu Zhan, Lu Yuan's main body was struck amidst the onslaught of the three great spirit masters. It was not that once he employed the shadow clone, his main body became immobile. Rather, the intricate manipulation required for the shadow clone's actions rendered his main body rather clumsy. I see. The sword-fighting Douluo nodded. This is indeed a challenge. However, fortuitously, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possesses a unique skill, he said with a smile. Have you ever heard of the ability of the spirit masters from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to simultaneously assist different spirit masters? For instance, when I, along with Bone Douluo and Wenji, engage in battle, I require an enhancement of my attack power, while Old Bone seeks to bolster his defense during combat. To conserve spirit power, Wenji naturally cannot apply two spirit techniques to us at once, as this would rapidly deplete spirit energy. In such a scenario, Wenji must multitask, applying a technique to enhance my attack power while simultaneously augmenting Old Bone's defense. This is also the secret technique of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. One mind, three uses. The sword-fighting Douluo spoke with calm assurance. Chapter 73. The most touching truth. After a few moments of contemplation, Lu Yuan realized that mastering the art of multitasking was not essential. Achieving proficiency in dual tasking would suffice to fully unleash the capabilities of his soul skill, Shadow Clone. In truth, mastering multitasking would be more beneficial for Lu Yuan, since his Shadow Clone technique was not restricted to a single use within a limited time frame. However, at present, he struggled to control even a second clone, let alone a third. This was fundamentally different from the Shadow Clone technique in Naruto, where coordination among multiple clones posed no issue. Lu Yuan's Shadow Clone required a portion of his mental focus to govern the actions of each clone, making it impossible for him to manage a third clone at this stage. Even if he could manifest one, both the original and the two clones would be severely constrained, resulting in clumsiness. Moreover, the soul power consumption of the Shadow Clone mirrored that of his original self. A tripling of soul power expenditure was beyond Lu Yuan's current capacity to endure. Yet, these unresolved challenges were not insurmountable. This implied that if he could address the difficulties of multitasking and the limitations of insufficient soul power to support the tripling of energy consumption, Lu Yuan would be capable of summoning multiple shadow clones. However, this knowledge was a closely guarded secret of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and as an outsider, he doubted his ability to learn it. At that moment, Ning Fengji, who had initially distanced himself from the battlefield, approached with Ning Rongrong and overheard Lu Yuan's musings. He chuckled and said, "This technique is hardly a hidden secret of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you wish to learn it, Lu Yuan, it is quite accessible." Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ning Fengji's generosity. The concept of multitasking sounded as commonplace as the martial arts techniques found in his previous life, such as dual wielding or ambidextrous training methods, skills anyone could learn through practice. However, was it truly that simple? In reality, how many people had genuinely mastered ambidexterity through the mere practice of drawing circles with one hand while drawing squares with the other? The answer was none. Therefore, the art of multitasking must possess unique training methodologies, possibly requiring specific modes of soul power manipulation. Yet, Ning Fengji so readily agreed to allow Lu Yuan to learn? This left Lu Yuan perplexed. He had initially assumed that Ning Fengji would require him to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or to make some conventional 3 promises in exchange for such teachings. In this regard, Lu Yuan was correct. Ning Fengji would not impart his knowledge for free. However, what Ning Fengji sought was not material compensation. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he understood that swaying someone's heart through wealth, benefits, promises, or even threats was a base tactic. The only way to earn unwavering loyalty was through genuine emotion. Emotion surpasses any material wealth, benefits, promises, or threats in its power. Just as the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were willing to serve as guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and its esteemed elders, it was not through financial incentives or threats but through emotional bonds. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo regarded Ning Fengji as an uncle and treated Ning Rongrong as a beloved granddaughter, dedicating their lives to the school. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School became their home, and with that attachment, they felt compelled to protect it. Ning Fengji shared this sentiment. He sought to foster Lu Yuan's affection for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and for Ning Rongrong, creating a sense of belonging that would inspire Lu Yuan to defend it throughout his life. However, this process required sincerity. At this moment, Ning Fengji wished to treat Lu Yuan as his own son, showering him with kindness, believing that genuine care would elicit reciprocation. Lu Yuan had already lowered his guard against Ning Fengji. even revealing the full extent of his first martial soul's abilities. Ning Fengji simply smiled gently, adding, however, the detailed scroll documenting the technique of multitasking is currently housed in our headquarters library in Heaven-Do City. You will need to visit Heaven-Do City in person to study it. But you had already intended to accompany us there, correct? Indeed. Lu Yuan hesitated before nodding. It is a convenient detour. Yet, he found it somewhat peculiar. They had initially planned to return to Heaven-Do City with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's convoy. But now it seemed they would head directly to the school's headquarters. Initially, he had intended to part ways mid-journey upon reaching Heaven-Do City. But now he would indeed be visiting the headquarters. Lu Yuan, your martial soul and soul skills are remarkably powerful. Even this old fellow cannot help but express my admiration. The sword Douluo remarked with a smile as he stroked his beard. However, besides these soul skills, your martial soul appears rather unique. It seems to possess the ability to absorb others' soul power to restore your own vitality. Both Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo turned their attention to Lu Yuan, who nodded in affirmation. That is indeed a distinctive trait of my Death Star demon-side martial soul. I can utilize 3 entirely different forms, and currently, I am in the 3rd state, which I refer to as Death Star Incarnation. In this form, I gain a lifesteal enhancement based on a percentage of my soul power level. And using the gigantic scythe for sweeping strikes further increases my soul power percentage damage. Additionally, my self-created soul skill, Blade Edge Penetration, can forcefully launch enemies within a certain range. How remarkable! This recovery ability proves exceptionally potent in combat. Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment and admiration reflected in each other's eyes. Ning Fengji was resolute. He could not afford to let such a promising talent slip away. A prodigious soul master with innate full soul power, rapid cultivation, and formidable combat prowess. Lu Yuan was akin to the next sword Douluo in Ning Fengji's eyes, the next unparalleled title Douluo with unrivaled attacking strength. The key to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's status among the top 3 sects did not solely rest with Ning Fengji or the Bone Douluo, but rather with the unmatched sword Douluo. It could be said that without Ning Fengji, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would still possess another Soul Sage level support type Soul Master from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul. Without the Bone Douluo, the school might only fall to a status comparable to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. But without the sword Douluo, the school would hardly be feared by others. Now, let us set aside matters concerning Lu Yuan for the moment. I would like to assess Rongrong's studies today, Ning Fengji said with a smile. If you complete your lessons today, I shall allow you to go out and play tomorrow. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Daddy, you mustn't trick Rongrong. Of course not, Ning Fengji replied. Under Ning Fengji's scrutiny, Ning Rongrong successfully wrote out 20 characters. Her handwriting surprisingly reminiscent of Lu Yuan's style, a habit she had unconsciously developed while learning to write with him. Ning Rongrong even skillfully employed those 20 characters, prompting approving nods from both Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. They truly did not anticipate that Ning Rongrong, the little enchantress who previously showed little interest in reading and writing, would, under Lu Yuan's guidance, manage to learn 20 characters in a single day. In the past, while in Heaven-Do City, it was considered a good day for her if she could follow her teacher's advice and learn 5 or 6 characters. At that moment, Ning Fengji glanced at Lu Yuan with a beaming smile and remarked, since Rongrong has so intelligently mastered 20 characters, and given how hard you have worked today, my dear Yuan, I shall bestow upon you a reward. He casually retrieved a golden card from the soul-guiding artifact on his finger and tossed it towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, momentarily taken aback, heard Ning Fengji's serene voice say, this card contains 100,000 gold soul coins. Consider it pocket money for your excursion tomorrow. Upon seeing the figure 100,000, Lu Yuan was instantly astonished. 100,000 gold soul coins? The total amount given to him by the Yen family in recent times barely reached 20,000 gold soul coins, and here was Ning Fengji, casually tossing him a golden card worth 100,000 gold soul coins. Truly, it is no wonder that this sect is renowned as the wealthiest in the world. However, the feeling of being showered with money is indeed delightful. Lu Yuan thought, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 74. The Secret History of Balak within the royal city of Balak, in the palace known as the Weaving Melody Palace. Every named hall was occupied by its rightful owner. It was common knowledge that apart from the king, the other inhabitants were his queens and offspring. The current master of Weaving Melody Palace was none other than one of the sons of the aging King Kandera, the youngest, Kungsakai. He was the apple of the old king's eye, without question. At that moment, 5 elderly men lay prostrate on the palace floor, their bodies pressed to the ground, not daring to exhibit the slightest sign of negligence. The palace guards, witnessing this, showed no surprise and continued their vigilant watch. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. "Your Highness has arrived." Accompanied by soft footfalls, there was a unique rhythm to the sound. The 5 elders, already trembling, became even more still. Tang San strode into the hall. And as he reached the elevated seat, 4 graceful maidens swiftly approached, moving aside the foremost sofa. They then elegantly disrobed, revealing their smooth and delicate forms, and arranged themselves into the shape of a chair before the assembly. The onlookers, unfazed, turned their gazes to Tang San as he nonchalantly took his seat upon this exquisite throne of beauty. With a languid sweep of his gaze over the 5 figures on the ground, he spoke with an air of indifference. 4 days ago, at the Balik Canal dock, the 5 leaders of the Black Bay gangs, amassed your forces, only to be slaughtered by a nameless thief called Yasuo, who left a river of blood in his wake and allowed 53 civilians to escape. And you, the pitiful remnants, dare to present yourselves before me? The 5 leaders of the 5 major gangs trembled even more at his words. One of them gritted his teeth and attempted to explain. That day, our leaders simply underestimated our opponent in a moment of carelessness. Tang San let out a cold laugh. Underestimate? I see it as sheer incompetence. The 5 leaders fell silent, acutely aware that despite Tang San's youth and his status as merely a great soul master, they could not voice their discontent. He was the Prince of Balik, and the old king had increasingly favored him as a potential successor. You fools, to confront that wretch, you sacrificed so many lives and let those 53 civilians slip away. My foolish brother has seized upon the public outrage to incite the lawmen to cleanse Black Bay in the bureaucratic realm, leading to numerous arrests of my subordinates. Is this loss not the mark of your incompetence? Tang San's eyes glinted with fury as he spoke. Enough, Your Highness. A voice unexpectedly emerged from the hall, causing the 5 elders to startle. Before them appeared a frail figure. Tang San, however, showed no surprise. His previously irate demeanor transformed into utmost respect. Sir, the figure shook his head and smiled. Though they have erred, they are still your subordinates, and this is a crucial time for utilizing talent. Let us show them leniency. Your Highness. Humph. Since the bishop insists, I shall spare them from death, but they shall not escape punishment. This month, each gang must pay 20,000 gold soul coins. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. The leaders of the 5 gangs stammered, their mouths agape before nodding in acquiescence. Previously, their tribute had only been 10,000, and now it had doubled, leaving them with no surplus funds for the month. By the way, what of that Earth Dragon gang? Tang San inquired. Present, replied the leader of the Earth Dragon gang, standing forth. Has your leader, Su Yanqing, also perished? Yes. And her body? Tang San licked his lips, recalling her previous performance with fondness. Bring her remains to my chambers tonight. A shiver ran through those present. They had long heard tales of the young prince's eccentric and unhinged behavior, but this was beyond their expectations. Yet, the Earth Dragon gang dared not defy him, merely nodding in submission. Meanwhile, the bishop of the Balik branch of the Spirit Hall, Yuan, observed without surprise. They were well aware that this prince was a manipulative and inept pawn, precisely the type they could easily control. Over the years, the Spirit Hall had infiltrated the vassal states and kingdoms of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, steering their rulers towards allegiance with the Hall. As the Spirit Hall prepared to initiate a unification war, they aimed to sway these rulers to their side. The Balik Kingdom was among their targets, but unfortunately, King Kendera, being a cousin of the Snowy Night Emperor, proved resistant to their influence. Thus, the Spirit Hall turned its attention to the heirs of Balik. Kendera had favored his eldest son, Tang San, for succession, and Tang San had exhibited a sharp, capable, and benevolent demeanor, taking on state affairs early on. Indeed, most of the kingdom's officials and military were aligned with the eldest prince. The gravest issue was that Tang San had openly declared his loyalty to the Tiando Empire, leaving no room for subversion. Consequently, the Spirit Hall sought out alternative princes, eventually settling on Tang San. Initially, Tang San had not been the favored child of King Kendera. His very name, which meant large and healthy vegetable, was a derisive label, indicating that the king held no ambitions for his success. Tang San's rise to favor was entirely orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. Once a diligent and loyal king, Kendera had aged, and even the most sagacious monarch could not escape the ravages of time. He had become a frail old man, more inclined to indulge in the company of his grandchildren than to assert the decisiveness of his youth. The spirit hall had arranged for Kung Sakai to often feign filial piety, presenting himself as a dutiful son. Moreover, Kung Sakai's delicate beauty endeared him further to Kandera. In contrast, the busy Kung Sim, oblivious to his father's need for companionship, saw his standing diminish in Kandera's eyes, ultimately leading to this current state of affairs. Lan Yu regarded Kung Sakai, who luxuriated in the service of beautiful attendants, with an expression devoid of emotion. This inept prince, easily manipulated, was precisely what they required. Chapter 75. Inscription Part 1. A delectable pancake accompanied by tender chicken. Here you are, miss, your pancake. Xiao Yuan, pay up. This sugar painting is exquisite. Could you create a tower for me? Certainly. Miss, here's your. Xiao Yuan. And this. I want them all. Xiao Yuan. In the bustling marketplace of the royal city, Lu Yuan expressionlessly placed the items purchased by Ning Rongrong into the soul guide device. Many of the things Ning Rongrong bought were merely tasted or played with for a brief moment before being discarded, yet they could not be thrown away, only stored within the device. What could Lu Yuan do? He had no choice but to follow closely behind Ning Rongrong, acting as her protector and steward. Whenever the young lady called for him, he would promptly produce the funds. At this moment, it was morning, and the marketplace was still teeming with people. A sea of faces and a cacophony of sounds, with a plethora of goods and snacks available on the streets, as civilians and soul masters mingled endlessly. Ning Rongrong, a small child barely 1.20 meters in height, was but a diminutive figure in the crowd, and Lu Yuan felt a pang of worry that she might get lost. After all, she was merely a 6.5-year-old child. Yet, Ning Rongrong was indeed a child of that age, frequently captivated by new and intriguing items, darting around in excitement. There's a performance ahead. Xiao Yuan, hurry. Keep up. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her joy apparent as she dashed toward a gathering of a circus. Lu Yuan sighed, urging her to slow down, lest she wander off. At that moment, in a shadowy corner concealed by 2 residential buildings, 8 pairs of malicious eyes were intently observing the swiftly running Ning Rongrong and Lu Yuan. Did you see? That boy just bought quite a few items. He seems rather well off. Judging by their attire, could they be nobles from the royal city? It would be unwise to act against them. It's unlikely they are nobles. Where are their servants and bodyguards? True enough, which implies these 2 little ones might be students from the Soul Master Academy. The older boy appears to be around 11 or 12. He must receive a stipend of 1 or 2 gold soul coins each month to afford such luxuries. Focus on the little boy. I'm more interested in that little girl. She is so adorable. Selling her to the Gold and Silk Gang would fetch at least 5 gold soul coins. That cherubic face, who knows how many patrons she could attract when she grows up. So what do you think? Shall we make our move? Let us do it. Those 2 little ones. At most, the boy is a soul master. We have 7 powerful soul masters here. Can we really fear one? Then, let us proceed. We'll abduct these 2 children. Sell the girl to the Golden Silk Gang, and the boy to the Mad Axe Gang as a slave. Lu Yuan had just finished accompanying young Lady Rongrong at the performance when he was taken aback by the traditional skill of breaking stones with one's chest. A spectacle that seemed to transcend worlds. However, upon reflection, in this realm, where soul power is a supernatural force, it was not surprising that soul masters could shatter stones effortlessly, making such acts rather commonplace. As the performer concluded his act, the crowd erupted in cheers. Lu Yuan realized that, in fact, ordinary people far outnumbered soul masters in this world. For them, watching someone break stones was a thrilling experience, one they were incapable of themselves. After enjoying the performance, Ning Rongrong spotted another enticing treat and dashed over once more. It could be said that during the past 2 months, confined within the Barak Palace, she had become quite restless. Thus, upon stepping out today, she exuberantly ran about. Initially, Ning Fengji had planned to assign several guards to accompany them, but Ning Rongrong firmly refused, insisting that Lu Yuan's presence sufficed. In truth, Lu Yuan's strength was indeed adequate to ensure her safety within Barak City. Hence, he acquiesced. Yet now, he felt a headache brewing as Ning Rongrong exuberantly raced around. At that moment, Ning Rongrong let out a terrified cry, Xiao Yuan, followed by muffled whimpers as someone covered her mouth. Instantly, Lu Yuan felt a surge of alarm. Rongrong, he shouted, but the surrounding crowd was too noisy. He hastened forward, only to witness Ning Rongrong being forcibly taken away by a burly man who covered her mouth and nose. Stop! Lu Yuan roared in fury. But in the next instant, 2 powerful arms reached out from behind the crowd, aiming to seize Lu Yuan, one of which wielded a cloth. Humph! With a cold snort, Lu Yuan summoned his soul power, executing a backflip to evade the approaching hands, simultaneously turning to deliver a swift kick. The assailant was struck in the head, collapsing to the ground like a mountain toppling over. It appeared he lacked significant strength. Lu Yuan had already restrained his power, yet the man fell unconscious. Originally, Lu Yuan intended to subdue him and extract information, perhaps even have him lead the way. However, with the man now unconscious, awakening him would likely waste time. A sense of urgency washed over Lu Yuan as he sprinted towards the direction from which the kidnapper had fled with Ning Rongrong. Millions of warriors. Heed my command. Lu Yuan summoned the Death Star Scythe and activated Shadow Step, swiftly traversing the terrain in pursuit. There, following a straight path, Lu Yuan's keen eyesight spotted a hulking figure in the crowd, clutching a small girl as he dashed away. The tattoo on the man's head was unmistakable to Lu Yuan, who had dealt with the Black Swamp for quite some time. This scoundrel hailed from the Black Swamp. Lu Yuan hurried forward, intent on intercepting the brute. Just then, he unknowingly stepped beyond the marketplace's boundaries into a secluded area. Stop! Lu Yuan abruptly blocked the man's path, his voice sharp and commanding. To his surprise, the man halted, smirking at him, while Ning Rongrong, held in his grasp, was wide awake, her adorable eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Kid, you've been tricked. The man sneered. Brothers, come out. Instantly, 6 more burly men emerged behind Lu Yuan, all wearing mocking grins. That kid's a bit tough. He knocked Bayat unconscious, one of the men remarked with a chuckle. Bayat probably spent too much energy at the Golden Fragrance Pavilion last night, messing around with the girls, which is why this kid took him down. Another laughed heartily. After this score, I'll have a good laugh at his expense next time at the Golden Fragrance Pavilion. These ruffians appeared to think little of Lu Yuan, exchanging crude jokes as they reveled in their camaraderie. Lu Yuan remained silent, patiently waiting for them to finish before raising the Death Star Scythe, his expression unyielding as he regarded them. Are you done? Chapter 76, Engraving Part 2. Has this fool yet to comprehend the situation? Is he so frightened that he has lost his wits? The burly man holding Ning Rongrong burst into laughter. What a pity, such a beautiful face. Reduced to a state of shock, the closest thug to Lu Yuan stepped forward, eager to mock him. Yet, in the next moment, before he could grasp what was happening, a searing pain engulfed him. The sound of a head rolling to the ground echoed ominously. Thud. This was the sound of a corpse collapsing. The thugs were still in shock as they witnessed the thug in front of Lu Yuan suddenly severed, blood splattering everywhere. They had not even seen Lu Yuan draw his weapon. What? What is this? The smoker has been slain? The burly man who had spoken earlier looked utterly bewildered. Ning Rongrong watched in horror. It was her first encounter with such a scene of murder, and she felt her stomach churn uncontrollably. Everyone, prepare. Prepare to fight. The leader, still holding Ning Rongrong hostage, instinctively shouted. But in that moment, why do you seek to evade an unavoidable fate? Lu Yuan's voice resonated, and the next instant, 6 precise strikes followed. 3 heads, 3 headless corpses, and a pool of blood. Stop. At that moment, the burly man holding Ning Rongrong yelled in terror. Lu Yuan's scythe, resembling the Grim Reaper's blade, came to a halt, sparing the remaining 2. The burly man tightened his grip around Ning Rongrong's delicate neck, fear written all over his face as he gazed at Lu Yuan. Stop, or I shall kill her. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yuan indeed ceased his actions and turned to face him. Instantly, the remaining 2 thugs relaxed slightly, releasing their martial spirits and eyeing Lu Yuan warily. It was effective. The burly man felt a surge of confidence, his grip on Ning Rongrong's slender neck tightening. No one doubted that with a mere twist, he could end her life. Faced with Lu Yuan's terrifying combat prowess, they felt as insignificant as ordinary people. Lu Yuan's ability to slay them was akin to slaughtering a chicken. Fortunately, they had Ning Rongrong as a hostage. As long as they held her, could Lu Yuan not be at their mercy? No. Dispel your martial spirit. No. First, sever your tendons with your own martial spirit, then dispel it, or I shall kill her. The burly man regained his ferocity, glaring at Lu Yuan. Ning Rongrong's face was filled with dread, despite being a little demoness. She did not wish for Lu Yuan to harm himself for her sake. But at that moment, Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he looked at them. You say what? The burly man expressed disbelief. Even Ning Rongrong found it hard to believe that Lu Yuan would utter such words. Go ahead and kill her, after all. If I obey your commands, I will be captured. Surely, after I slay your brothers, you would not let me go? Lu Yuan sneered. Why would I do such a thing? Even if I followed your orders, my fate would not be any better. I could be tortured and killed by you. She may not die. Her outcome might be slightly better, but not by much. Moreover, I have no desire to lose my life for another. I am not a selfless and fearless individual. Lu Yuan continued, smirking. If it were you, would you risk your life for someone else? This fool is trying to deceive us. He seeks to stall for time. We cannot fall for his trick. Suddenly, one of the thugs behind Lu Yuan shouted, "Silence!" Lu Yuan scoffed, swinging his scythe, and once again, a head fell. His action seemed to convey to the burly man that he cared not for Ning Rongrong's fate, even urging him to act swiftly against her. So, kill her. I truly do not care for her life. Rather than allow myself to perish, it is better for her to die. He sneered. I have long found her intolerable. Her spoiled demeanor is vexing, and now she is running around recklessly. Her death would alleviate my troubles. All that has transpired today is her own doing. Ning Rongrong, held captive by the burly man, could scarcely believe Lu Yuan would utter such words, and tears streamed down her face. You kill her. I will kill you. Come now. This way I can take my revenge, and I will have something to offer her family. Lu Yuan smiled, resembling a devil. The remaining two thugs, upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, found them increasingly compelling. If Lu Yuan truly was such a cold-blooded, self-serving individual, he would indeed have no concern for Ning Rongrong's fate. The law of survival in Black Swamp was the same. Ultimately, one must simply endure. Thus, the thugs became even more convinced of Lu Yuan's words. Only Ning Rongrong wept bitterly, realizing that Lu Yuan truly despised her, wishing for her demise, and she was indeed on the brink of death. She would never see her father, Sword Grandpa, or Bone Grandpa again. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yuan's shadow had already detached from his body, drifting toward the back of the burly man. Act now. At that moment, Lu Yuan shouted, and he moved in an instant. The lone thug behind him lost his head, charging directly toward the burly man and Ning Rongrong. The enormous side swept through. The violent blade spun, aiming to cleave both the burly man and Ning Rongrong in half. I do not wish to die. The burly man panicked, his grip on Ning Rongrong's arm loosening in that moment of life and death. Now's my chance. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled. Shadow clone. Lu Yuan's shadow clone appeared behind the burly man, swiftly severing both his arms with the scythe. The burly man screamed in agony as his arms fell to the ground, and Ning Rongrong tumbled down as well. Lu Yuan activated Shadow Step, swiftly darting forward, cradling Ning Rongrong's frail body, and then, crash, they fell to the ground. At that moment, the burly man finally realized he had been outsmarted. Lu Yuan did not genuinely disregard Ning Rongrong's life. He had merely feigned indifference to lower the man's psychological defenses. The burly man understood that he might not survive this. But even in death, he would take one of them with him. Second soul skill, Wild Ape Shockwave. His martial spirit was named Wild Ape. And this second soul skill was his unique yellow soul ring ability. Before him, a glowing sphere the size of a fist coalesced. Hurtling toward the exposed Ning Rongrong, Lu Yuan positioned himself to shield her from the fall. In that instant, despair filled Ning Rongrong's eyes. But just then, Lu Yuan executed a swift maneuver, protecting her beneath him. He braced himself, taking the full brunt of the burly man's death strike upon his back. Ning Rongrong remained unscathed within Lu Yuan's protection. In the next moment, Lu Yuan stood as though nothing had happened, then commanded his shadow clone, wielding the replicated scythe, to sever the burly man's head from his shoulders. Xiao Yuan, are you all right? Ning Rongrong, witnessing Lu Yuan withstand the burly man's second soul skill, anxiously inquired. Of course, I am fine. Lu Yuan replied with a wry smile. I value my life. Without absolute certainty, why would I dare to take his soul skill head on? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself, rushing into his embrace and weeping loudly. As Ning Rongrong embraced Lu Yuan and felt a warm, sticky dampness on her hand as she touched his back, she realized it was blood. Instantly, her sobs intensified. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's facial muscles tensed momentarily. He had not spoken incorrectly. Without absolute certainty, he dared not withstand the second soul skill of that individual. However, his assurance merely indicated that he would survive. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence now. He held Ning Rongrong close, striving to comfort the young girl. Chapter 77. The Kingdom's Turmoil. Does it hurt, Xiao Yuan? Ning Rongrong inquired, gently caressing the blood on Lu Yuan's back. Of course not, Lu Yuan replied, somewhat insincerely. How could a man admit to such a trivial injury? Yet, the truth was, there was indeed a bit of pain. The clothing on his back had been utterly destroyed by the energy attack of the soul technique, leaving his skin torn beneath. After all, that was the second soul technique of a great soul master. Although the strength of this burly man was not particularly formidable, one must not forget that Lu Yuan was still merely a great soul master. His current state could be summarized in a single phrase: high offense, low defense. His offensive power was sufficient to slay an ordinary soul sect member, yet his defense was only marginally higher than that of a typical great soul master. This was primarily due to his 2 soul rings being bestowed by offensive-type soul beasts. Wolves and lions were quintessential representatives of high offense and low defense. "You were lying to me again." Ning Rongrong noticed the change in his expression and immediately shot him a glare. "When did I ever deceive you?" Lu Yuan replied helplessly. "Just now. You said you didn't care about me and wanted me to die. In reality, don't you care about me at all?" Ning Rongrong pouted. "Is that so?" Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze complex. The words he had spoken earlier were not entirely false. He did not possess the foolish notion of risking his life to save Ning Rongrong. Such an idea was absurd, and in his heart, Ning Rongrong did not hold that much significance yet. If faced with a choice between his survival and hers, he would undoubtedly choose to save himself. The reason those ruffians had seemingly believed Lu Yuan's words was that he had spoken with sincerity, devoid of any deceit, making him inherently trustworthy. At that moment, Lu Yuan was confident that he could save Ning Rongrong unscathed using his shadow clone technique. The reason he had blocked the soul technique attack for her was simply because he felt the incoming assault was not strong enough to inflict fatal harm upon him. However, had Ning Rongrong been the one to endure that attack, she would undoubtedly have been severely injured or even killed. That would have made it difficult to explain things to Sword Douluo and Ning Fingxi. "Xiao Yuan." Ning Rongrong spoke softly once more. Lu Yuan turned to face her. At that moment, Ning Rongrong mustered her courage to look at him and said, "Xiao Yuan, I won't run off anymore. I will listen to you." Having risked his life to save her had instilled within her a sense of guilt and an inexplicable affection towards Lu Yuan. Still in her childhood, Ning Rongrong did not fully comprehend this feeling, but she wished for Lu Yuan to remain by her side, even to heed his words. The little demoness was experiencing her first transformation in character, prompted by the image of Lu Yuan desperately protecting her. "If you can be obedient, that would be splendid." Lu Yuan responded nonchalantly, choosing to comfort her as one would a child. "Does Xiao Yuan like obedient Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong blinked innocently. Despite knowing that Lu Yuan's earlier declaration of dislike was merely a ploy to confuse the enemy, her childlike innocence led her to take it somewhat to heart. "I like obedient children," Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, casually remarking. However, Ning Rongrong's large eyes flickered, as if she had recalled something. The journey back was uneventful, and Lu Yuan could not be bothered to deal with the unfortunate ruffian he had knocked unconscious on the street. That petty thug was hardly worth his effort to eliminate completely. It was likely that the unfortunate soul lacked the courage to seek revenge against Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, in the royal city above, the aged King Kandera held court, flanked by the ministers and generals of the Baloch Kingdom, with the eldest prince, Kunsum, standing prominently at the forefront. Several ministers and generals subtly regarded him as their leader, a position he had amassed over the years while assisting the king in governance as the hidden heir apparent. Kunsum, having reached adulthood and fathered offspring, was indeed expected to be the crown prince of the Baloch Kingdom. This was a long-anticipated development among all ranks of the kingdom, from the highest officials to the common folk. While Kunsum may not possess the grandiose vision of a heroic ruler, he certainly could serve as a diligent and benevolent sovereign. Compared to his royal siblings, Kunsum appeared more fitting to inherit the throne. Even the old King Kandera had once harbored such thoughts, having favored Kunsum as his successor, which led to Kunsum being entrusted with governmental affairs at an early age. However, in recent years, Kandera's sentiments seemed to have shifted, developing a sense of aversion towards the eldest prince while favoring. At that moment, the young Prince Kunsakai stood beside the old King Kandera, showcasing the latter's current favoritism towards him. "Huang Yingwu." Kandera's aged voice resonated from the throne. No one could discern the true intent behind Kandera's summons for the court meeting today. "Present." A tall man clad in the royal law enforcement official's robe responded. Kunsum felt a twinge of anxiety. Huang Yingwu was the head of the law enforcement in Baloch City, holding a rank equivalent to that of a general, and he had long allied himself with Kunsum. Now that Kandera had called Huang Yingwu forth with a stern tone, Kunsum couldn't help but feel apprehensive. "I have heard that your law enforcement department has been making excessive efforts to capture criminals, causing the citizens of the royal city to suffer and grievances to rise." Kandera's voice was commanding, exuding the authority of a once illustrious monarch. The once mighty lion may have aged, but remnants of his youthful vigor still instilled fear among the attending ministers. Huang Yingwu, sweating profusely under pressure, stammered, "It is because my subordinates recently received news that the 5 major gangs of Black Swamp have kidnapped over 50 citizens. I believe their actions had gone too far, thus I sought to." "Fool." Before Kandera could speak, Kunsakai, standing beside him, interjected angrily. "You mobilized 100 law enforcement officials and over 1,000 soldiers within the royal city, setting aside your disturbance to the populace. Do you intend to incite rebellion by gathering soldiers and soul masters in the royal city? Brother Wang, you should not speak out on this matter." Kunsum stepped forward, addressing Kunsakai. "Oh, are you now forbidding your brother from speaking? If you silence him now, will there come a time when even I, your father, cannot voice my thoughts?" At that moment, Kandera glared at Kunsum, reprimanding him. "Son, I dare not." Kunsum immediately lowered his head, avoiding Kandera's gaze. Kandera then cast a loving glance at Kunsakai. "Since you have an opinion on this matter, I shall assign you to investigate whether Huang Yingwu has been colluding with others for nefarious purposes. Bring forth Huang Yingwu, strip him of his position, and confine him to the prison pending investigation." "Yes, thank you, father," Kunsakai replied with a beaming expression. Huang Yingwu, meanwhile, was left in disbelief. He had suddenly been labeled a potential traitor? "Father, General Huang has been upright and diligent in his service these past years. He could never harbor ulterior motives," Kunsum shouted, stepping forward. "Fool, did you not hear my words? Whether he harbors ulterior motives will be determined by subsequent investigations, not by your words." Kandera rebuked once more. "Father." Kunsum found himself powerless. He could only watch helplessly as several sole emperors of the kingdom stripped Huang Yingwu of his official robe right before his eyes, leading him away. Chapter 78, The Might of the Sword. Just as the esteemed Huang Yingwu was about to be taken away, and the political standing of Quincy Sim was on the verge of a significant decline. "Hold on, Your Majesty." At that moment, a rather nonchalant voice echoed through the hall. Everyone momentarily froze, then turned their gaze toward Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo, who were slowly entering through the hall's entrance. It was the Grand Master. Despite Kandera's disregard for Ning Fingji's counsel, he still afforded him a semblance of respect in public. After all, Ning Fingji was the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and also the mentor of the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Do Empire. Even Emperor Shuiyu would grant Ning Fingji some measure of deference, let alone Kandera. Kandera's expression softened slightly, after not seeing the Grand Master for nearly half a month. He had thought that Ning Fingji had returned to the imperial capital of Heaven-Do City. If Ning Fingji were indeed returning to Heaven-Do City, how could he fail to inform Kandera? Kandera's statement was evidently a veiled suggestion for Ning Fingji to depart swiftly, to return to his own Heaven-Do City. Upon hearing this, several elderly ministers of the Baloch Kingdom widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to suppress their headshakes. After all, Ning Fingji held the dual title of Grand Master and the foremost leader of the Heavenly Do Empire. Even though Kandera was a distant relative of the royal family, he should not have so openly suggested that Ning Fingji leave Heaven-Do City. Such blatant dismissal of Ning Fingji's presence should not have come from a sovereign. It was clear that Kandera had grown senile, to the point of foolishness. Yet, Ning Fingji remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "Your Majesty, I do indeed have intentions to return to Heaven-Do City shortly. I have come here today merely out of concern for your well-being, lest you fall into confusion. Fostering sycophants and betraying the loyal may lead this nation to ruin and the king to disgrace." Ning Fengji's words instantly caused the attendees to widen their eyes, their faces a tableau of incredulity. If Kandera's prior remarks merely suggested that Ning Fengji hastened his departure, then Ning Fengji's retort was akin to directly accusing Kandera of being a foolish monarch. Even a mere mud figure would have some vestige of anger. How much more so for someone of Ning Fengji's stature, who stood on the precipice of becoming the nation's Grand Master. Kandera's repeated lack of courtesy towards Ning Fengji had now prompted the latter to display an equal measure of indignation. Ning Fengji's remarks were a direct denunciation of Kandera as a foolish king and the architect of the kingdom's downfall, words no monarch wishes to hear. Even the most illustrious and sagacious rulers of the world would find such statements intolerable. Kandera felt a surge of fury rising within him, but in the next instant, an overwhelming and chilling aura of death emanated from the hall, accompanied by a pressure of soul power so intense that even the royal soul sage standing beside Kandera nearly buckled under its weight. This fierce aura effectively quelled the old king's anger, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, soaking his royal robes. All eyes turned to the white-haired elder behind Ning Fengji, who had remained silent and seemingly invisible. The sword Douluo's aged visage bore an expression devoid of any human emotion, resembling an unparalleled blade. It was only now that the assembly recalled the presence of this extraordinary title Douluo alongside Ning Fengji. Chun Xian, the guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. An esteemed elder with a martial spirit of legendary renown, stood as a pinnacle of strength at level 96, the title sword. He was renowned as the mightiest title Douluo, and his name was inscribed on the papal decree as the representative of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. The accolades bestowed upon him were a testament to his formidable prowess. Within the Baloch Kingdom, the mightiest Soul Master was merely a Soul Sage with a level of 79. In an era where few title Douluos existed and Soul Douluos could dominate regions, this peak Soul Sage was undoubtedly unrivaled within the realm of the Baloch Kingdom. Yet, before a title Douluo, a Soul Sage was but an insignificant insect, particularly in the presence of the sword Douluo, a peak Douluo of level 96. At the level of title Douluos, a single level of soul power represented a chasm of strength compared to the previous title Douluos. The sword Douluo possessed the capability to slay title Douluos, and his released soul power pressure quickly cleared Kandera's mind. He could no longer afford to be daft. If he continued to entertain rebellious thoughts, and if Ning Fengji were to lose his temper and command the sword Douluo to eliminate Kandera, subsequently supporting the great Prince Quincy Sim to ascend as king, would his dear cousin, Emperor Shuiyi, truly punish Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo for insurrection? Should Kandera fall, Quincy Sim, as a member of the imperial family, could govern the Baloch Kingdom. However, if the sword Douluo were lost, who could inherit his title Douluo level strength? The value of a title Douluo far exceeded that of the king of Baloch Kingdom. Hence, should Ning Fengji be provoked, such a course of action was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, he must uphold the dignity of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, it would be seen as feeble and easily bullied. And how could he continue to serve as its leader? Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? At this impasse, Ning Fengji's gentle voice brought Kandera back to reality. At that moment, the terrifying aura of soul power and killing intent from the sword Douluo dissipated, returning him to the guise of an ordinary elder. Grandmaster, you speak wisely. I have indeed been foolish. Huang Yingwu has been loyal to the crown and has served the kingdom for many years. He should not be easily condemned. Kandera, now visibly shaken, was drenched in cold sweat and stammered as he spoke. In that case, might I request the king to pardon Huang Yingwu? Ning Fengji smiled as he said this. Indeed, Huang Yingwu shall be reinstated. We shall part ways here today, Kandera declared, turning abruptly to leave without a glance at the unfolding situation below. Meanwhile, Quincy Sim and his faction displayed expressions of triumph. Seeing Kandera hastily depart, Kuan Su Kai also followed suit, his countenance dark. Quincy Sim promptly approached Ning Fengji, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Grand Master, for your words today. Do not mention it, Great Prince. I merely fulfilled my duty, Ning Fengji replied with a smile and a nod. Chapter 79. The beginning. Lu Yuan wielded the Death Star Demon Scythe, the power of shadows pouring forth from his grasp, transforming into a fierce assault directed at the old man with white hair before him. The elder merely smiled nonchalantly, standing casually, his voluminous white robes billowing in the wind. Leaves swept across the palace's resplendent back garden, rustling as they brushed against the ground. In this deep autumn, the falling leaves and the figure of the sword Douluo merged into one. The sharp sword intent clung to the leaves, striking against Lu Yuan's Death Star Demon Scythe. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the open space, a series of sharp impacts reverberating. Enveloped in shadows, Lu Yuan's form momentarily faltered, yet in the next instant, he raised the Death Star Demon Scythe, the eerie blue scythe morphing into a shield that protected him from all sides, sending the leaves flying in all directions. In that fleeting moment, as the myriad leaves returned to the ground, a whirlwind of dust and grass erupted. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan gripped the eerie blue scythe with both hands, charging towards the sword Douluo. Well done. The sword Douluo's eyes brightened, but in the following moment, he brought his right index and middle fingers together, a glimmer of cold light condensing at the tips of his flesh and blood. The scythe moved like a shadow. The sword struck like a dragon. In the next moment, their weapons collided, yet the force between the sword and scythe silently reversed, both sides merely grazing past each other. However, in this exchange, Lu Yuan unexpectedly lost his balance, and the sword Douluo swiftly steadied him, smiling as he said, Xiao Yuan, you have made considerable progress these past few days. I still cannot compare to you, Grandfather Jin, Lu Yuan replied with a wry smile. This had been their training over the past few days. Neither could use soul power or soul techniques. And the sword Douluo took it a step further. He refrained from using his martial soul, allowing Lu Yuan to utilize his. Their contest was purely a battle of skill. And although Lu Yuan's ability to use his martial soul was advantageous, he did not feel he had the upper hand. After several days of training, this had indeed proven to be the case. The sword Douluo, having immersed himself in the sword path throughout his life, possessed swordsmanship that was difficult for ordinary individuals to rival, and in the original narrative, he was the only one in the Douluo world who could condense sword intent. In a world like Douluo Continent, where the emphasis was on cultivation rather than enlightenment, the sword Douluo's ability to condense the unique 7-killing sword intent was truly remarkable. With his sword intent and sword techniques, the sword Douluo's training with Lu Yuan was quite artistic. Haha, your progress has been quite rapid, the sword Douluo said. His eyes filled with satisfaction. In truth, Lu Yuan's skills had already been honed while dealing with the underground gangs of Yen Bay. And combined with his experience from various fighting games in his previous life, his combat techniques were not inferior to Tang San's. Yet, facing the sword Douluo, a master of the sword, he was undoubtedly outmatched. However, under the sword Douluo's guidance over the past 2 days, his combat skills had once again improved. Today, you learned to observe your surroundings and utilize environmental conditions for combat, the sword Douluo remarked, smiling with approval. What have you learned from today's training? To release strength. And when in close combat, to use shockwaves to unbalance my opponent, Lu Yuan pondered before answering. Exactly. A teachable child. The sword Douluo laughed heartily, stroking his beard. He was increasingly satisfied with Lu Yuan, whose powerful martial soul, rapid cultivation, and astute fighting intelligence had repeatedly manifested in the short span of days. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fingji, who had been observing from afar, rushed over. I've been seeing Grandfather Jian smile so happily lately. Grandfather Jian. Do you also like Xiao Yuan? Ning Rongrong asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the beaming sword Douluo. Of course I like him. Xiao Yuan is so clever. Naturally, Grandfather Jian is fond of him. The sword Douluo nodded, stroking his beard. Ning Fingji had also witnessed Lu Yuan's rapid progress under the sword Douluo's training. Even though he was not a battle soul master, he could not directly perceive the extent of Lu Yuan's terrifying progress as the sword Douluo could. Such talent was unimaginable. When Xiao Yuan matured, how powerful would he become? Ning Fingji thought fervently. In his heart, Lu Yuan would be the next sword Douluo, perhaps even surpassing him to become a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse. Originally, Ning Rongrong's innate soul power level of 9 was regarded as the destined inheritor who would elevate the 7-treasure glazed tile school. In the original narrative, Ning Fingji had harbored some doubts about allowing Ning Rongrong, a girl, to become the future leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, after she consumed a divine herb that evolved her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, Ning Fingji completely resolved his doubts about her identity. Now, however, with Lu Yuan, a raw talent endowed with full innate soul power, a male who had been saved by Ning Rongrong, a significant bond had formed. The sword Douluo praised him, and there was mutual affection between him and Ning Rongrong. This solidified Ning Fingji's determination to name his daughter as the inheritor of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Not to mention, using a daughter who was already intended to be the future inheritor of the 7-treasure glazed tile school to attract a genius soul master comparable to the sword Douluo. Worth it. Grandfather Jian has been monopolizing Xiao Yuan these past few days, leaving him no time to play with Rongrong, which makes me unhappy, Ning Rongrong pouted. After the previous incident, the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji learned of the matter but did not blame Lu Yuan. Instead, Ning Fengji scolded Ning Rongrong. However, surprisingly, when scolded, Ning Rongrong did not retaliate. She realized her mistake. The scene of Lu Yuan blocking a fatal blow for her was still vivid in her mind. She was not inherently a bad person. In the original narrative, Oscar had shielded her from harm, prompting her to reflect on her mistakes. And his image had imprinted on her young heart. Now, the image of Lu Yuan protecting her from a lethal strike would also become an indelible memory for Ning Rongrong. After that, she grew even more attached to Lu Yuan, who felt he had no choice but to let her follow him. All right, it's Grandfather Jian's fault. The sword Douluo chuckled. And, Daddy, didn't you say we would be returning to Heaven Do City soon? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, irritated. Soon, very soon. Ning Fingji replied with a smile. In a few days, I plan to resign as king and allow us to return home. In truth, King Balakandar had long wished for them to go back, but Ning Fingji had stubbornly remained. Chapter 80, Going Against the Grain, Part 1, Uncle Ning. Have you recently been pondering the matters concerning the two princes? At that moment, Lu Yuan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Ning Fengji hesitated. After all, Lu Yuan was merely a child yet to reach the age of 8. What could such a young boy possibly comprehend? However, having overheard the palace gossip in recent days, which frequently mentioned the current king, the elder prince, the younger prince, and Ning Fengji, Lu Yuan had naturally come to understand the situation at hand. To be frank, it was difficult to articulate a rationale in such circumstances. The old king simply wished to pass his throne to his favored son, and there was little to be done about it. Nevertheless, the ascension of the younger son would undoubtedly clash with the expectations of the kingdom's subjects. Even within the palace, there were whispers about the younger prince Kuan Shutsai, criticizing him for his laziness and indulgence, as well as his apparent lack of talent. It would indeed be curious for him to become a wise ruler after ascending the throne. Yet, based on the current situation, Lu Yuan suddenly recalled certain imperial histories from his past life. The scenario bore a striking resemblance to the infamous succession conflict, where the old emperor favored the younger prince over the elder, escalating to such a degree. Regrettably, the reason the elder prince ultimately triumphed in that conflict was due to the long-standing tradition of passing the throne to the eldest son, bolstered by a cadre of scholars defending this custom. However, it seemed that the Baloch kingdom lacked such a commendable tradition. At this juncture, one must delve beyond the surface to uncover the essence of the matter. Kuan Shutsai's current standing was solely attributed to the old king Kindera's affection. Thus, if one were to incite Kindera's disdain for him, the dilemma would resolve itself. But therein lies the challenge. How does one make a king detest his own son? Lu Yuan pondered this and recalled an example. For one so young, this matter was still a tad premature, and there was no need for further inquiry. Ning Fengji remarked after a moment of silence. After all, Lu Yuan was merely an 8-year-old child, and Ning Fengji would not pose questions regarding his suggestions. Yet, Lu Yuan merely smiled and inquired, "Uncle Fengji, do you know what the nature of a fierce tiger is?" "Huh, what do you mean?" Ning Fengji replied, somewhat bewildered. "A fierce tiger despises being treated like a dog, does it not?" Lu Yuan stated. "Thus, a tiger is proud and loathes being subservient, allowing its actions to be fully anticipated by others. What it detests most are those who believe they know it well enough to meet its gaze directly." Having spoken, Lu Yuan fell silent, while Ning Fengji's eyes began to shine with realization. Within the grand hall of the palace ballroom, the atmosphere of extravagance enveloped from all directions. The towering columns surrounding the space resembled the imagined halls of the divine, adorned in opulent shades of dark red. Supporting the dome-shaped ceiling above, massive crystal chandeliers dispelled all shadows, casting a golden hue upon the dome and the walls, which depicted scenes of Kindera's youthful triumphs as he led the Baloch Kingdom's forces to victory against the armies of the Xinglua Empire, testaments to the old king's sagacity and might. The woolen carpet bore green mandala patterns, and the crimson velvet seats were embellished with gemstones. The grand windows were draped with scarlet curtains, as if the fabric were poised to unveil a grand performance at any moment. This night was particularly special. The esteemed Grand Tutor Ning Fengji, having stayed in the Baloch Kingdom for 2 months, was set to depart for Tiando City in 2 days. As a significant figure in Tiando City, even the old King Kindera was inclined to show Ning Fengji a degree of respect, and thus, the king could not remain indifferent to his departure. Consequently, the old king decreed a farewell ball to be held. Only the nobility within the Baloch Kingdom were permitted to attend this farewell gathering. The evening was filled with the clinking of glasses, adorned with jewels, exquisite delicacies, and fine wines, all of which dulled the senses of those present. King Kindera and several princes and princesses were also in attendance. Though it was a farewell, Kindera, accompanied by the younger Prince Kuan Shutsai, bore no visible sorrow upon his face. Elder Prince Kuan Shiming lingered nearby. Yet he appeared more like a servant trailing behind his father than a brother close to the king, clad in a white formal attire. Ning Fengji conversed amiably with the old king. "Your Majesty, is it truly necessary to go to such great lengths?" "Great lengths? Not at all." Kindera replied with a hearty laugh. "It is merely that the Grand Tutor is soon to depart, and I feel a tinge of reluctance." "Reluctance, my foot." Ning Fengji scoffed internally. Kuan Shutsai chuckled heartily, believing that once Ning Fengji departed, he would have no assistance against his elder brother Kuan Shiming. With Kindera's favoritism, securing the position of crown prince would be a mere formality. His laughter was more boisterous than Kindera's, as if he nearly exclaimed, "Cheers to the departure. Let the champagne flow." Yet, before that, I wish to pose a few questions regarding the 2 princes, Ning Fengji said with a smile. "Questions? What questions?" Kindera inquired, furrowing his brow. "They pertain to your Majesty," Ning Fengji replied, grinning. Your two princes are quite close to you. So I shall inquire how well they understand and honor you. Upon hearing this, Kandera could not help but laugh. Ah, that would undoubtedly be my beloved Shutsai. He has been by my side day and night, and thus knows me best. Initially, Kuan Shutsai was somewhat anxious. But upon hearing that the discussion centered around who understood Kandera best, he instantly held his head high. In contrast, Kuan Shiming became even more submissive. Well then, I shall pose some questions for you two princes, Ningfengji said cheerfully. Of course, that is no trouble at all, Kuan Shutsai replied confidently. Kuan Shiming, however, hesitated, ultimately nodding with pale lips. Ningfengji then asked, what is your majesty's favorite color? Without a doubt, it is white. Kuan Shutsai responded without hesitation. I would also presume white, Kuan Shiming added, though his answer came more slowly. Nevertheless, he was correct. Kandera's aged face revealed a satisfied smile. And what is your majesty's favorite food? Ningfengji continued. This time, Kuan Shiming faltered, his lips trembling in silence. It is the mutton from Tiando City. Kuan Shutsai remarked with a glance at his brother, before responding confidently. Kandera's smile widened further. And what time does your majesty retire for the night? Ningfengji pressed on. At this moment, Kuan Shiming appeared genuinely lost, entirely at a loss for words. From 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., during which father will rise once to peruse scrolls. And then he will return to sleep until 5 a.m., when the morning assembly begins, Kuan Shutsai proclaimed with pride. However, upon hearing Kuan Shutsai's detailed response, Kandera's smile stiffened slightly, unnoticed by Kuan Shutsai. Chapter 81, Contrarian Actions, Part 2. Upon hearing the thorough responses from Kuan Kai, the elderly King Kandera, who cherished his youngest child, felt a slight rigidity in his previously warm smile. However, Kuan Kai remained oblivious to this change, continuing to expound under the persistent inquiries of Ningfengji. With the assistance of the Spirit Hall over the years, he had become intimately familiar with all of King Kandera's preferences and routines. The affection he received from the king stemmed entirely from the intelligence provided by the Spirit Hall regarding Kandera. This knowledge allowed him to meet his father, who typically paid little attention to him, at opportune moments, ensuring that he would not incur Kandera's disdain when the king was in good spirits. What is the king's favorite location outside the palace? The hunting grounds on the outskirts of the royal city. How often does His Majesty venture out each month? The king goes out at least twice a month. Sometimes, he even conducts a tour of the royal city on the night of the full moon. Who is His Majesty's most trusted guard? Where does His Majesty most enjoy visiting among the concubines? Kuan Kai's understanding of Kandera was so meticulous that it surpassed even Kandera's own self-awareness. Prince Kuan Shimu stood by, a picture of apprehension, offering no responses. Seemingly oblivious to these details, Kuan Kai answered Ningfengji's questions with remarkable speed, his pride swelling with each correct response, as if possessing such knowledge of Kandera made him unparalleled. Yet, he failed to notice that as his responses became more frequent and rapid, the king's previously warm smile diminished, replaced by a growing seriousness. The smile had not vanished, it had merely shifted to Ningfengji's face. Ningfengji gazed at Kuan Kai, who was increasingly prideful in his answers, while the king's expression darkened with gravity and burgeoning menace. Kuan Kai misinterpreted the shift as a result of his success in answering Ningfengji's queries. The questions became increasingly invasive, probing into Kandera's private habits. What is His Majesty's preferred beverage during reviews? Honey fruit juice. The king also enjoys adding a certain herb. When Kuan Kai mentioned the herb, a lewd grin crept across his face. At this point, Kandera could no longer contain himself. He rose and, with his frail, aged hand, struck Kuan Kai to the ground. Wretched child, he bellowed, his white hair bristling like a lion's mane. Kandera's face flushed with anger as he glared at his once most obedient child. Kuan Kai, perplexed and bewildered, could not comprehend the sudden shift in his father's demeanor. Since the Spirit Hall had approached him 3 years prior, helping him win Kandera's favor, the king had never raised his voice in anger. Yet now, Kandera regarded him with the ire reserved for a treacherous usurper. Father, what is wrong? Kuan Kai stammered, visibly flustered. You wretched boy. Do you even know what you are saying? Kandera struggled to articulate his thoughts. I am merely discussing your father's preferences and habits. Kuan Kai remained oblivious, the remnants of pride still evident on his delicate, almost feminine features. Kandera had once found joy in his son's visage, but now a dark impulse to eliminate Kuan Kai surged within him. The boy's audacity to know the minutiae of his life, the king's schedule, diet, and favored attendance, was unnerving. What were his intentions in possessing such knowledge? Kandera shuddered at the thought of Yuan orchestrating an assassination during his vulnerable moments, or substituting the herbs in his juice with poison during official reviews. As Yuan answered Ning Fengji's questions, Kandera's mind raced with lethal possibilities, many of which could silence him without a trace, allowing the ruler of the Ballot Kingdom to perish in obscurity. What angered Kandera most was Yuan brazen pride in his answers, as if he had secured the truth with certainty. How dare he? Though Kandera acknowledged the accuracy of Yuan statements, the boy's condescending demeanor, as if he had tamed a mere dog, inflamed Kandera's murderous intent. He was the king of the Ballot Kingdom, a cousin of the emperor of the Tian-Do Empire, the Lion King who had once led his troops to victory against the forces of the Xing Luo Empire at the battlefield of Jialing Pass. How could he allow himself to be subjugated like a dog? Thus, Kandera's fury erupted. Ning Fengji observed with delight, while Yuan Shimu trembled in fear at Kandera's wrath. Yuan still sprawled on the ground, wore a confused expression. Father, did I answer incorrectly? At that moment, he questioned whether his response had provoked Kandera's ire. Yet, he had not erred in answering any of Ning Fengji's questions. The sole reason for Kandera's fury lay in the fact that Yuan had been too correct to the point where Kandera could not refute him. Meanwhile, the nobles gathered for Ning Fengji's farewell banquet knelt in terror at the sight of Kandera's fury. They bore witness to the king striking Yuan and chastising him. Do you not even realize the gravity of your mistakes? Kandera glared coldly at his once favored son. Over the past 2 years, he had even entertained the notion of naming Yuan as his heir. Yet the thought of placing him in such a position, knowing that Yuan might eventually conspire against him to ascend the throne, filled Kandera with dread. If the old king were to perish, and Yuan were named heir, he could seamlessly ascend to become the new monarch of the Ballot Kingdom. Chapter 82. Acting in Reverse, Part 3. At this moment, Kandera's anger intensified with every thought. He cast a cold glance at the fallen Yuan and bellowed, "Someone, come forth." Immediately, the guards surrounding Kandera appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. With a gaze as frosty as death, Kandera looked at Yuan and declared, "Prince Yuan displays arrogance, obstinacy, and reckless indulgence, openly defying the imperial authority and attempting to usurp the throne. His actions are treasonous and must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Henceforth, all privileges granted to Prince Yuan are revoked, his assets shall be transferred to the royal treasury, and his servants dismissed. He shall be confined within the palace for eternity. Should he contravene this decree, he shall receive 200 lashes each time he is found in violation. His allowance will be reduced." Kandera, albeit reluctantly, retained a semblance of paternal affection, perhaps not wishing to bear the burden of parricide in his later years. To slay one's own son is not a fault befitting a wise monarch. Thus, Kandera spared Yuan life. Had it been anyone else uttering such words today, Kandera would have annihilated their entire lineage. For now, Yuan faced only confinement, yet he still clung to life, a privilege afforded solely due to his royal birth. Upon hearing Kandera's decree, Yuan face turned pale. Father, why must you punish me thus?" Yuan was oblivious to his transgressions. He was not particularly astute. Rather, he had gained Kandera's favor through the support of the Spirit Hall, distinguishing himself among the princes and princesses, contending for the position of crown prince against the eldest prince, Yuan Shiming. His rise was not due to intelligence. Had he been clever, he would not have been chosen by the Spirit Hall. They sought a prince who would be docile and easily manipulated, one who could ascend to the throne of the Ballot Kingdom and, at a critical juncture, turn the kingdom against Kandera. Thus, the more foolish the candidate, the better. Moreover, Yuan exquisite beauty, akin to that of a woman, played a role in his selection. Kandera paid Yuan no further heed. The prince's response had already rendered him an adversary in Kandera's eyes. The phrase "the emperor's will is inscrutable" signifies not only the difficulty in discerning a ruler's thoughts, but also the peril in attempting to do so. If one could easily guess the emperor's intentions and that knowledge became known, death would surely follow. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to shout from outside, "You scoundrels! How dare you drag me? Release me!" First soul skill, Iron Mountain Crash. It seemed he attempted to unleash his soul skill. Yet his meager strength proved ineffective against the palace guards of the Soul Sovereign rank. "Do you know who I am? My father will not punish me lightly. He is merely angry tonight. Once I regain his favor, you shall all pay." Yuan voice echoed, while Kandera's expression darkened further. The prince's misplaced confidence in his father's leniency only fueled Kindera's rage. Muzzle that fool. Ensure he remains silent. Furthermore, reduce his future allowance by 1/3. Kindera roared his command. Yes, came the response from the guards outside. Ning Fengji, witnessing this, wore a broad smile. Tonight, he had effortlessly aided Qin Shiming in solidifying his claim to the throne without incurring any cost. Unlike his previous confrontations with King Kindera, where he wielded the power of a sword de law to intimidate, tonight he employed merely a few subtle tactics to swiftly diminish Qin's size standing in Kindera's eyes. These strategies stem from a single remark made by Lu Yuan. Ning Fengji recognized that Lu Yuan was not only powerful and exceptionally gifted, with a bright future on the path of a soul master, but he also possessed a keen intellect and political acumen. This clever countermeasure, compelling Qin Shucai to overtly display his eagerness to please Kindera, ultimately elicited the king's disdain. Truly remarkable, Ning Fengji felt a renewed sense of admiration for Lu Yuan. While many talented soul masters existed on the Douluo Continent, few possessed both strength and intelligence. Ning Fengji, primarily a shrewd politician rather than merely a formidable soul master, held a particular fondness for those who were clever, and Lu Yuan's brilliance resonated with him. Meanwhile, the news of Prince Qin Shucai's fall from grace and his lifelong confinement reached the Spirit Hall within the city. In the Spirit Hall, the overseer, Bishop Lan Yu, listened to the report from his informant and could not help but exclaim, "As expected of you, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Your intellect is indeed unparalleled. To devise such a scheme that ensnared the foolish Qin Shucai into this trap, provoking King Kindera's ire, allowing Kindera to silently eliminate Qin Shiming's rival. This secures Qin Shiming's position, does it not? Such a stratagem was indeed difficult to anticipate," earning Lan Yu's high praise for Ning Fengji. Yet, in truth, Ning Fengji had done little more than pose questions that appeared entirely innocuous, masking any ulterior motives. In a typical household, be it common folk or nobility, a child like Qin Shucai, who knew his father's preferences and habits intimately, would likely receive greater affection. However, Qin Shucai was not born into a common family or a noble house. He was born into a royal lineage. The emperor's thoughts cannot be easily discerned or casually understood. Even if one were to grasp them, it must not be voiced. To do otherwise would invite death. As Lan Yu continued to extol Ning Fengji's virtues, he could never have imagined that the mastermind behind this clever plot was, in fact, an 8-year-old child. Chapter 83. The departure from Balak. The kingdom of Balak has recently been in turmoil. The favored young prince, Qin Shucai, has been placed under eternal house arrest by King Kindera for his disrespect towards his ancestors and his audacious comments about the monarch. Initially, Qin Shucai was to be confined within the palace's Ji'in Hall, but as King Kindera's anger grew, he decided to expel Qin Shucai from the palace entirely, confining him instead to a royal manor that was originally meant for him. Within the court, those ministers who had previously sought to curry favor with Qin Shucai began to face retribution from the faction of the elder prince. This backlash even affected the lower populace, including the 5 major factions of the Black Bay that had served as Qin Shucai's puppets, which were now being purged by the enforcers dispatched by the elder prince, Qin Zim. However, the fall of the 5 factions would inevitably lead to the rise of new organizations, akin to shadows of the Balak royal city. As long as the royal city stands, such groups will persist, born from the injustices of the aristocratic system, where commoners are perpetually exploited. Lu Yuan gazed indifferently at the city gates. Behind him was the imposing caravan of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After nearly half a year in this place, Lu Yuan was finally preparing to depart. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, having lingered in the kingdom of Balak for almost 2 months, was also set to leave this vassal city of the Tiando Empire. "Master, please take care," King Kindera said with a respectful demeanor, expressing his excitement to Ning Fengji. Regardless of his previous grievances towards Ning Fengji, he now feigned a heartfelt reluctance to part ways. "Your Majesty, please take care as well. The Emperor has entrusted me with the hope that we may one day reunite as brothers over drinks," Ning Fengji replied, equally filled with a sense of loss. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. I shall remember this and govern this kingdom well for the Empire." Ning Rongrong, listening nearby, felt somewhat irritated. As Ning Fengji's daughter, she had to accompany her brother Ning Shozong for this occasion, though she had no desire to remain. All she wished was to find Lu Yuan. In recent days, Lu Yuan had been teaching her to read and write, followed by training in swordsmanship under the Sword Douluo's guidance. They spent their evenings together, where Lu Yuan regaled her with fantastical tales, stories of the Frog Prince, Cinderella, the Monkey King causing chaos in the divine realm, and legendary soul masters maintaining the balance of the world. Lu Yuan had initially intended to share whimsical fairy tales from his past life to amuse the young girl. But after spending so much time together, he found that he had nearly exhausted his limited repertoire of such stories. His retellings were straightforward, without any local adaptations. For he believed that adaptations should not distort the original narratives. Eventually, he reached a point where he had nothing left to say. And thus he chose to recount the tale of the Monkey King's havoc in heaven, a story he remembered vividly, and at that moment. He truly admired those who could recite the 4 great classics from memory. Later, he opted to narrate Super Beast Armor, an anime he recalled fairly well. When Ning Rongrong expressed confusion, he made slight adaptations, transforming the concept of super beasts into the embodiment of martial spirits, and the epic battles of armored machines into clashes of true martial spirits, introducing various spirit forms such as the Qilin spirit, blue dragon spirit, bat spirit, and shark spirit. Lu Yuan waited quietly at the rear of the caravan until the pretense of political ceremony came to an end. Watching as Ning Fengxi and the sword Douluo approached with Ning Rongrong and Ning Shozong. "Ah, little Yuan, have you been waiting long?" Ning Fengxi said with a smile. "Not long. I just need Uncle Fengxi to take me a little further," Lu Yuan replied. He had already informed the Yin family, who would send someone to meet him upon his arrival in Tiando City, arranging his lodging. He did not intend to stay within the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, planning only to pay a visit. Neither the Yin family nor the 7 Treasures glazed tile school was a long-term residence he envisioned. While he had grown somewhat accustomed to the company of Ning Fengxi, Ning Rongrong, and the sword Douluo over the past half-month, even sharing a few conversations with Ning Shozong, he held no intention of becoming dependent on them. "It's no trouble at all. After all, little Yuan has taught my Rongrong quite a bit of reading and writing," Ning Fengxi chuckled. "This is merely my repayment for the kindness shown to me by Rongrong and Uncle Fengxi for saving my life and healing my injuries," Lu Yuan stated. He felt that the debt of gratitude for saving his life was far greater than this, and he assured Ning Fengxi that should he ever have a request, he could ask without hesitation. His words were sincere. He had no intention of dismissing the life debt lightly, believing that his life was not so easily exchanged. Furthermore, the sword Douluo was still mentoring him in combat techniques, and Ning Fengxi had granted him access to the school's library for studying secret arts. Ning Fengxi's true aim was merely to deepen Lu Yuan's sense of obligation, a notion Lu Yuan was well aware of. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. He could repay these debts of gratitude in due time, as they were not insurmountable. However, he never anticipated that the cost of repaying his debt to Ning Fengxi would be far greater than he imagined. What Ning Fengxi desired was for Lu Yuan to become his son-in-law, dedicating himself entirely to the prosperity of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Yet, Ning Fengxi could not foresee that Lu Yuan's ambitions extended far beyond merely becoming a titled Dao or an elder of a sect. He had aspirations that transcended such confines. No matter how powerful the 7 Treasures glazed tile school became, it would remain a subject of the Tiando Empire. Lu Yuan did not wish to be merely a subordinate to others, at least not for a lifetime. "Daddy, Xiao Yuan is mine," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her big eyes blinking as she pouted. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Ever since he saved Ning Rongrong, she seemed even more reliant on him. "I apologize, Uncle Fengxi." "Rongrong is just joking," he said, genuinely perplexed, especially since both he and Ning Rongrong were still young, particularly Ning Rongrong, whose innocent affection seemed incomprehensible to him. Yet, he found her words somewhat chilling, especially in front of Ning Fengxi. From a parental perspective, Lu Yuan knew he would find it unacceptable. However, Ning Fengxi laughed heartily at Ning Rongrong's words. "It's all right, as long as Rongrong likes you. I am at ease." "Indeed, as long as Rongrong likes you." The sword Douluo chimed in. Ning Fengxi and the sword Douluo exchanged knowing smiles, while Ning Shozong began to grasp the implications of his father and the sword Douluo's words, which brought great joy to Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained somewhat bewildered. Yet amidst their light-hearted banter, he departed from the kingdom of Balak with the members of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Chapter 84, The Unfaithful Man of the Sect in the Tiando Empire. Specifically in the imperial city of Tiando, the weather had gradually turned frigid as October passed. The foliage in the outskirts had taken on a melancholic hue, destined to perish through the winter. Yet, come spring, they would be reborn, flourishing once more. Yutinhing gazed at the desolate trees and grass beyond the city, inexplicably reminded of a brother he had never met. Ever since Nuo and Jun Rupiying had mentioned the possibility of a blue lightning tyrant dragon disciple lost to the winds, he had hurried to inform his father. His father, upon hearing this news, treated it with utmost seriousness. After all, a potential heir with an exceptionally gifted and powerful dragon spirit was indeed worthy of attention, especially if he were to be a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant sect harbored ambitions beyond merely being the third most renowned sect on the continent. A talented soul master could significantly bolster the sect's strength in the future. As the eldest son of Yuan, the sect's leader, Yu Tianheng himself was a formidable figure, often assisting his father and the second-in-command, Yu Luomin, in managing the sect's affairs. He promptly convened a gathering of direct disciples, inquiring if anyone recalled a fleeting encounter with a woman in Nodding City. Yu Tianheng's father was well aware of the proclivities of his brothers and sisters, knowing that they could easily succumb to their baser instincts. At that moment, a younger disciple, around 40 years old and possessing the strength of a soul emperor, hesitantly confessed that during a recent expedition to the southwestern frontier of the empire, he had indeed experienced a brief romance. However, he could not recall the exact location, whether it was Nodding City or even the Fasnuo province, nor could he remember the name or appearance of the woman. This revelation left Yu Tianheng pondering whether his martial spirit truly influenced his character. With the example of Lu Erlong's father and now this uncle who could not even remember the name of the woman he had been intimate with, he wondered if the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect was on its way to becoming the most notorious sect of scoundrels in the empire. Of course, in the context of Douluo Continent, the term scoundrel might be better replaced with the sect of the unfaithful. Yu Tianheng's father wore a grave expression, immediately dispatching the younger disciple to Nodding City in search of a child named Li Qing and his mother, insisting that they be recognized and accepted into the sect. With Li Qing being renamed Yu Tianqing and receiving the esteemed education of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, his concern did not stem merely from the unfaithful actions of the younger disciple, but from the realization that such behavior was rather unbecoming. Lu Erlong's father, as irresponsible as he was, at least remembered both Lu Erlong and her mother. To forget such crucial details was irresponsible indeed. The potential loss of a talented soul master to the sect was a significant detriment. Thus, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect sent individuals to Nodding City to expedite the search. However, the truth was that Li Qing was but an alias, and even if there were someone by that name in Nodding City, without a dragon spirit, they would remain elusive. Moreover, in the world of Douluo Continent, commoners moving to different cities were not required to possess travel permits or documentation. It was entirely possible that Li Qing and his mother had relocated to another city altogether. With this notion in mind, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect expanded their search to other cities, yet to no avail. Yu Tianheng found himself feeling rather helpless at this turn of events. And when Nuo and Jun Rupiying learned of the situation, they subjected him to relentless teasing. They lamented the plight of his younger brother, who was left to fend for himself with only his mother, all because of an irresponsible father. Yu Tianheng mused that he was not the one responsible for the hardships faced by Li Qing and his mother, yet his inherently gentle nature prevented him from retaliating against Nuo and Jun Rupiying. Their words, however, led him to ponder the suffering of his unnamed younger brother, Li Qing, who was likely enduring hardships far removed from his own sheltered existence. In this world, the lives of commoners were undoubtedly more challenging compared to those of disciples from great sects and noble families. While a commoner might stretch a single silver coin to last 1 or 2 months, the offspring of powerful clans often enjoyed allowances far exceeding such meager sums. Following the spread of this rumor throughout the Tiando Royal Academy, even though Yu Tianheng was not the unfaithful protagonist in the tale, his reputation within the academy suffered considerably. In light of this, he harbored a simmering frustration, channeling it into his training. Yu Tianheng struck the training grounds with fervor, his punches creating gusts of wind. At that moment, a few female students strolled past the training area. I hear the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is returning soon. How wonderful it would be to join them. I've heard their inner disciples are all gentle, handsome, and wealthy. One exclaimed. Indeed, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is the wealthiest sect in the land. Alas, I hear that to become an outer disciple, one must join from a young age. We might be too late now, another lamented. Too late? But aren't the inner disciple support type soul masters? Those gentle boys would need strong girls like us to protect them. They laughed, their voices fading into the distance. Yu Tianheng paused momentarily, then resumed his training with renewed focus. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School While they were indeed one of the top 3 sects and shared a reputation of kinship, it was evident that if they truly maintained such close ties, they would have long since intermarried. There was no record of the previous Hao Yan Douluo's sister, Tang Yuehua, marrying Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or becoming Yu Tianheng's mother by marrying his father. Nor had Tang Hao or Tang Zhao's wives belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such instances were conspicuously absent, indicating that the top 3 sects had no intentions of intermarriage. Therefore, the notion of their kinship was little more than a superficial alliance based on mutual interests. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not in his orbit. Thus, their return held no significance for him. Yet, not long after, it was rumored that the cherished young princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would soon reach the age to enroll at the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 85. The Future Empire at long last. They had returned to Tiando City. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but stretch lazily before collapsing onto Lu Yuan's side. Lu Yuan, somewhat helpless, caught her petite frame, supporting her shoulders. If you wish to sleep, you should return home first, he suggested. That's fine. If I fall asleep, I have you. Little Yuan, please carry me home. Ning Rongrong pouted. I'm afraid I cannot carry you home, Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head. No, I want a hug. Ning Rongrong whined playfully. Truly a little princess at heart, Lu Yuan chuckled, which reminded him of his own sister, Lu Qingqing, who often demanded hugs from her brother. Apart from their mother, he was the one she was closest to. It's not that I don't want to hug you, but I fear I must part ways with everyone here. However, I will certainly visit Uncle Ning and Grandpa Jian in the future, Lu Yuan said earnestly. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, who were in the carriage, were momentarily taken aback. Parting ways? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong blinked rapidly, then suddenly realized what Lu Yuan meant and threw her arms around him. No, little Yuan, you belong to me. You are mine. You cannot leave, she exclaimed, flustered. Yes, but I have other places to go, so. Lu Yuan sighed, yet his resolve remained steadfast. At that moment, tears welled up in Ning Rongrong's large eyes, her previous demeanor of a spoiled young lady vanishing, replaced by a sense of vulnerability. Did Rongrong make little Yuan angry? She stammered. Please don't leave Rongrong, all right? I will behave. I promise to be very good. I will listen to you. And I will study hard. I won't ask you to carry me home anymore. I can walk home by myself. Ning Shozong, observing his sister, felt as though he had seen a ghost. His sister, who was always the mischievous girl in their sect, often disregarded even their father, Ning Fengji, and was known for her stubbornness, only yielding to coaxing. Yet now, she was willingly softening her stance. This transformation left Ning Shozong utterly bewildered. He cast a peculiar glance at Lu Yuan, wondering what kind of charm he had cast upon his sister to evoke such a change in her demeanor. Yet, he couldn't help but find her new, softer side utterly adorable. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo shared a similar sense of intrigue. Little Yuan, what are you planning to do? Why not return to our sect and stay for a while? Though it was suggested as a temporary stay, they both knew that once Lu Yuan settled in, neither would easily let him depart. This was not a matter of confining him, but rather ensuring he felt at home in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, making it his base in Tiando City. No. I have made commitments to some mentor's relatives, and I must meet them after arriving in Tiando City, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Rest assured. I will visit soon. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's firm decision to leave, Ning Rongrong immediately burst into tears. Little Yuan, please don't leave Rongrong. I promise to be very good. Lu Yuan felt a surge of frustration, but he drew upon his extensive experience in pampering his sister. Rongrong, if you behave, I will come back to play with you soon. But if you keep crying. Instantly, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, though tears continued to flow, prompting Jian Douluo to feel a pang of sympathy. Seeing Lu Yuan's determination to leave, Ning Fengji knew he couldn't force him to stay. After all, if Lu Yuan felt resentment towards him for being held against his will, what good would that do? Ning Fengji desired a genius soul master who wholeheartedly supported the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, not one who bore grievances against it. Since that is the case, there is nothing more for me to say, he sighed. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a beautifully crafted jade token adorned with the pattern of a 7-layered pagoda from his soul guide and handed it to Lu Yuan. Little Yuan, take this token. Should you wish to find me, you can present it, and the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will guide you to me, Ning Fengji instructed. Thank you. Uncle Fengji, Lu Yuan replied without hesitation, accepting the token. However, He was unaware that this token held the same significance as Ning Fingji himself within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, an esteemed command token. From afar, Lu Yuan spotted a striking figure, clad in fiery red attire, her fitted short skirt both alluring and modest. It was difficult to fathom that in a world reminiscent of an ancient feudal society, one could don such attire. Yet the owner of this captivating silhouette bore an icy expression, her brows like whips, her gaze sharp as blades, and her lashes resembling curved bows, tightening the strings of his heart. As Lu Yuan approached, she seemed to finally notice the diminutive figure beside her. Lu Yuan? She inquired, her expression softening slightly. May I ask your name? Lu Yuan inquired with a calm demeanor. Yin Juin, the girl replied with an air of indifference. Juin, a beautiful and unique name. Lu Yuan mused, yet he lowered his gaze, revealing neither warmth nor distance in his demeanor. Come, I will take you to the accommodation arranged by my family. Yin Juin stated coolly. Though her tone was composed, the tight grip of her delicate hand betrayed her inner feelings. Lu Yuan noticed her clenched fist and raised his gaze to ask, Do you dislike me? No. Yin Juin replied, her expression dim. I simply despise myself. She loathed her perceived inadequacy, feeling devoid of any talent that could aid her family in its time of peril, her self-reproach and frustration palpable. Lu Yuan began to grasp the emotions of the young girl before him. She seemed to bear the weight of her family's fortunes upon her shoulders, feeling responsible for their reliance on others due to her lack of talent. As she had articulated, she did not harbor ill feelings toward Lu Yuan, who was supported by the Yin family. Rather, she resented her own lack of ability, wishing she possessed talents akin to his. Sigh, Lu Yuan exhaled. But he had no intention of offering her comfort. Instead, he stepped forward and gently said, Carry this feeling with you as you forge ahead. Yin Juin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the child for years her junior beside her. Carry this feeling of inadequacy and helplessness with you until you grow stronger. This sentiment is not worthless. It is more potent than innate talent. Lu Yuan faced her, and then, a magnificent and aesthetically pleasing scythe manifested in his hand, exuding an aura of shadow and destruction that, despite the absence of overwhelming soul power, instilled a sense of helplessness and fear in Yin Juin. Do you now understand your own inadequacy? Lu Yuan's voice carried an enigmatic undertone. I understand. Yin Juin bit her lip in response. That's good, Lu Yuan said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you also strive to grow stronger from this feeling of inadequacy? Yin Juin could not resist asking. No. Then why? She stepped forward, seemingly unwittingly captivated by the figure before her, which was currently a head shorter than herself. In the future, I shall behold a magnificent empire. Chapter 86. The Yin family, is this to be my future abode? Lu Yuan opened the window of his residence, allowing the sunlight from the street to pour in, alleviating some of the chill of the autumn-winter season. Moreover, the dwelling itself was quite spacious, encompassing an impressive 200 square meters. Though situated in a commoner district, it remained an excellent residence, albeit temporary. It is only temporary, Yin Juin remarked. Temporary? Lu Yuan paused, taken aback. Once you enter the Tiando Royal Academy, you will certainly reside in the dormitory allocated by the academy, and this residence will naturally revert to the family, Yin Juin explained. Huh, Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. What if I fail to gain admission? What if I end up in another Soul Master Academy within Tiando City? I believe that will not be the case. Yin Juin replied earnestly, gazing at him. Why do you have such confidence in me? Lu Yuan shrugged. It is not the family's belief, but merely my own. Yin Juin stated calmly. I genuinely think you will be admitted to the Tiando Royal Academy. Such faith in me? Lu Yuan could not help but tease her. Yin Juin fell silent, reminiscent of an ice-cold mountain, one who seldom spoke and could hardly express herself with eloquence. The girl of the frosty demeanor trusted her instincts and exhibited an unwavering straightforwardness. Lu Yuan, however, was unconcerned. He had spoken casually. In truth, he was resolute about his admission to the Tiando Royal Academy, feeling that his noble status in the Yin family would guarantee his place. Gaining entry to the Tiando Royal Academy was not particularly arduous. It merely required two conditions. One was identity, being of noble lineage within the Tiando Empire. Many may forget the significance of the word royal in the name Tiando Royal Academy. It is not the open and inclusive institution that many imagine in the original narrative. Tang San and his companions were denied entry due to their commoner status, a decision made by Prince Xuesheng. Before Tang San's arrival, there were no exceptions made for commoners. The Tiando Royal Academy is, fundamentally, a school for the aristocracy. The second requirement is to demonstrate exceptional talent. With the noble status conferred by the Yin family, and possessing the innate talent of a great soul master at the tender age of not yet 8, Lu Yuan surpassed Tang San and others from the original storyline by a considerable measure. In the original narrative, the Academy's headmaster, Meng Xinji, coveted the talents of Tang San and his peers, who were already great soul masters in their teenage years, to the extent of making exceptions for their admission. However, with the Yin family's noble support, Lu Yuan would not require any such exceptions. How could he possibly be denied entry? As night fell, Lu Yuan accompanied Yin Juin to the Yin family estate in Tiando City. Once a family of titled Douluo, the estate retained an air of grandeur. Towering crimson sculptures of bows and arrows flanked the estate, which resembled a fortress. The blood-red stronghold emanated a martial aura, with several guards patrolling the vicinity. "Miss, you have returned. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time," the guards said, kneeling respectfully upon seeing Yin Juin. This took Lu Yuan by surprise. He had assumed that Yin Juin held a modest position within the family, perhaps merely a collateral descendant. Yet it appeared that her standing was significant, as the guards addressed her as Miss rather than Miss Juin. This indicated that the title of Miss was exclusive to Yin Juin within the Yin family. One could surmise that her true identity might be that of the current head of the Yin family. After all, Lu Yuan had not anticipated such a distinguished young lady to come to fetch him. "Please rise, come inside. Father and the clan elders have been awaiting us for quite a while," Yin Juin said with a hint of indifference, then turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded and followed the graceful figure of Yin Juin deeper into the estate. They entered a grand hall together. "Xiaoyin, you have returned." A deep male voice resonated from within the hall. The man's tone was not gentle. It conveyed a sense of stern authority, akin to that of a seasoned general. Yet his words bore a lightness, as if striving to exude warmth. "Father, grandfather, second aunt, fourth uncle, fifth uncle." Yin Juin addressed the 5 individuals seated in the hall in a detached manner. The 5 responded without annoyance to her indifferent tone. Lu Yuan then observed the 5 figures more closely. The man in the center appeared to be in his 50s, his hair streaked with gray, yet his posture straight, resembling a general wielding power over life and death. This must be Yin Jin's father, the current flame general of the Yin family. Among the seated individuals, he was, surprisingly, the youngest. The other 4 were elderly, wisps of white hair framing their frail faces, 3 men and 1 woman. They were Yin Juin's ancestors, likely the remaining few soul saints of the family, nearing the end of their lifespans. Lu Yuan found this peculiar. Yin Juin appeared to be only around 15 or 16 years old. Considering the accelerated maturation on Douluo Continent compared to his previous life, Lu Yuan estimated her age to be at most 11 or 12. Yet her father was a middle-aged man in his 50s, and her ancestors seemed close to a century in age on Douluo Continent. One typically reaches the title of Douluo only at the end of their natural lifespan, which is around 100 years. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan soon dismissed such thoughts, accepting that existence itself provides its own rationale. "Ahem. You must be the young friend Lu Yuan that Shouo mentioned." Unexpectedly, one of Yin Juin's elderly ancestors, a white-haired grandfather, spoke to him in a remarkably gentle tone. "Indeed. I am," Lu Yuan replied, stepping forward to offer a respectful nod. "There is no need for such formality. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Juin's grandfather, named Yang. You may call me Grandpa Yang," the elder said warmly. "Grandpa Yang. I am Juin's father, named Xian. You may refer to me as Uncle Xian," Yin Juin's father added, striving to maintain a gentle tone. "Uncle Xian, Grandma Luo, Grandfather Chun, Grandfather Fei." Thus, under the introductions of the esteemed elders of the Yin family, Lu Yuan addressed each of them in turn. Chapter 87. "Loyal arm, come, you, and Shine sit with us," Yin Yang said with considerable friendliness. Lu Yuan had no objections. He preferred to sit rather than stand, feeling as though he were being punished. Yin Chunin also seemed to have no barriers with her ancestors, directly approaching Lu Yuan to sit on the sofa. Yin Yang's gaze swept over Lu Yuan, and he smiled. "What a good child. You must already be a great soul master, am I right?" "Indeed." Lu Yuan nodded, then softly declared, "A million valiant warriors, heed my command." As his commanding words resonated, soul power surged forth, coalescing into a magnificent and beautiful Death Star scythe in his hands. However, at this moment, what captivated everyone's attention was not his formidable martial soul, but rather the soul rings adorning his body. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, igniting envy among the ancestors of the Yin family. Yin Zhuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, Lu Yuan's talent did not disappoint her. A young great soul master such as he possessed an unprecedented level of ability. Their demeanor softened further, and Yin Yang chuckled. I recall you, little friend. I shall call you Xiao Yuan. You are not yet 8, correct? In 2 months, if we're counting from my birthday, then it will be 4 months, Lu Yuan replied. He was born in the winter, at the end of the season, a time that, though cold, was brimming with vitality awaiting revival. Indeed, the ancestors' blessings. The eyes of Yin Yang and the others gleamed with fervor. Lu Yuan mused internally. What does this have to do with your ancestors? With the talent to become a great soul master at the tender age of 8. These aging elders seemed increasingly convinced that he could revive the glory of the Yin family. Xiao Yuan, your talent is remarkably powerful, surpassing any genius soul masters we have encountered. Yin Yang remarked after a moment of silence. I understand that a soul master with such immense talent cannot be bound by mere wealth to our Yin family for a lifetime. We are also aware that you arrived in Tiando City with Lord Ning Fingxi, the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. The Yin family was aware of his arrival with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, upon reflection, his descent from the school as convoy should not have been a secret. The Yin family cannot contain a talent such as yours, but I earnestly request, Xiao Yuan, considering the assistance the Yin family has provided you over the years, to lend us a hand, Yin Yang implored sincerely. In return, the Yin family shall remain your loyal arm. Lu Yuan was somewhat astonished by the humble posture the Yin family had adopted before him today. Even Yin Yang, the former head of the Yin family, could utter such words of allegiance. Yet, upon contemplation, his astonishing talent as an 8-year-old great soul master was indeed remarkable. For the elders of the Yin family, it was clear that this talent was not merely destined for Soul Sage or Soul Douluo, but for title Douluo. The Yin family would not belittle the title Douluo simply because they had once had an ancestor who was one. Rather, they understood better than anyone the power and value of a title Douluo. Lu Yuan's aptitude assuredly indicated he was destined to become one. It was merely a matter of time before his extraordinary talent would be unveiled to the world. As time passed, more and more individuals would flock to Lu Yuan, growing stronger in their allegiance. The wealth and power of the Yin family ranked low among all families and sects. And with Lu Yuan seemingly having allied with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the members of the Yin family quickly grasped that if they did not seize this opportunity to invest in such a promising prospect while he was still young, they would miss their chance forever. Moreover, they realized that ordinary financial support and familial backing would no longer sway Lu Yuan. Thus, the Yin family chose to go all in. They staked all their assets on Lu Yuan, even professing their intention to be his loyal arms, aiming to secure a greater position aboard the ship that was destined for greatness. I understand. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply and nodded. I will not let you down. Instantly, Yin Yang smiled. Xiao Yuan, from now on, the Yin family will be your most loyal support. I have heard you are preparing to participate in the Tiando Royal Academy's examination. Yin Yang continued. I share a few connections with the Dean, Meng Shenji. Would you like me to speak with him? Are you underestimating me, Grandfather Yang? Lu Yuan replied with a grin. Of course not. Yin Yang shook his head. With your talent as an 8-year-old great soul master, you can easily gain admission to the Tiando Royal Academy. I merely suggested this to ease your path. After all, entering the academy without participating in the examination would save considerable time. Many children would relish such an opportunity. However, Lu Yuan was different. He desired to showcase his talent and allow everyone to witness his extraordinary abilities during the examination. He longed for the admiration and reverence of all, basking in the glory of his greatness. On the road to the throne, no one could obstruct him. This was unlike his time in Notting City, where he remained low-key out of necessity. Displaying his talent at the Notting City Soul Master Academy brought him no sense of accomplishment. It was akin to a high school student flaunting their prowess in an elementary school. It held no significance. The individuals he conquered in Notting City were not worthy of supporting him in the future. Only in Tiando City would it hold meaning to reveal his talent. Conquering the genius soul masters there, and then conquering the entire empire. Additionally, Xiaoyin will soon join you for the examination. I hope you will look after her at the academy, Yin Yang added. Of course, Lu Yuan nodded. Yin Zhuan remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Yin Yang's suggestion that Lu Yuan, for years her junior, would look after her. Upon exiting the Yin residence, Yin Zhuan followed Lu Yuan closely, her fiery figure contrasting with her reserved demeanor, concealing all her thoughts within. Lu Yuan glanced at the taciturn girl and sighed. Are you embarrassed? To be cared for by a little brat like me, it must be shameful, right? Yuan nodded, her cheeks reddening as she responded softly. Yes. That's right, Lu Yuan continued. Just as I said before, carry this shame with you, just as you would your own inadequacies. As long as you become stronger than me, you can cast off this feeling of shame. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, though. He thought it unlikely that she would ever surpass him. Yuan gazed at the confident young man before her, instinctively observing him for a long while. When the ice-cold girl finally came to her senses, she subtly turned her face away, lowering her gaze. Let us head back, Lu Yuan chuckled. You need not see me off. I'm not seeing you off, Yuan replied softly, her gaze still lowered. Grandfather has instructed me that from today onwards, I will follow you to learn and take care of your daily needs. Ah? Lu Yuan blinked in surprise. Could you elaborate on what everyone refers to as the bug points? He asked. Firstly, the first soul ring of the protagonist hunting soul beast in the soul hunting forest alone without any companions. I believe I have already addressed this in previous chapters, though perhaps some readers may have overlooked it. The protagonist initially activates the predatory ability from Odyssey Kayn, so I mentioned that as long as he can slay them, he can absorb soul rings of extraordinary age. The protagonist wishes to conceal a particular aspect of himself, thus he devises a plan to embark on this journey alone, ensuring that no one discovers his unique ability. Initially, to enter the soul-hunting forest, he requires the approval of 3 nobles. He approaches 2 instructors from the academy and subsequently seeks the assistance of Su Yutao. His aim is to lead the academy's faculty to believe that he has enlisted the help of the Spirit Hall to hunt soul beasts. As for Su Yutao, there is no need for explanation. He naturally assumes that the protagonist has joined the Notting City Soul Master Academy and consequently presumes that the protagonist is accompanied by academy instructors for the soul beast hunt. Perhaps I have not articulated this aspect clearly. The main point is that the protagonist desires to keep his ability to siphon the essence of the arcane concealed from others. Regarding my portrayal of the protagonist, I have indeed reviewed the original narrative, particularly while writing fan fiction for Douluo recently. In my efforts to engage with the material, I have even resorted to copying and pasting segments from the original text. My intention has been to adopt an objective approach while depicting Xiaowu and Tang San. In fact, if one examines my first Douluo fan fiction, it becomes evident that I portrayed Tang San and Xiaowu as virtuous characters. I have not depicted Tang San as arrogant from the outset, in comparison to other interpretations that cast Tang San in a negative light. I believe my portrayal remains rather moderate. I acknowledge that I have characterized Yu Xiaojiang somewhat simplistically, primarily to advance the plot. However, I have not exaggerated his shortcomings excessively, merely allowing his emotions to intensify slightly. Is he not inherently an emotionally volatile individual? One can reference the original narrative to observe his demeanor during exchanges with Lu Erlong or Bibi Dong, particularly in confrontations with Bibi Dong, where he exhibits a distinctly masculine demeanor. In his mind, his theories hold even greater significance than those of Bibi Dong, thus my portrayal can be considered justifiable. Furthermore, for those who find my storyline unappealing, I encourage you to simply move on without further comment. I approach my reading in a similar manner if I enjoy a work. I continue to support it through votes and rewards. Conversely, if I do not appreciate it, unless it touches upon fundamental issues, I tend to disengage without hesitation. Chapter 88. Another use of the Aeon Part 1. Lu Yuan gazed at the girl who stood rigidly in place, letting out a sigh. How about we go out to eat? No need, the girl replied stubbornly. In front of Yanjin was a stove, upon which rested a pot filled with boiling water. And within it lay a fish, its eyes wide open in a deathly stare. Why did it seem unable to close its eyes? Because Lu Yuan could see that the fish had been dropped in alive, yes, alive, with neither its belly slit nor its scales removed. The fish had endured unimaginable torment before its demise, thrashing wildly in the pot, prompting the ice-cold girl to slam the lid down upon it, as if to silence its suffering. The cacophony of the struggle drew Lu Yuan rushing over from the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene, he urged Yanjin to release the fish, then proceeded to gut it and remove its scales. After much coaxing, he ended the fish's pitiful existence and placed it back into the pot. However, Lu Yuan was taken aback. He never expected someone would drop a live fish into a pot with the intent to boil it alive. It became clear that Yanjin had likely never set foot in a kitchen before this moment. Her culinary skills relied entirely on her imagination. If the fish had gone into the pot alive, it surely would have perished from the flames within. Perhaps it was this very thought that led to the fish's tragic fate. Lu Yuan pondered. Had the fish possessed thoughts, it might have lamented, Zhuayin. Could you at least grant me a swift end? Having witnessed such a horrifying spectacle, Lu Yuan resolved not to leave Yin Juyin to her own devices in the kitchen. He feared what kind of culinary abomination she might conjure up in his absence. Next, I recall that Aunt Zhu had instructed to add water at this stage, Yin Juyin mused, rummaging through her spices and discovering a transparent liquid that resembled water. She uncorked the bottle, releasing a pungent odor that filled the air. What kind of water could emit such a foul scent? Lu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively moved to intervene. Wait, that isn't water, it's... But before he could finish his warning, Yin Juyin poured the liquid into the pot. Suddenly, flames erupted violently from the pot, startling Yin Juyin, who instinctively took a step back. She stared in shock at the inferno she had inadvertently ignited. Casting a guilty glance at Lu Yuan, his hand hovered in midair as he processed the scene before him, his mouth twitching several times before he managed to utter a single word: alcohol. The crux of the matter was not just the alcohol itself, but the fact that Yin Juyin had poured nearly half a bottle into the pot, igniting such a fierce blaze. Lu Yuan felt a sense of exasperation wash over him. Had the Yin family truly sent someone to oversee his daily life? It seemed they had dispatched a young lady to manage his affairs. Sighing, he approached the utterly unfortunate fish before him. It was charred beyond recognition. The high-proof liquor had turned the already battered fish into a charred mess, while the flesh remained raw. Let us discard it. It seems beyond saving, Lu Yuan sighed. He then inquired, aside from this fish, what other dishes did you intend to prepare? Fragrant wings over rice, braised chicken feet, steamed shrimp heads. This was supposed to be fragrant pan-fried fish, Yin Juyin murmured. Honestly, I'm not that inclined to eat. I'll make some oil cakes instead. Would you care for oil cakes? Lu Yuan contemplated before asking. I'm fine with anything, Yin Juyin replied, nodding without much thought. Then I'll take over. You should step outside. The smoke is quite overwhelming, Lu Yuan suggested. In a traditional kitchen devoid of a range hood, cooking naturally produced copious amounts of smoke. No, I wish to stay here and learn, Yin Juyin stated earnestly. Grandfather instructed me to study under you. Ah, but cooking isn't something you need to learn, didn't your grandfather ask you to train and fight alongside me? Lu Yuan couldn't help but interject. Yet Yin Juyin remained resolute. I must learn everything, including how to care for your daily needs. Lu Yuan, feeling a wave of helplessness, acquiesced with a nod. Very well. Thus, they passed an unremarkable evening meal. Lu Yuan's culinary skills were hardly exceptional, after all. He lacked any culinary prowess. His skills surpassed Yin Juyin's, but compared to the meals she had tasted as a noble, his cooking was decidedly ordinary. Therefore, there was little worth describing. After dinner, Yin Juyin and Lu Yuan ventured into the courtyard of their residence. This area had been allocated by the Yin family for Lu Yuan's training and combat practice, offering ample space, with an ancient tree standing tall within. However, at this moment in the autumn-winter season, the tree bore few leaves and branches. Now, I must assess your current cultivation level, if you don't mind, Lu Yuan said, looking at Yin Juyin standing before him. Her delicate face showed no sign of change as she nodded, extending her slender right hand. Each finger was as smooth and pale as sheep-fat jade. Martial spirit, manifest. A long red bow, ablaze with flames, materialized in her grasp, while a yellow soul ring rose gracefully around her slender figure. Lu Yuan stood still, observing Yin Juyin's martial spirit and soul ring. Having achieved the rank of Great Soul Master at the tender age of 8 and on the verge of breaking through to the Soul Sovereign level, he felt no emotional shift at Yin Juyin's mere 12th year status as a Soul Master. This seemed to evoke a sense of shame in Yin Juyin. But she quickly suppressed her embarrassment and addressed Lu Yuan. I am Yin Juyin, Martial Spirit Flame Bow, an 18th level Agility Attack Soul Master. To be just 18th level at 12 years old, Lu Yuan nodded, recognizing that while not exceptional compared to the likes of Tang San, her talent was commendable among ordinary Soul Masters. She would surely break through to Great Soul Master by the age of 13, however compared to the original Shrek 7 Devils. A 13-year-old Great Soul Master was hardly remarkable. Hence, Yin Juyin's potential was limited. She was not particularly outstanding. As for me, allow me to reintroduce myself. Lu Yuan stepped forward, raising his right hand. Heaven's decree. Supreme authority. Words that could compel submission resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. A terrifying power coalesced in Lu Yuan's right hand, and a massive tricolor side emerged. I am the chosen one, the singular entity. Lu Yuan. Martial Spirit Death Star Demon Scythe, 27 level Agility Attack Soul Master. Chapter 89. The Alternate Use of Spiritual Energy, Part 2. Now, let us engage directly in a few moves, Lu Yuan suggested. Sometimes, strength and cultivation are not synonymous. Let me see if your power aligns with the level of this soul energy. Yuan nodded in agreement. All right. She then channeled her soul energy beneath her feet, creating distance between herself and Lu Yuan, assuming a bow-drawing stance. Yet, she held no arrows in her hand. Lu Yuan, however, felt no doubt, for his past life experiences with various games made him acutely aware that archers in fantastical realms do not necessitate actual arrows for their attacks. Indeed, in the next moment, a fiery red arrow of soul energy formed on the string of her bow. Release! Yuan exclaimed as the arrow, forged from her concentrated soul energy, soared through the air. The force was commendable, yet, the disparity in our soul energy is far too great. With a casual sweep of his scythe, Lu Yuan effortlessly obliterated Yuan's arrow. In the next instant, he charged towards her. Startled, Yuan instinctively attempted to retreat. No, you should be attacking while retreating to cover your regrouping, Lu Yuan advised, halting in front of her. Yuan's beautiful eyes reflected confusion. Should she regroup or retreat? Lu Yuan smiled at her. It is the same thing. I see now that you have substantial issues in actual combat. Now, please demonstrate your first soul skill. He sighed and continued. Go ahead. All right, Yuan acquiesced. My first soul ring is derived from a 300-year-old Earth King, enhancing the power of my soul energy arrows. The Earth King? Lu Yuan acknowledged, recognizing it as a soul beast that appeared in the original storyline, later becoming the fourth soul ring of Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek 7 monsters. This confirmed the Earth King as a soul beast of considerable quality, as expected of a noble's daughter. She likely had numerous family elders guiding her when acquiring her soul ring. The Earth King is known for its bloodthirst. While not as fearsome as the venom of the faceless spider, few soul beasts of equal rank dare provoke it. It is undoubtedly a superior fire-type soul beast. Notably, for every 500 years of age, its tailbone extends by one segment. Therefore, the visible length of the tailbone indicates its age. For instance, a tailbone with just one segment, approximately 3 meters long, denotes a 300-year-old Earth King. Furthermore, the Earth King possesses a unique skill, its most potent ability, which grows stronger with the enhancement of its cultivation. This skill, known as Magma Quake Strike, is terrifying not only for its formidable attack power, but also for the distorted light that envelopes its area of effect. Within this distorted light, enemies may experience dizziness, the duration of which correlates with the disparity in strength between the Earth King and its adversary. Once an opponent is immobilized, a scorching pillar of molten heat erupts, delivering a fatal blow. The soul skills acquired by soul masters are largely influenced by the abilities of the soul beasts themselves. For instance, Lu Yuan's 2 current soul skills, Starfall Slash and Phantom Wolf Shadow Energy Wave, share similarities in their attack forms. His second soul skill, Shadow Clone, relates to the duplication abilities of the illusionary Feather Lion. Thus, Lu Yuan began to speculate about Yuan's first soul skill. My first soul skill is Blazing Soul Fixation, which releases a massive fiery arrow that, upon striking an enemy or object, unleashes a dazzling flash that stuns the target for several seconds. Yuan explained. Isn't that akin to Master AI's ultimate move? Shall I give it a try? Lu Yuan inquired, his interest piqued. Yuan hesitated briefly but quickly realized Lu Yuan's superior cultivation. She nodded, very well. She rapidly created distance, stopping about 50 meters away from Lu Yuan, where her first soul ring illuminated beneath her feet. First soul skill, Blazing Soul Fixation, Yuan proclaimed. Her first soul ring infused energy into her hands and her spirit bow, conjuring a massive fire-red arrow, as thick as an adult's waist, before Lu Yuan. Release! Yuan shouted. The enormous fire-red arrow, radiating temperatures akin to several hundred degrees, surged towards Lu Yuan. Several hundred degrees is roughly equivalent to the temperature of a lighter from my previous life, Lu Yuan thought. He gathered a dense layer of soul energy for defense, bracing himself to withstand Yuan's first soul skill. The colossal arrow struck Lu Yuan's body, but as anticipated, it only elicited a muffled grunt from him. It felt akin to being struck by a bicycle, unpleasant yet not injurious. Upon impact, the massive red arrow dispersed, and for a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan's vision blurred in the radiant light. However, he quickly regained focus. The dizziness lasted less than half a second. Not a bad soul skill. But what a pity, Lu Yuan remarked, shaking his head. What do you mean, what a pity? Yuan furrowed her brow. I lament that this soul skill is merely your first, rather than a skill derived from your 5th soul ring, Lu Yuan replied. A A skill with such powerful control would only grow stronger with a higher quality soul ring. Since you obtained this skill from your first soul ring, it will only possess the strength of a 100-year skill throughout your life. Had it been a 10,000-year skill, its effects would have been significantly amplified. Yin Zhuin's complexion paled at his words. However, upon reflection, she realized Lu Yuan's assertion held truth. The blazing soul fixation had briefly stunned Lu Yuan for less than half a second, largely due to his higher soul energy level. Yet, it was also a consequence of the skill being of a lower grade. If it had been a black 10,000-year skill, even with Lu Yuan's superior energy, the damage would have been negligible, yet it would have likely stunned him for over a second. Especially since Yin Zhuin did not follow the path of control-type soul masters like Tang San, but rather that of an agile attack-type soul master. Her first soul skill should not have leaned towards control. In Lu Yuan's view, Yin Zhuin's first soul skill ought to have been either an attack speed enhancement akin to Master AI's Q skill or a skill that bolstered normal attacks, similar to the bioweapon barrage of the Great Mouth. Yet, she had acquired a control skill, and due to the lower grade of her soul ring, the control was insufficient. Chapter 90. Another use of Aeoning, Part 3. Well, let us set this aside for the moment, as your first soul ring has already been determined. Lu Yuan remarked, shaking his head. In the Douluo Continent, once a soul ring is acquired, it is exceedingly rare to abandon it in favor of another. Not everyone possesses the protagonist's luck like Tang San. The notion of shattering a soul ring to obtain a new one is a whimsical fantasy reserved solely for protagonists. Next, cough. I shall assess your close combat abilities, Lu Yuan declared. As the saying goes, a bowman who cannot engage in melee is not a true bowman. I am well aware of this. At this point, Yin Zhuin interrupted him, nodding in agreement. What? You are aware? Lu Yuan blinked in surprise. In our Yin family, we have received specialized close combat training that involves disengaging from the martial soul or wielding it with one hand, Yin Zhuin explained. My great-grandfather once said that even if our martial soul is a longbow, we must not neglect close combat. It was clear that the great-grandfather Yin Zhuin referred to as the legendary title Douluo of the Yin family, General Li Hu. Reflecting on this, it was indeed reasonable to expect that archers in reality would be adept in both ranged and close combat. Unlike in games where they are fierce at a distance but as vulnerable as lambs in melee. Conversely, real-life archers are not only skilled in archery, hitting their targets with precision, but they can also deliver a powerful punch. Wait, why did he use a chicken as an example? Lu Yuan blinked, choosing to dismiss the thought, and then said, shall we exchange a few blows? Very well, Yin Zhuin replied without hesitation. Lu Yuan immediately dissipated the manifestation of his Dead Star Demon, Scythe martial soul, while Yin Zhuin retained her longbow, charging at him as if wielding a double-edged sword. Oh, instead of fleeing, you are advancing towards me? Lu Yuan quipped with a mischievous grin. However, Yin Zhuin appeared oblivious to his jest as she continued her charge. She swung her longbow, flames ablaze and soul power surging, striking directly at Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan concentrated his soul power in his palms and grasped the hand with which Yin Zhuin held the bow. Her hand was fair and smooth, a delightful sensation that failed to distract him. He was not a pervert who had never touched a girl's hand. Mere contact was insufficient to disrupt his rationality. But in the next moment, Yin Zhuin flipped her palm, reversing the bow, and with her free hand, she pulled the bowstring back, striking Lu Yuan in the chest. Lu Yuan was genuinely caught off guard by this change of tactics, his grip loosening momentarily, yet he swiftly countered with an elbow aimed at Yin Zhuin's shoulder. To his astonishment, her close combat abilities exceeded his expectations. She tightly gripped the longbow with both hands and delivered a powerful push. Their strikes collided. Lu Yuan clearly impacted by Yin Zhuin's blow, while she emitted a muffled grunt, a droplet of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Nevertheless, she was undeterred, unleashing a fierce kick with her long leg. Lu Yuan, however, anticipated her intentions, seizing her slender ankle with one hand. At that moment, victory seemed assured for him, and he was about to smile and utter something. Indeed, yet at that instant, Lu Yuan's gaze caught an unsettling sight, for the girl was suspended awkwardly in midair. Yin Zhuin was wearing a short skirt. Instantly, Lu Yuan stammered, and Yin Zhuin, realizing the predicament, blushed deeply. I am sorry. He hastily released her ankle and averted his gaze. Yin Zhuin then lowered her long leg, sitting down with a flushed face. It's all right. I don't mind such things, her voice echoed from a distance. The girl's tone was cold, unchanged from earlier, seemingly unbothered by the incident. Yet, observing her downcast eyes and flushed ears, Lu Yuan understood that she was not entirely indifferent. His own embarrassment deepened. Moments later, Yuan cleared her throat, her voice low and muffled. This caused Lu Yuan, still feeling awkward, to furrow his brow and inquire, "Are you hurt?" "Yes," Yuan nodded. She had taken Lu Yuan's elbow strike head-on, intending to retaliate. Although Lu Yuan felt the impact, she was ultimately just a soul master. While his strength could easily overpower even an ordinary soul master due to his training under formidable predecessors. "I shall assist in your healing," Lu Yuan said, feeling a twinge of guilt as he sighed. The soul power in the Douluo Continent possesses some healing properties akin to the inner strength found in martial arts novels. Though not as potent, genuine healing requires the aid of a support-type soul master. Yuan remained taciturn, her demeanor composed. Lu Yuan moved behind her, channeling his soul power into his palms, placing them on her back. After some time, he felt it was sufficient and withdrew his energy. However, Yuan kept her eyes closed, continuing to circulate her soul power, her brows furrowed as her energy fluctuated. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback as he observed her soul power gradually stabilize. "No way," he blinked in disbelief. Yuan had actually broken through at this moment, but he dismissed it as a mere coincidence. Sudden breakthroughs were not unheard of. After a while, once Yuan's soul power settled, she slowly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion reflected within them. "What just happened? You've broken through. Congratulations," Lu Yuan exclaimed with a smile, not overthinking the situation. However, Yuan's expression was serious, her gaze revealing her bewilderment. "I realize that I have broken through, but I only just reached level 18 a short while ago. It's impossible to advance so rapidly." Lu Yuan paused, caught off guard. Indeed, according to Yuan's talents, a typical advancement would see her increase by 1 or 2 levels over the course of a year. Yet she claimed to have only just broken through last month, after a span of 6 months to achieve a single level. And now she had progressed another level in just 1 month? Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Yuan's mind, leading him to introspect the aeoning energy stored within his Dead Star demon scythe. To his astonishment, he discovered that a minuscule portion of the energy had indeed diminished. Thus, Yuan's breakthrough was a result of his unintentional infusion of aeoning when he channeled soul power to her. Could it be that his aeoning has the capacity to be bestowed upon others, enabling their breakthroughs? Chapter 91. Visiting the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, pondering carefully. In the Odyssey universe, was not Kayn's power bestowed upon him by Raster? The essence of Kayn's ability to plunder energy was fundamentally an act of Raster, who then transmitted that energy to Kayn. Thus, theoretically, energy could be conferred by the user to another, rendering them more formidable. Lu Yuan seemed to have long been constrained by his own thoughts, not merely by thoughts, but by his self-discovery of the capabilities of his voice pack. Particularly regarding the utilization of energy, he navigated this path alone, devoid of a system or Raster-esque guidance. Before now, he had never encountered an opportunity to transfer soul power to another, leaving him unaware of such a capability. However, having stumbled upon this newfound application of energy, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. For if energy could indeed be employed in this manner, then he could accomplish numerous tasks. For instance, could his sister, Lu Qingqing, cultivate? He had harbored a notion that might pose certain dangers to her. After all, it carried risks for a child like her. Yet now, with this new function of energy, he could adopt a lower-risk approach to assist his sister on the path of becoming a soul master. As Lu Yuan's emotions surged, Yuan remained seated, her face a canvas of bewilderment. How could one achieve a breakthrough so swiftly? She mused, her expression clouded with confusion. A breakthrough is indeed a good thing. Do not ponder too much. Lu Yuan awkwardly chuckled, addressing the girl. Isn't it good? It is good. Yuan nodded slowly, but enough with the buts. Let us return and rest, he urged, taking her hand and pulling her up. You have broken through in soul power, which is a cause for celebration. Let us hurry back to rest. But no more buts. Come, let us go. All right. The following day, after a restful slumber, Lu Yuan told Yuan to remain at home while he ventured to another destination. Yuan, while not particularly remarkable, was an exceptionally well-behaved girl. Compared to Ning Rongrong, she required far less concern. After all, who would not prefer a docile companion? Of course, Lu Yuan did not harbor any disdain for Ning Rongrong. Today, he was set to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A rendezvous arranged with Ning Fengji to peruse scrolls detailing the secret techniques of multitasking. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School resembled a grand fortress, akin to a palace. The Seven Treasure Pagoda possessed the unique ability to treasure hunt and appraise, making the sect the wealthiest on the continent since its inception. Even the renowned Haoyan sect could not rival this wealth. However, mere riches alone would not elevate them to the status of the second most powerful sect. After all, the principle of mutual defense is well understood among neighbors. The strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was formidable, with security measures that surpassed those of the Yin family. Numerous patrol teams circled the premises, indicating superior security compared to the Yin family's guards, who lacked the soul power presence exhibited by the patrols of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With dozens of soul masters assigned to patrol, their security capabilities were undoubtedly impressive, unlike certain lax systems where intruders could come and go at will. As Lu Yuan approached, a guard swiftly intercepted him. "What is your purpose here?" the guard inquired, his tone less than amiable. Lu Yuan, however, did not engage in a confrontation. He lacked the leisure to spar with guards over trifles, much less take a life over mere words. Though he was not averse to killing, he would not do so frivolously. From his possession, he retrieved a jade token, the one Ning Fengji had given him previously. Instantly, the guard's demeanor shifted, transforming into one of respect. "Ah, it is young Master Lu Yuan. The master has already instructed us to escort you upon your arrival. Thank you for your assistance." Lu Yuan replied with a smile, disregarding the guard's earlier brusqueness. "No need for formalities, young Master Lu," the guard said, leading him into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After navigating the vast, labyrinthine architecture for several minutes, Lu Yuan finally reached the main hall. At that moment, a joyful and melodious voice rang in his ears. "Little Yuan." A pink figure leapt into his embrace. Lu Yuan caught her, albeit with a hint of exasperation. "Rongrong, must you be so dramatic? I missed you so much, little Yuan." Ning Rongrong blinked, her hand entwined with his. "We have only been apart for a day." Lu Yuan sighed, feeling a mix of helplessness and affection. At this juncture, Ning Fengji approached with a smile. "Little Yuan, you have no idea. Rongrong even called your name in her sleep last night." Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson. "Father, please don't tell little Yuan." Yet, she did not deny her father's words, clearly revealing her fondness. Lu Yuan sighed in exasperation. "Ah. At last, I have met the young princess's cherished boy." Just then, a gentle and warm voice echoed in the room, unfamiliar to Lu Yuan. He turned to see an elderly man with a gaunt visage savoring tea. Despite his seated position, his imposing frame was striking. He was not muscular in the conventional sense, but his skeletal structure was remarkably large. The already spacious couch appeared considerably smaller with him seated upon it. His attire seemed to be supported entirely by his bone structure, with shriveled muscles and skin and deep-set eyes that, in the darkness, could easily be mistaken for a giant skeleton. Sparse white strands of hair clung to his scalp, presenting an ungainly sight. Sitting beside him was the sword Douluo, who was also enjoying a cup of tea. Realization dawned upon Lu Yuan, and he stepped forward. "I am Lu Yuan, honored to meet you, Bone Douluo." The Bone Douluo appeared surprised. "I thought I would need to introduce myself. It seems that is unnecessary." He seemed somewhat regretful about that. Chapter 92. Silent joy to share a cup of tea with the esteemed Grandmaster Jian at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I can think of no one else worthy of such company besides the renowned Bone Douluo, the title of whom echoes through the realms as the most enigmatic and formidable of all. Lu Yuan subtly flattered Bone Douluo, who, quite pleased, nodded in approval. "However, there is one matter that discontents me." At that moment, Bone Douluo's expression shifted. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. But soon Bone Douluo spoke with a serious demeanor. "You refer to Feng Ji as uncle and the fellow Chen Xian as grandfather Jian, yet you still call me senior? Quickly, just as Rongrong does, address me as Grandfather Bone." "Grandfather Bone." Lu Yuan sighed in resignation as he complied. Bone Douluo chuckled with delight. "Now that's more like it." Ning Rongrong clung to Lu Yuan's hand, saying, "Look, Xiao Yuan, both Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bone are quite fond of you. Why not just stay with us at home?" She pouted adorably, evoking in Lu Yuan a sense of having a playful puppy. "I have already found lodging within the city, so I wouldn't want to impose on Uncle Feng Ji." Lu Yuan replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Ning Feng Ji chuckled softly. "That being the case, do remember to be cautious when alone outside." "Of course, I shall take heed," Lu Yuan assured with a nod. "If you encounter any insurmountable problems, feel free to seek me out. I assure you, there is nothing in Heaven Do City that I cannot resolve," Ning Feng Ji added with a grin. Lu Yuan mused silently, "But what if I were to ask you to resolve matters with the royal family of Heaven Do?" Surely, that would be beyond your capabilities. Nevertheless, he merely smiled and nodded. Understood. I shall remember your words. Ah, Fengji, cease your chatter and allow young Yuan to take a seat and enjoy some refreshments. Douluo interjected with mild irritation. Indeed, my apologies. Sha Yuan, please make yourself at home, Ning Fengji said with a warm smile. Yes, yes, Sha Yuan. Have some treats first, and later we can go out and have some fun, Ning Rongrong eagerly chimed in. Following her lead, Lu Yuan took a seat beside Ning Rongrong and raised a teacup, savoring a gentle sip. He then indulged in a morsel of pastry, revealing a touch of childlike innocence. After a brief exchange with Ning Fengji, Lu Yuan began. I came to visit uncle because you previously mentioned. Before he could finish, Ning Fengji nodded knowingly. I understand. You wish to access the library of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. To be guided by Rongrong there? Lu Yuan was taken aback. The library? The place filled with countless books? Ning Rongrong blinked innocently. I accidentally tore a book there last time. Ning Fengji chuckled wryly. Yes, indeed, that very place you frequent. Now comprehending, Lu Yuan realized that Ning Rongrong's visits to the library were as casual as a trip to the restroom. Then I shall accompany Rongrong, Lu Yuan replied with a nod. After a brief period of conversation with Ning Fengji, he instructed Ning Rongrong and Lu Yuan to proceed to the library. Once they departed, he turned to Douluo and inquired, Uncle, what are your thoughts on this child? Douluo laughed heartily. If both you and old Jian see potential in him, what objections could I possibly have? His talent and martial spirit are undoubtedly exceptional. He continued, the shadow energy emitted by his martial spirit bears a resemblance to my own. However, our martial spirits differ in capability. Douluo, as the foremost defensive soul master on the continent, possessed extraordinary spatial abilities, renowned for his elusive and formidable nature. While his bone dragon martial spirit boasted remarkable defensive prowess coupled with unique spatial capabilities, Lu Yuan's Death Star Demon Scythe, with its shadow energy, lacked such spatial abilities. Focusing instead on erosion, silence, and malevolence. An 8-year-old soul master, his talent is unprecedented and formidable. It is hard to fathom the potential that allows such rapid advancement. Douluo reflected. In the present era of Douluo Continent, the prevalence of evil soul masters had not yet reached the catastrophic levels seen millennia later. Lu Yuan's ability to siphon arcane energy would undoubtedly classify him as an evil soul master in a future age, and his swift cultivation would raise suspicions. Yet for now, he was merely regarded by Douluo as extraordinarily gifted. However, I did not anticipate that someone would precede us in this regard. Ning Fengji remarked with a smile, referring to the Yin family. The descendants of General Lihua, though in decline, still held merit. Oh, are they attempting to recruit him? Douluo's eyes flickered with interest. They are unlikely to pose a significant threat. What they could offer Lu Yuan is minimal. Particularly that girl. I doubt a girl merely a few years older than him could compare to Rongrong, Ning Fengji stated. Moreover, I am reluctant to provoke Lu Yuan's displeasure. His friendships and associations are his own prerogative. Interfering too much might incite his aversion, which would be counterproductive. Just ensure you remain discerning. Douluo nodded in agreement. The next step is to encourage Rongrong and Lu Yuan to cultivate their bond. Ning Fengji continued. Lu Yuan intends to attend the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, correct? A hint of a smile graced his refined features. Initially, I considered sending Rongrong outside the city to join that academy, but it seems unnecessary now. Ah, Fengji, you intended to send Rongrong away? Both Douluo and Douluo were taken aback. It was simply a prior plan. Rongrong's disposition has become rather spoiled, Ning Fengji sighed. I had hoped an external experience might temper her arrogance, but with Lu Yuan's presence, it appears unnecessary. I shall arrange for Rongrong to enroll in the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. I believe it will foster a meaningful connection between her and Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Rongrong and Lu Yuan were engrossed in a scroll, meticulously studying its techniques. As Ning Rongrong inadvertently lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Lu Yuan's delicate and distinctly defined eyelashes, causing her heart to flutter inexplicably. For an extended period thereafter, she would be left bewildered by the emotion stirred within her in Lu Yuan's presence, not understanding their true significance. It was only later, as time passed and the girl blossomed into a young woman and the boy matured into a young man, that she would come to realize a seed had been planted deep within her heart during those vibrant years. Thus, they silently fell in love, and in that quiet joy, a bond was formed. Chapter 93. Dual focus. After more than a week in Heaven-Do City, Lu Yuan's life had settled into a rather predictable routine. Following his initial visits to the Yin family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he seamlessly returned to the main thread of his life. This thread consisted of cultivating his soul power through the use of energy, teaching Ning Rongrong to read and write at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, mastering the art of dual focus, and guiding Yin Juin in her training, interspersed with normal human activities such as dining and bathing. As for sleep, how could a soul master of his age even consider such a luxury? In truth, soul masters can often substitute cultivation for sleep. The process of circulating and gradually enhancing soul power within the body clears away the fatigue of bodily cells. While this cultivation process cannot entirely replace the comfort of sleep, it is undeniably monotonous. To mitigate any potential risks to his physical form, Lu Yuan scheduled a long sleep once a week. Wait, why was he using such terminology reminiscent of the race? Lu Yuan blinked, redirecting his focus back to the practice of dual focus before him. Beside him were Ning Rongrong and two titled Douluos, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. Compared to Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who toiled daily managing sect affairs, the two elders enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. As the leader, Ning Fengji was burdened with personnel decisions, financial management, and the myriad business dealings of the sect. He even had to make occasional trips to the royal palace in Heaven-Do City to heed the emperor's commands and guide the crown prince, Shui Qinghe, in state affairs and studies. It is evident that Ning Fengji is a consummate professional, managing multiple roles while still finding time to visit his daughter, Ning Rongrong, and Lu Yuan. One cannot help but admire his remarkable capabilities. He is indeed worthy of the title of National Advisor or Prime Minister, albeit a bit unfortunate. He had invested in an undercover agent from a rival faction, who was ultimately exposed, leading to the emperor being poisoned over an extended period. Subsequently, the internal traitor, a disciple, orchestrated a surprise attack on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, resulting in the demise of 2,000 disciples and a significant decline in strength, causing the sect's status within the empire to plummet. At this critical juncture, Emperor Shui Yi was nearing death. In his delirium, to ensure the continuation of the empire, Ning Fengji was compelled to employ a secret technique to awaken the emperor from his stupor, allowing him to regain control of the situations, albeit at the cost of hastening the deterioration of his already waning life. Consequently, the new and old emperors of the Heaven-Do Empire proved to be unappreciative. Both were thankless wretches. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had been loyal to the empire, not out of obligation, but with sincere dedication. Following these events, the sect continued to support the originally discordant Shui Beng in his claim to the throne, a decision that left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with a clear conscience. Nevertheless, the imperial family harbored resentment towards the sect, leading to a situation where Yu Shaojing, a mere soul sage, could stand on equal footing with Ning Fengji. Had Ning Fengji not invoked the secret technique to awaken Emperor Shui Yi's latent life potential, how long could he have survived? If he were alive, would he be capable of speech? Could he pass the throne to Shui Beng, restoring order to the empire during the emperor's incapacitation? Rational minds would argue that Ning Fengji should not be blamed for these events, yet he did so, resulting in the decline of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School within the Heaven-Do Empire and paving the way for Tang San's Tang sect to rise. Lu Yuan couldn't help but admire Ning Fengji's exceptional personal abilities and industrious nature. At times, he even wondered if Ning Fengji possessed a soul skill that allowed him to manage so many affairs simultaneously. Initially, he thought it was a daunting task to handle disparate matters using mere projections. However, witnessing the projection before him dispelled that notion. His second soul skill, Shadow Clone, manifested as a near-identical projection of Lu Yuan, appearing before everyone. "Come, Shadow, let us share a handshake." With a thought, Lu Yuan's clone reached out, and their palms met in a resounding clap. "Let us play a game of rock, paper, scissors." Instantly, Lu Yuan and his clone displayed different gestures. Naturally, as these gestures were entirely of his own design, he could never lose against his own shadow. How marvelous! Two little Yuans are playing rock, paper, scissors. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in wonder. "Not only can I engage in this with my shadow," Lu Yuan replied, a smile gracing his lips. He then commenced a sparring session with his shadow clone, feigning an attack while the clone charged forward, wielding the replicated Death Star scythe with fluidity. Lu Yuan followed closely behind, utilizing his martial spirit. As the clone retreated, Lu Yuan swiftly danced the scythe to fill the gap. Their coordination was so seamless that one could not discern which was the true body and which was the clone. Indeed, Xiao Yuan, Your ability to focus on dual tasks is becoming increasingly refined, remarked the sword Douluo with a grin. Throughout the week, he and the bone Douluo had observed Lu Yuan gradually mastering the intricacies of dual focus. While it might be considered a basic technique within the secret arts of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is well known that the greatest challenges in learning a new discipline often lie in the initial stages of entry and advancement, particularly in the realm of martial arts. Some individuals may struggle their entire lives to even begin. Yet, in just a week, Lu Yuan had not only grasped the fundamentals of dual focus but had also reached a level of proficiency that was commendable. One cannot help but marvel at his extraordinary talent for learning. Not only did he advance in cultivation beyond the ordinary, but his comprehension was equally impressive. It's all thanks to Uncle Fengji's excellent instruction, Lu Yuan humbly stated. In truth, he was not wrong. Had it not been for Ning Fengji's occasional guidance during his leisure, he would not have progressed so swiftly. With a teacher who had already mastered the techniques, many of Lu Yuan's uncertainties were clarified through Ning Fengji's explanations. In matters of understanding, Lu Yuan had always felt somewhat lacking, especially when compared to Tang San. Although he and Tang San were not on friendly terms, he could not deny the latter's exceptional aptitude. Tang San's self-study of the Xiantian treasure record and his independent creation of the Tang sect's legendary hidden weapons were feats beyond his reach. Despite Tang San's questionable character, his innate talent and insight were undeniably formidable. This was akin to the distinction between a player at the rank of king and one at platinum. The former possesses a higher rank and superior understanding. You are still too humble, Xiao Yuan. By the way, the Heavendo Royal Academy will soon hold entrance examinations for the upcoming year. Are you prepared? Inquired the Bone Douluo. The younger generation is indeed ready. Lu Yuan replied with a nod and a smile. Chapter 94, The Heavendo Entrance Examination, Part 1, Heavendo Royal Academy. Renowned as the foremost institution of the Heavendo Empire, is naturally distinguished by its impressive location and vast expanse. Upon arriving, Lu Yuan found the academy to be far grander than he had ever imagined. To illustrate the scale, if the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City resembled a sizable secondary school, then Heavendo Royal Academy could be likened to the prestigious Wadayaku Vocational and Technical Institute from his previous life, and even beyond that. The academy boasts numerous simulated training arenas, rendering it akin to a university that also encompasses a zoo. It is no wonder that the Heavendo Academy was established outside the city, near the Stardow Forest, as such a vast area would be implausible to find within the royal city. After all, it would be difficult to locate enough space to create numerous simulated training arenas without causing environmental degradation, such as constructing a fire element training ground. Thus, the academy's location is intentional, aimed at shielding students from the opulence of the imperial capital, while also addressing the lack of space within Heavendo City to accommodate the institution's extensive facilities. Although the number of students at Heavendo Royal Academy is not particularly large, the comprehensive amenities necessitate a substantial area. Situated less than 20 kilometers from Heavendo City, it is also conveniently close to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. According to Ning Rongrong, she and her kin frequently visited the academy for leisure. While the direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School primarily train within their sect, some collateral branches do study at the Royal Academy. Unlike the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, which has no tradition of sending direct descendants to Heavendo Royal Academy, this is common knowledge within Heavendo City. This is largely due to the unique structure of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which comprises both inner and outer sects, with a heavy reliance on the outer disciples. After all, the inner disciples, being support-type soul masters equipped with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, possess little combat prowess. Lu Yuan often pondered why the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School do not consider transitioning from support-type soul masters to combat support types. Akin to the character Oscar from the original storyline, could they not wield their tower like a weapon, akin to the legendary figure Li Tianwang? The Seven Treasures are renowned. Known for their sturdiness, size, and impact, imagine the exhilaration of wielding the treasure tower to smash opponents. Regrettably, the current state of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School reflects an over-reliance on their outer disciples for combat abilities, to the extent that direct descendants are encouraged to form romantic ties with outer disciples. Consequently, they do not seek to enroll in other academies but rather cultivate relationships within their sect. In essence, it becomes a romance-centric institution, where inner disciples must engage with outer disciples, leading to a rather peculiar situation. Logically, one would expect someone like Ning Rongrong, a legitimate direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, to remain within the sect for training. However, this year is different, as it has come to light that Ning Rongrong intends to enroll in Heaven-Do Royal Academy, a rather extraordinary turn of events. At this moment, the entrance of Heaven-Do Royal Academy bustles with activity. This is partly due to the institution's policy of not admitting students outside the noble class. Were they to announce the acceptance of commoners, many aspiring individuals like Ma Hongjun and Oscar would likely seize the opportunity to test their fortunes at the academy. Lu Yuan stands at the entrance alongside Ning Rongrong, surrounded by elegantly dressed and dignified noble scions, all gathered to partake in the entrance examination. I wonder if this entrance examination will be enjoyable. Ning Rongrong pouted, turning to Lu Yuan. How could an examination possibly be enjoyable? Lu Yuan replied with a hint of exasperation. He was well aware that the entrance examinations of Heaven-Do Royal Academy were not as lively or engaging as those at Shrek Academy. His knowledge stemmed from Yuan, a student at Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Indeed, Yuan had joined the academy several years prior and, while her talent was commendable, it was not comparable to that of the main characters or Lu Yuan. From Yuan, he learned that the entrance examination at Heaven-Do Royal Academy consists of 3 stages. The first stage pertains to identity. Unlike the unorthodox admissions of Shrek Academy, candidates for Heaven-Do Royal Academy must present relevant identity documents to verify both their identity and noble lineage. Individuals like Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqin from the Star Luo Empire, suspected of being spies, would find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. However, should one impersonate a distinguished noble from the Heaven-Do Empire, like Qian Rinxue, and manage to conceal their true identity, they might still gain admission. Otherwise, they would be turned away at the gates. The second stage assesses bone age and cultivation level. This aspect bears some resemblance to Shrek Academy's criteria, though Heaven-Do Royal Academy is less stringent and does not exclusively seek out prodigies. The standards vary by age. A 6-year-old soul master who awakens with innate soul power exceeding level 8 is exempt from the third stage at 8 years old. Candidates with level 10 soul power must proceed to the third stage, and at 12, candidates require soul power exceeding level 15. The third stage involves practical combat. Heaven-Do Royal Academy does not impose excessive difficulty. Candidates simply need to withstand the onslaught of senior students for the duration of an incense stick S-burn. These seniors are not overly formidable, generally possessing strength at the pinnacle level of soul masters. Naturally, they are significantly stronger than average soul masters, and candidates lacking even basic combat skills would struggle to endure. Coincidentally, Yuan has been designated as one of the examiners for today's third stage, which is why she is not accompanying Lu Yuan. Chapter 95, The Tiando Academy Entrance Examination, Part 2, at that moment. The grand gates of the Tiando Royal Academy creaked open, revealing a dozen individuals clad in splendid white robes, the distinctive uniforms of the institution. Each one exuded an aura of power that indicated their rank as spirit kings or higher, a clear testament to their extraordinary abilities, differentiating them from the ordinary populace. This display was intentional, underscoring the formidable strength of the faculty, for even in other prestigious spirit master academies, many instructors were merely spirit ancestors. However, at Tiando Royal Academy, only those possessing the prowess of spirit kings or above could hold teaching positions. Lu Yuan observed the scene before him, feeling no particular stir of emotion. He was acutely aware that, despite the caliber of the teachers at Tiando Royal Academy, there was little he could learn from them. Regardless of whether they were spirit emperors or not, he perceived little distinction in their teachings. His enrollment at Tiando was merely a means to an end, a chance to showcase his exceptional talents and strength to all in Tiando City. With overwhelming power, he aimed to seize victory in the upcoming Continental Advanced Spirit Master competition, asserting his dominance and carving a path for advancement within the empire. No one could tarnish his grandeur and glory. He would trample every foe in his path, forcing them to look up in awe and submission. Whether it was the so-called golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall Academy or the renowned Shrek 7 monsters, should they obstruct Lu Yuan, he would undoubtedly crush them beneath his feet. As the teachers of Tiando Royal Academy unleashed their spirit pressure, an elder stepped forward, addressing the gathered crowd. Greetings to all candidates participating in the entrance examination today at Tiando Royal Academy. The elder performed a slight bow, embodying the etiquette befitting a noble academy. This courteous demeanor was likely due to the fact that most of the candidates were indeed nobility. Historically, Tiando Royal Academy had displayed a certain arrogance towards commoners, hinting at a tradition of disdain for the lower classes. Today, I am delighted to welcome you all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Robson, the Director of Education at Tiando Royal Academy, and I am a level 63 sensitive attack system Spirit Emperor. He continued, now, I shall announce the contents of today's examination, which includes identity verification, spirit power assessment, and practical combat. Please present your identity and proof of nobility for the first round. The examination content at Tiendo Royal Academy had remained unchanged for years, and the local nobility could easily inquire about it. Only the newly minted young nobles might be unaware of the examination details, while the scions of established noble families stood confidently, exuding calm assurance. For these candidates, the first 2 rounds posed little challenge if they had not met the standards. They likely would not be present to participate. The true challenge lay in the final round, the practical examination, which required actual combat experience to gain admission to the academy. After Robson's lengthy introduction, he instructed the other teachers to commence the entrance examination process. 12 examination channels were set up, and the 100 or so noble candidates began to queue orderly, with groups of 10 at each channel. Yuan chose the nearest examination channel and positioned himself at the back of the line. Ning Rongrong, exhibiting no signs of anxiety, followed closely behind him. Identity. Son of Minister Charles, yes, a true noble of the Empire. Let me assess your spirit power. Level 11 Spirit Master? Wait, the age is inconsistent, right? Bone age of 9 years. You didn't participate in last year's examination because you weren't a Spirit Master at 8 years old? Eliminated. Next, your identity proof. Third son of Count Ho Junji. Bone age of 8 years. Showcase your martial soul. Your martial soul is the Sky Splitter Spear, with a level 11 Spirit Master rank. Good. Congratulations on passing. Please proceed into the academy for the next assessment. Identity. Wang Shouxin. The child of the recently ennobled Baron Wang Xin. You barely qualify, with a bone age of 8 years and a spirit power of level 15? A prodigy. You have passed this round. Please move on. Overall, the pass rate for the first 2 rounds was quite high. There were no instances of imposters claiming noble status, aside from one candidate who, lacking talent, attempted to conceal his age but was promptly identified and eliminated. After 5 or 6 candidates had passed, it was finally Yuan's turn. He presented his identity document to a bespectacled academy teacher. Upon inspection, the teacher noted, a descendant of General Flame, nephew of Marquis Yin Xiao Yuan. Excellent, you are qualified. This identity had been arranged by the Yin family, yet it was genuine. In essence, Yuan's mother had transformed into a distant cousin of Yin Xiao. Now, please showcase your martial soul and spirit power, the academy teacher instructed casually. What transpired next caused the teacher's eyes to widen in astonishment. With a smile playing on his lips, Yuan surveyed his surroundings and declared, "A million troops. Heed my command." This resounding and commanding voice instantly captured the attention of those nearby. In an instant, a formidable, shadowy power coalesced in his hands. The teachers, students, and accompanying parents could not help but turn their gaze towards him. They beheld a dark-haired boy wielding a magnificent scythe, a beautiful amalgamation of purple, blue, and gold. Moreover, beneath his feet, 2 yellow spirit rings shimmered. The once composed teacher, now visibly shaken, gulped audibly. I must be mistaken, right? His demeanor had shifted dramatically, resembling a chicken caught by the throat. Teacher, I am Yuan, wielding the Death Star Scythe, a level 27 sensitive attack system Spirit Master. I wonder, am I qualified? Yuan's voice, laced with a hint of mirth, resonated through the air. Author's note on the book's launch and update rules. Firstly, this book is finally ready for publication. The inspiration for this story stemmed from my personal experiences while playing a game featuring the hero Kayn. I was captivated by the independent voice lines of his Odyssey skin, which were both delightful and somewhat over the top. While browsing Bilibili, I stumbled upon a video created by the Upmaster Ms. Ching titled Cosmic Emperor, Odyssey Kayn, A Million Troops, Heed My Command. This sparked the idea of writing this book. And without hesitation, I began crafting a simple opening on that very day. As inspiration flowed, writing this book became a thrilling experience. During that time, my work was not overly demanding, allowing me to occasionally indulge in writing a chapter or 2. However, as I sought to secure a contract for the book, I faced repeated rejections, leading to feelings of pessimism and contemplation of giving up. Yet, it was ultimately the support of my readers, coupled with my unwavering passion for this story, that encouraged me to persevere. During this period of silence, I have somewhat slowed my pace of updates, crafting a few simple outlines, such as the trajectory of the male protagonist, the arrangement of the female lead, the factions I intend to ally with, and the adversarial forces I planned to target. I had also contemplated the possibility of generating passion for love, deliberating on whether to sign contracts or not. Ultimately deciding that as long as I found joy in my writing, I would persevere. Just when I was on the verge of giving up entirely, I received a contract invitation for my book, which filled me with immense joy. I am truly grateful to my editor, Shang Xia, for without her support, this book, fueled by my personal passion, might have only reached halfway before fading away. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to my readers. Their support and affection have been pivotal in securing this contract. Even after the book's release, I will maintain a humble attitude, welcoming criticisms from my readers. I have enabled fan comments, and I will not delete any negative feedback. If I am in error, I shall certainly rectify it. Now, regarding the rules for explosive updates upon release, the guidelines are quite simple and were prepared in advance. Initially, I will provide 5 updates upon release, followed by additional updates based on performance. If the first subscription exceeds 500, I will add 1 extra chapter for every additional 100 subscriptions, with no upper limit. Should the count surpass 10 chapters, I will consider it an obligation to fulfill, striving to update daily to make up for any deficits. As for aspirations like becoming a leader of a faction, while it may seem unlikely, one must have dreams, should such a scenario arise. I would also increase the update by 1 substantial chapter of 5,000 words. For routine updates following the release, I plan to publish 3 chapters daily, each extended to 2,500 words, differing from the updates during the free period. Moreover, I will ensure that the content is more refined, avoiding unnecessary filler. Once again, I express my gratitude to all the readers who support my work. Chapter 96, The Heavendo Academy Entrance Examination, Part 2, 27 levels. This child appears to be merely 8 or 9 years old, yet possesses a soul power of 27. Whose child is this? An 8-year-old soul master. Has surely set a record, hasn't he? Wait, behind this child, is that not the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Miss Ning Rongrong? Is it not true that direct disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School typically do not enroll in other academies, but remain within their sect for training? If so, will we not simultaneously possess the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the heir of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament? Moreover, with this child, who appears to be no older than 10 and already possesses the rank of a great soul master, will we not be assured of victory over the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall, claiming the championship? Is this child an outer disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? How is he so closely associated with Miss Ning Rongrong? Instantly, the crowd began to murmur in speculation. Lu Yuan, despite his apparent maturity, was merely around 10 years of age yet possessed 2 soul rings, his great soul master status making his extraordinary talent almost palpable. Such aptitude is unmistakable, even to the untrained eye. This remarkable soul master, given time, will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of title Douluo. It is precisely due to Lu Yuan's evident talent that the Yin family swiftly pledged their unwavering allegiance to him. Such talent is magnificent, a source of immense joy. Should Lu Yuan one day become a title Douluo, the Yin family, as the first to declare loyalty to him, is destined to flourish anew. The revival of the Fire General's family has been a dream for countless members of the Yin family for over 300 years since their ancestors' demise. Thus, Yin Yang and the others unhesitatingly made a commitment to this young boy, sending Yin Juin to his side, although they did not explicitly state it. And Lu Yuan did not inquire. They both understood that Yin Juin was undoubtedly sent as a potential matrimonial partner. Perhaps only the innocent and naive Yin Juin remained oblivious to these intricate matters. Could the teachers of the Heavendo Royal Academy remain indifferent to such talent compelling the Yin family as decisive allegiance? The answer is no. As Lu Yuan revealed his status as a great soul master, Robson, who had previously stood confidently at the entrance, suddenly lost his composure. He rushed to Lu Yuan's side, scrutinizing the splendid Death Star Demon Scythe and the 2 yellow soul rings at his feet. The Death Star Demon Scythe. Is it a mutated martial soul? Robson murmured to himself. He then directed a fervent yet cautious gaze at Lu Yuan and inquired, "May I assess your bone age?" Indeed. Merely by observing Lu Yuan's appearance, one could ascertain his approximate age, even if he were a few years older than he seemed. An 11 or 12-year-old great soul master would still be remarkably gifted. Of course, Lu Yuan extended his left wrist. Robson, with his withered hand resembling a twig, grasped Lu Yuan's wrist to conduct his examination. 8 years of bone age. Robson's expression shifted dramatically. The assessment of bone age does not possess the precision to determine exact months. He could only ascertain that Lu Yuan's bone age was around 8 years. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan was merely a month or two away from his 8th birthday, an 8-year-old great soul master, and one boasting 27 levels of soul power. Robson felt his decades of understanding begin to waver. In the face of Lu Yuan's extraordinary talent, the very foundation of his comprehension seemed on the verge of collapse. So, I have passed, then? Lu Yuan smiled. His words were utterly self-effacing. His talent was beyond mere passing. If this were an examination paper, with a perfect score of 100, where others pass at 60, Lu Yuan's score would undoubtedly be 120, far exceeding the expectations of the examiners. No problem. Robson inhaled deeply and nodded. Then may I proceed to the third section? Lu Yuan was ready to follow the academy's teachers into the practical examination venue. Just like the other candidates. Not necessary. Robson interjected, you need not partake in our third assessment. You are directly admitted. This. It wouldn't violate any rules, would it? Lu Yuan blinked, a hint of helplessness crossing his expression. This was not mere modesty. He had indeed prepared to engage in the combat training ground, eager to test the practical effects of his dual focus and shadow doppelganger techniques. Child, your talent is no jest. To be a great soul master at merely 8 years old, anywhere else, such talent warrants immediate admission. Robson chuckled ruefully. Moreover, the opponents we arranged for the third assessment are all soul masters with only a few levels of soul power. Against a great soul master like you, they stand no chance. Robson spoke the truth. Lu Yuan's century-old soul rings were indicative of a soul master of top-tier potential. His status as a great soul master could not be matched even by the most exceptional talents of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. From this day forth, Lu Yuan, you are a student of our Heaven Do Royal Academy. Prepare yourself. Come spring of next year, you may commence your studies with us. Robson continued, producing a token from his soul guide. This token signified Lu Yuan's identity as a student of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, which he promptly accepted into his star eclipsing. Onlookers gasped, astonishment sweeping through the crowd, yet no dissent arose. Who could object? An 8-year-old great soul master, could any of them claim the same? Understood, Lu Yuan nodded. Stepping aside for Ning Rongrong to approach for her assessment, Ning Rongrong presented her credentials as a direct disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Lifting her head proudly as she addressed the academy teacher, Ning Rongrong, 7 years old, level 12 auxiliary soul master, martial soul, 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Is that acceptable? Robson quickly approached the teacher before turning to Ning Rongrong, a wry smile crossing his face. Miss Ning Rongrong, simply informing us of your intention to take the exam would suffice. Your presence here is indeed an honor for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Thus, you two are directly admitted. Ning Rongrong received her token with a beaming smile, running to Lu Yuan, eager to share her excitement. Xiao Yuan, I'll be attending school with you. I was also granted special admission. How impressive is that? Lu Yuan could only smile wryly in response. Indeed, Rongrong. You are truly remarkable. Chapter 97. Curiosity. The world in which Lu Yuan finds himself, the Douluo Continent, undoubtedly exists in an era characterized by a significant lack of information. Even in this fantastical realm brimming with extraordinary powers, the dissemination of news across regions occurs at a painfully sluggish pace, particularly in remote areas. Information is seldom relayed to the grand city of Tiando unless it pertains to national stability or foreign invasions. Otherwise, it remains largely unheard. The current means of communication on the Douluo Continent relies primarily on letters and human couriers. Despite their speed, these methods require human resources, which are the most precious of commodities. If the news lacks importance, it is deemed unworthy of the expenditure required for distant transmission. This situation is reminiscent of ancient times in Lu Yuan's previous life, where individuals in the capital were often oblivious to prodigies residing in far-flung regions. Soul masters endowed with innate full soul power were akin to the so-called extraordinary prodigies, possessing an exceptional memory. Thus, in the original narrative, talents like Tang San and Oscar, who were innate full soul power soul masters, remained relatively unknown before the prestigious Continental High Soul Master Tournament. Lu Yuan, too, would have shared this obscurity. Despite his innate full soul power, he would merely be recorded by the Spirit Hall, with his information reported to the elders. The city of Tiando would have remained unaware of the emergence of such a prodigious soul master from a small town in the distant Fasnuo province. However, news of Lu Yuan has spread throughout Tiando City. This notoriety arose from his recent participation in the entrance examination of the Tiando Royal Academy. where he showcased his talents before numerous nobles and their offspring. This information, disseminated effortlessly within noble circles, became a topic of casual conversation, sufficient to elevate his status. A child prodigy capable of altering the countenance of any observer. A genius who achieved the rank of Great Soul Master at the tender age of 8. This brilliance vividly illuminates his promising future. A title Douluo. As long as he does not perish, he is destined to become a title Douluo-level Soul Master. Such formidable individuals, even the weakest among them, like the poisoned Douluo bow, occupy esteemed positions within the Tiando imperial family, commanding respect and caution from all. As inquiries continued, it was also uncovered that Lu Yuan is a member of the Hua family, known for safeguarding the Tiando royal family. Further investigations revealed his close association with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, whose current leader, Ning Fingji, is the esteemed tutor of the empire's crown prince, Xue Qinghe. This connection prompted many nobles in Tiando City to ponder deeply. Lu Yuan's extraordinary talent suggests he may become the leader of the Hua family and a rising star within the Tiando Empire, poised for substantial growth and power. Moreover, this prodigious soul master maintains a close relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Given that the school's leader, Ning Fingji, is affiliated with the Crown Prince's faction, it implies a significant strengthening of the prince's influence. The faction supporting Prince Xue Bing, on the other hand, feels increasingly threatened. In the imperial palace of Tiando City, the aging Emperor Shuiyi struggles with his declining health, finding it increasingly difficult to manage the empire's complex affairs. Fortunately, the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, a model of filial piety and wisdom, has actively shouldered his father's responsibilities. Seizing this opportunity, Emperor Shuiyi has declared that the Crown Prince will assist in governance, thus honing his political acumen for the future. Xue Qinghe has not disappointed his father, as the Tiando Empire has enjoyed a period of stability and prosperity, with no significant upheavals in recent years. Consequently, Emperor Shuiyi has grown increasingly confident in his son, gradually delegating more responsibilities to him. Within the palace, Xue Qinghe diligently reviews state matters, seemingly engrossed in his work. Attendants and maids observe him with concern, noting his waning physical condition. Your Highness, you have been addressing state affairs for 4 consecutive hours. It is time to take a break, one of his closest advisors finally interjects. However, Xue Qinghe's slender fingers do not pause. He merely takes a moment before continuing his work. It is of no consequence. I still have the northern province's tax matters to resolve. Once I finish, I shall rest. Xue Qinghe's diligence has earned him a reputation as a wise ruler, setting him apart from Prince Xue Bing, who indulges in pleasure and acts erratically. This contrast has cemented the likelihood of Xue Qinghe's succession to the throne. Please take care of your health, Your Highness. Should I instruct the kitchen to prepare some medicinal dishes? His advisor inquires. Very well, you may do so. There is no need to remain here on my account. Xue Qinghe replies with a light smile. As the advisor and attendants exit, an invisible yet potent wave of soul power envelopes the palace, muffling all sounds within. Xue Qinghe rubs his temples and chuckles softly. Uncle Shi, you remain ever cautious. Your Highness, it is prudent to remain vigilant, replies the snake spear Douluo with a smile. Indeed, caution is never excessive, Xue Qinghe concedes, his weariness evident as he relaxes his wrist. You are simply too diligent. There is no need for you to appear so industrious, as these matters pertain to the Tiando Empire. The snake spear Douluo, who has accompanied Xue Qinghe since childhood alongside the bloodied spear Douluo, shares a bond akin to that of father and daughter. Chapter 98. The core of the setting sun. Seeing Qian Renqiue so weary from managing affairs, snake spear Douluo couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. It was only natural. Now was not the time for relaxation. He did not wish to see their efforts go to waste at the final moment. I must prove myself. I will not be inferior to that woman, Qian Renqiue spoke softly. Sighing, snake spear Douluo replied, By the way, Uncle Shi, I recently heard that a prodigious talent has emerged in Tiando City. Indeed, snake spear Douluo nodded. His name is Lu Yuan, reportedly a distant relative of the Fire General's family. His martial spirit has undergone a mutation, awakening as the Death Star scythe. He had gathered this information solely from the rumors circulating in Tiando City, which were entirely different from the reports sent to Spirit City from the distant Nodding City. After all, Siyutao had merely reported Lu Yuan's data to the Spirit City headquarters, without relaying it to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. Naturally, Snake Spear Douluo was unaware of Lu Yuan's true identity. If he were to compare it with the information sent to Spirit City, he would discover that Lu Yuan's supposed status as a distant relative of the Yin family was fabricated. At 8 years old, possessing a spirit power of 27. Such an achievement is extraordinary, Snake Spear Douluo remarked. Reflecting on his own 8-year-old self, he recalled barely reaching 20 levels of spirit power, nowhere near Lu Yuan's astonishing prowess. 8 years, 27 levels. Qian Rinchue's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing these figures. Fortunately, he is quite close to your teacher. And even your teacher's most cherished daughter, Ning Rongrong, has developed a close bond with him. Entering the Tiando Royal Academy together, Snake Spear Douluo added with a smile. I see. That's reassuring, Qian Rinchue nodded, her curiosity piqued. However, I am quite eager to meet this young prodigy in person. She possessed a divine martial spirit, as her grandfather, Qin Douluo, had proclaimed, with innate spirit power of level 20 at birth. It was unsurprising that she broke through to Soul Sovereign at 8 years old. Yet, Lu Yuan, who did not seem to share her divine martial spirit. How could he cultivate so swiftly? This intrigued her greatly. Perhaps in the future, when I meet Ning Fingxi, there will surely be an opportunity. Qian Rinchue mused softly, lowering her gaze. Time passed swiftly. Lu Yuan gazed at the suspended starry sky, a sight only visible in this ancient-like era of the Douluo Continent. He could hardly recall the last time he beheld such a magnificent and resplendent sea of stars. The infinite starry expanse captivated him. And as he watched the myriad stars illuminating the cosmos, he couldn't help but wonder what scenes lay on the other side of the universe. Unfortunately, for an ordinary person, such thoughts felt all too distant. Yet now, things were different. Lu Yuan had arrived in this world of Douluo Continent and possessed his own unique advantage. The boundless starry sea enthralled him, igniting a desire to explore, even to conquer and rule. He was confident he would achieve this. With only a few days remaining until the new year, this marked Lu Yuan's first time welcoming the arrival of the new year without his family by his side in this world. In previous years, his parents and sister had always been there to celebrate each different New Year's Eve. Standing outside the vast forest, the night sky and starlit backdrop felt like his cloak. This place was the outskirts of Tiando City, known as the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest was rich in mineral and herbal resources, a paradise for blacksmiths and alchemists. However, it was also fraught with danger, as high-level soul beasts roamed freely, deterring those without sufficient strength from venturing forth to gather herbs or mine ores. Some soul masters would choose to enter this forest when seeking soul rings from soul beasts. Though such instances were rare, as there were more suitable locations outside Tiando City for hunting soul beasts, namely the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest was one of the 3 most renowned soul beast habitats in the Douluo Continent, its vast expanse nearly equal to that of the Barak Kingdom, straddling the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Of its area, 2/5 lay within the Tiando Empire and 3/5 within the Xinglua Empire, forming a colossal primeval forest with complex terrain, including wetlands and marshes. The soul beasts within were formidable, becoming increasingly powerful towards the forest's center, where even 100,000-year soul beasts could be found. Any soul master with sufficient strength and luck could find the most suitable soul ring within. Naturally, the Sunset Forest was even less frequented by people. Having absorbed the essence of the universe and cultivated diligently, Lu Yuan had recently advanced another level in spirit power. His rate of cultivation was astounding. With enough essence, he truly believed he could dominate the entire universe as foretold. Yet, even with this increase, his current spirit power stood at merely 28 levels, still not sufficient for hunting soul beasts. The true reason for his visit here, however, was for a different purpose: the vast treasures hidden within the Sunset Forest. Known as the Immortal Herbs, these treasures lay at the heart of the forest, where the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, one of the 3 great treasure troves for medicinal herbs, was located. Within the unique environment of the 3 great treasure troves, ordinary plants could not thrive, as they could not adapt to the special climate. However, the 3 great treasure troves served as breeding grounds for all rare plants, enabling them to grow at a rate 10 times faster than normal. In simple terms, if a spirit mushroom were to grow for 10 years in any of the 3 great treasure troves, it would possess the effects of a 100-year spirit mushroom. The 3 great treasure troves possessed unparalleled conditions, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye was such a sacred place, its origins shrouded in mystery. However, Lu Yuan knew that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye came into being due to the simultaneous demise of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King among the 9 Dragon Kings, whose remains lay buried beneath it, nourishing the land. Currently, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye had been discovered and claimed as a private garden by poisoned Dendigu Bo Tang San's initial opportunity had stemmed from this. as he had originally planned to return here 4 years later to gain Douluo's trust and extract all the immortal herbs from this bountiful site. Now, Yuan had no intention of leaving these treasures for Tang San 4 years later. He aimed to seize the most crucial immortal herbs within at once. Chapter 99. The Sunset Forest. Stealthily venturing into the ice and fire eyes of the Sunset Forest, I intended to abscond with the majority of the vital celestial herbs, a scheme that Yuan had been meticulously orchestrating from an early stage. To this end, he had devised countless plans and forecasts in private, even going so far as to simulate his approach to extracting these precious herbs. The conclusion he reached was that, given his current capabilities, seizing numerous celestial herbs from the ice and fire eyes would be an arduous task. Firstly, it must be noted that the ice and fire eyes are situated at the very heart of the Sunset Forest. The vibrant life that flourishes within this forest, teeming with both lush vegetation and myriad spirit beasts, is a direct result of the energy emanating from the ice and fire eyes. Consequently, the closer one approaches this central region, the more formidable the spirit beasts become, as the strongest among them will invariably occupy the areas richest in spiritual energy and vitality. While the Sunset Forest may not harbor the 10,000-year-old spirit beasts found in the central region of the Stardew Forest, it nonetheless is home to numerous spirit beasts aged 10,000 years or even older within its core. This presents the first challenge Yuan must overcome to gain entry into the ice and fire eyes. Before he can infiltrate, he must confront not merely a poisoned Douluo, but a multitude of spirit beasts surpassing 10,000 years in age. Can a great soul master hold his own against such formidable foes? It is difficult to say. Presently, Yuan's soul power is limited to that of a great soul master, yet his three martial souls bestow upon him a plethora of skills, many of which rival the so-called thousand-year soul techniques. Though his other two martial souls, the Storm Thunder Dragon and the Abyssal Blade, remain without soul rings, this does not diminish his combat prowess when employing them. His soul power remains unaltered, yet the nature of his martial souls influences his fighting style and strength. When wielding the Death Star Demon Scythe, Yuan may either ambush from the shadows as a shadowy assassin or engage in direct combat with grand maneuvers. In his Divine Dragon Lord form, he excels in close-quarters combat with remarkable speed, while in the Knight Envoy state, he becomes even more agile and ethereal, representing his most potent form. After all, the Knight Envoy possesses the mightiest power among his three martial souls. Akin to the dominion of darkness in a world, a rank comparable to one of the two divine kings in the Douluo Continent, specifically the evil god king. Indeed, the Knight Envoy's power may even surpass that, as Yasuo, the Knight Envoy, embodies a representation of cosmic chaos, whereas the evil god king reigns over the Douluo world and its myriad subordinate realms. Nevertheless, the potential of the Death Star Demon Scythe should not be underestimated. Within the Odyssey universe, acquiring sufficient arcane energy could ultimately confer the power to dominate the entire cosmos. Yet, this remains within the realm of Kayn's fantasies, as the Odyssey universe has not yet hinted at such an outcome. Regardless, when Yuan engages his other two martial souls, whether or not he has affixed soul rings to them, the skills they manifest are exceedingly practical and potent. Particularly, the techniques Shattering Shadow, Divine Dragon Tail, and Gale's Absolute/possess an intensity rivaling that of thousand-year soul techniques, even standing up to the might of 10,000-year techniques. What is most alarming is that Yuan is currently merely a great soul master. Of course, Yuan's offensive capabilities are undeniably formidable, yet he remains quite fragile. Much like a high-damage ADC in a game, he can output tremendous damage, but a single encounter with a warrior or assassin can lead to his downfall in mere seconds. This predicament poses a significant challenge for Yuan. He believes he can vanquish 10,000-year spirit beasts, yet should such a beast strike him, his current defenses and physical resilience would be insufficient to withstand a full frontal assault. Thus, the spirit beasts represent a formidable hurdle for Yuan. However, this first challenge pales in comparison to the subsequent one. The second obstacle to entering the ice and fire eyes is the toxic array meticulously laid by the poisoned Douluo. Douluo. Within the ice and fire eyes grow a plethora of rare materials, naturally exuding a unique fragrance. It stands to reason that the spirit beasts, driven by their innate instinct to grow stronger, would not allow such treasures to remain unguarded. Yet, prior to Tang San's arrival, these rare materials remained untouched, owing to the formidable poison array devised by Douluo, a master of tormenting weaker foes. While he may find himself outmatched against any Douluo above his rank, He holds no regard for those below. Regardless of the number, any soul master beneath the rank of Douluo, even in the hundreds of thousands, would succumb to his poison. His poison array possesses a distinctive characteristic. It is easily dismantled by those of Douluo rank, yet it proves lethal to all lesser beings. After discovering the ice and fire eyes, Douluo claimed it as his stronghold, yet he is no recluse. He does not confine himself to this place. Instead, he established a toxic array that allows him to venture elsewhere with confidence, for he is attuned to its workings. Should anyone trespass and disrupt the array, he would be instantly aware. This is likely why many fear him. Even those who could easily defeat him do not dare to provoke him. For the knowledge that he can sense their approach makes them hesitant to confront him directly. He may be unable to defeat his peers of Douluo rank. But can one guarantee that their entire faction comprises only Douluos? In the end, if only one remains, how will they fare? Thus, the poisoned Douluo has earned a reputation as the weakest among his rank, yet few have the audacity to challenge him. Even those aware that the Sunset Forest is his domain refrain from blocking his path, knowing that to breach his poison array is to court disaster. As Lu Yuan now contemplates entering the ice and fire eyes, he must take this into account. The final barrier he must confront is, of course, Douluo himself. Lu Yuan must ascertain that Douluo is absent from the ice and fire eyes before daring to enter. Otherwise, even disregarding the previous two challenges, he would not dare to proceed. So, how to determine Douluo's whereabouts? Naturally, he must choose an opportune moment to infiltrate. Chapter 100, The Setting Sun Forest, My Most Wild, Part 2. Although Douluo's actions are eccentric and his personality peculiar, fortunately, he has not entirely devolved into a whimsical individual who acts solely on his whims. Typically, such individuals tend to be solitary, devoid of any familial or social ties, which enables them to fully embrace their capricious nature. However, Douluo's attachment lies with his only living relative, his granddaughter, Yuan. Having lost both his son and daughter-in-law, he cherishes and dotes upon his soul kin, Yuan, all the more. Thus, it is only natural that during holidays, Douluo would reunite with his beloved granddaughter, as surmised by Lu Yuan. Moreover, one must also consider the timing of Douluo's poison affliction. Lu Yuan recalls from the original text that Douluo experiences an itchy sensation in his ribs during overcast and rainy days, which intensifies and ultimately leads to unbearable suffering. Additionally, around midnight, he suffers from severe headaches, equally tormenting. His endurance through such agony is primarily attributed to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which offers immense benefits to someone as poisoned as Douluo. The extremes of heat and cold effectively counteract toxins, and the unique location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye exerts a particularly powerful restraining influence over poisons. Therefore, during these affliction times, Douluo spends his agonizing hours within the sanctuary of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Lu Yuan strategically chose to act at 8 o'clock this evening, capitalizing on the clear weather that perfectly coincides with Douluo's absence of affliction. Furthermore, as a guest of the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, Douluo has recently acquired intelligence regarding the royal banquet he and Yuan are attending in Tiando City this evening. Hence, Lu Yuan resolved to take action tonight. Nonetheless, this endeavor carries significant risks, as he is alone. Lu Yuan had contemplated persuading others to assist him in harvesting the celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The first issue was choosing whom to convince. Among his acquaintances, only two individuals could potentially protect him from Douluo's toxic traps, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yet, he soon realized that persuading these guardians of the sect was an improbable endeavor. They are, after all, the protectors of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which mandates their primary allegiance to the sect above all else. Given Douluo's lethal prowess, capable of decimating a sect to the point of leaving only titled Douluos behind, it is evident that unless an irreconcilable conflict arises between Douluo and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo would never engage in actions that would irreparably offend him. Invading Douluo's stronghold and seizing his celestial herbs would undoubtedly constitute such an offense. Lu Yuan perceives himself as an outsider to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Were he a scion of the sect, he might have had a chance to persuade the two guardians to bolster the sect's strength by acquiring the necessary herbs. However, he is not, and thus he relinquished this idea. Additionally, Lu Yuan considered requesting assistance from the Yin family, hoping they might dispatch a few soul emperors to ensure his safe passage through the territory of the 10,000-year soul beasts before employing his methods to access the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Yet, he ultimately abandoned this plan as well, recognizing the current precarious state of the Yin family. They are, in essence, cowardly. With the highest-ranking members barely reaching Soul Saint status, would they dare provoke the poisoned Douluo? It is likely that the moment he broached this idea, the Yin family would promptly dissuade him. Moreover, even if he were to deceive them into assisting him, the answer is unequivocally not feasible. The prominent nobles of Tiando City may not know that the ice and fire yin yang is Douluo's lair, but they are well aware that the Sunset Forest is his domain. In the original narrative, when Tang San was captured by Douluo, it was precisely the 3 committee members of Tiando Academy who informed Yu Shaojiang and his companions of Douluo's residence in the Sunset Forest. If the Tiando Academy's committee members possess such knowledge, could the 7 Treasures glazed tile school and the Yin family, once esteemed titled Douluo families, remain oblivious? Thus, if Lu Yuan were to invite them to the Sunset Forest, they would undoubtedly recognize they were encroaching upon Douluo's territory. Having abandoned the notion of seeking assistance, Lu Yuan chose to venture forth alone. However, this predicament is not insurmountable. First, he must navigate through the perilous territory of the 10,000-year soul beasts to reach the core of the Sunset Forest. Lu Yuan intends to employ a direct approach, forcefully utilizing his shadow assassin form to activate shadow steps and hasten through this treacherous area. At the very least, the subtlety of the shadow energy will significantly diminish his presence in the sounds he produces, complemented by the swiftness of shadow steps. Perhaps, he might evade the attention of the 10,000-year soul beasts under the cover of night and reach the heart of the Sunset Forest. Secondly, there lies the issue of Douluo's toxic formations. Indeed, Douluo's poison is formidable, capable of killing 10,000-year soul beasts and instilling trepidation among them. However, Douluo's poison primarily affects living beings. Its impact on inanimate objects is limited to mere corrosion. As for intangible energies, it proves utterly ineffective. After all, his poison is not of the soul-corrupting variety that could even erode souls. Lu Yuan, however, possesses a skill that aligns perfectly with this situation: pure energy forging. Devoid of any physiological composition, his second soul skill, Death Shadow Clone, consists purely of soul power, allowing him to fully share the vision and sensations of the clone while remaining impervious to any pain it experiences. Otherwise, when his clone was torn apart by the Sand Crocodile Gang's firster at the Black Yin Bay dock, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Without the sensation of pain, Lu Yuan can manipulate the Death Shadow Clone from a concealed position outside the toxic formations, guiding it into the ice and fire yin yang to harvest the celestial herbs. However, the Death Shadow Clone does have a limitation distance. Lu Yuan has determined that the range between the clone and his main body is restricted. Currently, it is approximately within a radius of 300 meters. Within this radius, he can control the clone at will, but should it exceed this distance, the clone will disperse immediately. Consequently, Lu Yuan must maneuver the Death Shadow Clone within a 300-meter radius to collect celestial herbs in the Sunset Forest, which may pose considerable constraints. He harbors doubts about whether he can have the clone retrieve the 2 most crucial celestial herbs, the fire apricot flower and the 8-pointed ice grass. Yet, one must always aspire to dream and attempt the impossible. Determined, Lu Yuan set forth. However, as he traversed the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, he refrained from activating his shadow assassin form with shadow steps, as the soul beast in the periphery posed no genuine threat to him. Therefore, he aimed to conserve his soul power for the critical moments of crossing through the territory of the 10,000-year soul beasts, manipulating the Death Shadow Clone, and finally, exerting his full strength upon his departure. The 101st chapter, The Setting Sun Forest, My Wildest, Part 3, swiftly traversing the periphery of the Setting Sun Forest. Lu Yuan endeavored to unleash his soul power to its fullest extent, creating an oppressive aura to deter the lower-tier soul beast from troubling him. Yet, there were still a few ferocious or famished lowly soul beasts that leaped forth, intent on devouring him. Such beasts were of little concern to Lu Yuan, who had no choice but to eliminate them all. Lowly soul beasts, whether they had existed for a decade or a century, were as insignificant as ants to him now. With a swift motion of his Death Star scythe, he cleaved through their frail, filthy bodies with ease. Even soul beasts that had lived for over 1,000 years posed no threat, as their intelligence was limited and their skills singular, rendering them inferior to humans of similar rank. A brief skirmish sufficed to dispatch them. Yesterday felt like a dream. Tomorrow loomed shrouded in darkness. / Steel flash. In the end, light would inevitably succumb to darkness. With a deft flick of his wrist, he summoned a horde of the ravenous gold-eating insects, which, having bodies hardened from their metallic diet, were reduced to mere fragments under the dual onslaught of hellfire and transformative winds. In his form as the Night Messenger, Lu Yuan's ability to clear foes was astonishingly potent, for his character, Yasuo, was inherently designed for swift enemy eradication in the game. Time was of the essence. Lu Yuan gazed at the waning crescent moon drifting in the sky, a frown creasing his brow. It was approximately 2:30 in the evening, akin to 8:30 in the modern world. Since arriving in this primitive realm, he had gradually learned to gauge the passage of time by the positions of the sun and moon. Necessity breeds ingenuity. With a flick of his hand, he conjured the Death Star scythe, proclaiming, "My throne awaits." Countless strands of arcane energy were drawn from the fallen gold-eating insects, coalescing into the scythe that could cleave through stars. This would slightly mitigate his soul power depletion as he turned once more towards the heart of the forest. Thus, he continued his relentless slaughter of the savage soul beasts, drawing ever closer to the core of the setting sun forest, a sanctuary for numerous 10,000-year-old soul beasts. At this juncture, Lu Yuan shifted his mindset and brandished the Death Star scythe, declaring, "My era begins." He transformed into the Shadow Assassin form, bestowed with divine authority. The Death Star scythe radiated an ethereal blue light, enveloping him entirely. His short black hair cascaded into flowing blue locks, reminiscent of the vastness of the cosmic ocean. The azure soul power cloaked his form, rendering him silent, shadow step. The power of shadows muffled every sound, concealing his presence completely. Lu Yuan plunged into the nearest towering tree, moving freely within its trunk. A mandragora serpent, aged 8,000 years, coiled around a branch nearby, momentarily perplexed, raising its head to survey its surroundings. However, its thermal and olfactory senses detected no presence nearby. With a shake of its head, it resumed its languid position on the branch. Utilizing the power of shadows to remain undetected, Lu Yuan advanced swiftly through the obscured night. This was the brilliance of his Shadow Assassin form. Although his combat prowess paled in comparison to the Red Superman's Death Star incarnation, his ability to conceal himself was unparalleled. He had witnessed 10,000-year soul beasts up close, yet they remained oblivious to his presence. Among them was a notable 10,000-year soul beast, a cave demon spider, which was destined to become the source of Tang San's fourth soul ring in the unfolding narrative. However, Lu Yuan had no time to engage with it and deftly evaded its web. Navigating through the realm inhabited by these ancient beasts, Lu Yuan encountered no unexpected events that delighted the masses, ultimately avoiding direct confrontation with any 10,000-year soul beasts. He successfully traversed the area and arrived at his destination, a region enveloped in a verdant, toxic fog that would send even the boldest into retreat. This was the objective of Lu Yuan's nightly venture. The ice and fire duality, shrouded in toxic mist, was the deadly poison array laid by the poisoned Douluo outside his lair, capable of instantly obliterating any soul beast over 50,000 years old upon contact with the poisonous fog. Lu Yuan harbored no illusions of testing this lethal barrier. It was a certainty that such an endeavor would lead to demise. Taking a deep breath, he concealed himself behind a large boulder near the poison array. As the second yellow soul ring beneath him began to glow gently, second soul skill, Death Shadow Clone, a figure wielding a replica of the Death Star scythe and resembling the darkened Lu Yuan, moved towards the poison array seemingly with suicidal intent. Numerous 10,000-year soul beasts nearby perceived this seemingly petite and delectable morsel, yet none dared to approach. A flicker of human-like fear glimmered in their eyes. At this level of existence, they possessed a modicum of intelligence. They recognized that this toxic array was laid by an ancient creature of the forest, and any being that ventured into the poisonous fog would meet a swift end. This primal fear of death restrained them from pursuing the allure of the myriad treasures within the ice and fire duality. Yet, a small figure was now approaching the noxious mist. At that moment, under Lu Yuan's command, the Death Shadow Clone edged closer to the verdant poison. It appeared as though Lu Yuan had been doused in green paint. Success. Lu Yuan's excitement surged. Indeed, the Death Shadow Clone could traverse the toxic fog unharmed. Composed entirely of pure energy, the clone was impervious to the poison's grasp. As the surrounding soul beasts beheld Lu Yuan entering the mist unscathed, a palpable frenzy ensued. Their eyes turned crimson with rage. How could such a feeble morsel dare to venture inside? And yet, it emerged without a scratch? The allure of treasures within the poison array ignited a fervor among the impatient 10,000-year soul beasts, who roared in anger and charged towards Douluo's toxic array. Yet, mere moments later, the soul beasts that rushed into the poison array collapsed within seconds, transforming into puddles of putrid blood. Meanwhile, Far away in the Tiendo Imperial Palace, attending an imperial banquet, poisoned Douluo furrowed his brow. The attendants beside him trembled in fear. Douluo felt the tremors of his poison array being assaulted back in the setting sun forest. In quick succession, the array endured several more impacts. An understanding dawned upon him, leading to an enraged snort. Those beasts have lost their minds, recklessly charging into my poison array. Fine, let them perish. They will merely become part of my array. Grandfather, are you all right? His granddaughter, Douluo Yin, could not help but inquire. Nothing to worry about, Yin. Do you like it here? Douluo replied gently to Douluo Yin. He then took another sip of his drink, turning his attention back to his granddaughter. Let us not dwell on it. I'll make amends with some fine wine tonight. The workload has been intense these past few days. Yesterday was particularly grueling. With me still crunching sales data at 3 in the morning while the supervisor kept a hawkish eye on us, leaving no room for respite. I'll catch a few more hours of sleep before continuing to update tonight. Chapter 102, The Sunset Forest, My Wildest Moments, Part 3, At this moment. Outside the ice and fire yin-yang within the Sunset Forest, numerous soul beasts surrounding the poison formation gazed enviously as Lu Yuan's avatar entered the toxic array unscathed. They could not comprehend how Lu Yuan achieved this. Their limited intelligence failed to discern that the avatar was conjured by his soul technique. All they could do was covet the avatar's seamless passage into the yin-yang eye. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan directly manipulated the avatar, concentrating nearly all his consciousness on it. The vista before the avatar was instantly captured by him, and in this state of profound immersion, he experienced an uncanny sensation akin to playing a VR game. It was not merely the feeling of a game, but rather that of an entirely immersive virtual reality experience as depicted in science fiction narratives. If the avatar could perceive pain, it would resemble the games portrayed in Sword Art Online or Overlord. Lu Yuan urged the avatar to sprint forward, traversing a flat expanse until he gradually arrived at a valley. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a funnel-shaped depression, where he stood at the edge of a mountain peak. Dense, warm vapors ascended from the valley, imbued with a humid quality, tinged with a hint of sulfur's distinctive aroma. Below lay a vast expanse of hot springs, from which the steam emanated. The springs themselves were not conducive to nurturing flora due to their rich mineral content, yet certain unique plants thrived here, drawing sustenance from both the mineral-rich waters and the warmth. Having perused the original text, Lu Yuan understood that this locale was a veritable treasure trove of rare materials, as it brimmed with an almost frenzied concentration of spiritual energy. Most ordinary life forms could scarcely survive in such an environment. Only extraordinary beings could endure. Such harsh conditions naturally precluded the growth of wild grasses like blue silvergrass. Those familiar with agriculture know that for crops to flourish, weeding is essential, as wild grasses tend to siphon off vital nutrients. The tenacity of these wild plants, akin to a spring breeze that rejuvenates, is not welcome to farmers. In an environment where wild grasses cannot thrive, medicinal herbs can flourish unabated. This is one of the key reasons why the ice and fire yin-yang eye, deemed a treasure trove, can sustain such an abundance of rare materials. Otherwise, the overwhelming spiritual energy would merely allow wild grasses to grow to towering heights. Wild grasses like blue silvergrass, if they adhered to their nature and did not overreach for excess nutrients, could play a vital role in stabilizing soil and enhancing its quality. However, their insatiable greed for resources leads to detrimental outcomes for both medicinal herbs and crops, as they strive to monopolize all available land. Lu Yuan, undeterred by these reflections, focused on the valley before him. He deftly maneuvered using his skills and the Death Star scythe to grasp the cliffside, ascending step by step until he reached the valley floor. Upon arrival, he surveyed the scene before him. The springs mirrored his expectations. Although the area was not extensive, it was divided into two distinct oval pools. The waters within were strikingly different, one a milky white, the other a vibrant crimson. Intriguingly, despite being in the same pool, the two colors remained starkly separated, each respecting its own territory. The billowing steam rising from the interface of the two springs created a mesmerizing spectacle, dissipating only as it reached the mouth of the valley. This was the so-called three great treasure basins referred to by Tang San, the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Such a treasure basin is a locale that may take millennia to form. According to the records in the Tang sect's secret scriptures, it is one of the three great treasure basins for medicinal herbs. These basins serve as the origin for all rare plants and significantly expedite their growth cycle. In simpler terms, if a spiritual herb were to grow for 10 years in any of these basins, it would yield the effects of a 100-year-old herb. The three great treasure basins possess unparalleled natural conditions, being reservoirs of concentrated spiritual energy. The ice and fire yin-yang, one of these basins, nurtures not only flora, but also has extraordinarily unique effects on living organisms. If humans or animals reside near the ice and fire yin-yang, they will be subjected to a tumultuous surge of extreme elemental energies. If they fail to vacate promptly, their bodies will inevitably succumb. However, for someone like the poisoned Douluo, who is steeped in toxins, this location proves immensely beneficial. As previously mentioned, the extremes of heat and cold counteract toxic substances. The ice and fire yin-yang, being a haven for rare materials, exerts a powerful restraint on toxins. Without this suppression, Douluo would not be able to contain the potent poison within him. The inherent nature of the ice and fire yin-yang is to protect the surrounding flora. Yet it serves as a vital safeguard for Douluo's life. The medicinal aroma wafting through the air was palpable, even to Yuan, who was not physically present. It was a testament to the richness of these rare materials. Nevertheless, Yuan had no desire to linger and admire the beauty of this treasure basin. With a flick of his wrist, a pouch materialized in his hand. This was a convenient soul guide obtained through the Yin family. Boasting an expansive capacity of 10 cubic meters, far surpassing that of the star eclipsing. Earlier, he had entrusted this pouch to his avatar, and now, its purpose was unmistakable, to harvest every visible medicinal herb. Of course, he did not intend to strip the land bare as Tang San did in the original narrative, do not misunderstand. Yuan had no inclination to leave any rare herbs for Douluo. He had no personal ties with the poisoned Douluo, and his intention to pilfer was clear. Primarily, he aimed to seize the critical spiritual herbs swiftly, ensuring that all treasures were collected before the stroke of midnight. Otherwise, if Douluo returned, Yuan would find himself in dire straits. If he had ample time, akin to Tang San in the original story, he would have undoubtedly harvested every last bit of soil. However, given their lack of camaraderie, Yuan had no qualms about leaving nothing for Douluo. After all, they were not friends. One cannot engage in such behavior against a friend, and one must leave something behind. Under the constraints of time, Yuan's foremost objective was to extract those spiritual herbs beneficial to the Shrek team from the original narrative. He could not allow Tang San and his companions to retain any herbs that could bolster their strength. This was the primary motive behind Yuan's venture. Had it not been for this, and given the enmity with Tang San, there could be no opportunity for reconciliation in the future. Conversely, Yuan would seek every means to eliminate Tang San, who likely harbored similar sentiments towards him. It was precisely for this reason that he would not expend such effort and take such risks to procure spiritual herbs. Many assert that these herbs offer substantial benefits. Yet the risks associated with acquiring them are equally considerable. If one attempts to harvest these herbs without first neutralizing the NPC Douluo, one must tread carefully. Weighing the challenges posed by the ancient soul beasts and the toxic array set by Douluo, it is often said that plucking celestial herbs is a simple task. Yet Yuan finds it far from effortless, unless one is either a saint of the spirit hall or possesses a mighty hammer. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity to harvest swiftly and with precision. The several celestial-grade herbs belonging to the original protagonists cannot be spared. However, he is still pondering how to acquire the two exquisite herbs, the fiery apricot blossom and the eight-pointed ice grass, located between the dual eyes of ice and fire. It seems he has suddenly recalled that these two herbs are of paramount importance to Tang San. Aside from immediate absorption, there exists virtually no means to transport them away. Chapter 103, The Sunset Forest, My Most Daring Adventure, Part 4. Without hesitation, Yuan gazed around the ice and fire yin-yang, where an array of diverse flora flourished in splendid variety, resembling a veritable botanical paradise. Each plant here was a rare treasure. Not far from him, near the edge of a milky white hot spring, lay a cluster of what appeared to be small insects. This was the so-called snow silkworm. Naturally, Yuan intended to harvest these celestial herbs and had prepared well in advance. In fact, he had begun studying the medicinal lore of this world 6 months prior. Although the records of the medicinal substances in Douluo Continent were likely not as comprehensive as those contained in Tang San's mind, they nonetheless provided invaluable information. Even a fragment of knowledge regarding these herbs was better than none. Among the medicinal records, the snow silkworm was described as having a grayish-white exterior with ring patterns. It boasted 8 pairs of limbs, the middle 4 pairs being the most pronounced. Its texture was brittle, with a slightly flat break point, and a white hue tinged with yellow. The main body was slender, ranging from deep brown to chestnut, and shaped like a cylinder, typically longer than the insect itself, with a slightly swollen spore at the top. Its outer color was bright yellow, while the inner part was white and plump, surpassing ordinary silkworms in both size and efficacy. Beside the snow silkworm was another herb, its skin a yellowish-brown, with a cross-section revealing a reddish-yellow hue. Its single leaves were arranged alternately, with long, curved petioles and heart-shaped blades that tapered to a point. In summer, small yellow-green flowers adorned with purple spots blossomed, twisted and peculiar in shape. This was the cinnabar lotus. A commonly found herb, yet its substantial size was indeed rare, thanks, no doubt, to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Many other herbs surrounded him. But Lu Yuan did not initially pursue these commonplace specimens. He continued his quest for more unique finds. At last, he arrived before an extraordinary herb, a massive chrysanthemum exhibiting a resplendent purple hue. Strangely, each petal appeared delightfully fuzzy, forming a cohesive whole that emitted no fragrance. The center of the flower rose a good half-foot above the petals, its pinnacle shimmering with a faint golden glow. This chrysanthemum was none other than the celestial herb known as the marvelous velvet chrysanthemum, which Tang San would later present to Dai Mubai, the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters. The marvelous velvet chrysanthemum, a neutral celestial herb, was said to enhance one's vitality and invigorate the bloodstream, potentially leading to the cultivation of an indestructible body. While the claim of invulnerability was likely exaggerated, its benefits for Dai Mubai were undeniable. Lu Yuan wasted no time. With a swing of his Death Star demon scythe, the massive chrysanthemum fell onto its blade. He then unceremoniously placed the celestial herb into his soul guide device, treating it with a roughness that belied its rarity. He cared little for its integrity, even if it were damaged. It was preferable to leaving it for Tang San to gift to Dai Mubai. Next, he approached an 8-petaled orchid, its petals trembling gently, exuding an ethereal white sheen that gave an impression of purity and refinement. The 8-petaled celestial orchid was truly fragrant to the extreme, its rich aroma refreshing Lu Yuan's senses. This was destined to be a gift for Oscar. Although the original text mentioned methods for preserving this celestial herb, Lu Yuan had not retained those details. Rather than pondering preservation techniques, he swiftly struck the seemingly resilient stem with his scythe, severing it cleanly. He carelessly tossed it into his soul guide device, ignoring its apparent wilting. He then encountered a vibrant, soft celestial herb, simple in appearance, consisting solely of red grass leaves, the tips resembling a coxcomb. Upon closer inspection, however, he noted its distinctiveness. The leaf veins were a striking golden hue. This was the celestial herb known as the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, intended for Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, to address his demonic flames. With another deft motion of the Death Star demon scythe, he captured it and stowed it away in his soul guide device. Without this herb, Ma Hongjun's issue with his demonic flames would remain unresolved. But what did that concern Lu Yuan? He shrugged and pressed on, determined to gather all the celestial herbs mentioned in the original text. As he continued downward, he suddenly halted before a peculiar celestial herb. Its roots and leaves were entwined like a wisteria curtain, intricately braided, while at the top blossomed a resplendent golden tulip, its rich fragrance evoking a sense of opulence. "Is this the Chilua tulip from Ning Rongrong's story?" he murmured. Indeed, this celestial herb was the catalyst for the evolution of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile. This was of considerable significance. Lu Yuan carefully retrieved a jade box from his soul guide, crafted from high-quality white jade, worth 10 gold soul coins in the market. He then severed the Chilua tulip and delicately placed it within the jade box. He resolved to have Ning Rongrong consume it, a gesture of gratitude for her prior assistance. If the previous 8-petaled celestial orchid had possessed consciousness akin to the monstrous plants in the later Dragon King legend, it would undoubtedly have protested loudly at the disparity in treatment between itself and the Chilua tulip. "How dare you, you exalted creature, when I deserve to be housed in a jade box?" The 8-petaled celestial orchid would surely have thought this, feeling slighted that while the Chilua tulip, which required no such protection, was treated with utmost care, it was roughly seized and carelessly tossed aside. Oblivious to these sentiments, Lu Yuan continued his search for the celestial herbs documented in the original text. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a seemingly ordinary white flower, palm-sized and reminiscent of a peony. Devoid of leaves and connected to a sizable black stone below, its weight unmistakable. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, recognizing this as the heartbreak red, the most potent of all celestial herbs. However, this herb was also the most troublesome to procure. According to the original text, it could not be harvested casually. One had to think of their beloved with utmost sincerity while spilling a drop of blood upon its petals. Any hint of doubt would lead to dire consequences. including the possibility of death. Once harvested, as long as the flower remained near its master, it would never wilt. The stone beneath, known as the Black Abyss, would cause the herb to lose its potency entirely if destroyed. Consuming this herb bestowed the ability to attain immortality akin to that of the heavens, elevating one's soul power by 10 levels at the very least. This meant a 31st level soul master could instantly ascend to the rank of soul sect without any adverse effects. Tragically, however, this celestial herb could only be gathered by one who possessed the purest of hearts, certainly not the disingenuous types often seen in romantic entanglements, but rather a true, unwavering devotion to a lifelong partner. Yuan referred to such individuals as love-struck fools. Only the most devoted of these love-struck fools could hope to acquire this celestial herb. In the original text, Xiaowu's willingness to become Tang San's soul ring and soul bone epitomized this kind of ultimate devotion. Yuan surmised that while he might not reach the caliber of a top-tier love-struck fool like Xiaowu, he would still require a fair amount of dedication. After all, the thought of consuming this herb and experiencing such a dramatic enhancement was undeniably enticing. In matters of the heart, let it be known that Yuan considers himself a person of considerable clarity, one who does not succumb to the whims of love blindly. Even if we were to entertain the notion that he is someone who would go to great lengths for a beloved, the truth remains that he currently harbors no romantic inclinations towards anyone. After all, he is merely 8 years old. What does he know of love? At this tender age, the idea of romance is but a fanciful notion. Yuan, in that moment, was utterly disinclined to even entertain the thought, and, moreover, as a mere projection of himself. He found it impossible to engage in such trials. This projection was incapable of experiencing physical harm. Thus, he chose to extract a bit of soil along with the flower and stone, promptly casting them into the soul guide device. The Heartbreak Red flower was particularly convenient, as it is known to withstand a single attack from a Soul King without suffering any damage, showcasing its remarkable resilience. When Yuan threw it, he likely damaged other celestial herbs in the process, yet the Heartbreak Red emerged unscathed. Chapter 104. The Arrival of the Poison Douluo. Next, Yuan successfully located the 2 divine herbs, Water Nymph Jade Skinbone and Autumn Watergaze, and took them together. Additionally, there was a fragrant ethereal flower, a celestial specimen with a delicate pink bloom, devoid of leaves, standing 3 feet tall on a slender stem. The flower, with a diameter of nearly a foot, appeared as if crafted from crystal, each petal glistening with a translucent sheen. The pale pink petals swayed gently in the mist, growing on the banks where red and white springs converged, exuding a subtle fragrance. The stamen was a soft purple, resembling clusters of amethyst set within. Its aroma, though far-reaching, was not overpowering, rather, it was a delicate scent reminiscent of pure maidenly allure. Upon beholding this celestial specimen, Yuan was suddenly struck by the realization that it seemed to possess the ability to repel all poisons. Even the toxic formations set by Douluo would be rendered ineffective against this divine herb. In the original text, Tang San utilized this celestial flower to effortlessly dismantle Douluo's poisonous array, subsequently dragging the ancient cave spider among the myriad of 10,000-year spirit beasts to eliminate it and absorb its spirit ring. Thus, it dawned on him that he could have his avatar retrieve this divine herb, then return to his original body to attempt the absorption of the flame apricot orchid and the octagonal ice grass, which were likely too formidable to be taken away. At that moment, Yuan's avatar, situated within the Eye of Ice and Fire, sensed an approaching formidable aura. This presence was even more potent than those of the 10,000-year spirit beasts surrounding them. His expression shifted instantly. Trouble was afoot. Douluo had returned, half an hour prior. Douluo had been at a banquet hosted by the Tiando royal family, enjoying the festivities alongside his granddaughter, Yuan. However, upon sensing a disturbance in his poison array, unease began to swell within him. He had always placed his trust in the Eye of Ice and Fire, confident in the strength of his poison formations. Yet, despite his faith, he was not entirely convinced that it was an impenetrable fortress. After all, that poison array could only deter spirit masters below the rank of Tidal Douluo. Should a Tidal Douluo come, it would be akin to a Maginot Line. The Tidal Douluo who might approach were a select few, and according to Douluo's understanding, they were unaware of the treasures that lay within his stronghold. Indeed, even he himself was oblivious to the significance of the Eye of Ice and Fire. He did not fully grasp the effects of most of the divine herbs contained within, and thus refrained from carelessly harvesting them. It was precisely for this reason that those celestial herbs remained until Tang San appeared to collect them. For Tang San, it was akin to a sumptuous buffet. He could take whatever he desired. Had Douluo indulged recklessly before Tang San's arrival, it is likely that he would have avoided any trouble. Fortunately, Douluo had exercised restraint. Otherwise, had he consumed these divine herbs, he might have been fortunate enough to ingest the fragrant ethereal flower, which, while harmless to a titled Douluo, could have rendered his toxic abilities null and void. While he might not have entirely transformed into an ordinary person, he would certainly regress to the level of a soul sage. Given Douluo's numerous enemies, a decline to soul sage strength would render him and Douluo utterly vulnerable. If he had consumed any other divine herb, it would not have been as catastrophic. Presumably, the effects of those herbs would not be as powerful as that of the fragrant ethereal flower, although it would undoubtedly inflict considerable suffering upon him. And a regression in strength would not be unreasonable. Among the multitude of celestial herbs, only the flame apricot orchid and the octagonal ice grass possessed the strength to counteract the toxic side effects afflicting Douluo. However, these two herbs could not simply be consumed separately. They required simultaneous ingestion while immersed in the spring waters at the heart of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Under ordinary circumstances, Douluo would not dare to immerse himself in the waters of the Eye, let alone absorb their properties. He remained blissfully unaware, refraining from any recklessness. Even if he had known how to consume them, taking the herbs directly would eliminate the toxins but would also obliterate his poisonous abilities. Thus, he was fortunate to have abstained from eating them. Nevertheless, the significance of the Eye of Ice and Fire to Douluo was undeniably paramount. It served to suppress the toxic powers within him, preventing any backlash. Without the Eye of Ice and Fire, he could very well reach a point where he could no longer contain the toxins, leading to his untimely demise. In truth, at this juncture, death held no terror for Douluo. On the contrary, it would be a form of liberation. Yet, he bore an unwavering reason to persist. His granddaughter, Yuan. Until she matured or found someone to rely upon, he could not afford to perish. Even if living brought him anguish, he was compelled to endure until Yuan had grown or discovered support. In the original text, Yuan's relationship with Yuan was one he had tacitly approved. He believed that once Yuan married Yuan, he would find greater ease, perhaps even reaching a point where he could accept death. Thus, the Eye of Ice and Fire was of utmost importance to him. Growing increasingly anxious at the banquet, Douluo, a man who placed great stock in his instincts, decided to entrust Yuan's care to the Snow Knight Emperor and, in a flash of lightning, returned to the Sunset Forest. Upon entering the Eye of Ice and Fire, he immediately sensed a peculiar aura. Soon, he beheld Yuan's avatar, who was in the process of stowing the fragrant ethereal flower into a soul guide device. Staring at the returning Douluo, Yuan stood frozen in place. The aura and actions of Yuan's avatar unmistakably conveyed that his stronghold had been breached. Instantly, Douluo's face, once green, flushed red, then turned green again. A thief! How dare he trespass and steal from my domain? In a flash, Douluo appeared before Yuan, raising his hand to seize him. Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The worst had come to pass. Douluo had discovered his thievery. Yet, the situation was not entirely dire. After all, he had not entered brazenly in his true form. This body was merely an avatar. In an instant, Yuan made a decisive choice, retracting his consciousness from the avatar and directing it towards his main body. The next moment, as Douluo's hand reached for Yuan, the latter's form began to dissolve like ice melting in flames. Indeed, it was a complete melting, akin to snow melting upon contact with fire, leaving behind only a soul guide pouch and the plucked fragrant ethereal flower. This bewildered Douluo, although his toxic powers were formidable, capable of evaporating a person entirely. He had not activated his abilities to such an extent when he struck. He had intended to spare Yuan's life, intending to interrogate him thoroughly afterward. Thus, he had not initially aimed to kill. The abrupt cancellation of Yuan's avatar left him momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. It was an avatar, a soul skill of duplication. Having been a titled Douluo for many years, he was well versed in such techniques. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yuan's avatar could mimic reality so closely. It had traversed his poison array with such ease, all while being controlled from a distance. Indeed, the avatar had navigated safely into his poison array, while the main body manipulated the avatar from outside to take his belongings, a clever strategy. However, while the control distance was somewhat greater than typical duplication techniques, Douluo snorted coldly. It could not be too far. In a flash, he sped outside the valley, aiming a strike at a massive boulder. Lu Yuan had never anticipated that the speed of the poison Douluo would be so astonishing. In a heartbeat, he covered a distance of 100 meters, almost akin to teleportation. He was abruptly struck by Douluo's claw. However, he quickly regained his composure and activated the shadow step. Lu Yuan's figure flickered and vanished into the trunk of a tree. Douluo scoffed, thinking to himself, "You wish to escape in my presence?" Humph. He advanced forward, but at that moment, a proud voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Witness the colossal will rolling forth. The pinnacle of unclean creations." The red light illuminated his eyes, momentarily stunning him. Lu Yuan's crimson hair flowed as he transformed into the Death Star incarnation. He then thrust his massive red scythe forward, the blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. The scarlet energy surged ahead, and Douluo, refusing to evade, was struck directly by the lethal blade, sent flying from the spot, though he sustained no injuries. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, without looking back, utilized his shadow step to flee, following his established path of escape. Chapter 105. Letting the third brother walk the path, so he has no path to walk. However, Douluo was evidently not so easily dealt with. He snorted disdainfully, exclaiming, "Slippery as an eel." He then continued to hastily pursue, unleashing a venomous green attack. Lu Yuan felt a jolt of dread, rolling to evade Douluo's strike, while the toxic green essence corroded a large tree trunk where he had just stood. The trunk collapsed in an instant, causing Lu Yuan's heart to race. In that fleeting moment, Douluo closed the distance between them, extending his large hand towards Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he wielded the Death Star Demon's scythe against Douluo. Yet, Douluo remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping the scythe with his palm, which radiated a green soul power. At that moment, Douluo furrowed his brow, realizing that the scythe was indeed cutting through his soul power defenses. However, as learned in his training with the sword Douluo, while the scythe could penetrate the defenses of a tidal Douluo, it could not completely break through. Under Douluo's relentless soul power, the Death Star Demon's scythe posed no threat. An intriguing and formidable martial soul, Douluo mused, a flicker of interest igniting within him as he attempted once more to seize Lu Yuan. The scythe remained immobile in Douluo's grip, rendering Lu Yuan incapable of escaping. With a surge of determination, Lu Yuan released the scythe. "Yielding to capture is the wisest course, is it not?" Douluo remarked with a cold smirk. "I am the storm," Lu Yuan declared in a somber tone. But in the next instant, much to Douluo's astonishment, a dark, deathly, chaotic aura enveloped Lu Yuan, and a long blade emanating a dense dark essence materialized in his grasp. Dual martial souls. Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. "I am the thunder," Lu Yuan announced, his blade swirling with the essence of sword intent. Douluo faltered momentarily, but in the next heartbeat, Lu Yuan flashed behind a massive tree. Step forward slash. Utilizing the immobile yet living trees as his pawns, Lu Yuan executed a tactical maneuver he had previously devised. In the realm of gaming, Yasuo could not apply the step forward slash to the grass in the canyon. Yet in reality, Lu Yuan could not only employ this technique, but it also lacked the limitations of targeting a single unit within a time frame. Thus, Lu Yuan was now truly able to maneuver freely, embodying the essence of the joyful wind warrior. Yet, at this moment, joy eluded him, for Douluo was still in pursuit. Glancing back, Lu Yuan nearly exclaimed in frustration, "Douluo is still chasing me." Steel slash. He entwined the sword intent around the dark abyss blade, stacking skills with the trees. Douluo, his interest in Lu Yuan's dual martial souls momentarily forgotten, pressed on to capture him. But in the next instant, "I am lightning." The black blade in Lu Yuan's hand conjured a colossal whirlwind that hurled Douluo backward. In reality, this represented a form of damage, one's power being sufficient to send an opponent flying several meters or stunning them for mere seconds. Unlike the game where damage and control effects were calculated separately, here, the effects depended on the disparity in strength between both parties. Lu Yuan's abilities, however, transcended the typical limitations of soul skills in the Douluo Continent, adhering strictly to the game's descriptive text. Even against a god, he could demonstrate his might. Douluo was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected force. His curiosity piqued. He had initially viewed Lu Yuan as a mere mouse to be crushed, but now recognized him as something far more significant. Yet Douluo had little time to waste, as he observed Lu Yuan accelerating with the step forward slash. He was determined not to let him escape. 8th soul skill. Time freeze. The 8th soul ring around Douluo glowed, casting black light over the forest and transforming the verdant surroundings into a dark green. Instantly, everything before Lu Yuan froze in place, including himself. He could not even shift his gaze. Douluo's 8th soul skill was a true manifestation of temporal manipulation. It was peculiar that within the Douluo Continent, invincible soul skills, time manipulation, immunity, and spatial teleportation could manifest among 10,000-year soul skills, yet the pinnacle of combat prowess remained relatively modest compared to other fantastical worlds capable of planetary destruction. However, the acquisition of such lore-related skills seemed effortless. Lu Yuan, feeling helpless, suddenly perceived that he could move once more. Before he could savor the moment, a large hand gripped his small shoulder, undoubtedly Douluo's hand. Douluo's grip was firm, akin to iron shackles. A chilling wave of soul power surged from Douluo's grasp into Lu Yuan's body, causing a numbing sensation to wash over him, rendering all his soul power inert. This was the unique effect of Douluo's poisonous soul power. The icy current coursed through Lu Yuan, plunging him into an abyss of frost. Douluo regarded him with a beaming smile, acknowledging the dual martial soul and the young soul master of about 8 years old. Impressive. And you must be the famous Lu Yuan from the Aldedo city, correct? Captured, Lu Yuan lacked the defiance exhibited by Tang San in the original text. He could only manage a bitter smile. I have seen the poisoned Douluo. You even know my name. I thought you were unaware. Douluo scoffed. However, his tone was not excessively harsh, for he bore no personal grudge against Lu Yuan. In the original tale, Douluo's hostility toward Tang San stemmed from the latter injuring his granddaughter, Yin, whom he cherished dearly. Naturally, Douluo was unwilling to let Tang San off lightly. In contrast, as Lu Yuan held no connection to Yin, Douluo had no intention of exterminating him. His thoughts were more akin to casually crushing him without much concern. However, Lu Yuan's recent display and his identity sparked a profound intrigue within Douluo. With dual martial souls and a close association with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Notably, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were reluctant to provoke Douluo. Conversely, Douluo was equally disinclined to engage with other titled Douluos. Indeed, the likes of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, both esteemed titled Douluos at level 95, were not ones Douluo wished to antagonize. Thus, he opted to spare Lu Yuan's life. Naturally, I am aware, Lu Yuan coughed, adopting a respectful demeanor. Knowing yet daring to trespass in my territory to steal? You are truly reckless. In the emerald gaze of Douluo, fury was palpable. The younger generation conceded, and Lu Yuan smiled wryly, acknowledging that this was indeed a fault of his own. He accepted that he had been caught by a senior. With his head hung low, he harbored no thoughts of passivity or surrender. In truth, Lu Yuan had already devised a plan for escape in the event of being captured by Douluo. In a sense, he was a defeatist strategist, having prepared a contingency for anticipated failure. His subsequent plan was rather straightforward, aptly named following third brother's path to render him pathless. Raising his gaze, Lu Yuan addressed Douluo, stating that to demonstrate his sincere apology, he was willing to assist the esteemed elder and his granddaughter in alleviating the torment